going on, Tope? How you doing?
Good. You?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Not too bad. Now, just before we get into the conversation, just to let everybody know what is happening here, we're going to be reviewing a video that Tope did in reaction to me, which was me talking about a DOA player called Punisher. And then I guess, we'll just talk. I guess we're going to make conversation based around that. And then I guess based on anything Tope wants to like bring up. So yeah, are you okay with that? Does that sound good to you?
Yeah. That's good.
Okay.
Just to let you know, I am streaming this as well on my end as
Yeah,
well.
it's
So
cool. Not a problem at all. We did also say that me and Tope were gonna have a separate debate away from this. So to just keep it on topic, I won't deviate into things that would land in that territory because we're gonna do it on someone else's channel, and it will have a mediator there. So just in case anybody was wondering. Now, sorry, go on.
I didn't say anything, but I'll say like after we do our conversation, you can bring people on and we can I guess we can talk about anything more openly. But like yeah, on that next stream in the future, yeah, we can go more and way more in depth. But yeah,
Yeah, okay,
that makes
cool.
sense.
If you're okay with having people on, I'm cool
After
with it
yeah,
as well.
after yeah,
Not a
after.
problem.
But
That's fine.
um, I do want to say one thing, just two things actually before we start,
Yep.
right? Um, and this is just direct. The first thing is like with Sophie, right? Because I did watch that stream, right? Entertaining, you know. Say what you want, it is entertaining. All I'm gonna say about her is like, damn, bitch, like. I wish you acted like that the last time you were on. Not gonna lie, the only reason I came on that stream to defend her was because she just looked like she seemed so helpless. And I
Mm.
don't like seeing someone get dogpiled over and over because like people were shitting on her. You're a racist piece of shit. All this stuff, and she was just like seemed so meek, and so I just felt bad. So I just felt like I had to come in because it just I don't like seeing people just get dogpiled on. But now on this stream, she's just what the fuck all this, and it's just like I wish you had that energy last time. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
I think that she didn't have that energy last time. Also, sorry, before we go on, sorry to anyone that can hear a lot of echo from my end. You guys know that I'm moving, so as you can see, my room is like a mess behind me. Things have been taken away, so there's a bit more echo in here because the room's empty. So, but the only reason that I think she was like that last stream and not the previous one is because the previous one was about obviously all the controversy, and she probably felt like she was backed into a corner. And the reason that stream even happened is because she didn't feel like she could go and speak anywhere without everybody attacking her. So I said to her, "You can jump on mine." And what my words to her were, just so that you know, is that people are not going to get off your case unless you let them get their feelings off their chest, and you can obviously say what you want to say back to them. And she agreed. So there was that. And then the stream that we did is about Tekken. So I think she feels a little bit more comfortable being herself when we're talking about a game versus an issue that upset everyone. Is that
Yeah,
if
I
that makes
figured. I
sense?
figured. I'm just making a little joke with that because it was just like the change was just crazy, like to me, right? But and the other thing too, right? When I was coming on your stream on Monday, right? I'll just be 100% honest. When I was coming there, I was going to talk about the Tekken stuff, right? But then that guy, he basically said everything I would want to say, but better than I could, and and then I just saw Mike ATL, that guy's reaction to it, right? And that just pissed me off, right? Because I just, and I won't, I don't want to go off topic too much, right? But
That's fine. It's fine.
it just
Just you
feels,
have a lot of time today. You're
yeah.
good for time, yeah.
But I just feel like that it's just because I remember when we first had our that Twitter space, right? And I was
Mm,
talking to you about like how black people in particular, right? Like we all know the stereotype that if you like if you say certain words to them, they'll get really angry at you, and they're far more likely to beat you up for words. Like saying the N word around them doesn't even have to be directed at them like that. That felt like a microcosm of that all over again, where it's like
mm,
someone was, he was heated, but he wasn't even disrespectful. I didn't consider him disrespectful. He wasn't making personal attacks. But even if he was, I don't think his disrespect warrants violence. It doesn't. And that's what Mike was just doing. He was just, I'll beat you, talk that thing to me and I'll slap you in the face. It's just like, it's so typical. Like, why? everyone, I just feel like people who say that, it's never been forwarded at them, because it's like people have shit on me on your stream all day. Do I then have license to come there and beat the shit out of them? No, I wouldn't want to. I just feel like that if that's the case, if someone's disrespecting you, just respond back with words or just say nothing at all. It doesn't need to get to blows. It just feels so. I just feel like you got it. Sorry.
I actually disagree with that. I respect the fact that you would want to have conversation rather than get to blows. My only disagreement is that I think there's varying degrees. So like if we say we do this podcast today and it breaks down and we start going at each other, that I'm not going to be like, I'm going to come to America and we're going to get into it. But I think there's a level that you could probably get to where you're speaking to a certain type of person where they're like, you've crossed the line now. You can't just say whatever you want. Like words do have consequences. I understand for most things that you should try to take the high road or you should try to talk things out. But I think you probably agree. I don't think this is exclusive to black people, because if I walk into a mosque and I say something that is derogatory to Muslims, for example, or if I walk into a church where I've got like evangelical Christians and I say something about Christ, I might get taken outside and slapped up, and I don't think anybody would be surprised. I don't think that's a black, not exclusive, but a black trait. If you walked into like a religious ground and you did something like that, they would probably take you outside and beat you, and you should have the worldly knowledge to know that words have consequences.
Okay. The disagreement that I do have is that that's a different situation where, one, you're invading. Like, I think a good example would be like when Don Lemon and his journalist team, they invaded that church and they were basically interrupting the service, right? Did those people get beat up? Did they? No. No, but I feel like if the same people did that in a mosque, they would get beat up. Right. I just think that's a difference in, that's a difference in religion. That's I think that's a big thing, but how do I say this, right? It's different because, one, you are invading someone's personal space in doing that versus, talking shit online, right? Obviously, I think, like, threats are one thing, right? If someone threatens to hurt you or, like, hurt your family, that's different. All bets are off, right? But I feel like if someone's just talking shit, I'm not saying that I'm not advocating for people to be just go up to people and just be disrespectful, right? Like the example you gave, when you asked me, are you guys just like advocating for people to go to black people and just yell the N-word at them? No, of course not, right? That would just be stupid.
Oh, well,
I don't think anyone's doing that, though. People aren't doing that. It's the opposite.
Yeah, well, all I meant was that if you're going to say it online and you're going to be that way online, like if you say something like, you stupid N-word, like Mike ATL. I don't know if you said that, but I'm just saying in case.
I never did.
I'm just saying if you did, for example, or you're rogging out, you're chimping out online, you might be safe from someone like Mike ATL. But obviously, Mike ATL is from like a different era than us. He didn't really grow up on the internet like some of the people that I don't know if you did, but a lot of people did these days. And from his era, you chat shit, you get banked. It's a different culture, and I think people need to learn to respect that. I can respect your outlook because violence should be the last. It should be the last resort on most things. But I think people also need to understand that you can't just go around saying whatever you want to people and expect them to respond the same way. Like if you slap someone on the road, you're not necessarily going to get a slap back. You might get shot. You might get the piss beaten out of you for that. I don't think you should be like, oh, I did this, so the proportionate response is this. It's like, how about just don't do that and there won't be any consequences? That's the way I look at it.
And I totally agree with you, but it's like, but there's a difference. Like people, I think this needs to be a universal thing. There is a world of difference between words and violence, and there's like, and I feel like it's like threats. I feel like threats are like right in the middle, where it's like that's where it crosses over. Right? Because the example you gave, slap, right? Yeah, if you slap someone, they're liable to beat your ass and put you in a hospital. I'm not saying it needs to be proportional. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're saying just words, the response should not be violence. If you are being violent with someone, then at that point, it's not their fault. You don't have to be proportional. I'm not saying, if someone slaps you, all you have to do is slap them back. No. Beat them up. That's fine. If they genuinely put hands on you, but I just don't think, like, anything that guy said to him, nothing warranted him saying all that. It didn't. And
I
I
didn't
just,
actually hear what because I went to the toilet when it
yeah.
happened, so I completely missed it. I haven't even watched it back because I've had other things to do and I had to sleep. But I don't know what was said. King J told me that it was a misunderstanding. I think Mike was under the impression the guy came in there and just started disrespecting him. And
So,
I know. I mean, I don't know Mike in person, but he's come to my streams a lot. He's one of the most calm, respectful people that I've come across in this whole thing. Like when you say something about someone's game, they act like you've insulted their mother. You've seen how people behave on Twitter when you say something about their favorite game.
mhm.
Mike's never been like that. Mike has opinions that I myself feel are outrageous about Tekken that I don't agree with. But I would never disrespect Mike, not because he's bigger and stronger than me, but because he's always respectful. So whatever that guy said, Mike obviously took it the wrong way, but then he apologized afterwards, and I think the apology was fine. I don't know why you took issue with the apology, but obviously
Because
we're different. So
the reason I took issue with the apology, it wasn't even the beginning was good, right? But then when he was like, but everything after the but ruined it. It's like, where I've been raised, and all an apology, you say you're sorry, you won't do it again, and that's it. You don't add these extra caveats. Oh well, but just in the future, da 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 da. It's like, to me, that's just, you're covering your ass. It's corny. I'm sorry, and I was there as someone who was there. The guy was heated, right? But he didn't even say anything personal. He wasn't like throwing mad insults at them. The worst he said, "Oh, your opinions are, or you're dumb. Your opinions are dumb," right? Oh, whoa, 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 right? But like what happened was that his issue, like, I guess he couldn't hear them. So when he was talking and the guy was spitting mad facts, the guy was talking and he couldn't hear everyone who was talking. So he was talking over them, but to him, he didn't hear them, right? So it got very heated very quickly. But then, Mike, after he got really angry, he just like shut off, right? Basically, he completely moved himself out the situation.
yeah,
Right. And then right after, then we're like, oh, he's like, can you hear us? And he's like, oh, no, I can't. And then we were like, oh, okay, it makes sense. What was going on? He was basically yelling to the void. He didn't know we couldn't hear him. And
yeah,
the thing is, though, right? And then the worst part is, too, Mike, we all said this to him. And then he just kept on saying, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. And it's just like, what are you, a fucking child? Again, like, that's why I brought up the Tourette's situation where that guy, he said, the N-word, and it wasn't his fault. Like, the dude, he has Tourette's. You have, a misfires in your brain. You cannot control the slurs that you're saying. But these idiots, even though you told people that he couldn't help it, doesn't matter. They're like, oh, he really meant, people like Jamie Foxx, oh, he really meant it. That was his secret thoughts. And then people were making jokes. Like, again, there was an actor who, after, he's like, that guy better not be here or he might get his ass beat. And it's in a joking manner. He's not joking. We all know that's the case. Like, and that's why I was saying that, like, I'm not saying that no other group does it, but black people in particular are known for acting like this. And I think people just tolerate it for, like, we're talking about racial groups. I'm not talking about religious groups because that can be, overlapping. I'm talking about racial groups. Black people have a negative stereotype for getting violent over nothing. Again, the word nigga, for example, that's a great example. It's just like, it's just a word. I don't think people need to get so serious. Am I advocating for you to go in public and just call black people slurs? Obviously not. But again, that's not what happens. Another good example was that Spanish streamer who was in Japan. He said amiga, friend. And the guy thought he said nigga. And he was literally, you better apologize. It's just like, that's what I'm talking about. And I just see that, and it just boils my blood when I just see that. And I don't tolerate that nonsense. It's like, someone like that doesn't belong in polite society. I'm sorry. I don't care if people think I'm Uncle Tom or whatever for saying that. Like, I really don't give a shit. To me, I'm Nigerian, so that word has no meaning to me. It's like, people will say, oh, you're Uncle Ruckus, you're Uncle Tom. Motherfucker, I'm Nigerian. That would be like me calling you a Nigerian prince scammer. Are you Nigerian? No. It's just a dumb argument. But It's just like I think
Well,
what he just did was just it was just bitch made, and I'm just sorry. And I just see this, and I people like Avatar, Yaya, and all these other people. I see other black people just condone that bad behavior, and it's like you cannot promote that and then be shocked that no one wants to be around you, no one likes you. It's like I'll be honest with you,
wait, what did
most white
Yaya do?
people, huh?
What did
He was
Yaya do?
defending him. Yaya was defending him constantly. Like I remember when I was like, "What's more disrespectful, words or violence?" He's like, "If you were in my face, it was the same thing." It's like that's fucking retarded. I'm sorry, that's retarded. Words and violence are not the same. It's just not the same. It really isn't, and I don't
Well,
care what anyone says about that.
I disagree with you a little bit. Like, I'm not going to make out that there's not a violence issue within the black community. There is, but there. I think what the problem is that people's social medias, depending on who they follow and what they watch, will feed them certain content. Now, I've told these guys on here before. I've got my main Twitter account, but then I have two Twitter accounts that I basically use to get different types of media. On one of them, I follow very left leaning people, and the other one, I follow very right leaning people. And on both sides of it, you get totally different stories. Now, I'd be willing to bet. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't mean to put you in a group here, but I'm willing to bet you probably follow more right leaning people, right?
Yeah,
The kind of content that I get on my Twitter account where I follow more right-leaning accounts makes black people look like the worst. And I'm not saying that the footage being posted is fake. I know it's real, but when that's all you're seeing, it makes it feel like, damn, these people are actually out of control. Now, that's not me saying that there's not an issue. I mean, there's an issue in our music. I get that. Hip hop's very, like, there's a lot of promotion of violence and degradation of women. I get all of that. But when I sign into my left-leaning account, there is white violence everywhere. Like, also, that those videos are also not fake. And I could tell you, as someone, I'm half Greek, so my family lives in different parts of Cyprus. They live like up in Paphos and whatever. When I was over there, they don't call the police if some, though they do call the police. I'm not, don't exaggerate, but when shit goes down, it's a very like community handled situation. The same kind of thing you see online. And I remember someone crossed my uncle. My uncle, one of my uncles, is not the kind of person you really want to cross. And the immediate response was go and tell the other people in the village, we're going to go over to this guy's house and we're going to beat him and we're going to teach him a lesson. Now, I don't know if that's widespread in Cyprus because Cyprus is a pretty safe place, but I'm willing to bet they just handle their shit in private and the police don't have to be called. Because last time I checked, you get thrown in a Greek prison, you're in big fucking trouble. Like, you ain't not coming out without a couple scratches. So this whole like, it's a black people thing. They're rogues. They're chimping out. It's this, that, and the other. I think social media is really feeding people what they want to see. Because if I like, for example, if I click on posts from the Daily Wire, suddenly my feed is filled with like America First things and black people doing really bad things.
the Daily Wire.
Yeah, because they're all connected. They retweet and they argue with people. They might argue with Nick Fuentes' crowd, or like Ben Shapiro had a like thing with Piers Morgan. It all connects, right? So I start getting content from that side of the conversation, and it makes black people look really, really bad. And I'm not saying that there's not problems. Don't anyone to make out like that. I've seen it firsthand. All I'm saying is when I go to the other side and I'm looking at their content, there's some abhorrent things that I see that I don't see on the other side. That's all I'm trying to make the distinction on. That it's not us always. It's a problem around the world. I mean, you just go to South America. If you start getting feed from South America, that shit is haunting. It's terrifying. It would make me scared to go over there. But I'm sure all South Americans are not like that.
However, I want to make one thing clear. I'm not saying only black people do it. However, it's not just the videos, it's the statistics. When you look at the statistics, the racial statistics on violence, black people far are disproportionately involved in robbery, murder, rape, basically every single violent crime. It's not just the videos. It's really not. And when I rank, I would say ranking in terms of violence, I'd say black people are on the top of that. And then I would say like, Mexicans, other more brown people, then I would say like whites and then Asians. I'd say Asians are the most peaceful group of people, Japan, China, South Korea, Singapore, right? But I would say white people disproportionately commit violence compared to, especially compared to black people. I would say that. So it's not. I'm not just getting my stats from this video because yeah, you can get them. You could get a million scattered videos,
Mm.
right? Yeah, right. But let me give you an example here, right? I remember seeing a video where some guy, a black guy, he robbed a convenience store. The guy shot him dead, right? And the parents were like, what did he do? He didn't deserve to die. You should just let him rob you. It's like I don't see white people doing and saying stuff like that. I it's
Wasn't
not
there?
just the videos. It's also just statistics as well.
There are cases like that though. There was a high school. There was, I don't know what his name. I can't remember what his name was. But it was a popular case. He raped some girl in a back alley, but because his dad was well off in that, they managed to get him off. It was some white dude. I'm sure you probably remember. It went on for some while. He was like on a football team or a basketball team, and his dad helped him get off. Like those things happen as well. It happens on both sides. I know one side might look very amplified, and people do terrible things in all communities. I just feel like the
Yeah,
algorithm makes us look way worse than what the situation actually is.
yeah, because we black people do it far more disproportionately. That's the reason. Are you going to argue that white people and black people commit violent crimes at the same rate? Is that your argument?
What in America or just in general?
Even in America and just in general.
I know that the stats in America, the last ones that I looked at, it looked like disproportionately. I don't know what the numbers are, but that black people were committing more crime. But in the
Oh,
UK, I don't know what those are. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not entirely sure what it would be if you looked all over the world. So, and also I don't know where I read those stats. I didn't fact check anything. I was on a video, I saw it. Someone said something like they make up X amount of the population, but they
yeah, it's
commit X
13%
amount
of
of
the
crimes.
population, and it's like around 50% of violent crime, and that's like making a blanket. But I think for other crimes, it's a little higher. Some it's a little lower. Yeah, yeah, but it's okay. Well, it's like I think it's you can use the statistics, but I can also just use my common sense. Like, where would you rather live, Nigeria or the UK? Are you seeing people mass immigrate from the UK to Nigeria, or only the other way around? It's like to me that just tells me everything I need to know about this. It's like Africa is a very violent area. As someone I've been there myself. I have constant, chronic power outages, all that other stuff. It's and the same is just not true in Europe, America, Australia. It's not.
Yeah,
And
but
and if,
there's loads of there's it's not because the people are bad people. Like I'm not saying that in that they're not there's not violence in Africa. Like my family is from Uganda, so I'm well aware of some of the things that happen. But it's not just that these people wake up and they want to hurt others. There's loads of contributing factors, and I don't want to sit here citing statistics because I don't have any prepared. So I don't want to like pull this into an area of conversation that none of us are going to be able to back up. But I do know that uh, situations are a lot more complex than what social media paints them out to be. And since you brought up UK, uh, there's a lot of, well, specifically London. There's a lot of people that are fleeing London right now. There's a lot of issues
yeah,
around, and it's not
why?
just one community. It's not because of black people. There are a myriad of issues that are going on here.
Well, yeah, but the violent, like I would say, a lot of the big reasons is, London isn't really. I'll just I'll skip from that point, right? But my okay, my point really is just that black people have. Let me actually. I'll just say this, right? Not even trying to just like unfairly shit on black people or anything like that, right? Even though if I say, I'm gonna say it regardless, even though people won't believe me, I don't really care, right? I love being black. I don't hate myself or whatnot. I just see the bad behavior, and I hate it. I hate the reputation we have, and I feel like it's largely our fault in that way.
Yeah,
And you
well,
can say all these
most
other
communities.
examples of, oh, well, poverty this, blah, 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 that. It's like, but still, I don't think that even truly matters at the end of the day. I
Of
think we just
course,
got
that
to clean our
matters.
shit up.
It does matter. Like poverty is a massively contributing factor to people's bad behavior. That's a big issue that does need to be addressed. It's not something that should be glazed over. Like I don't want to spend too much time on this because I know this isn't what we came here to
Yeah,
talk
yeah,
about.
I know,
But
I know.
these kinds of issues, they're very complex, and there's a lot of issues that happen from the top down that unfortunately communities have to deal with, and then things fall apart. So I'm not absolving anyone of bad behavior. I know that there's issues in our community, but there are issues in all communities, and it
Yeah,
is
I
usually
know.
on the community to address those sort of things. So
Mhm. I know that. Again, I just, oh, tether this, tether that, blah blah blah. It's so tiresome.
what?
It really
Why did
is.
you say that?
No, I'm reading. I see chat, right? Oh, tether this, blah blah blah.
Uh,
To me, it's just so reductive. You don't actually have a response to the argument or whatnot. I could go into detail, but yeah, as you said, this is not what we're here for. I just wanted to start that off first, but I didn't want to derail. But we can move to the video, of course.
Yeah, maybe just to end it, maybe one day when Mike is here and you're here, you two can have a conversation, because Mike is genuinely a really nice guy. And obviously things got off on the wrong foot. It was very late as well. Maybe tensions were a little bit high for some people. But Mike's a really nice guy. Honestly, he's a really cool guy. So maybe you guys can straighten that out next time.
Okay.
Would you be willing?
Sure. I don't mind.
All right.
I'm willing to talk to many different people. I don't. I just think it may not be from him, but hey. But I was just seeing chat. Yeah, I mean, I am black. I'm Nigerian. I'm both. I'm 100% black, right? Like I feel like I said this before. When you look at the stats, your average black American is like 25% white, right? I'm not 25% white. I'm blacker than the average black American, but people will say I'm not black. It's like, what does that even? What do you mean by that? Like, where do you think you guys came from? You came from West Africa, like, yeah, duh. Like, I don't.
All right. Well, just to make it so that the conversation doesn't get broken up too much, if there are super chats that come in, I will read them out like periodically.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I don't want to cut Tope up when he's talking. I'll read out the two that have come in, and then I guess we'll get into this video. Mr. Strider, thank you for the $5. We need M2 Dave, DSP, Tope, and C4 in the same call one of these days, Mike. That would be very entertaining.
Who's M2 Dave and I'm pretty sure you're not talking about Dark Side Phil, probably someone else.
Yeah, no. So I was talking to Dark Side Phil last week, and we were trying to arrange a stream to do together. We didn't come to an agreement, but I'm sure DSP will be here at some point. I've spoken to him for about 2 weeks now, so if he does jump on the stream and he enjoys his time here, and then Tope's willing and M2 Dave, I know C4 will be, then maybe that can happen one day. M2 Dave is a Mortal Kombat player. He was like top 8 Freddy Krueger player Evo or something like that. He's been there a couple of times. Me and him don't see eye to eye, but I'm cool with Dave.
I'm just confused on why they want me there. Like, are they right wing or are they left? I'm just confused.
Well, the reason they want it's not because of the right wing and left wing thing. Like, one thing that I've tried to do with my channel and the kind of people that I like talk to is just try to find some middle ground. Like the whole right wing and left wing thing, we're not too concerned about. I don't think they care that you're right wing. I think they just find you interesting. And I said the same thing to DSP. He asked me why. He said to me, "Why would you want to be on my channel?" And I said to him, I find you interesting. That's it. There's loads of people that I've spoken to that have much bigger followings than DSP, but I just don't even know what I'd say to them. So I don't ask them to come on the podcast. These guys find you interesting.
Okay, sure.
Jack, thank you for the €5. Love how people are throwing out Uncle Ruckus like bro is just being honest.
I don't really. At a certain point, it's just a low IQ. It's a low IQ talking point. People just say that. Anyone who just says that, again, I said it before. The people who say you want to claim that you're racist, but then they'll say that it's like, I'm not an American black. Saying that has no qualms on me. That's not my culture. So again, it would be like me calling you a Nigerian prince scammer or something. It doesn't make sense. But whatever.
All right. Well, to shift topics now to the main bulk of this. So I did a video on Punisher, who is a DOA player. Has been in the DOA scene for a very, very long time. Me and Punisher started talking, which is I initiated in November, and we haven't seen eye to eye a single time. and in more recent times, it's we've been taking shots at each other. So I did a video on Punisher in case anybody hadn't seen it. It's one of the more recent videos on the channel, based on the back and forth that me and him had. And then Tope did a reaction video breaking down my video, which is what we're gonna watch now and go over some things, because I think I believe Tope got quite a few things in here wrong, and I do want to ask him questions about some of the things he said. And then obviously, Tope, if there's anything that you want to say to me, or if you want me to pause the video at any point, you just let me know, and I'll pause it. But
Of course. One thing before. I'm sorry, I won't keep doing this, right?
no, it's okay.
To me, I just see people say, "Oh, black means black American." It's like no other group does this. Like, when someone says Asian, like, of course, are Asian Americans as Asian as, say, like, people who come straight from that land? No, I'm not going to say that. But people wouldn't say, "Oh, they're not Asian," right? I feel like with black people, they'll say, "Oh, if you're not a black American, you're not black." Then isn't black a race? It's like, I guess you can say it's a culture, but it's also a race. Okay, then if I'm not black, then what am I? I'm not white. I'm not Asian. I'm not. What am I supposed to identify as? I just see black as a race, and I'm 100% black. So I don't.
Did someone say you're not black?
People have been saying, "Oh, they'll say, oh, like, you're black only means black American." I see people in chat saying that. Okay, but yeah, Nigerian is an ethnicity, but that's not a race. It's like how Mexican's not a race. It's like,
But do you not like being called a black American?
I wouldn't. I don't. I'm just not, like, I am a black guy in American, but I'm not. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm part of the culture. I'm not. Like, my life has been very different from your average black American. Like, my family doesn't have, like, I'm not a, like, because FBA is, foundational black Americans, the slaves from West Africa, right? My ancestry, I wasn't a slave. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, I'm we're in this struggle together. It's like, we're not the same. We don't talk the same. We don't act the same. We have completely different ideas. We eat completely different food. I'm not saying we're not the same race. Just like how an Englishman and a Frenchman they're the same race, but they're different. They're different. And I'd say, like, Nigerians, I feel like I'm a weird mix, right? Because I am Nigerian, but I'm not like Nigerian like my dad is. He's different from me, and even though I'm a black American, I'm a black guy in America. I'm not, like, I would consider someone like Mike a black American, FBA. I'm not that. I'm this weird mix in the middle. So.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not going to tell you what to classify yourself as. I would have called you a black American. Like, people call me black British or whatever the term is they use for us. That would be fair. Like, I was born here. I am half black. So I don't know. Do you see it as like an insult when people say it to you?
No, I don't necessarily see it as an insult. That's just not me, right? Like, I don't use the slang. I don't use, like, and people are saying Englishmen and Frenchmen are the same. What are you talking about? Like, that's not true. The UK and France, they are different. They're distinct, but they are of the same race.
Okay, can I ask you a question then? I think we were doing a stream about Mortal Kombat. This was completely unrelated, but it came up that only black Americans should be allowed to say the N-word, and that was like a big talking point. And I don't know if that's something that is widespread in America that they believe, but if that is, do you think that you're in the same boat as if you said the N-word, would that be seen as problematic because you're not a black American to these people?
I'm gonna be honest. I've never cared. Right? I think the word, anyone can say the word. If I was Asian, if I was white, if I was Hispanic, I'd say the word regardless. I think anyone can say the word. So saying, this one group is the only one who can say that word, no, I think it's dumb. You can't control what I can or cannot say. Sorry. That's my opinion. I'm a free speech guy. Like, to me, it just feels like we control you and we can make you say whatever. You can't say that. It's like, yes, I can. you gonna stop me? No, people won't say it around you because they don't. Just like how they wouldn't, poke a bear in a zoo. They're not gonna purposefully antagonize, someone that they know will get violent very quickly. It's like I'm not gonna, but you know. I'm not gonna be like if I'm singing like a rap song. If I was white and I was singing the rap song, you think I'm gonna censor my word when I'm singing the song? No, I'm gonna say it because that's my right.
Yeah, you kind of moved you kind of moved around the question though. Like understand that you don't care, and you can say it if you want.
Yeah, sorry, but but that's my opinion. But I understand. Sorry, could you repeat the question? Then I'm sorry. Then.
So I'm not saying that all Black Americans think this. This is just something that came up in my stream, and a few Black Americans in the stream were saying it, and they were saying that this is something that people in their states believe or whatever. I don't know because I'm not American, but they were saying that Black Americans have a monopoly on the N-word. Like they're the ones that are allowed to say it, foundational Black Americans and whatever. Mm-hmm. And so if you're saying that you're not a Black American and you like told people this, do you think that you would get in trouble with someone for saying it? Do you think that like maybe if they feel like they have a monopoly on the word that you shouldn't be allowed to say it?
I don't think so. It doesn't. To me, it doesn't logically make sense because if you're saying only Black people can say it, I'm Black. In fact, I'm more racially Black than they are. I think that I should be able to say the word then. If going by that logic, I am Black, so
I was just curious.
Mm-hmm. I understand, but I just think that rule is like the dumbest rule ever. It's a stupid rule.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, we'll get into the video. I'll read out this one super chat and then we'll watch the video. Dat Daniel, thank you for the $10. Foundational Black Americans will probably not consider him, I guess, African American. I heard this topic before. You have different struggles or cultures, and Asian communities do have deep-rooted racism, by the way.
Yeah, every group has deep-rooted racism, especially Black people. So I don't know what your point is, but whatever.
Yeah. All right. Now, if I'll read out the other super chats in a bit. Let me just pull up this video now. So this video is called "The Piers Morgan of the FGC versus the DOA Gooner." Now, was calling me the Piers Morgan of the FGC supposed to be an insult, or is that just how you categorize me?
It's a bit. I'm being a bit funny, but it is a joke, but it's also a bit of an insult. It is.
Okay. Well, I don't see it as an insult. I watch Piers Morgan. I enjoy his show.
Yeah. Well, I just see Piers Morgan as someone who like pretends to be a centrist, but in fact they're very, very, very left leaning, and they claim to be all this stuff, but they're actually not. And again, the guy, he's a hack. He's a hack. He's a cuck. His wife and all that notwithstanding, but he just seems to me as the guy who is just gonna. He will tolerate all this other stuff. He's fine with you saying all manner of stuff, but you say other things, and now it's the end. It's the end of the world. And he'll. So yeah, I take that as an insult. I do.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, when I read it, I was like, I thought you were talking more about the style of the show because he kind of has anyone on.
That too. I actually, near the end of the video, I say you're like the Piers Morgan of the FGC in your type of content and just your mannerisms. You being British too. But yeah.
So, do you think that I'm a hack, or do you think like I'm a fake centrist? Like I kind of go where the wind blows.
I do think you are a bit of a partisan. I think you aren't letting on as much as you are, saying. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there like an example of something that you could pull from, or is it just a feeling that you get?
I remember when we were having I can actually pull something up. I remember when, because you say that you're pretty, free speech, you're pretty liberal on that stuff, right? But then
I'm not a free speech absolutist. Like I'm not an absolutist on it. I would say I champion free speech, but I'd say that I'm a little bit different to you in that, like from what I get from you, you feel like you can say whatever you want, and people should only respond with words. I don't see it that way. I think that there can be very severe consequences for the things that you say. So you can say them if you want. It doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to respond with words. But I've made that clear before. You already know that about me.
But are you okay? So let me ask this. I know that you say that that's not, but are you? How do I say it? Are you fine with people hitting people over words? Are you fine with that?
Um, in certain situations, yeah, I think sometimes you deserve a good slap. Not you personally, but like if you walked up to me, Tope, for example, I'm not saying that obviously if you did this in real life, I'm just giving you an example. But if you walked up to me and you cussed out my girl and you upset her, I might slap you for that. Like I mean, why are you coming over and fucking with me? My policy is don't fuck with people. It's that simple. I don't think you should be allowed to say whatever you want and not have to deal with something. If you I don't know if you were screaming your head off at my little chihuahua, my dog cowers in the corner shaking, you're probably gonna get headbutted for that. So I'm not like you where it's like if you maybe if you some you saw someone doing that and you would just try to like be like, hey, don't do that, and maybe you try to talk them down. I have my limits. I've told people that before. It was the whole reason that me and Hypnotic even started talking in the first place, because I don't see it that way. I think that you if you say dumb shit to certain people, then you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yeah. And okay, I mean, if that's the case, then I mean that's that. I guess that is your opinion. I just feel like it's if everyone subscribed to that line of thought, I don't think we could have a functional, like a proper society. If people, because people can take disrespect in any way. If you look at someone for too long, or someone thinks you said a word that you didn't say, you're liable to get beat up. And it's like, how are we supposed to have a society if that's the if that's the case that we're in? And that's why I
Because
love living. That's why I love living in America. Like that's why I
mm,
love living in the West. That's why I
yeah,
do.
but in most cases, I'm not going to resort to violence. Like if me and you met in person and we had these conversations in person, and you said something that pissed me off in the context of what we're talking about, I'm not going to put my fingers on you. I'm not going to put my hands on you. It's not gonna. That's not going to happen. But if there are lines where someone could cross it, there's things that happen all the time, like minor irritations to big irritations that you kind of just you're like, whatever, I'll leave it alone. But there's certain things where you're like, no, man, you cannot be behaving like that. We all have our lines. Um, I think being in America, you probably know that as well. 'Cause I've seen videos of you guys just getting into road rage situations. Someone pulls out a gun. Over in the UK, they have a tendency to throw acid at you or pull out a knife. Now, I've been in situations on the road where someone has been effing and blinding at me, but I'm not like an aggressive person anyway. So I just look at them and I continue going. But my brother is hyper aggressive. And if someone starts shouting at him on the road, he gets out of the car. Now, I've told him before, if you do that, or if they do that to you, either one of you could be psychos and your life could end there. But the fact of the matter is that these people have their lines, and I just don't think you should be fucking with people. I don't think you should just say whatever you want and be like, la 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 la, I'll go about my business because they can only respond with words. That feels like someone that hasn't gone outside.
And I don't know why you keep on saying that, because I agree that people should not be just going around. But people are, generally speaking, people aren't just, I mean, some people are, but generally speaking, people are not just going around just purposefully just antagonizing people for no reason. I feel
I'm
like
not
more
saying that.
often than not, especially when it comes to black people will
Oh God.
mishear a word, or like you're looking at them too long or something of that sort, and then they'll get angry, they'll get very aggressive at you, and it just feels like, you're in this weird situation where if you slip up, your life could end.
Why do you keep on half? I don't like. Obviously, you can say what you want. I'm not telling you what to say, but I'm just curious. Like, there's violence in loads of different communities, and you probably witness it all the time. But why is it you keep on going back to black people?
Because that group in particular is known for it more than any other group. I'm talking about racial groups here too. Mhm.
Mm.
Other groups are violent, but they are by far the most violent, and the stats, especially in America, show this. I don't understand how you don't see this. Like,
Well, I don't live in America. I don't always keep up to date with your news, and I've seen the stats, but obviously, when someone posts stats, I need to go and fact check those things. I'm going to fact check things for things that are going on in the UK because they can affect me. But when I see conservative commentators posting things about black people and violence in America, it's not, it's, it doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. So when they if they don't post like a citation and I see it, I'm like, well, I can't take that as the gospel truth. I'm not saying that you're lying either. I'm not saying that it's not happening, but I don't live in America. If I lived in America, then I would definitely fact check what they're saying. But I'm in the UK.
Yeah, well, the UK, maybe it's not, well, black people, but like Muslims, and I'd say other, people like that, you know, that's a big problem with, like, the acid attacks that you were saying, right? What group do you think is known for doing acid attacks?
I don't want to throw a group under the bus because I know some
Oh
around
my
here.
goodness. Why are
But
you
you're
stop throwing
asking
under the
me,
bus?
hold on, Tope. You asked me, who do I think? I don't know what group is known for throwing acid attacks. I know what areas are known for having acid attacks. And I've seen a Turkish guy do it. I've seen a black guy do it. I've seen an Albanian guy. I've seen someone from Pakistan do it. So I don't know which group specifically is pushing the acid attacks. I just know that we have acid attacks in the UK. But you want me to throw a particular group under the bus, and you want me to say black people, and I just don't know
No,
if they're the
I
ones
didn't
doing
say
it.
no. I'd say Muslims. Muslims are known for
Acid attacks, Muslims
Yeah, they do acid attacks a lot.
in the UK.
For honor, yeah, for like, they yes, they do that a lot.
But
Especially over there.
do you have stats on that? Do you have stats showing that it's Muslims disproportionately throwing acid at people in the UK?
I would love to pull it up. I don't have the stat directly on me. But like,
Okay, all right, no, you don't have to pull it up. I just want to ask, where did you get that from, though? Is that like a particular website or conservative commentator you listen to, or the news?
I'll answer that, right? But I do want to say one thing. Why do you consider it as throwing someone under the bus?
Because if
As
it's
saying,
untrue, if I get it wrong and I say that it's a particular group and it's not them, I've just thrown them under the bus. Like I've just told all the people watching and all the people that come to watch my stream that this particular group is doing this particular bad thing when I don't know for a fact. So that would be throwing that community under the bus.
okay, so you're saying if it's a lie, okay. But the thing is though, but if it was the truth, then it wouldn't be throwing them under the bus. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if it's the truth, it's the truth. I just don't know which group in particular is doing the acid attacks. I know that we have a lot of guys on the road like hood rats and roadmen, but I'm not saying it's a particular group of people that are making up most of the roadmen in London. I actually don't know that. I don't know which group whether it's a particular race or a particular religion, which is why I would hesitate to just say it's these kinds of people, because if you're not sure, you don't know where the stats are, and you don't know where you got them from or who you heard it from, then you shouldn't do a community dirty like that. Wouldn't you agree?
I disagree. I mean, I do think, of course, there's different religions, different races of people who do. When I was saying the violent crimes in America, I'm saying black people. What I'm saying here, I'm not saying it's a particular race per se, but I'm saying it's a religion. But that is different, though. You understand, though. But I would be happy to give you the stats later, but we can continue with the video. Like honestly, I'm sorry we wasn't.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have a time limit today, right? Like you can stay here for as long as possible, right?
Yeah, I can stay here for pretty long. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, well, we'll watch this video now. If you want me to pause it at any point, then just let me know. And obviously, I'll pause it to reference anything that you say.
So I should have put on my thing, card-carrying racist. That's hilarious.
I was going to chill, play some Pokemon. What'd you say?
Someone called me a card-carrying racist. Maybe I'll put that as my thing next time. I'm sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm going to lower chat on screen just so you guys can see the video, and then I'll bring it up afterwards. All right. So I had no plans to upload today. No plans whatsoever. I was going to chill, play some Pokemon, maybe play some DOA. And I go onto Twitter and I see this Punisher guy once again taking shots at the Tekken community. So he tweeted out saying, even when the Tekken community knows Tekken 8 is finished, they still reject DOA and Virtua Fighter. What he doesn't seem to understand is that Tekken players would rather play Tekken Revolution than these other fighting games.
Okay. Am I crazy, or it's like, that's what Punisher's saying. He's saying that these people only want to play Tekken, and that's it. And they will even constantly glom onto the game and kiss its ass and do all that, even if the game is complete shit and it's dying. It's like, am I crazy? I'm just reading this, right? This doesn't sound like a question where he's like, oh, why won't these people move to another game? He's saying, oh, yeah, these people are not gonna do that, and there's nothing that we can do to make them do that. So then don't appeal to said people. It's not like he's saying, oh, why won't they do it? Or it's hypocritical or something. So it's like what Mike is saying here, it's like you're agreeing, he agrees with
DOA or virtual. Okay, so I'll take some responsibility for this because I went into the video with the knowledge of what is on Punisher's page. If you go to Punisher's Twitter page and you type in Tekken, you will get the full context. He has constantly been tweeting about Tekken nonstop, as well as other DOA and VF players, about how Tekken is bad and we have Korean backdash and the community this, the community that. Other people also, this is part of a wider conversation, saying that people should just move over to these games. I'm sure you saw VDX's recent video of him just shouting into the camera saying, I don't want to play your damn games. This is part of a wider conversation. So that's on me for not putting it in there. I ain't going to blame you for not knowing, but Punisher has constantly tweeted about the Tekken community, constantly tweeted about things that have, I don't even know why. It's like me tweeting about DOA not having a player base right now and saying, oh, Tekken this, Tekken that. So that's what I was doing in relation to. This is like the final tweet before I responded to it. And I was basically giving the explanation that Tekken players are not interested in your game. So all of these tweets that you keep on doing about, oh, Tekken 8 is dead, but they still reject us. Yes, they're going to reject you until the end of time. Constantly tweeting about Tekken is not going to change that. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I understand. But I think that he's not the way it was like. Yeah, he agrees with you there, and I think it is different that because you're a Tekken player. Like I think it's different when a Tekken player is denigrating DOA versus DOA denigrating Tekken because one, DOA is a way smaller franchise, and from what I've seen on Twitter, right, Tekken players will love to shit on the game. Not even just Tekken players, so many different people. You know, the Evo situation, the core values. People shit in the game. It's the booby game. It's all this, right? And so I feel like they've constantly been shit on with that all their life. And I think now with this new game coming out, and then they see the new outfit, it's revealing, but not as revealing as Kasumi's traditional outfit. And I think Punisher, he's like, that to me is showing that they're gonna try and be more competitive. And by competitive, he more so means, lower the sexiness down, and that in itself, because he'll explain more in the video, right? But he says that the people that give DOA the most money are the whales who buy all the skimpy outfits, and it's like you want to appeal to those people and even though you want to have a good game, you still want to do that because those are the people who are going to give you money consistently, even more than the competitive players or even the casual players, even more so. I think that's his argument. And I'll just say this right here. Again, I'm not even a DOA player. It does look interesting to me, but you can't really Oh, you go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to obviously this is for anyone that hasn't seen the DOA 7 trailer. This is the trailer that had a lot of people losing their minds for all sorts of different reasons. Now, in this trailer, I don't know how much of DOA you've played, but I have never seen Kasumi's boobs that big before. Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but this looks like a cool, like they're going back to their fan service phase. That doesn't look like someone that's dressed modestly. Like does that look like someone that's dressed modestly to you?
Oh, I'm not saying it's modest, but compare that to her regular costume. Is her regular costume, her blue and white, is that more revealing or less revealing? I would say it's more revealing than even this one.
Yeah, but so there was a couple of mistakes of what they did. So they said that you couldn't see her thighs, that it was just completely covered up. When you slow down the trailer, I know this is crazy. I know having to go through this now.
No, I love this. Don't worry.
Yeah, just to make the point, I'm gonna just put it on slow paper. How do you think it's like that? Right. So when you go through the trailer, because they were saying, oh, they've covered up our character. You can't see her thighs or whatever. Now, when you slow down the trailer, you can clearly see that she's showing skin. Now, you can't see her butt crack, but you can see that she's showing skin. These guys didn't reference this when they were talking about it. I think if you go back here, actually, and when they're fighting, you can see that you can see some thighs there. You can see her cleavage, like everything that maybe not as much as they would want for fan service, but you can clearly see here that she is quite revealed. She's not modestly dressed. Now it might not be to a T. It might not be to a T what it was in the older games. I can grant them that. But if you want if you want to see what Doomers look like, that is dooming, saying, "Oh, the game is cooked. The game is cooked," because we can only see her cleavage and only a part of her thigh in a teaser trailer, no less. We have no idea how the game is actually going to be presented. They might be right in saying it's like DOA 6 completely covered up and all the bikini costumes are behind the paywall. Maybe that would happen, but this was a teaser where you can. Am I lying, Tope? Can you not see skin there?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, you can see it. And they immediately jump to they're appealing to the Tekken crowd. And I'm looking at Kasumi's chest. And I'm thinking to myself, is that Tekken crowd in the room with us? This might not be like DOA 5, but it's certainly not DOA 6. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, and I totally agree with that, and I think even Punishir agrees with that. But again, his argument is that they need to go back to DOA 5 or even go beyond. That's his argument, because yes, I remember doing a little research, and of course the games that made by far the most money are DOA 6, DOA 5, and the DOA the X series, the volleyball stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they had the most skimpy outfits and all that. And again, this is I'm arguing this from devil's advocate here, because I think it's more just for consistency, where I understand where he's coming from. You could say, oh, this is weird, him hyper focusing on panties, right? But it's like I think it's more about the rule here. That's my argument here.
Yeah. Well, we don't know what direction it's going to go in. We don't know who they're going to appeal to. I think they jump in the gun a little bit. I understand the apprehension because of the way DOA 6 turned out, but I would say based on that teaser, it doesn't feel like they have much to lie about. To worry about. You can see her boobs, you can see her thigh. If the clothes have got any sort of physics, you'll get to see her bum as well. Like I just didn't see what the big deal was with that trailer. Seeing people doom over it, I was a bit like, okay, you can be apprehensive, but to doom DOA 7 because you couldn't see all of her bum, that seems ridiculous to me, especially from a community that has been teetering on the edge of not existing for a long time. You think there would be more support behind it from their loudest voices. That's the way I saw it.
And I could totally see where you're coming from on that, right? I just think with him, his community has been on a negative slope for quite a while, right? And I think he's just doing his best. He wants to see his game succeed by the absolute most. That's what he wants, and he's going to be vitriolic about it, and I think he has the right to do so. And I think because he's looking at company trends too, right? Because other games have gotten more sexy, right? Street Fighter with their costumes, Tekken 7 with their bikinis. I think to him, I'm not speaking for him, but this is what I think he thinks, right? That since all the other, DOA has always been the sexy game, way before everyone else. But now, every other game has sexed up. Tekken 8, Street Fighter 6 especially, right?
I wouldn't say Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is kind of, they put bikini questions in there, but
yeah,
they're not hyper focused on it. Street Fighter 6 definitely put a lot of focus on it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I would say Tekken 7 has sexed up. I would say that, yeah, right? And I feel like he fears that at that point, he could say that they're at or around DOA level now, and that if that's the case, why would someone who's new play DOA over Street Fighter? Because it's a way bigger franchise, there's more. I think that's his argument. And I think that's a fair argument to have.
Well, then that kind of just throws DOA under the bus as a fighting game. Because as a fighting game, DOA has got amazing mechanics. So you can't get that kind of experience in Street Fighter. Even if they covered up all the characters, I will never get a DOA experience in Tekken, in Virtua Fighter, or in Street Fighter. So that is also a big selling point. And I find it weird that he doesn't champion that more, because DOA's got a great system. But if we scroll his page, all you're going to see is things about the way females are portrayed in the game. And I'm not saying that DOA shouldn't be a sexy game, but actually I want to ask you this, because this is something that I don't understand. Maybe you can explain it to me. I am more of a fan of the costumes in DOA 1 to 7. Sorry, 1 to 4.
Hmm.
I'm not a huge fan of the fan service in DOA 5. If I say that I prefer it if they make a DOA game in terms of the costumes, more like, say, DOA 3 in its entirety. I'm sure there's like outlandish costumes in there, but there's an abundance in DOA 5. If I say that I'd rather it be more like DOA 3, is that me calling for censorship?
I kind of would think so,
Okay, how so?
because you are by definition going backwards. You are censoring stuff that was already done before. That's why isn't that what censorship is?
So is it because you're saying going backwards, but the most recent iteration of the game is DOA 6, but they want to go back to 5?
Yeah, and then I think even he would consider DOA 6 more censored than DOA 5 himself, wouldn't he?
But DOA 3 wasn't censored. It was just a different like artistic direction. They didn't put stars on the nipples or whatever and have a little line going around. They just had bikini costumes that maybe were a little bit more conservative. But I don't see how that would be censorship if that is a DOA game. Is DOA 5 the only game and the Venus Vacation games the only games we can reference now? What about fans of DOA 4, DOA 3?
No, but I think that like it pushes the standard here, right? And I feel like with fighting games, you want to go forward. You don't want to go backward, right? I feel like due to DOA 5's costumes being skimpy, that's like the new baseline. And when you go behind that, it kind of feels like you're missing something. It would be like with Mortal Kombat, right? Because I'll be honest, right? I don't play Mortal Kombat too much, but I think I might not be the only one to say this. Mortal Kombat's fatalities, not fatalities, the what is their special? In Mortal Kombat 1, it's honestly less brutal than it is in 1 versus 11. Just because of how they make it look. That's just a me thing, personally.
You think so? I think Mortal Kombat 1's fatalities look
Not
pretty
fatalities, I'm
brutal.
sorry. I mean
The X-rays.
yeah, X-rays.
Yeah, that's because they actually changed the supers. They changed it from X-ray to an actual super move. So they're still pretty brutal though. Like you just don't see the skeleton.
Yeah, but I would feel that I think that's the same context where, with these games, you get a certain level, that DOA 5 is now, because it's more sexed up than everything else, it's now the new baseline. And if you go below that, it kind of feels like you're missing something.
Then technically speaking, isn't the baseline Venus Vacation? Because that's the one that's most played, and that's the one where the whales they're pumping the money into it. So by that logic, should DOA 7 go down the same route as Venus Vacation in terms of how the characters are presented versus DOA 5?
Maybe. I think to someone like Punishir, I think he would have no issue with that. And what actually would be the problem with that?
So if they want to do super skimpy costumes in DOA and it's selling and funding the game, I'm okay with that. I'd rather that they had the costumes from like 1 to 4. I think that as generally speaking, it was better presented than 5. But if they decided to do 5, I wouldn't get annoyed at it. My only thing would be in Street Fighter 6, you've got a streamer mode. So if you don't want to see Juri in her bikini or whatever, you can turn on streamer mode, and I'm pretty sure it defaults to their original costume, so what we would have seen Kasumi wearing. And it doesn't impede what you're doing. If you want to see Juri in a bikini, then you can still get to see it. And I sort of proposed that because we've proposed that to NRS to have a streamer mode so that YouTube doesn't keep on flagging content creators, because there's a lot of YouTubers that do Mortal Kombat exclusively where they can't make money on it. Mm-hmm. So the middle ground would be, don't censor the game across the board, just put a streamer mode. And so I only see the default costumes and you guys see whatever you want to see. And that was still met with, no, that's censorship. That's not good enough. We want it this way. And I'm just like, okay, but if you want it that way, A, it's probably not going to get played at tournaments. And I don't particularly care about the tournaments too much, but that is a thing. And B, people that want to start a content creation journey around DOA and maybe show off the game to people, if they go online and encounter a Mila who's got stars on her nipples and their videos get demonetized, they're just going to be like, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm out. And I'm just trying to think of a way to facilitate so that everyone wins here. But even that is a step too far for them. What do you think about that?
Okay. Well, later in the video, because I remember in that video, but in one side you said if it was up to me, would I remove these costumes? Yeah. But then
Yeah.
also now you're saying let's have a streamer mode. So it's like, okay, which is it though? Because you said
But I just explained. I said that if it was up to me, I'd rather have it like DOA 1 to 4. But if it was up to me, loads of things wouldn't be the way they are. But I'm happy to find middle grounds. So if I worked at the studios and I wanted to sell a game to more people, I might look at it and be like, no, I want my bikini costumes. I don't want them to be censored. But we're looking at, I'm like, okay, cool. I want to sell X amount of copies. I want this to be played on YouTube so more people see it. And people are calling for it. I'd say, okay, cool. We're not going to remove the bikinis from the game. We'll just put a streamer mode in so that you see what you want to see and they see what they want to see. I'm willing to compromise with people and not just be like, I want it my way or it's the highway. Does that make sense?
yeah, I understand, but I'm just trying to view it from Punisher's point of view, because he says because he would see those two clips and he would feel like, oh, maybe Mike's just lying, maybe he's kind of full of shit on this one. Honestly, that's how.
Why would I though? Why would I lie? I don't have anything to prove to the DOA community. I say whatever I want. Some of them agree, some of them don't. Just like me and you, we have disagreements, but I don't have to lie to you.
I'm just viewing it from his perspective. That's what I would think. That if I was him, that's what I would think.
Yeah. Okay, but back to like the streamer mode thing. If it was like your favorite game, let's say you were a Mortal Kombat guy. Let's forget about DOA just for now. And I said to you, we've got a bunch of Mortal Kombat content creators who get hundreds of thousands of views on the game, but they can't make any money, and they're gonna walk away from producing content for this game because YouTube flags all of their videos. And my proposition to you was, don't remove the blood, don't remove the fatalities or the brutalities or the X-ray, but have a streamer mode so that when they're playing, they don't get demonetized. They don't have to spend 10 years in editing just to get one video out. Don't you think that's a fair proposition from your point of view?
If that's your proposition, then yeah, I wouldn't have an issue with that personally.
Okay,
But that's just me. Yeah.
that's fine. I'm not saying that you're speaking for Punisher or anyone else. That's
Yeah.
all my proposition is. If they want to have nude costumes, nude characters in DOA, and they want to take it a step further, do what you want to do. If the whales really are the driving force behind it, go ahead. But if I want to play it and I want to stream to my community, I don't think it's a big deal for me to turn on streamer mode. I don't see the issue with that.
And if that's your case, then actually, in a way, I agree with you a bit more, just because one, I am religious myself, and it's like we all like sexy costumes, but it's like sometimes it's like but just on principle, I want for them, and also if you want the game to succeed, have those costumes for the whales to have. If they want to stream it, do it that way. In a way, I agree with you a lot on that. In that way.
Yeah, that's all. That's all my position was, and I mean no disrespect to anyone that is like really looking forward to like some Guna costumes. If that's what funds DOA, have at it. Go nuts. Do whatever needs to be done to get the game to succeed. But I think a healthy middle ground is fine. Punisher thinks it's a trash idea. He put up a tweet saying this is trash because DOA 6 has something like that. And I just feel like that is that's just willing to uncompromised.
I think because also in that particular situation, it didn't really work, because they did it because it was like a half-assed. They like partly covered it, but didn't fully cover it, and people were still getting demonetized. So I guess it didn't really even work. But it desexed the game. They removed Jiggle, and also it removed it covered up some stuff, but in the end, people were still getting demonetized. So I think I think that's part of it where he's like, "Oh, this is bullshit,"
Yeah, DOA 6 did it poorly. There's a wrong way to do it and a right way to do it. I feel like what I'm proposing or what Street Fighter 6 has done is the right way to go about it. So everybody wins. I don't want their game to be censored. I'm not here pushing for censorship. I'm just trying to operate in the real world. Like I've seen what I did a DOA 6, DOA 5 video, simply showing the costumes. It got age restricted. I was like, really? Like it was literally on the screen for like 5 seconds. But that's just the world we live in. But yeah. All right, cool. Well, now that we've cleared that up,
I just feel like we did that, and a lot of the videos you can skip over that probably just because we kind of covered a lot of the stuff. A lot of the video was
fine.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Fire. but they don't want to. Okay, it doesn't matter how bad Tekken 8 gets. Tekken is a very insulated community, and so are the games. They don't like going outside of their bubble, and I respect that. They want their game to be good, so get it through your thick skull. They ain't going anywhere. They're going to continue fighting for their game. I know a lot of us have said it's time to put down the sword, but
he knows that. That's what he's saying. Okay, man.
that's the people that play loads of different fighting games, not the ones that are stuck on Tekken. Then he said, stop trying to appeal to a community that doesn't care. And he's saying that in relation to DOA. I don't know why. We don't even know what direction DOA 7 is going in. And we know that DOA 6 shit the bed.
Okay, see, this is just what I'm talking about. It's like, really? You're telling me you have absolutely no idea, any inkling of an idea where the game might be going? It's like, let's use our brain here. Every one of these, major fighting games, whether it's Tekken, Street Fighter, this is what I was talking about. Have been massively.
Sorry?
This is what I was talking about, how that the other games have been sexed up, and now it's like everyone's at this level, and that's what I was saying. Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, we don't really know what level, where DOA 7 is going to go, because if Punisher is correct in saying that the whales have basically turned DOA X into this juggernaut of a game, then it's very possible that Koei Tecmo is going to go where the money is and be like, well, screw everything else. So that's why I said you don't really know where it's going. I don't think we should make assumptions. I think jumping to conclusions is only going to draw more negative attention to the game. It'd probably be better to wait and see. That's where I was coming from when I said that we don't know.
Yeah, but then my point is that we could just use context clues, right? That, all the other games, all the other games are sexing up, but they're not at DOA's level, like at its peak level, and they're thinking, oh, if we want to appeal to these people, especially if they see Tekken 8 as, really shitting the bed, they're like, oh, we can see these people, they could be a potential audience. Oh, what do they want? They call us a Gooner game? Oh, let's de-sex it a little bit so they don't call it a Gooner game and they'll respect us.
Or if we use context clues, they could look at Street Fighter 6's sales for the bikini stuff, and they could be like, oh, there is actually a taste for this right now. We can do the Guna stuff, but maybe we should just go about it in a bit more of a smart way, like I was saying, the streamer mode. I think that would be fair. When they put out the bikini costumes, those trailers have got insane views. One guy put it up, and overnight had 1 million views, and people were salivating over it. And those costumes, as far as I'm aware, sold like crazy. So I understand there's a taste for it, and that people want it. But that's why I was saying, don't jump to conclusions, because 70,000 people logged into Street Fighter 6 the other day. And currently, of all the active big fighting games, if you were going to label one of them the Guna game, it would be Street Fighter 6 right now.
Yeah, but then my argument then would also be that, but maybe they would think, oh, let's not get too Gooner, too much of a Gooner, and go to their level, which is just the regular bikinis, right? It would not be as explicit as, say, like, I talk about this later, that the DOA 5, those costumes, I personally don't think they're as, what's the word? To me, they are skimpy, but they're not that much skimpier than the regular bikini. That they're closer, that to me they're closer to the bikini than like someone who's more in one piece.
No, you don't believe that.
Yes,
you see those costumes in DOA 5?
I have. They're bikinis.
Outrageous.
Okay, I think your average bikini is kind of outrageous too, in a way. Both are covering, like, in both the regular bikini and then that bikini, most of your skin is exposed regardless. It's you're showing far more skin than even like a onesie, like a one piece.
True, you are showing more skin when you're in a bikini, but your characterization of the DOA 5 costumes, because there's a lot of them, I would say that I'll just bring this up for you so you can see it. Like, this is one of the costumes that we highlighted, saying that this was outrageous. I think that's going. I would say that might be going a bit far.
Okay, but and I'm not saying it's not more explicit, but to me, that's not too much different to a bikini, a regular bikini, than even like a onesie or something, a one piece. Again, to me, like I think people have like they've been what's the word? Bikinis now just become the baseline. Like everyone just considers it normal, right? But bikinis are by themselves pretty explicit in that way.
So would this be considered a one piece?
I guess technically, but when I think of when I was saying one piece, like those like swimmer outfits like they wear.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
those
I
ain't India way. These are.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I was saying by a one piece. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I hear that, but
Like
I think
that is closer to a regular bikini than that is to a traditional one piece. That's what I mean.
okay.
That's what I was saying. Again, I'm not trying to act like there's no difference between a regular bikini and that. But if you were to put on the spectrum, let's say bikinis in the middle, bikinis in the middle, and then this is their outfit, and then this is the onesie. That outfit will be closer to the bikini than it would be, or I'm sorry, the outfit will be closer to a bikini than that bikini would be to the onesie.
Yeah,
That's my point.
All right. Is it okay if I read out some super chats and then we go back to it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so Tom, thank you for the $5. So when and Tope gonna make sweet potato love? When and Tope gonna make sweet potato love? I think you might have missed that word there.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
Are you both gonna use a voice? Oh, Sophie,
Yeah,
are you both gonna use a
Sophie.
voice changer to spice things up, or are you gonna sit in the corner, Tope?
Okay, I
That's pretty
genuinely
funny.
have to ask, why do people think she's using a voice changer like genuinely? I think she just sounds like that. Like look at Lily Pichu. Lily Pichu sounds like a child in that sense. There are women who sound very childlike. And I think the appeal to them is that they're swearing, but they sound like a child, so it's funny.
I think people think she's lying because she's a VTuber, and a lot of VTubers have been outed as being lying. So I'm not saying that Sophie is. I don't know. I don't want to make.
That's a true bit.
Yeah, I don't want to make any assumptions, but we've seen an abundance of VTubers be grown men sitting in their bedrooms, to the point they even turned into a meme. So I think that's why the very childlike voice and then no face reveal. I think that's why people think it. Obviously, like you said, Lily Pichu sounds very young, so it's possible. It's just it feels very unlikely to people given the state of the VTubing situations.
Fair enough. But to me, that's just not good enough. Like, that's not definitive to be like, I'm not saying you can't say that that's a dude, but it's like, to me, it's just like, I don't see any evidence. Like, if someone were to show me legitimate evidence that Sophie was actually a dude, yeah, I would believe you. But to me, it's just, she says she's a woman. There's no definitive evidence that she's not. So it just feels kind of like a cheap shot,
Yeah, I'm not going to make any claim. I mean, people in chat are saying that she confirmed she uses a voice changer, but she's still a woman. I don't know. I've never heard Sophie say that. I'm not going to make any claims about it. And to be honest with me, it's kind of irrelevant to me anyway.
Yeah.
I don't particularly care. Kenjamin, thank you for the 4 months. Tope just saying he's racist in a long-winded way.
I just do these people even know what racism is? Like the same people who say that, who want to yell about racism, will they ever talk about black people being racist? No. Like the movie Sinners. That was racist as shit. But will any of these people who want to yell about racism 24/7 say, oh, that's wrong? No. To them, black people can't be racist because of power plus privilege, which is the most retarded argument ever. Okay, by that logic, if I'm black and if I'm white and or if I'm Chinese and if I'm Chinese and I go to bro, I'm sorry, I messed that up.
It's okay.
Let me think about it for a second.
Sorry, I blacked out for a second while I was reading chat. Did you say Sinners is racist?
Yeah, quite racist actually.
Why is Sinners racist?
I mean, the way they, if you just like the undertones and all that stuff, they're basically calling with white people, you're either a KKK member or you're a vampire. And by vampire, they mean like cultural vampire. And that's our culture vulture in that sense.
But what time period was Sinners set in?
Okay, I forgot. It was the 1900s, the early 1900s.
Would it be fair to say in that time period, black people probably had a pretty rough time in the States?
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not denying that, but You can still be you can be oppressed, but also be racist too.
But I don't understand why sinners would be racist if it was set in a time when the KKK was, or groups that are like that are very prevalent. People are in chains and being hanged and beaten. I don't understand why a film depicting the slave owners and the people keep holding them down would be seen as racist if that's something that actually happened.
Because the film itself is, but I think it's also like what it's like portraying on like real life right now. Because many of the people, I mean, this is going to be a hot, like, how do I say this? Anytime a white person, like, I think it's an analogy here, how he's like, killing all the KKK members and all this. It's a weird thing, but like a lot of black people, man, they just sub KKK for a white person. A lot of black people do this, and I don't think a lot of people like to talk about that. But I think it is the truth that any white person that says anything that criticizes them in any way, they'll be labeled racist. And what's a racist? A KKK member. And what should you do with a KKK member? Kill them. Brutally kill them. Murder them. It's.
Do you think that Resident Evil 5 was racist?
Oh, no. No.
Why
Not
not?
at all.
What's the difference between Resident Evil and Sinners?
Because like Resident Evil with 5, it took place, and it actually makes logical sense. Well, okay, you could make the argument that the people that they specifically went into Africa, right? I'm not talking about the game developers, but like the characters, right? Because from what I remember, I think it was the Umbrella Corp. They went into the deep in Africa, and then they experimented on these Africans, right? Maybe they saw them as lesser, and so it was okay to experiment on them, right? You could make that argument. You could. But like, I think the people making it in Africa, it's because it's a real thing that's happened where big corporations have gone to Africa or other impoverished areas, and they'll target those areas because those people, they're kind of invisible and no one really cares about them, which is, kind of sad, but in a way, right? Like, but I don't see how it's racist in any way.
Why does it make logical sense for Resident Evil to portray Africans in that way? Which I, by the way, have no issue with, but it doesn't make logical sense to portray white people in that way in a time period where they did own slaves.
I think it's partly also because one, white people. I feel like that one, people. Yes, were people racist? Obviously, like people of all people were racist back then, right? Of course. Right, but I feel like it gets massively exaggerated. Like people will say, like white, all slave owners. This one, it's like a small fraction of white people owned slaves. It was a very small fraction. Again, not saying it's okay, but like people will like put that sin on like all white people or a large majority of white people, and I don't
When
think
you
that's
say
fair.
when you say it was a small fraction of white people that owned slaves, is that data that you're pulling from somewhere?
Yeah, I remember reading that it was like around like 10, like less than 10% or something.
Okay, let's go with that. Let's say that only 10% of white people own slaves. Would it be fair to say these slave owners were probably very rich, and had many slaves?
Yeah, I agree.
So would it be possible for one slave owner to own hundreds of black slaves?
Yeah, like Andrew Jackson. Yeah, of course.
So if let's say that there were only 10% slave owners, but each of them owned hundreds, potentially thousands of slaves on their plantations, doesn't that still stand to be something that should be highlighted? I mean, they're still putting people in chains on the thousands.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. Of course not. Yeah, of course it was a bad thing that happened. Like people like Andrew Jackson, other people owned. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like compared to like other places in the world where a lot of the population had maybe like servants or slaves, in America and places like that, it was only like the really top 1% who owned all the slaves.
Yeah. So that's
all I'm saying. I'm not like saying it's like good or anything. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah. The other thing with that though is that in that time period, if there were black people in chains and white kids were being raised and seeing them like that, would it be fair to say that even if we go over the 10% number, the number of people that actually dislike black people because of the color of their skin is going to be way higher than that, because they're seeing us in chains, they're seeing us being kicked around like we're lesser than dirt. These kids are growing up seeing black people as lesser than. So wouldn't it be fair to say that a lot of the population, well over 10%, would have been racist and disliked us even being there.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but like people will say like the sin of like slavery, like you people, they'll like exaggerate. They'll exaggerate the severity of what happened. Again, and it's one of those like tough topics where it's like, yes, it obviously was bad, but there is, how do I say this? There is what's the word I'm looking for? There is currency in exploiting a obviously horrible tragedy to use as political power against other people.
Mm-hmm.
There is. People will it's happened all the time, and I feel like that many of the black people who want to yell about it don't really know much about what they're talking about either. But they'll just say it, and they know that most people aren't gonna argue with them or anything, and so they'll just win.
So, okay, so I don't want to stay. I don't want to stay on this for too long.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
we've got a lot to get through, but I just want to get this straight. Sinners is racist, but Resident Evil 5 isn't. Just to throw one in the middle, do you think something like End of Watch is racist, or do you feel like something like what's that film about the cartel with the woman in it? Sicario, I think. Do you think something like that is racist because of the way Hispanic people are portrayed?
No, I watched Sicario.
Okay. So, all right.
The cartels are truly violent, and there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. That's a massive problem. What's the issue?
Okay. Yeah. That's fine. I'm just trying to figure out because all of these things they have a certain type of group looking a certain type of way. You're correct in saying the cartel are very dangerous and violent. But I'm not connecting the dots is back in the 1900s, the people that they were portraying as sinners were also very violent towards us.
Yeah. I'm not okay. I think more so the racism is also the undertones and like what they're trying to portray to like white people now. I think that's a big thing now. That people will say, "Oh, because of this is what happened to our ancestors, and white people did all these horrible, evil things to us, and they must pay." And I feel like a large portion of the black community does feel that way. They do. And then there was other stuff in the film where it was kind of just like with them saying, "Oh, the blues," this. To me, it was like I watched the film. And I'll be honest, was it a horrible film? No. I think it was somewhat entertaining. It was
great. I thought it was very, very good, especially the parts of the music. I thought that was really good.
You liked it when the black people were twerking there. Did you like that part too?
I liked it when it was going through the different stages of our culture and different types of music when they were in the barn. I thought that was really well done.
Okay, well I have to ask, what do you mean by our culture? What do you mean by that?
Black culture. Whether it be African, whether it be things that will happen in America with the evolution of hip hop, I like the way that that scene in particular just kept on moving between different eras.
But
it looked good to look at.
Yeah, but many Black Americans would say, "What do you mean our? That's us, not you. You're not involved in that, or I wouldn't be involved in that." It's just one of those. I'm not trying to like shit on you, but it's just like. I just feel like many of them are very hypocritical on that, where it's like, and sometimes we're all in this together, but then other times, oh, African booty scratcher this, tether this, make fun of your name this, right?
Yeah, but
it's weird.
Tope, the only problem with what you're saying is that you might be able to say that to other people that are saying that, but you're talking to me. I don't see you like that. I see you as a black guy, right? You're a black American, but when I say like our culture, obviously there's differences, me being a black British and you being a black American. But when I was watching that and I was watching them go through different types of music and eras in Africa and different types of music eras that have existed in America or other types of sides of the world, I was like, man, I don't get this. This isn't me. I don't understand. There's obviously I'm part Ugandan as well. I've grown up around my Ugandan aunties and uncles. I've seen it, even though I haven't been there. So there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I can appreciate that. If people are like, well, you're black British, you can't. That's fine. They could say that, but in the context of this conversation between me and you, that's how I see it. I can't talk for every black person.
And I would even to a degree say our too. I would, I would. Like, I'm just saying, I just think it's funny that it's like, because I do remember like back in the early 2000s when it was like, there wasn't this like kumbaya, but like recently in like the early 2010s, a lot of African Afro beats like really like flooded the market, and then it became way more Africanized with with the because I've been listening to African artists like Davido and P Square, people like that for quite a while in my life, but only like recently am I just hearing them on the radio, and I'm like, huh, what a time, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I hear it, but I just don't see it that way. Like I've got Korean and Japanese friends, and I've seen how like black culture has influenced some of the music over there. Even when I went over to Japan, there was a lot of places I went where they were playing like hip hop, and I think some people they see that and they're like, oh, it's racist that you're not involved in that and whatever. But I think we should all share our cultures. That's why I appreciate
Yeah,
that
I'm
scene. I
fine with
really
that
enjoyed
too.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just pointing out just something that I see. That's all. That's
Yeah,
all.
but okay, well, we'll move on from this. I don't
Yeah.
see Sinners as racist. I think it was a great film. I loved it. Um, do I think that white people in the modern day are slave owners? No, they were back then. They were violent towards us. It's not. I don't feel the type of way if you portray white people in that way if it's set in that period. If they were doing it now, then and it was meant to be, it was meant to depict our modern age, and I'd be like, okay, cool. That's not true. Widespread. That's not true. But yeah, I enjoyed Sinners.
Yeah.
I've heard they're doing a sequel, so I'll definitely be
Like
tuning in for that.
the last thing I'll say is that like I think it was kind of a dog whistle in a way because the people love to say white supremacist dog whistle blah blah blah. I think it was a dog whistle too, in a way.
Okay,
But
fair enough. Well, we
but
can
yeah,
come back to it.
yeah, yeah.
I
Of
know when we
course.
do call-ins, maybe people bring it up again.
Sure.
Darkman Lord, thank you for the $2. Can I jump in? I want to defend Punisher. Yes, we'll be doing call-ins after me and Tope have finished our discussion and this video. And then we'll let people in. So obviously, the streams are long, so stick around, and you can definitely, if anyone wants to jump in, Punisher included, you're more than welcome. I'll allow call-ins afterwards. Shikamaru, thank you for the $5. As a fan of DOA since 4, please shut up, Tope. You're a tourist.
Okay. I just to me it just feels like people overuse like where'd you get that word from? Like I just love it now that like many like right wingers, like many of the slang people use, tourist, all this, soy boy, beta cock, it came from right wingers and now everyone's using that term now. So it's like that's one thing. Two, I never said I was a DOA guy. But it's like you can call me a tourist if I'm saying something that's factually just incorrect or anything. And I'm just like trying to just like ruin your thing. If I'm just someone just coming in and saying a factual statement, how am I a tourist? It's like calm down, man. I never claim to be the arbiter of DOA or anything. I just like what did I say that would make me a tourist? Like what? I don't even know.
Yeah, I think because you're talking on the situation, but I don't. Just to be fair to Tope, he's not claiming to be a DOA guy. We're just covering a situation that happened with a DOA guy. So
Yeah.
I think that you're allowed. Personally speaking, I understand why people say tourist, but I think that you're allowed to give your thoughts on any game. Like I don't play Guilty Gear, but I think what they did with the recent Guilty Gear patch is great. But I could also say that maybe it was shit. Like you can call me a tourist if you want, but it's a video game. I own Guilty Gear. I can talk about it if I want. So for me personally, that I think the word gets overused.
Yeah, definitely.
Tom, thank you for the $10. I want DOA 7 to have beautiful characters with great playstyles, not delusional worker of the night with a subscription. That's about as tasteless and overpriced as big art meal from McDonald's. Yeah, I agree with Tom. At no point have I said I don't want the characters to not be sexy or whatever. That's DOA's identity. I think there's just varying degrees of what we find to be like acceptable or what we want to see on our screens. But I could be wrong. If the whales are fun in DOAX and it's a massive game, then I'm willing to concede that it's not going to happen for me. So it's whatever. I'm not going to lose my sleep over it. That Daniel 90, thank you for the $2. I want to know, does he think Roots is racist?
Well, I mean, Roots is it's not real though. That's the thing though.
Well, no, Sinners wasn't real either.
No, but like with Roots, people will say it's like literally like a real story when the author himself said it was a fantasy to represent his people's struggles. So it's like no, but like the way Roots was portrayed is it was like a real story. That's the difference. Like I'm not Sinners. No one thinks Sinners is real. It obviously has fantastical elements, but like people will be like people will dead ass like think Roots is like a real story. When even the author himself, he was sued. He was sued, and then he had to admit, yeah, I did kind of make a lot of it up. So it's like, again, I'm not. Again, this is just one of those things where it's like, oh, so you think nothing bad happened in history? It's like obviously not, but like you're, I don't know.
Do you think that the TV show is racist?
I've not watched. I didn't know they had a TV. I knew about the movie. Or which TV show are you talking about? Are you talking about the original or?
No, it's a brand new one that's come out late last year. It's brilliant, by the way. I'd highly recommend watching it. It's better than the films. But there's a lot of tension between new blacks that move into the neighborhood and white people. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of like, I don't want to spoil it for anyone, but if you do watch it, Tope, please let me know. I'd love to know what you think.
Okay.
Because.
But
yeah.
I'm seeing people say that I dodged the question. Okay, I wasn't trying to, but I have not. I actually haven't watched Roots, so I couldn't tell you. I know generally like Tobe and other. I watched a little bit of the new one they made like a while back, but it was so long ago. I kind of like I could tell you generally a gist, but again,
Okay,
like
fair
the
enough.
thing is though, that's not my thing. So sorry, like.
Shikamaru, thank you for the $2. It's actually 25% to 32% whites owned slaves. I did see the 25% in regards to Southern families in America. I did see that, but I haven't fact checked it. That's just what Google told me. So
Yeah, I'd love to see that too, but fair enough. But again, that's still a minority of the population, though. The vast majority of the population did not own slaves, versus other like civilizations where most people had servants and stuff, and they had them do their stuff for free. Versus, yeah.
But it would be fair to say, even though I don't have the stats on this, I think we probably can all fairly say that the majority of the population probably didn't like black people.
Yeah, I think that's a fair thing to say.
Yeah, so you'd probably be fair in saying that even if we go with 25%, and that's the maximum, I would be willing to bet that a lot of people that weren't slave owners were still committing acts of brutality against black people simply for the color of their skin.
Yeah, fair enough. And also, I see someone saying still owning slaves is still crazy. Doesn't matter percentage. It's like, okay, then yell at black Africans, yell at the Arabs. What about the Barbary slave trade and other slave trades? Like, do people forget that who are the people who helped end slavery globally? It was white people. So it's like, let's just get that straight first off. So it's like they participated in a sin, but they uniquely were the ones who cleansed that sin largely from the world. So I think that's a fair enough thing to say.
We'll come back to this. I don't want to derail too much. We'll definitely come back to this. Michael Riddick, thank you for the $10. Mike, where is this guy's family from? You're Nigerian, right?
Yeah, I'm Nigerian. But I was born here in America.
Okay. Was he teased as a child? Did he get picked last at dodgeball? Did black girls reject him? Why be on a public platform talking bad about black people?
Well, funny enough, dodgeball. People love me in dodgeball. I love like dodgeball. It's like sports, all that stuff. So no, but I mean, if we're talking about teased, I mean, people did like. And I didn't even understand why, but like people did make fun of me, and it was other people did, but it was largely blacks, like black Americans, who did tease me, I guess. But that has nothing to. But it wasn't even like that much. It was dumb, just dumb shit. Right? I just look back on it. I just laugh. Right? It wasn't like I know people are gonna say, "Oh, you're just like LTG and all this." I don't have any of these like crazy fantastical stories. Like people would like make fun of my name. That's basically like a substitute teacher would be like, "Oh, and then someone would like yell my name out and they'd like butcher it on purpose."
Is your name hard to say?
Huh?
Is your name hard to say?
I don't think it's just hard to say. It's just so foreign, right? It's just foreign. Like, and usually my full name, because my full name is like Temi Tope or Temi Tope. That's my full first name. I just go by Tope though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's 2 names in one. So like that's my government full name, but people don't know how to say that, and then they will. So it. But again, it wasn't even like nothing. It was nothing crazy. It's like people will think, oh, that's why you're like this. Okay. It's like, but that's not even the case too. It's like I just.
Duke of Nylon, thank you for the $5. Tourist is just a different way to say poser. Sentiment had been around before the culture war.
I'm not saying it's in the case, but like it really was amplified. Like I'd say during like 20, like as someone who was active or around during that time, the 2015, 2016, like that era. That's when that stuff was really amplified, though. It was like the culture wars. It was like I'm not saying it didn't exist before, but I get what he's saying. I mean, I wouldn't call myself a tourist. I'd maybe just call myself a visitor, someone who's new, right? But tourist has that negative connotation that I'm like. But I'm not trying to be like, oh, this is how your game is supposed to be, and if you don't like it, you're an idiot. Like I think that's a tourist. I'm not doing that to DOA. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I'll come back to questions in a bit. We'll get back to the video. So only 2 minutes in.
I just feel like so much of it we already kind of covered a bit, so it just feels.
Yeah,
like
I'll let it play. I'll let it play if there's something that we don't need to cover.
yeah. Adjective, and toning stuff down a bit for the audience becoming more esports. Wait, could you pause? I'm seeing here like an example here. Someone's calling me Timmy Tope head. Like that's the type of shit that happened when I was younger. Where it's just like, oh, okay, like it was annoying at most, but like, okay, that's fine.
It's fine. We all got bullied. Listen, I was fat when I was in school. They bullied me for being fat. I remember walking down the corridor and some girl called Georgina, she saw me walking and she started going like this, and I was like, "What's she doing?" And she was like, "Oh, there's an earthquake. Michael's walking." I wasn't even that fat. Like I was just chubby. Maybe my top was a bit too tight, but I got bullied in school until I joined the basketball team and lost all my weight. So I get it's not nice to be bullied, but kids can be little dickheads. So
yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, but I won't. Right, and a big thing is that due to the controversy with the the core values, right? DOA is definitely going to see that other fighting games in their genre are becoming more competitive, and they realize, oh, we can't be as, we can't have like more lewd costumes or stuff, which is what, our core audience wants, while also appealing to the esports audience or people who just play the game more competitively, even if you don't go to tournaments. So it's like, and you could even see by the initial trailer of Dead or Alive, that the suit that they had Kasumi in was less revealing than her more traditional outfit, right? DOA 6 had this where the suit that they advertised her in was more conservative, and this one also looks more conservative, even compared to her regular outfit. So, and now I'll take that. People seeing more, use.
What's that?
I can rescind that a little bit just because I saw more of the costume. I didn't really see the. Well, I think it seems kind of similar, so it's not that. That's not as like. To me, it looked like it was just like a full flowing dress, and it was just a boob line. Yeah, but it looked like it was showing thighs and everything too. So I think it's around the same.
Yeah, that's all I was saying, and I don't blame you for not noticing because you're not a DOA guy, but I'd expect them to notice. These are DOA players, especially people that pay so much attention to the female form in DOA. You'd think they would have noticed and slowed down the trailer. So that's basically why I got into them about it. But I wasn't being rude about it. I was just like, you can see her thighs. That's undeniable. So
context clues and put 2 and 2 together to think that maybe make us an educated guess that maybe these people are going to try and appeal to Tekken, like try to appeal to Tekken or Street Fighter player, and then maybe get them. And he's saying that these people are never going to play your game anyway to begin with, so why are you trying to appeal to said people? That's all he's saying. So to him, I think he's just being stupid here, where he's just saying, "Oh, we have no idea." Like this thing is like, you have to try something out 100%. You have to see it to make it, to make a guess. It's like sometimes I don't need to do that. Sometimes I can just look at, use common sense. Sometimes I can just look at the people who are behind it, and I can make some educated guesses behind if a product's going to be good or not. I don't have it's this old adage. I don't have to eat shit to know that shit is bad, or I don't need to, touch the literal surface of the sun to know that the sun is hot. Well, this line of argumentation is stupid. I digress.
We want to make this like Tekken. We want it to be all esports centric, and then maybe I'd be willing to listen to the argument, but we don't know yet. So
we don't know. We have no idea. Sure. Okay.
This is just a dig at the community. He says DOA needs to lean into what it does best. I agree. It should lean into what it does best. I believe that DOA should lean into its fan service. To what degree? That's probably where we disagree. And I think that it should continue to bring that very cinematic gameplay, which it's done better than anybody else. Blackheart said to him, "Do you understand how different from Tekken these games are? It's like you're playing FIFA. It's bad, and someone tells you to try a basketball game because it's still a sports game. It doesn't work like that," which is a perfect analogy.
No, that's not a perfect analogy. In fact, it's a pretty stupid one. Because unlike, this is gonna sound crazy, but unlike these, ball games, these sports games, they don't have an overarching term that loops them all together. Like the FGC, fighting game community, encompasses all of these different games. Like, for example, like even though beat 'em up games or games like WWE wrestling, they are fighting, or UFC. These are games where you're punching someone, hitting them, right? You're doing martial arts moves. Are those games part of the FGC? Oh, they're not, right? Like when we say FGC, we're talking about a particular type of fighting game. Games like Tekken, Street Fighter, DOA, Guilty Gear, 2D, 3D, even platformers, right? That's a very specific type of game, right? And all of those games, even though that they are different, they are far more similar to each other than they are related to like a UFC game, even though they both are fighting games. So him making this comparison, it's like these games, FIFA, NBA 2K, even though they're sports, they're leagues apart. FIFA is as different NBA 2K as Tekken would be to UFC, or Guilty Gear or Street Fighter is to WWE. Those are their own separate things. So it's like, no, that's actually not a good example at all. And the FGC, it's a community. It's a community of all these different games. I know, as I said before, they are different, but they are united in that way. Does Evo does Evo run tournaments of UFC or WWE? Oh no, yeah, that tells you everything you need to know.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say, just on that last point there before I forget, if your argumentation is going to Evo held a Mario Kart tournament at one point, an official Mario Kart tournament. So we can't really use that as an argumentation because Evo has been known to deviate from traditional fighting games. Secondly, just because something is in the fighting game community banner doesn't mean that they're united. The only reason that we are united and maybe Call of Duty and Battlefield and all them lot aren't is because we are such a tiny community that in order for these tournament organizers to run tournaments, in order for these events to even happen, we kind of have to band together. The only one that didn't really have to do that was Smash Brothers. That is the only thing really uniting us, and maybe our love for fighting games. But I would ask you, and I don't mean this as like a gotcha or anything, I just need to know based on your explanation, how much of Tekken have you played?
Not a ton. I played a little bit of, very little bit of Tekken 7, like lab some combos. But then right then Tekken 8 came out, so I was playing a couple hours. But at the end of the day, I didn't play too much.
So Tekken and Tekken, the game and its community are very, very insulated. Like if you play Tekken, you're kind of like, there's a lot of people that like ball and gun games. They just play Tekken. If it's not Tekken, it's nothing else. Blackheart understands this pretty well because Blackheart is a very high level Tekken player and he knows that you can't get that experience anywhere. So whether you tell us to go play Guilty Gear or Dead or Alive, it really makes no difference to us whatsoever. The only thing that links them is the fact that they are fighting games. The Tekken experience is 100% unique. There's no crossover whatsoever. So when we hear that, you could tell us to go and learn algebra. It would not compute. They don't want to hear it. That's what I was getting at. So the examples, I think maybe because you don't play Tekken, maybe like you're falling under the same banner as the people making these arguments. But to Tekken players, they're not going to get that experience anywhere else. So you might as well name any other game.
Yeah, and I understand. I'm understanding that a lot. I understand that a lot more now that they are more isolated. But I mean, but they are. I know that. Like, look, I like the stuff that I like the most. Like, I am a Smash player, right? I do love Smash, right? And I would love to get into Rivals, but like, I just never really had time. However, though, I understand that it's I'm not going to get the same exact experience. It's not going to be quite the same, It's like kind of like Diet Coke, different flavors of sodas. But I feel like under the same banner, they all have a lot of the very similar stuff. So more so than like the other, like, because I just feel like that, like Tekken and like FIFA and like NBA 2K, WWE, these type of games, they are just completely just in their own, completely. Like, and I feel like something like Tekken, even though I know that they're way different, I understand that completely, right? Mm-hmm. Slight differences are still major in the long run. I completely understand that. I do. But
do you know what the best way to? I don't know if this is a good way to describe it, but there's loads of. We've spoken about food on this channel so much. It feels stupid bringing this up, but it's like if we went to a restaurant, and I told you I want a chicken burger, and you say to me, "Sorry, we've already got, I don't know, some vegan shit, whatever," and you say to me, "Well, they're both burgers." It's like, yeah, but they're worlds apart. What you're offering me here has got mushrooms in it. I don't want that shit. This experience only comes with the chicken burger. I'm not gonna get the experience of sidestep right, electro wing, god fist. I can't get that anywhere else. That if you're telling a Mishima player, for example, go play DOA, man. It's a 3D fighting game. He's just gonna look at it and be like, I can't replicate this feeling anywhere. So you might as well tell me to go kick rocks. And that's what Blackheart was trying to get across there, that you could give us any other game. Blackheart, for example, has told people multiple times, if it's not Tekken, it's nothing. It's Tekken or nothing. And that's not that different from Call of Duty and FIFA players, where they're not really gamers. They don't have a large collection of games. You're not going to go to their house and see games on the Famicom or something that came out ages ago. They're not collectors like that. They don't play games. They just play Tekken. And if Tekken goes to shit, they're out. That's all Blackheart's saying. That's why I said it's a perfect analogy. You might as well tell us to go and actually play football. It makes no difference. We want to experience wave dash, what's the move? Hell Sweep. We ain't gonna get that anywhere else. We want to experience Tekken in this form, and that's why they're fighting so hard to keep their game in a somewhat decent state. And I know the developers are watching this because they've just responded today saying an emergency patch is going to be going out. Now, everybody's obviously dooming because they've lied to us twice now. But I think if you have a deep love for the game and it's the only thing you really play, I could understand why they would say, that you're telling us to go and do something, it doesn't compute. Do you get that?
Yeah, and I totally understand. I would just disagree. I wouldn't say it's like a turkey burger to a chicken burger to like a veggie burger. I'd say it's like a turkey burger. It's like a regular burger or something. Because it's like, I think they're a lot more similar than people would like to. And again, they're different. Like or pork. Like someone who's eating a lot of pork and, turkey and all this, they taste very different. But they both can work very well together. They can. I feel like.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was gonna say, I don't want to like you to take it as a disrespect or anything, but because the video is quite long, are you okay if we put it on 1.5 speed? So
go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, because I saw them.
Especially since we talked about a lot of this stuff that's gonna happen anyway. Feel free. Feel free.
All right. Cool. How bad Tekken gets, like I said, they don't want to hear it.
saying go play DOA is actually no different than saying go play Guilty Gear, as far as they're concerned. It's just not Tekken. You will not get the Tekken experience anywhere else, and that's why they're fighting so hard to save their game from these developers. The developers don't understand right from left, evidently. But a lot of these
Are they fighting hard enough?
Oh, sorry, not to break it up. Guys, I don't mind if you have disagreements with Tope, and I don't mind you saying what you want, but I would ask you, please don't insult him, because I don't want people to like watch this and look at my community and be like, these guys are rabid dogs. If you don't like his opinions, just challenge his opinions. Don't talk about his appearance. Don't make juvenile insults at him. I don't think it's because he hasn't done anything disrespectful to me. So let's attack his ideas.
I can take it. I don't really.
Yeah, but it's not about you. It's not about you taking it. It's that pause. It's that I don't want people to watch this stream and think that my community are rabid, because they're not. I know that you guys can make fair arguments, because most of the time when I invite people to come on and talk to guests, they're normally respectful. So if you don't like what he's saying, just be chill about it and just talk about why you think is wrong. Okay, that's all I want to say on that.
I don't think they are, honestly. If they actually were fighting hard enough, many of these people, maybe they would, I don't know, maybe don't play the game, don't buy the season pass, don't do these things. It's like, if you want these people to actually listen to you, because I don't know about you, I'm not super into Tekken. I got it initially, but then seeing the state of the game, I did not want to play it. And I've been looking, I've been, an onlooker, seeing what's been going on for the past 3 years. One, people will still just buy and play the game constantly and do all that. And not only that, there will be plenty of people like, Main Man Sweet and other people who constantly carried water for the game. And then when people like Planet Medusa or Nova Saiken, spoke out against it way back in the beginning, you know what happened? They got labeled as crazy, insane, edgy. They're just like, a faux sophisticate. So it's like, yeah, I don't think these people are doing enough to save their game and themselves. I do think it's funny that Mike is saying this, because he just recently made a video talking about the state of Tekken and the disaster that's going on in Season 3. And in there, he's starting out the video very hard and tough. This game sucks. The developers are idiots, blah, 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 all this, right? And then he's like, oh, I don't usually do this, but I'm actually hoping that this game fails. I'm hoping that it loses. Right? I'm like, okay, I see it. Like, I can
I didn't say that. I said that I'm actively going to tell people to not buy the game. Those are my words. And I also said don't take part in purchasing things on the store. But I did then also say, if you've already got the game and you make content for it and you got a loud voice, then let it be known that they fucked us over. I think that's a better use of your time than leaving Tekken to the wolves and just having people tear it apart, and it turns into something that it's not.
I'm not. Maybe you said that, but I will take your word for it. And yeah. I'll retract that. If I see later in the future, yeah, I'll. But like, yeah, for now, I'll.
Yeah, if I'm mistaken, then I'll hold that. But I mean, to be clear, I'll say it now. I hope they sunset Tekken 8 and move on to something else, because the developers have shown their hand. I don't think they're going to give us the game we want, and I just think that this game has done some real harm to Tekken's reputation. So I would hope that we can move on and move to the next Tekken game.
Back that he says that, and he says, "Oh, you gotta hit them where it hurts their wallet." And I'm like, "Okay, I agree with that too. Great idea." But then right after he says, "Well, but if you still want to buy your own character with the pass, you can do that. That's fine. And if you want a particular skin, you'd still buy it, and that's fine." It's like, bro, then you're not serious. Like, you're not serious. If you don't even.
Well, I didn't say that. I said do not purchase anything in the store, because that's where it's going to hurt them. However, if you've already got the content, then obviously use it. Like, if you want to use your content, you already purchased it. But I've said this from the beginning. I think the store preys on people. I think that they use FOMO to get money out of people, and I think that a lot of their practices are quite bad. But I said that I said about the characters. If your favorite character pops up, I ain't gonna flame you for buying your favorite character. I'm not gonna get onto you for it. But try to minimize interaction with the store as much as possible. My interaction with it is zero. I don't buy things in the store. But I'm not going to shit on people if they've already got something and they want to play with it. I just think that's pointless.
Isn't that kind of what I said? That, okay, maybe the costume thing, but the characters. If you want to get the characters, I'm not going to flame you for it, but it's like...
But who am I to flame them? That's their money. Like, I'm not going to sit there and be like, fuck you bought this character, you're part of the problem.
I would. What's the issue with that? Aren't they kind of being part of the problem? Like, I don't really care about the niceties. I think people just need to get straight to the point. Yeah, if your goal is to truly help this game succeed, and then people are actively giving them extra money, more and more and more. I don't care how you're doing it, you're actively retarding the progress. And I think that is, in a way, like, that is hurting. And I will call you out. I'm not gonna say, oh, you're a horrible, evil piece of shit, but I'm gonna be like, bro, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna criticize you. And I think that's fair.
It depends on where your stance is, though. Like King J, for example, he's told me, he's like, yeah, I've bought stuff in the store. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, you haven't really been heavy on the store, though. Like, I'm not gonna sit and tell you to think like I think. But if you were like me and you had the same stance as me, but then you were purchasing stuff in the store, then I'd be like, well, what are you doing, bro? You're telling your audience one thing and then you're doing another. I've been very consistent with Tekken 8. I haven't purchased a single thing in that store, not a single thing. But if I was the kind of person that never really spoke about it, like Jay, and I purchased stuff, no one could tell me anything because I can do what I want with my money, and I wouldn't go and bother that person because they can interact with Tekken however they want.
I see. This is where people say, and I've seen people in chat too, and this sentiment, you can't tell people how to spend their money. Why not? Why not? I feel like in a way they don't have to listen to you, but you can totally tell someone, like, don't spend money on this thing. This thing helps promote slave labor. Don't buy it. That kind of thing. It's like, I'm not comparing Tekken to that. I'm not, but like, this is an example. I feel like for other stuff, people would understand where I'm coming from, but for this, I'm not saying it's nearly as serious, but if you truly want this game to succeed and you truly want it to happen, you need to do a truly unified boycott and make them hurt. And it has to be a unified effort. If other people are who are not in your group, like, okay, if it's someone like Shinblade, I'm not even going to shit on them. They like the game, right? They're so far removed from what I'm saying. But if you're someone who clearly hates the game, but yet you're still doing it, yeah, I'm gonna say, are you dumb? I'm gonna genuinely be like that. Genuinely, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but like you're saying, tell them. It's not my place to tell anyone. I can recommend, and I've definitely given my recommendations. I recommend that it's probably not a good idea to support something that's actively hurting our game. But I don't like this whole monitor situation that's going on in Tekken right now, where everyone's trying to police what people are doing. We're watching, like, people are made to feel bad because maybe Tekken 8 did release a really cool costume, and someone's like, man, I really want that, but the Tekken community is going to get onto me. I don't want to promote those kinds of things. So I will recommend to people, the store's a problem. Don't feed into it, or try not to. That would be my recommendation. But I'm not going to wag my finger at people and say, don't do that. Don't do this. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you that. I think that's just where you get into fights. That's where drama starts.
I think maybe if I think I have no issue with fights. I have no issue with drama. I think it needs to happen to a degree. Get it over with, get it past it so we can move on. I'm just a very direct person. That's just me, so I'm very directly with that. And
I don't want to talk to the communities with an air of authority, like I'm telling them what to do. I can only recommend to people what to do. Like when Bleach Rebirth for Souls came out, I made the video and I said, as much as I love this game, I cannot recommend it right now because it doesn't even have ranked. But when they did add ranked and they updated something, they said, okay, cool, I can recommend this now. Go out and buy it. And some people didn't like that. They were like, you're hurting the game, blah, blah, blah. But I'm not telling anyone to do anything. I'm just telling people what I'm seeing. And then I'm recommending it or saying, yeah, this is worth it. This ain't it. But all of this infighting going on because we're policing what people are doing. Like, I saw some guy on Twitter getting flamed because he had a costume that you have to buy. And I was like, are these people for real? Like, this is ridiculous. You could say to him in private, hey, bro, maybe you shouldn't partake in something that's preying on our game. But to flame him over it and start wagging fingers and starting fights and drama, that seems really juvenile.
Like, at what level were they just saying, like, bro, why? Or were they just, like, really just shitting on him? Because I get, there's a level. There's obviously a level.
Bro, you know what Twitter's like.
Fair enough. Then, yeah, that's a bit much, right? But still, if it's like a homie, I'm gonna be like, yeah, like, bro, what are you? Come on, man, what are you doing? Like, come on. To me, again. Yeah. Well, also, did that person like? Does he like the game, or is he known for disliking it?
It was just someone playing Tekken. He made a post and it caught the algorithm, and then he got blown up for it.
Yeah. So I can't really say either way, but Yeah, I don't know. I understand what you're saying. I am giving him a recommendation, but I just have more very like harsh, direct recommendation where I'm like, this is like the only way they're gonna even have a chance of listening to us. We have to do this, and if you're not doing this, then you're actively hurting us. And I think to a point, yeah.
Do you think that my stance that what I've just told you about how I approach it, do you think that makes me a fencer? Because I know that you've attributed me to being like a centrist and a fencer, and I don't really take sides, but I feel like I'm trying to be reasonable, and I don't want to start fights with people over a costume and how they spend their money. So, in this particular situation, would you say that I'm being a fencer?
Not really. I as long as you're actively telling people to not like, okay, it's one thing to not like shit on, it's okay, how do I say this? Yeah, it's one thing to not shit on someone for doing something that you didn't want them to do, right? It's another thing for you to just not care. That's completely different too. And I feel like you're not doing that. Like, you obviously are saying don't get this. Don't do it. And if you're not doing it, and if that's your stance, then I don't consider you a fence sitter on this.
All right, cool. Yeah, just wants to clear that one up. All right, cool. We'll get back to the video.
Have the guts to tell people to actually boycott the game, then you're not actually serious about making a difference. I think the least you can do is tell people to not pay for the season pass or skins. That's the least you can do. But you're not even like telling them don't do that. You said that, but then right after said, well, what if you want to do it?
Just to be clear, I did say to people probably shouldn't get the season pass given what they've done. I said that in multiple videos and multiple live streams, but I don't blame you for not knowing, because obviously you don't watch my content like that. But these guys will tell you as well. I haven't purchased season 2. Definitely won't be purchasing season 3. I didn't know Tekken 8 was going to be in the state that it's in, so I did buy the collector's edition, so I got the season pass by default. But I have told people that, just so that everyone knows.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'll retract that part.
It's like, yeah, you're not serious. I don't think you're doing enough at all. So
older players do. A lot of these players that invested time do. They want to save their franchise. I mean, you should understand that. All you do is tweet about DOA. What Punisher doesn't understand, which he will understand very soon, and the rest of the people that agree with him, is that he's talking about, I've only been playing it for a few months, but there's people that have been playing since the first DOA game in my DMs. There's people that are heavily connected to the company. I won't say any names. I'll let them appear on my podcast when they do, and they will.
You can't say their names, but they're going to appear on your podcast. How does that make any sense?
So the reason that makes sense is that, I don't know if you know, but I had Master on here. Master's like the community manager of Ninja Gaiden, and he was a pro player in DOAs. Like, he works at Koei Tecmo basically. He's probably had some hand in DOA 7 because he was so influential with previous DOA games. But when I have somebody that works in a company messaging me saying that they want to come on the podcast, because of the nature of my podcast and the guests that I have on here, some of the people that reach out to me see me as a bit of a risk, because they don't know how the podcast is going to go. So the reason that I don't drop people's names until I've got confirmation is that I don't want to get them in trouble with their employers. I don't know who I can use. Master's the only example I can use from Koei Tecmo, but I've had an NRS developer on here before who couldn't reveal who he actually was, just from, just because it could cause him problems. And even though I can't give you names and you don't have to take my word for it, I don't know who you would trust that I could give a name that knows. I don't know. I don't know if you trust C4, even though you two don't get on, but C4 is not a liar. He would know as well, being a commentator in the industry, that certain people would get in very big trouble for showing up on my podcast. So the reason that they don't come on straight away and I have to get it cleared up is that they need to make sure they've got clearance to do it. I've had some pretty spicy people on here, as you know, and sometimes the podcast can get pretty chaotic. It's not your regular FGC podcast, so that's why you don't know the names of these people. But it's not something that I'm just saying. I've already had a Koei Tecmo employee on the podcast before, and people like Emery Reigns has been here. I've got friends in the WWE that I've said to them, hey, do you want to come on my podcast? We'll play some WWE together. And they said to me, yeah, I want to come on, but I need to make sure that we get it cleared with backstage or whatever. So that's the reason.
I should have worded it a bit better. I can see why in that case, but then I'm just also like, but then I think you shouldn't bring it up. Then if that's the case, like you should bring it up when you could bring them on.
That's
I just
fair.
think it kind of feels kind of like vague. It feels like you're vague posting. Well, I have this I have this special thing that I have, but I can't even tell you about it yet. I can't tell you anything. I can't even tell you your name or anything. It's to me, it's just so weird. It's like if you're gonna bring the person on and they're gonna have their name and face and everything. If they're not gonna do that, then it's like then I don't even know if this person is real or not.
That's fair. That's fair. There's no way for you to know, so I can concede that point. Um, I don't know.
But I'm not even like trying to. I know I was being aggressive, but but that's just to me. I just hate it when people are very like very vague in that like, and not even saying that you're not gonna bring that person on. Honestly, you probably will. I'm thinking you probably have lots of connections with people, but it's just to me, it's just so weird where it's just like, well, I have this person, and they're gonna come on, but I can't even say their name.
Yeah.
And it's just like,
No, that's fair. I will see that because obviously you don't know who I'm talking to. So to that, it just looks like I'm trying to flex without having any real information. And I get that. I did this. Someone said that to me before about the WWE thing. The only thing with the WWE thing is that I've got pictures of these wrestlers before they became big. Me like hanging out with them at a restaurant or whatever on my Instagram. So that one at least I can provide some sort of proof that I know people that work there. But this, I understand. It does sound like I'm just saying something to like skirt the conversation. The same thing happened when I went on RVD's podcast. I don't know if you know who RVD is, but he's a famous wrestler for back in the day, Rob Van Dam. And I let people know that he messaged me, DM'd me, and he asked me to go on his podcast. And I was met with the same sort of response. How do we know? Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, it wasn't until I actually got on RVD's podcast and people saw me sitting there talking to him that they were like, oh, okay, fair enough. So I get your point completely.
yeah. Now I'll reiterate this. Like, I'm not saying you have to like say everything, of course, but it's just like give us like some like juicy bits, like genuinely, of course.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I take that criticism on board. Until I can say someone's name, I won't do that. I probably should not do that. So that's fair.
Okay.
Completely disagree with his takes. People in the industry, people that have worked on DOA games, and when they decide to appear on the podcast, he will see for himself. They said to me, "You have zero experience of competitive DOA." That's true, but I have the experience of talking to loads of competitive players that are much more successful than himself,
That's still not experience. Oh, he's right on that front still. Oh, okay.
and they have very similar.
But I said that I don't have tournament experience. I made the caveat that I'm speaking to people that have more experience than him. So he's right. I don't have the tournament experience that he does. But I know people that know more about DOA in terms of like competitive play than he does. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, honestly, I'm looking back. The way it was like you were kind of like saying, "Oh, because of that, I do have experience." But I was being a little bit catty. I'll give you that. So just yeah, you can.
No, that's fair. Also, just to respond to Survive was taken in the chat saying, "Who calls RVD Rob Van Dam?" Literally everyone. It's in his Titatron. It's on his costume, bro. You said you would watch wrestling forever. You not watch RVD. Like his own Twitter name is RVD or his Instagram. Come on, man. What are we doing? Anyway, let me not deviate into a wrestling thing.
Takes to me, or the professional side of investors and directors like me. Now, he always does this. He always makes very vague comments like that. Now, the difference between him and me is that I'll bring these people on here and we'll have discussions. And I've spoken.
Oh, that's hilarious. Only he makes vague comments. Like that's just you've done the same. You just did that just a moment ago. They're gonna come onto your stream, but you can't say their names right now. What the fuck is that, dude? How is that not vague as hell? But let me guess. Like, well, I hope that these people actually come on, and it doesn't become like a complete smoke and mirrors, like King J's allegations against Ty that you supported and you staked your reputation on, and they just didn't happen. Will it be like that? I guess we'll see.
Yeah, well, the King J and Ty thing, I had to hold that L. King J told me something. He's my boy. I ran with it. Turned into a shitstorm. So, yeah, I have to hold that one. I apologize to Ty. Well, we all make mistakes. That was definitely one of the bigger blunders that I've made.
I haven't spoken to a direct in DOA, obviously, but I've spoken to people that work within Koei Tecmo. And like I said, they will be here one day. And you know what, Punisher? I'd love for you to be here. Since you seem to know so much about the professional side of investors and directors, I'd love for you to be here. Investors don't care about my fighting game has to be competitive nonsense anymore. Japan had to make money now. Now notice I didn't even mention anything about that. I don't care about the tournament side of it. I don't care if DOA comes out and it's broken. I just want it to be fun. I want to have a good time. Like I told you before, even though you have trouble understanding.
Okay, like this is just a very corny semantic game. Competitive and tourney are a bit different, right? I would consider Mike to be a bit of a competitive player. Someone, who plays the game somewhat seriously, is adept at the game, knows the mechanics, but they don't go to tournament, right? They might not go to tournament, but they are a competitive player. Being a competitive player does not necessarily mean that you go to tournaments. So he keeps on saying, he's saying tournament, but he's not saying that, he's saying competitive. But it's just an annoying semantic game, honestly.
So the reason that I mentioned tournaments is because he's been talking about the FGC constantly and how it's portrayed in tournaments. You're right in saying that I'm a competitive player. I don't go to tournaments anymore, but when I pick up a fighting game, my aim is to get better than everyone else. So that, I guess, you would throw me in the competitive category. But the reason that I think that it'd be good if the game was competitive is that usually when a fighting game is competitive, it means the mechanics are probably pretty good. That we can actually play this in a tournament-style format, whether you're offline or online, and not feel like there's constant robbery. So I don't think there's anything wrong for pushing for DOA to have mechanics that are so good that you can have a competition, whether you're online or offline. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Yeah, and I don't think Punisher has a problem with that either. I don't think he does either.
Well, he's saying that, like, in this it says my fighting game has to be competitive. I also like that's not something that I've said about DOA, and I did explain this video, which they'll probably go over. I've played Mortal Kombat since I was a kid. Mortal Kombat is hilariously broken, and I played MKX to death. I'm not saying this to flex, but I was #1 on the leaderboard for quite some time. That game is a mess. So this talking point that he's bringing up, it might be something that they're speaking about in general, but he's making the mistake of not addressing me. He's addressing something that maybe he's read on Twitter, which is why I had a problem with this. I think it's fair to say, if you're talking to someone, talk to them and make points against their points. Don't just start saying things that you've read on Twitter.
Okay, yeah, but the thing is, though, I can understand that, but he was talking about something that was directly related to what you're saying. Like, I think people in regular conversations, like when I'm talking with my sister or something, we'll be having a direct conversation. Like, let's just say I'm having a political conversation with my dad or something, right? Since we have different politics. I'll be talking to him directly about what his beliefs are, but then I'll also sometimes then say, well, your group disagrees with you, right? I'll be talking broadly, right? But it's still related to what we're talking about. So I don't see an issue with bringing that up. Because it's not like I'm saying, because this, therefore you are that. If you get what I'm saying here.
Yeah, that's fair enough. That's
what he's doing, and I just feel like, what's the issue with that? I don't see an issue. It's not like he's going completely just off a different tangent. If that was the case, then yeah, feel free to criticize him. It's just, to me, it just feels like, who cares? It's like...
Okay.
English language. I played MKX. Is anybody going to sit here and say MKX was a balanced game? And I played MKX for a very long time. I won tournaments in the UK. I was #1 ranked on the leaderboard for some time. So I don't know where you're getting this idea that we're talking about tournaments and competitiveness. We just want a fun game. Now, your idea of fun is different to mine, but the problem with you and people like you is that when there's pushback given to you, you turn vitriolic. These insults started with you. I was merely offering my takes on where I think DOA should go, which I'm allowed to do. You don't have...
And see, that is a lie. And that's what he loves to do. He loves to try and, he loves to try and just change the narrative and frame it that he's just, he's the calm, innocent person, and everyone who's against him is just a vitriolic asshole. It's like, okay, let's go back just a little bit, huh? Right? So I'm going to show you two things here, right? Literally, there's two things I'm going to show. Yeah. So with this, right? Mind you, Punisher, he's making a general statement about the community. He's not talking about you personally or anything, right? You go to him first, you quote tweet him, and at the end of your post, you're like, please do what you do best and tweet about Venus vacation and bus side. Like, okay, was that supposed to be nice? Were you saying that to be that wasn't a personal attack? That wasn't insulting at all? Like, really? He does this a lot. He'll say stuff like this that's clearly meant to be offensive, but then when someone takes offense and then claps back, he will then pretend like he didn't do anything wrong and people are just being vitriolic towards him for no reason whatsoever. And he's going to talk about this more later on. But he made a video. This whole thing started out because he made a video recently, and I'll even show it up. It was this video right here, where, because he's going to reference this, where he said he was just giving his opinion to the DOA scene, right? Mind you, this is the title of the video: challenging the dead or alive Twitter gooners. Like, are you kidding me, dude? That's the title of your video. But guys, he was just giving suggestions. He was just being a nice guy, but everyone's just being an asshole for no reason. And I already watched the video, as you saw, and I watched it in its entirety, right? Like, the whole time, like, more than half of the entire video is focused on Punisher. Once again, Punisher was making a general statement. Mike then takes that general statement and then talks to him directly. So once again, he starts the conversation. He'll make a whole video on someone talking about someone's tweet, and then someone will reference that tweet, and then he'll say, "Oh, you're being vitriolic." It's like, my guy, you literally started it first. What are you talking about? This is what he does, right? Oh, challenging the dead or alive gooners. Oh yeah, you're totally not trying to be vitriolic there. That's not vitriolic at all. No. Again, another example of him doing this would be this right here. This right here, where this person, he's talking about Sophie, and this other person who got into a controversy, right? Again, this is the title of his video. Tekken VTuber has a weird racist crash out. Does that sound like someone who was here and he was just like being fair and balanced? Or does it sound like someone who has an agenda that they're trying to push? And mind you, when she came on his podcast, and then, bro, I implore everyone, you can watch the podcast. It was something else. It was a humiliation ritual. Constant people coming on, shitting on her. Oh, you're an evil racist, an idiot. She has no context clues, blah, 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 right? I was like the first person who came to her defense. First person. And I was just calling out the fact that he's like, I'm being fair and impartial. But it's like, I pointed that out. It's like, the initial video you made about her over a year ago was that. Does that sound like someone who's fair and balanced? No, obviously. He does this all the time.
Given to you.
Okay, so firstly, the first person to come to Sophie's defense publicly was me, and Sophie would tell anybody that. Secondly, Sophie told me, and I'm sure she's watching, so if she wants to come in chat and clarify, she said to me after that podcast, the attacks on her minimized heavily. They didn't disappear, but she said because of the method that I took with that podcast and letting people air out their feelings, things calmed down for her massively. And I've got DMs to prove that. I'm not going to show our DMs out of respect for Sophie, but if she wants to, I'm more than happy for her to do that. Those are her words, not mine. Thirdly, Sophie did have a weird moment on camera, and she admitted that. It was very bizarre for everyone to watch. So that's why I named the title of it. Fourth, are you certain that this interaction between me and Punisher is the first interaction? Do you think that I actually started the insults, or do you think maybe you were missing some context?
I genuinely initially thought that other video was the first, but I'll answer it bit by bit by bit. The first part that you were saying, right? Oh my God, you actually said a lot there. What was the first part again?
So the first part is, I was the first person to publicly defend Sophie, and I had her on my platform, even though I received a lot of attacks verbally from people saying, if you have her on, this, that, and the other might. So I also got that on the back end. I just don't make a big deal about it because I wanted to have one. I didn't care.
Oh, okay. What I meant when I met my first, I meant on the stream. Like, literally, it was like every single person was like shitting on. I'm not even like, because you weren't shitting on her directly, but I meant like almost virtually every single person that was coming on was just shitting on her. Oh, what are you? You an idiot? You don't know the content. You don't know the background of saying the word nigga and all this. Like, people were saying that 24/7. And then what really even pissed me off was that person that was behind me, that like tournament player who was talking about Shinblade. Like, that shit in particular really pissed me off because it wasn't even just how he was shitting on Sophie, calling her like an evil racist. It was the other part where he was like, well, I had a feeling that Shinblade was innocent, but I didn't want to lose my tournament and everything, so I just went along with the bans. And I'm like, bro, what a piece of shit. That was the part that really annoyed me too.
Yeah. Okay.
And it was just, and again, people are gonna say, "Oh, I'm a simp." It's just, bro, I just saw someone being dogpiled. It's what I saw, and I went to their defense. If it was a dude, okay, hold on. I did the same thing to punish other people. Am I a simp because I did that for them? No. Obviously not. People will, oh, simp, gooner, this. It's like, dude, come on. But the
Well,
second.
let me just address that before we go on. So you said that the podcast was like a humiliation ritual, yeah?
That's what it, honestly, deadass, that's what it felt like. People were just like, bro, it was brutal. I was just watching it. It made me just like, ugh, it made me cringe.
Okay, well, I can understand why you feel like that, but I'll tell you now, and I'll tell everybody else watching, that in my DMs with Sophie, I told her that you're going to come on my podcast, and if you want this to go away, you need to let the community air their feelings towards you and not try to run damage control. I said to her, if you feel like you haven't done anything wrong, I'm not going to make you try to say sorry. I said to her, you do whatever you feel is best, but she asked me for advice, and I said to her, when you do something wrong, let people tell you how they feel about you. Don't be giving excuses. Say sorry if you actually feel sorry. If you don't, then fight back if you want. She said to me that she's genuinely sorry about the situation. So I said to her, okay, cool. Come on the podcast and let them say what they want. Let them get their anger out, and then you will be able to move on in peace. But if you come on here and start giving excuses for what you did, they ain't going to let you move on. So I let her know all of that. I said to her, you're going to sit there and you're going to eat shit for a while. Are you okay with that? She said, okay. And I do that with everything. When I did that fuck up with Ty, I got sent death threats. I got told, if I see you at a tournament, I'm going to fuck you up. I had people messaging me constantly for 3 days. No word of a lie. C4 and King J have seen the screenshots. So much vitriol. Other Tekken players were reaching out to me. They thought that my mental health was at a crisis. And I said to them, I'm good. I made a mistake. They want to aim their spears and their swords at me. That's fine, not a problem. I made the mistake. I got a whole DL. I made a video. I said there's no real excuse for what I did. I fucked up. And that's it. I moved on from it. I said sorry to Ty as well. So when you say it's a humiliation ritual, it wasn't a humiliation ritual. It was just, that's how I carry myself in life. And Sophie asked for my advice and my help. And I said to her, that's what you got to do.
I'll just say this, of course, like I had very harsh, like I did record a video. I don't think I ever published it, but I had harsh words to say. But of course, why are we sending death threats? Like I'm not, like, again, this is just who I am. Sorry about, like, you know, but it's like that's fucked up. It's like
what you did was fucked up. It's messed up. They shouldn't be sending me death threats, but in reality, we know they're going to. How am I going to respond to that? Am I going to respond to everybody fighting because I've just pissed off the whole community? That post I made of Ty had 500,000 views on Twitter. It was already out of control. I could have sat there arguing with everybody. I let everybody say whatever they wanted to say about me. Some people still hate me for it. Some people still got me blocked. But I made the fuck up. I got to hold that L. The people that were sending me death threats, yeah, it's crazy to send someone death threats. I'd never send someone a death threat. But I understand what platform I'm on. I'm on Twitter. I accuse somebody of something with bogus information. I have to hold the L. It is what it is. I live in reality. I'm not going to sit there going, oh, death threats are unacceptable. We all know they are, but people do that, and I just have to deal with it.
And then the second part too, where it's like, I said this on the stream. I don't think she, like, when people were saying, oh, she's lying about stuff, like, I don't think she's lying. I think she genuinely did feel that way, that, like, you helped her, right, in that sense. And I said that, like, I don't think she's, like, lying about that, right? I just think someone like her, I'm just going to be honest, with this particular situation, okay, I'm not saying you manipulated her. That's not even what I'm saying. But, like, I feel like with all the stuff that she was going through, she was in a very easily manipulatable state. And her mind was changed, but it probably wasn't of her own volition. That's why I was saying that. Again, not saying she's lying, she's hiding anything. And hell, I'm not even saying that, like, you're the person that did all that. But it just felt like one after the other, people are just saying all this just messed up. Even, like, C4 in particular, it was just like, bro, it was like, what even was that?
But C4 grills everyone. It wasn't a thing about Sophie. I mean, they were talking yesterday. She had him on his podcast. They're cool.
I remember. I watched. But it wasn't nearly as. Yeah, it wasn't nearly. Because, like, in that one, she was fighting back. And this one, she wasn't fighting. Bro, she was just basically getting stabbed over and over and over. And it really just hurt me just seeing that. So I just to me, I was just like, damn, bro, someone's got to say something, man.
But
That's why.
look at the outcome though. Like we have to look at where, like, okay, fair enough. You're saying she was getting it from everybody, but look at the outcome. She said to me that she's had mostly peace since then. She's been able to stream. She's cool. So much so that when I don't know if you saw the end of the podcast, the last one, but she thought that because I disagreed with her takes on Tekken, she kind of started crying.
Yeah,
And I said to her, "Why are you crying?" And she said to me, "Because I feel like I'm losing the only people that I really like. I have a connection with, and if I lose you guys, then everyone's going to turn on me again." And I told her, "We're just disagreeing over Tekken. Like, I might cuss you out for your opinions on Tekken, but I'm not. We're friends. We're cool." So, I mean, that should tell you that I wasn't manipulating her. I told her outright, "Are you sorry?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Then say sorry." I said to her, "If you're not sorry, don't say sorry, because then you're just lying." So I'm straight up with everyone, I'm direct. If she asked me, "What do you think I should do?" I would say to him, if it was me, Sophie, I would apologize because that was pretty ridiculous. But if you don't feel sorry, don't apologize to them.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear. I didn't think necessarily you were the one, like, more so like manipulating her to say sorry, but it was just like it was that situation where it was like, oh, it's the easy way out, and then in a way you kind of like convince yourself like, maybe I really did fuck up. Like, it is really my fault. I gotta apologize. Again, I'm not saying you even pushed her to that. I'm just, when you get that much hate and you're not ready for that, it will literally just like mold your mind, right? And now, hey, and I said it then and I'll say it now. I don't give a shit. She didn't do anything wrong. She said a word that was funny. Everyone crashing out, calling her an evil racist, they were being stupid. And anyone who wants to argue about that after, I'm game. But it's just like, again, it's a word. Who gives a shit about it? Like, it was so dumb. Like, of all the things to get death threats over, that people accusing her of saying the ER even too, it's just like, bro, she didn't even say that. Like, niggas were just lying. It's not even just they were shitting on her, they were lying, just straight up lying too. And it was just like, wow. Like, okay.
So, all right. So just to move on to the next point, you said that like you highlighted where I said just stick to Venus Vacation and bus sizes, and you kind of highlighted that as me starting this. But obviously there was context missing here. Mm-hmm. Punisher threw the first jab at me back in November. Now you asked me in private, do you have any proof of that? I said to you, I'll show you on the stream. Mm-hmm. Now, unfortunately, for whatever reason, I don't know if Punisher scrubbed it from his account. I wanted to show the full interaction on his Twitter page, but I will show you his first insult to me. I'll give you the context for it, just so that you guys understand, and then I'll give you the dates, just in case my Twitter is not loading, because I don't know why it won't show me. But back in November, Punisher made a tweet with regards to Tekken. There was a situation that happened where the Tekken commentators kind of flipped out on the players, and they're like, take that costume off the screen, because they basically picked a bikini mod or a bikini custom of Ling Xiaoyu. In the Tekken World Tour rules, it states that you cannot have those customs on screen. They're not allowed in tournament. So the tournament organizers...
I remember this now. Yeah.
Yeah. That was back in November. I retweeted him, and I said to him, this is not some cultural thing. This is not because they are scared of looking at women in bikinis. It's because they're the commentators. They have to enforce the rules. If they just let it rock, we've seen what Bandai Namco are like. They will act you like that if you don't follow suit. They were saying that to the players because you're not allowed to do it. That's what I said to him initially. Then, and as you can see there, you can see my retweet on the 12th of November where I was talking about the costumes in DOA. If you had them in Tekken, they probably would sell well, but you can't have that in a tournament. That's just not what Bandai Namco is going to allow. He then made this tweet about Mr. Wizard. I think it was about Mr. Wizard. It was talking about DOA's past and whatever.
Yeah.
This part is kind of irrelevant. The next, you can read it there just so you guys don't feel like I'm missing out any context or whatever. It's what he said to me next, which is the following tweet. Let me bring it up here so you can see it. So I obviously replied to him, and I said to him that, what you're saying with regards to the situation just isn't true. He said to me, Mike, there's so much context behind my words that you would be lost even dropping a little bit of information. Which again, I didn't take that as an insult, but he's talking down to me. He doesn't know me and how much I know and who I'm connected to. You interview competitive players. I do interview competitive players, but I interview all sorts of people. So he's misrepresenting me there. kind of. You are associated with that, with the world, even the costume situation. You know, little context. I'll be nice this time and let you go. Now, there's no need to talk to me like that. I'll be nice this time and let you go. I'm a grown man. This is the kind of thing where if you said this to me in person, I'm not going to slap you over it, but I'm going to get angry. Like, you're talking to me like this behind a computer screen. In my mind, I read it and I'm like, why are you talking to me like I'm a dickhead? You don't know me like that. All I did was explain a situation to you and you got angry. So I said in response to him, after he prompted me, I said to him, how about I be nice and have you on and we see how that goes? He said to me, no offense, Mike, but I don't do clown shows. I've seen how the community you interview behaves when it's anything towards fan service and Japanese culture. That is a load of shit. My following is proof enough that I have strong validity to my words. I humbly refuse. Now, if anybody wants to fact check this, the dates are there. These interactions took place between the 10th and the 12th of November. The initial tweet, I don't know where it is on Punisher's page, but Tope remembers it. We all remember it was the Tekken commentator situation. I'm happy for anyone to go and look, but I think he might have taken it down. I'm not sure, but it doesn't come up. This, I don't know about you, Tope, but I think that this is rude to say to someone.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Totally. I'm not even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Punisher, as far as I'm aware, is like in his late 30s, 40s, is a grown man as well. I don't appreciate being spoken to like this when I wasn't coming at him in a hostile manner. This is where the hostilities kicked off. And from November up until now, we've had interactions and they've all been somewhat hostile. But this was the origin of it. Yes, he did. I started the interactions because I retweeted him and gave him the context for the Tekken World Tour. And I said to him, this is not some culture war stuff. Let's get off of that. But Punisher knows who I am. And the way that I'm talking to you now is how I imagine people should be reading my tweets. I'm not there talking down to somebody or shouting. I'm just trying to provide some context because once again, he's always tweeting about the Tekken community, something that he seems to know very little about, even though he claims to know otherwise. So him talking to me like this, in my opinion, obviously, in my opinion, it justifies my anger towards him and what took place over the coming months.
Okay, that's a fair. That is fair, but I'm not like discounting that at all. But how do I say this? With the interactions that you were having with him, do you have any more of those interactions or just that?
Those are the ones that I wanted to show you because that was the origin of it. But there's plenty of interactions. If you literally go on Twitter, you type in Mike Hollow and Punisher, we've got loads of interactions. And from that point onwards, yeah, I spoke to him with a level of disrespect because he had already started there. Yeah. Saying to me, when all you do is retweet half-naked women on fighting games, that I'm not coming on your clown show, and how about I be nice? I read it and I was like, who the fuck is this guy talking to? That is not something that he'll ever say to me on a live stream or say to me in person, not because of a threat of violence, but because the only one that's going to leave looking like a clown is him. He started on me for no reason. All I was doing was having a conversation. If he doesn't want people to retweet his stuff, then why is he on a public platform where everybody can see his tweets? I don't feel like I stepped out of line there. Do you feel like I'm wrong for getting annoyed at someone talking to me like that? I mean, you're a grown man as well.
Of course. Like, no, of course not. Yeah, totally. So yeah, from what I'll say it again, like from what I gleaned here when I was talking about like the interaction, I was talking about that interaction, but with that context, that does add some necessary context to everything. It does.
Fair enough. Right, let's get back to the video. We're making good progress for it.
Tournaments and competitiveness, we just want a fun game. Now, your idea of fun is different to mine, but the problem with you and people like you is that when there's pushback given to you, you turn vitriolic. These insults started with you. I was merely offering my takes on where I think DOA should go, which I'm allowed to do. You don't have a hold on DOA. None of us do. We're all allowed to give our takes. So you decided to get personal, be rude to me for no reason. One of DOA's weaknesses.
Guys, he was just rude to him for no reason. Yeah.
You all just heard that Tekken has to go through its cycle of failure, just like most fighting games. Well, yeah, I mean, none of us wants to see Tekken fail. I don't want to see any fighting game fail.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. But can the same be said for the Tekken community? That do you think they're fine with other places, other fighting games failing? I mean, let's just give a good example. Main Man, he made his video where he just jumped into VF. He didn't really do much labbing, training, or anything, and the guy just completely just shit on the game. It's trash, blah blah blah. It's horrible. It's like, I would say someone like Main Man is pretty representative of the Tekken community, where they stick to their game, they only like their game. When their game's succeeding, it's all good, it's all fun and everything. And if anyone else is not doing so well, they will look down on them, they'll laugh at them. But then the moment that their stuff is now failing too, and then other people are now laughing at them, now it's, oh, how could you be like that? Why would you want our game to fail? It's just like, come on, man. That's such, and everyone knows how full of shit that is. You have no problem with other people being in the bottom rung of the totem pole, but the moment it's your turn, now, oh, you're making fun of us. Oh, you hate us. You hate the FGC as a whole. Like, has the opposite happened like that? Has a prominent DOA player went on and just pulled up Tekken and then just completely just shit all over the game, like Main Man did? No, it's only really going one way.
It's just, it sucks seeing the community down.
Okay, so I can put this on screen for you, or you can take my word for it so we don't waste time. But if you need proof, I'll show you. When Main Man started attacking Virtua Fighter, I made a video by it calling out Main Man, saying that he has no idea what he's talking about, and to talk down on Virtua Fighter when you have minimal information on the game with your platform size and misinform people, it seems a bit unfair. So I called him out on that. Secondly, if you go on Twitter and you look at my tweets about Rebirth of Souls, when Rebirth of Souls was coming out, Tyrant and Margin Obama were talking about the game in what I perceive to be a derogatory way, and I defended it. That's in the anime arena fighter realm. So yeah, with regards to what you're saying, if you're talking to me directly, no. When someone else shits on a fighting game, and I have some information on that fighting game where I can actually speak about it, I will defend it. Did it against Main Man, done it against Tyrant, who's a UK commentator, and I've done it against Margin Obama, who we all know is a big personality in the FGC. So I can't talk for the whole Tekken community. I am well aware that there's an air of elitism in our community. I'm well aware of that. But I can only do what I'm doing. So when you said, do you call those guys out? Yeah, I've called out Main Man. I mean, just the other day, me and Main Man got into a small spat. So I think it's unfair to bring that up in relation to my video when I have proof on my channel and my Twitter page of me calling out other Tekken content creators and commentators.
Wait, did I say, did I say that?
Well, yeah, you said let me rewind it.
Because like before you do that, because I'm like, I know that you are different. Like I get that you play all other games. Like I don't consider you in that, but like I'm talking about the Tekken community as just like as a whole, not you. But like people like Main Man, people like that, they'll just shit on the game, or they won't even play it. Like I wasn't talking about you. If I did say what you said, then I misspoke. That's not what I meant at all.
That's fair enough. If you misspoke, that's fine. But I wanted to make that clear because I think Punisher probably has that idea as well, that if the Tekken community does it, I won't say anything. But I've had loads of conversations with people in the Tekken community where I disagree with what they're saying about other fighting games. And I disagree heavily with how some people in the Tekken community talk about DOA. I think that they talk about it as if it's nothing but a booby game. I know when you go to Punisher's page, he doesn't help that at all. But I've always defended it. And I don't need a bunch of people that sit on Twitter I'm not saying you, but some of these guys that just sit on Twitter talking about me have no idea what they're on about to justify why I'm doing it. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. I'm not holding you responsible for everyone else here. If I did say that, I misspoke. I don't think I did, but if I did, I misspoke. You're clearly not the person who I'm talking about in this situation. But yeah, I'm talking about people like Main Man, many of these. Hell, even FDX to a degree, where he was just like, oh, I'd play DOA and all this. I do all this stuff, but I don't want to do it. And also has no rollback when I think it does have rollback. Like they have it. It's pretty easy to set up and stuff.
So DOA?
Like, huh? Yeah.
No, I don't. DOA ain't got rollback.
Doesn't like DOA 2 with like emulators?
Oh, I thought you were talking about 6. Emulators maybe, but I think they're talking about in an official capacity. Officially, I don't think it does.
I know that. Yeah. But yeah, no. I'm not talking about you. Yeah.
I'm like this. Of course, I don't want the Tekken community to be down. I know I don't see eye to eye with a lot of people in the community, but I don't want to see them upset. And even the people that come to my videos and they're like, oh, you know, I'm enjoying Tekken, I disagree with you. I'm happy for them. Even when they say rude things to me, I'm happy for them because if they paid money to play the game, even if I think that it's bizarre that they could be happy with the game in the state that it's in, it's all good. So yeah, I feel for the community right now. I feel for the community seeing the players and the top players, the intermediate players, even the casual players saying that they're out. Because I grew up with this franchise, I'm sure you can understand that, right? I'm sure your mind is not so far gone on that island in Venus Vacation that you don't remember what it feels like.
Another jab, but of course, he's the only one being disrespectful. Love that.
To see players that have invested a lot of time into the battle mechanics step away. I'm sure you remember. But once again, it never cates people like you because you will infuse your ideas into other games and ruin them. What is my idea that is ruining DOA? I'm sorry, this guy.
I can tell you the idea is like, and he'll explain this later in the video. It's that toning down the the sexy outfit and other stuff like that. But that's the big thing. You see it as a minor disagreement, but for him it's a big thing because to him it's a core pillar. In fact, in some ways it's even more important than even the hidden mechanics of the game. So when you're saying that, you might think it's just a slight disagreement, but to him it's not, and he has every right to feel that way. But you're just like, oh, what is it? I don't know. Like, dude, you know. You're just trying to downplay it. But even if you
just to be clear, we spoke about this earlier, so we don't have to rehash this part. But I still stand by what I said. If I was making the game for me, I wouldn't have those questions in the game. I'd go more in line with things that came before 5. But in the interest of the game's health, if those costumes sell, I would do it. I would just have a streamer mode so that there's a healthy middle ground for everyone, and we agreed on that.
Oh yeah.
All right.
It's still an issue nonetheless. But
just makes up, like, that's just the parameters that I work in. But I'm not saying don't have your skimpy costumes. I even said if DOA 7 comes out and they decide to go down the DOA 5 route with the costumes, okay, good. I literally just said let's find the middle road, and these guys got their knickers in a twist. Censorship.
See, that's a lie. That's another lie. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth, and I can prove that because from that video he did,
you can.
I clipped
that was
particular parts of it.
When I saw both, I pull up a clip of you saying, I already said that to you, so we already dealt with that. So you can skip this if you want. I just feel like a lot of the video you can kind of skip. It's like a lot of the middle part you can skip because we already. It's just one of those things where we kind of dealt with that a while ago.
That's okay. Yeah, we spoke about it. That's fine.
So say the other thing. Which is it, man? Make up your mind.
Punisher, okay? That is just another version of DOA that maybe you don't like anymore, and you're allowed to have your.
I mean, but that literally.
We've spoken about this.
Yeah, we spoke about it.
On you then respond to said video, and then this guy's like, you're just constantly watching my content. It's like.
And like I said, they will be on the podcast at some point, and he will sit there and watch it, and then he'll have his humble pie.
Again, like I said before, the framing. Imagine someone dedicating over half of a video on you. You then respond to said video.
You can skip that.
And then this guy's like, you're just constantly.
Yeah, we spoke about this. So we established he threw the first jab. So that's why he got that side of me.
Even record it. And you can post it if you ever want. You can even clip it out of context. But you just let me know.
So don't appeal to these people. It's the opposite of like, you agree with him.
Let me make this very clear to you in 1080p. If you want to have a discussion away from your keyboard, I'm game. You just let me know. I don't have to be on my stream. I'll come to your neck of the woods. I won't even take the debate and put it on my YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, if you're so worried about me cooking you in front of everybody, we can just have a private conversation. Do you know what? You can record the conversation. I won't even record it. And you can post it if you ever want. You can even clip it out of context. But let me just make something perfect.
See, like, this is what I'm talking. Like this, bait used to be believable. Oh, so if you're afraid of going online, we could even have a private conversation. It's like, first off, what is the point of you guys just having a private conversation? No one knows what happened, and you can have all the conversations you want in private, but then you'll just be back to what you're doing in public. So one, private conversation is useless. But then you're like,
that's fair. I actually agree with that.
Oh, well, you could just record it, and then you can post it. I won't post it. It's like, dude, if you were to record it and then post it, you would then do a stream on said thing, and then you would just monetize it that way. So it's like, like if you were actually serious, you would just say, oh, I'll just do a private conversation or something. You would just say one thing. You wouldn't give all these other options. He's clearly not serious about having a conversation.
Then he said that.
So that I disagree with. So much like you're here now, and I told you that before we spoke, I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to try to deviate the conversation, even if we have differences. I've never once told someone something and then done the opposite on my YouTube channel. And I would ask people to point to examples of that. Anyone that I've had on here, I've told them exactly what my plan is and where it's going to go. If I do like a Tekken talk, I always let people know beforehand my Tekken talks are chaotic. So if you're coming on here, have a spine, because someone might call you out. But if we have a one-on-one discussion today, I said to you in DMs, and obviously you can let people know if I'm lying, that we will have a one-on-one conversation. And if you don't want anybody on, I won't bring anybody on. All right? Did I not say that to you?
Yeah, you did.
And I've said before, and actually, Fate, you know who Fate is, the Mortal Kombat player?
Yeah, I already saw that whole, how you guys kind of squashed the beef and everything.
Yeah, Fate called me into a private conversation that I could have recorded, and that private conversation I had with him, would have done numbers if I posted it. We had a conversation for 4 hours in private while we were beefing, and I could have posted it, but I never did. I didn't even record it. Like, there was no. If I tell someone that I'm gonna talk to you and have this conversation, I will just talk to you and have the conversation there. I don't need Punisher for views. Unless I bring up Punisher with respect, nobody on my channel gives a shit about him. So his idea that I'm going to farm him for views, the show will go on without him. I simply wanted to talk to him because I feel like his points are easy to pull apart. I don't need to snake. I've never snaked somebody either that's come on the podcast. I always let people know that you know what you're getting yourself into if you come into one of my group discussions. And you know as well, Tope, like you've been on here before. You know the group discussions. I kind of let things rock. I just ask people don't use slurs. I've always let people know that. And at this point, with the amount of people that have watched, they kind of know that. So you and him trying to make out like I'm going to do something sleazy here. The only reason I'm giving loads of options is because all he wants to do is talk to me from behind the monitor, but from behind the keyboard. He doesn't want to have this kind of interaction because he's probably worried that the mystique that he's built up on Twitter with being the DOA guy is going to get pulled down. I haven't been disrespectful to you today, have I?
No.
And I've also told people can take my live streams and they can repost them, they can take clips or whatever. I have no problem with people doing that. I don't actually clip my live stream most of the time. It's very rare that I do that. I've done that once with Frame Whisper because it was a really interesting part of the stream that he went over, and I thought it'd be good for people to listen to it. I've done it with Shinblade when he was making some jokes about stuff. It's very rare that I clip stuff, but I allow people to use my live streams because everybody takes part in them. But I'm not out here snaking people. Do you know of a time when I've snaked somebody on the podcast?
Snaked? No. But what I would more say is that it was more that when we were talking privately and I talk about this later in the video, where it's like, I wouldn't even necessarily say that you're like lying to people necessarily. I wouldn't say that. But it's like, for example, I talk about this, that with that initial video that you made about Dalton's tweet, where you had him, and you tagged me, and you tagged him, and then Chilled Scrub made a video on that, and you were quick to respond to him, made a whole 2-hour thing, 1v1 the whole time, and then I was like, okay, you talked to me directly, I'd like my chance, but then you were like, no, I don't want to talk to you, no, because I don't trust you. And I was like, oh, that's funny. You don't, because it's like the hilarious thing is that you said you didn't trust me, but then you let me on your streams multiple times, and all those times I never once said a TOS slur. Like every time I've been on here, I haven't said anything that no TOS slurs. Other people that you've invited have said TOS slurs. Like Mike did. Mike said hard R. I haven't said that on your stream, so that's where I would say it's kind of like unfair. Like, you know, it's kind of. But I wouldn't say you're lying. Like
I actually have receipts for that, because in this video you showed DMs, but you left out a bit of context. I guess we'll talk about it now, since we're talking about it.
Go ahead.
When you messaged me and you were saying, well, let me get on to defend myself, because I did make a video about you and Dalton. You said that. Do you remember the time that you said that? The dates, roughly. Do you remember?
Like, it was like early 2025.
So, yeah, you're correct. It was early 2025. And that conversation between me and you took place early 2025, correct?
Yeah.
This conversation took place early 2025 as well.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't really want to have to go back and grab this, basically, but...
Do you have that recording?
I had the recording, but obviously I can't play it on YouTube because of what was said in there. But I was in this conversation with you guys, and the reason I was in there was because I was against you guys. I was basically the only guy in there against everyone's talking points. Now, I made it very clear to everybody that no one in there disrespected me. Nobody was rude to me in there, but you guys were using slurs in here. And this conversation happened before you DM me saying that you want to be on, also before the Dalton situation.
Before?
Yeah, this happened before. The reason that I said to you that I don't trust you and I don't trust these guys is when I went into this Twitter space, you guys were all using slurs.
I
The
never
only
did.
one that didn't use a slur was are you sure?
Yeah, I
I've
never-
deleted the recording, but it's in my recycling bin, so I
Trust
couldn't
me,
fact
you
check
can
it.
pull it up because like the reason I not like using like, and by slur I obviously I said like fucking shit, but like I didn't say any like, I didn't say like the F word or like the hard R. It's I don't say that on stream because I'm not trying to blow up your spot because people are, but like I know Tenryo did, Art did, Dalton, other people did. Like I won't deny that, but I didn't. I never did. I never have.
Okay, so okay, well that's fine. We can fact check that. But for now,
Please.
for the sake of the stream, when I was in this conversation, there was a lot of things being said about different types of people, and based on what I heard in this conversation, and then the follow-up tweets, because you guys were tweeting to me afterwards. The reason that you guys were tweeting to me afterwards, and in my opinion, you guys were being unnecessarily vitriolic towards me, is I put up this tweet because people were saying that I was in there basically congregating with you guys, like I was buddy with you. Like, when you guys know that's not the truth, I was against you guys.
Yeah,
And yeah, you guys all know that. People didn't know that. And I have good relations with people in the fighting game community and outside of that. Obviously, like we've said, I'm connected to people in the WWE. I'm connected to people that work in video game industries. And I don't want them thinking that I am a certain type of person. I've built up a pretty decent reputation with them. So I put out this tweet, and I don't feel like this tweet is a misrepresentation. I didn't say that like anybody in there was like passing out any person in particular, but my intentions going in there was to defend the women in the FGC, given the conversations that were happening on the timeline. And then you guys started tweeting me, calling me names. Medusa said, you know what you're signing up for, you should come. They basically said to me, you should be on our side. And I said to him, I'm okay, I don't want to be on the side. I'm just letting people know what the situation is. Following that, we had our conversation, and that's when I said to you that I don't trust you. It wasn't because, like, it wasn't for any other reason. And also in those DMs, Arturo's mentioned. In that moment, like when Arturo came into the chat, and he had his say, he didn't really say anything that I perceived to be crazy. And even though he was going through his Groiper arc, I was fine with having him on the platform because, you know, Arturo's been around for a long time. He seemed pretty level-headed. That's obviously changed now. I wouldn't have Arturo on here because I don't trust him. I did invite him on a couple of months ago, but given what he's been tweeting, I am concerned that he might just start dropping bombs in terms of the language that he uses. So I wouldn't have him on here. I expect a certain level of decency when I have people on here. So that's the only reason that I told you can't come on. But afterwards, you jumped on once. I took a chance and I was like, okay, cool, I'll have him on. And you didn't do it. And then I never had a problem with it.
Wait, okay. Let me first address the initial thing here, right? What we were saying to you is that we told you that you just being with us, you just being around us, people are going to accuse you of being in our group, and then they're going to shit on you, and that's going to permanently limit your potential in the FGC. That's what we told you. And then it happened that people were shitting on you. People were saying, "Oh, this guy's an alt-right neo-Nazi because he's hanging out with," and we told you that would happen. And then it happened, and then you're just like acting like we're both equally bad. That like the regular FGC and the alt FGC, that we're just both bad and vitriolic. It's like, okay, you can say that people use edgy words, but we're not the ones over here trying to get you banned or anything. We weren't doing that. That was them. That guy who made that screenshot, why do you think he did that? He did that because he wanted to smear your name and make you look bad. We didn't do that. We didn't do anything like that. So we didn't appreciate the way you were acting. Both sides are vitriolic. It's like, really? One side says edgy jokes. The other one is sending you death threats, trying to ruin your career and everything. It's like, dude, we're not even remotely the same. And we didn't appreciate that at all.
So my pushback to that is that I told Tenryo that I don't want your help. I don't mean it in a rude way. I just don't want your help. I came to talk to you guys. I knew what the consequences were. Let me deal with it on my own. He tweeted at me saying that, we warned you of this. We told you they're going to cancel you. And I said to him over and over again, I'm not cancelled. I'm not, my standing in the FGC has not suddenly plummeted. I'm clearing up the situation. Let me talk to these people in peace. I don't want anyone's help. Kept on tweeting at me saying, "Oh, you're a fence sitter, you're this, you're that." I was like, dude, let me do my thing. I'm not asking for anyone's help. If it is the case, and I said this to, I don't know who I said it to. I don't know if I said to Tenry or maybe even you, but I said, if I get cancelled, then I'm cancelled. I'm still not going to come over to any particular group and ask for help. I think I said it to Medusa, actually.
Yeah,
and I've said that
enough.
to people all the time, that I have my own community, and that's it. Like, if the whole FGC hates me, I'm doing my own thing. I don't need anyone to run to my aid, which is why I told Punisher, you want to host a Twitter space and you want to have 300 people in there that don't like me, I will come to your Twitter space. I won't record the conversation and we can move on. So there's no lying for me. I'm transparent with everyone. I wasn't saying that you guys are trying to cancel me. There's no tweet where I said that you guys are trying to cancel me.
Yeah,
I
know,
said
I'm
to
not
everybody,
saying
I said to everybody that you guys were polite to me. I got treated with respect in there. You as well. You spoke to me with a level of respect, even though we disagreed. But I said to people, I think what you're saying is abhorrent, not you in particular, but what some of the things that were being said in there. But I wasn't fighting with anyone. The fight started on your side of it because I was asked to be left alone. I don't want you guys running to my aid. And I kept on getting tweet after tweet after tweet.
No. What happened was we had the thing, it was cordial, then you made the video. And then you made the video, and that video was attacking us. And you were like, and the way you were comparing us, like them, like people like Femshap and Tenreal were just two sides of the same coin. They're the same. And it's like, funny enough, it made me laugh because Femshap, she literally blocked you before you even had a chance to talk to her. Did Tenreal do that? He only blocked you after he talked to you. I think that's very different. And to act like we're both the same, we're both doing the same shit, we're both two sides of the same that's bullshit. Like, okay. We're not. No.
So
like,
I've got the actual
fucking with you.
I've got the actual timeline here. So
please.
Those tweets and that situation happened on the 14th of November, as I just showed you, correct?
No, 14th of January.
14th of January, sorry. 14th of January. This video was posted the 1st of February.
Yeah.
What the tweets that I'm referring to were the tweets on the night. You guys on the night of that conversation were tweeting at me. I was getting tweets from you guys from all angles. I'm sure you remember it because you were a part of it. And I kept on saying, leave me alone. I don't care if all the girls block me in the FGC. And there's plenty of women that have blocked me because they think that I'm a misogynist for some reason. I'm fine with that.
Is it because of the thing? Is it because of that?
No, it's because I've defended Shinblade, because of that, because of other situations. I'm okay with being blocked by both sides. I'm the reason that I do what I do is because that's what I believe. Now, you guys tweeted at me on the 14th, the 15th, and the 16th of January. That went on for about 3 days. Mm-hmm. This video was posted the 1st of February. So then our conversation happened after that. And that's when I said, no, you can't come on. So there was already a 2-week span of conversations that happened publicly for me to get to that point. I didn't just treat you like that out of the blue. I don't treat anybody like that.
But the thing is, though, you're accusing me of doing things I didn't do. I was respectful to you. I wasn't like just shitting on you. And then I said
that you were respectful.
Yeah. Before you made that video, I didn't demand a debate from you. I'm pretty sure I didn't demand a debate. It was only when you made the Dalton video and that, then I was like, okay, this guy shit on me. I think I'm entitled to a debate, especially since you debated someone who had nothing to do with it. And I asked you, and then you were like, oh, you don't trust me. And I'm like, yeah, you basically said you were afraid I was going to crash out. But it's like, I told you in DMs, I never said a single TOS slur. I didn't
know you, Tope. I don't know you like that. I know you now. I trust that you will come on this platform and be respectful. Even if you cuss me, I know you're not going to use TOS. But I get requests for people to jump on the podcast all the time. I'm very wary of who I dedicate an entire debate to because A, I don't really want to waste everybody else's time that's shown up to watch something. And B, I've spent a lot of time building up my channel. I don't want someone to come on here and say something mad. I let somebody on the podcast once and he was butt-ass naked. He was covered by a pillow. So I have to be mindful of those sort of things. It's not because I dislike you as a person. It's because you were in a space with people that were saying shit that would get me in trouble on YouTube. And I didn't want to take the risk at the time. Chilled Scrub, I'd never heard him talk like that before, even though he said things I disagreed with, which is why I spoke to him immediately.
But okay, I'll say it again. Yes, you were in a space where people were using slurs. I never said a single slur, and I even told you I never did. But then, even beside that, if you weren't willing to have me on, why did you dedicate a video attacking me? Why? If you were so afraid of me coming on because why even then engage with me to begin with? Why
What was
even
the
do
attack?
that?
What was the attack?
Like the video with your sister, where you were saying your sister in particular said that I'm a gooner, I'm a porn addict who I'm pro porn. I just don't like women getting money off of it. It's like, that's fucked up, especially as someone, I'm a Christian, I'm religious. I hate porn with a passion. I think it's demonic. And to accuse me of that is just... I'm sorry. 1 second. I think my dad's calling me. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yes?
All right, whilst we're dealing with that, I'm actually going to get this up. But he said that Ellie called him a porn addict. I don't remember that. Let's see.
I'm sorry about that.
You said... No, that's fine. So I've got the video here. You said that Ellie called you a porn addict and a gooner.
Or not even maybe a porn, but she basically said that, oh, this guy, he's not actually against porn. He's just mad that women are able to make money off of it. He said that about me and Dalton. That's what she said. And I took extreme offense to that. Because it's like, what the fuck? Like, I barely know you. You're accusing me of something like that. Like, what the hell, man?
Okay. Do you know? Okay, here's your tweet. I'm just curious.
I think it was later on the video, like near the middle. Actually, after I got up, I actually do need to pee for a sec, so you can pull it up, and I'll be right back. Honestly.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine. Chat. I'm not ignoring you. I am reading chat, okay, but I'm trying to stay on topic here because we need to get to the bottom of this because there was a lot of accusations that were made against me. I'm not ignoring you guys. I promise. I will read out whose super chat came in. I'll read that when Tope gets it. Shikamaru, thank you for the donation. Sorry if you can hear that noise in the background. I'm just curious. Hey, this is his friend, Tope. He goes to me, why is it that every time that anyone has anything to say about women, you are always in the comments saying, what about the man though? So first of all, I talk about loads of things. He's trying to frame it like I'm white knighting for women. At the end of the day, I've got loads of girls in the scene that I get on with. I've got you, I've got Chelsea, I've got other girls in my life. If I see a bunch of loser dudes online saying shit about girls that they can't post receipts for or quantify, I'm going to call them out. I call guys. How many times do I call guys out?
Yeah, 100%.
My whole 90% of my channel is dedicated to calling guys out. Who have I got the most beef with? Fate.
Yeah.
Right? You could argue if he's a man or not. We won't. Big up Fate. We love Fate around here, man. Different time. I'll get into that. But I argue with dudes all the time. So when I argue on the behalf of women, which some women don't like, as I've shown you, some girls really don't like it. I don't give a fuck about those girls. I'm talking for the girls that I care about.
Yeah.
These guys get really bent out of shape about it. Telling men to go to the gym isn't really doing much of anything but putting a band-aid on the problem.
Can I just, because this has really annoyed me as well, like this idea that the only thing that's doing is putting a band-aid on the problem, and tell me what the fuck blaming women is doing.
Yeah.
Because it's also the only thing you can't control. The only thing you can control is your own actions and what you do. And if you're like literally expelling all of your time spewing vitriol on the internet about women, you need a better use of your fucking time, my friend.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
You're not helping anyone.
At all.
I feel like Ellie's spot on there. We can't control what these girls are doing. We can only control what we do with our wallets and what we do with our bodies.
I think that's missing the point, though. It's missing the point. Obviously, yes, men shouldn't be, watching porn and people shouldn't be engaging. But it's like, sorry, there's a lot of men who are going to. There's a lot of weak men. And I think the best thing to do is to go at the higher levels to, campaign for these people. Like, again, like I kind of like what someone like Fishback in Florida is doing, where he's going to add like a sin tax to OnlyFans stuff. Or ban it. It's like make it hurt so these people don't sell it, because it's like, what's easier to stop, the millions, the hundreds, thousands to millions of women making porn, or the billions of men jacking off to porn? I think one is way easier to stop. One is literally impossible to stop. The other, with laws, you can stop it. You can really stop it very hard.
Okay, but the problem with that, Tope, is that we're not lawmakers. We're just dudes in the fighting game community. So I can only do ground level stuff. Like you're basically saying, you're saying to me, do Doctor Strange level Avengers threat something, or do Spider-Man.
Why is
thing.
that Doctor Strange level? Why?
Because he works in the government. He has the power to pass a syntax. I have no power. The only power that I have is to use the fact that I have done martial arts and gone to the gym and it's helped me with my mental state, and tell other men it's a good place to start. The reason I'm using superheroes is that Spider-Man's like ground level. He deals with ground level problems. I'm not like so egotistical or full of myself to think that I can do something on a governmental level. I'm not there. I can only help the guys boots on the ground sort of situation. So it makes perfect sense for me to tell guys, go to the gym, pick up a martial art, invest in yourself.
Why can't you do both? Tell them to do that and tell them to help change the laws. Yeah, one is going to take longer to do, but I'm advocating for both. Like again, like in America, you might not know this. In the South, they like blanket made like a porn ban where you have to like give your ID to show that if you could go on a porn site.
They've done that in the UK as well.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, that to me is like a perfect like. That's going to stop a lot of, or that's going to make a lot of people think twice about that, right? And I think that's not.
That's also censorship, though.
Who said I was against censorship fundamentally?
Okay, no, that's fine.
That's the thing. See, and that's the thing. Whereas people were saying, "Oh, if someone's covering their sleeve, is it censorship?" It's like covering their arm with their sleeve. It's like, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. Like, see, this is the thing where people I'm not saying you, but like people will assume that I'm just like them, where I'm just. I'll admit, even some of the stuff they do is a little weird. You know, the constant like micro analyzing of the panty line, and you know, you can say it's a bit funny, it's a bit, but it's like I understand where they're coming from. I'm basing it off the principle, right? They're against censorship in this particular place. But I'm not necessarily against it in all circumstances. Like, do I want gore? What's like, you know, porn or like sexually explicit material just everywhere? Like where I'm in Georgia, literally there's a billboard sign of like a sex shop, a Starship. It's called Starship. That billboard is up all the time, early, late night. It's like kids are seeing that. That doesn't deserve to be there. Get rid of that. Oh, that's censorship. Yeah, and that's good. What's wrong with that? I have no issue with that. I've never had an issue with that whatsoever.
Don't you think this same argument could be applied to free speech and how we interact with it?
You could make that argument, but I'd love to hear it because it's like, one, porn is universally, like, there is nothing good about it. Nothing. It only hurts. With free speech, I'm not necessarily saying that, oh, everyone should just say the most edgiest stuff possible. The point of it is that people are able to speak their mind freely without, you know, their lives being ruined. Because if you can't do that, so many things can't happen. And of course, when you do that, that's going to allow people to then be very, you know, vulgar, right? Of course. But I'm willing to have that. But the thing is, though, do I think people should be vulgar everywhere and everywhere? No. I don't think people should be super vulgar like in church or like on TV, like, you know, TV where like everyone's watching. You know, you have channels for that stuff, you know, HBO. Like, I think there's a difference between saying, you know, bad words. Like even bad words aren't universally bad, right? They are words at the end of the day. It's not like a blasphemy or something, right? Like, which so, okay, I mean, you do a lot. You do say a lot. So,
hey. So you said that place is called Spaceship, yeah?
Yeah, Starship,
and it's vulgar and it's out there, and children shouldn't see that. And you're okay with them taking that shit down, and that's a form of censorship you'd support.
Yeah.
So let's say instead of Starship being there, it was you, and you were saying vulgar things, and the premises think of the children, and a bunch of children walk past, and someone smacked you for it. Would you understand why they smacked you?
Someone smacked me?
Yeah, like you're saying vulgar shit in front of children.
It's not nice, but don't smack. No, like, why you smack? Like, you can just say it. You can just tell someone, like, yo, like, there's kids here, like, calm down, chill out. You don't, like, you know, again, unless they're like making threats to you. Hey, like, that's not, again, am I advocating for people to, you know, be like vulgar around children? No, but like, there's no need to slap people for that. There's no.
Well, okay.
There's a
All right,
there's a
well,
place for everything. There's a place for everything. But like I think
You
like
think there's a
porn is like
place
one of
for
those
porn?
things where it's like there's like nothing. There's literally like nothing good about it. Like especially like explicit porn. Like what do you like? And with porn, like the purpose, it's not even just like sexually explicit material necessarily. Porn specifically, the purpose of it is for you to goon. That's the purpose of it. It's not for art. That's the purpose. Like something like Pornhub. Like you're not going on Pornhub to watch the interesting stories in the plot. You're there to yeah.
So
it's
do you
like-
think the presentation of the women in DOA 5 is demonic?
No, because that again, that isn't porn. It's not porn. But would I show that around kids? Of course not. Like, is that something that I love myself? The super sexually explicit stuff? No. But on principle, for something like that, especially if it's being isolated to like this, you know, if only you're an adult and it's like out the way that you have to go out of your way. To me, that's again, it's not the same thing as it's not exactly the same. It's not.
All right. All right. George, let's continue this
But
a
I'm
little
willing.
bit.
I see people are disagreeing with it. I'm willing to have because yeah, it is a bit of a nuanced conversation. I understand that. I do.
Yeah, that's fair. We can definitely get into it later when people call in, because I know people are dying to call in.
You're bringing everyone down with you
Yeah,
in this
and-
spiral of hatred.
I can speak to this because I've actually done it. Look at Anajan, right? When we started gym, I started taking him gym at 4 or 5 in the
Yeah.
morning. Things got much better for him. We started going gym together.
Things got much better for me. Like,
Yeah. Gym does help. So for all the men out there that are telling these guys, "Oh, gym's a band-aid," no, gym is the foundation.
let's say it is. Let's say it's a band-aid for some people,
Mm.
because I'm not consistent. I can't lie and say, oh, I'm such a consistent person when I go to the. I'm not. When I was on a downward like trajectory, that really, really helped me. That routine. Do you know what I mean? That
stabilized you,
stability,
innit?
exactly.
Yeah.
The stability and the knowing that I was strong and I was getting stronger.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It made me feel powerful in other areas of my life. Like
Mhm.
I could do more in other areas of my life. And sometimes that's just the fucking kick you need to actually fulfill, your goals in other areas of your life. And there is nothing wrong with advocating for other men to do the same, or other women to do the same. This isn't necessarily advice that only men can take, because as you can see, it worked for me.
Yeah.
I just feel like he's picking at straws here. This idea of telling men to
It's not gonna save everyone, but it will
Mhm.
save more people than whatever bullshit Dalton's doing.
100%, 100% agree with that.
He then said the people who are making the porn are far more culpable than the people who consume it. Yeah, but the people that are making it, they're out of your pay grade,
That's
mate.
absolutely not true. That is absolutely not, like, unequivocally fucking false. Like, there is
I thought he
there
was
is a
talking about like
need.
Pornhub.
But what I'm saying is that shit didn't come from nowhere. They weren't just like, you know what I think people might like to see?
Mm.
My wife fucking that guy. Like, no, there was clearly fucking niches that people wanted to see.
Yeah.
This shit sells.
Yeah.
And I think that he's angry at the wrong fucking people, or that there isn't even anyone to be angry at. This is just so stupid. It's just grown adult people making decisions.
God.
Yeah.
We should be angry at the stuff that is being made without people's consent.
Yeah.
That's the stuff.
Okay,
like,
can you
this-
please,
this is
please.
just
Again, this note. Oh, consent. It's just like that's her. That like people like her. That's her only axiom. Consent. It's like obviously should people
It's
consent
not.
to sex? Obviously, but like consent alone is not good enough for like if someone consented to a doctor to cut their arm off, is that good? Oh well, they consented, or to blind them with drain cleaner. No. So just saying, oh, consent. There's more. There's so much more things to talk about here. Consent, in and of itself, is not good enough because there's things that are just bad. That there's no valuable reason to do it. That would be an example. Blinding yourself. Oh, my hand. It feels like it's gone. Cut it off for me. I consent.
I think you're missing what she's saying.
No,
she's saying that in terms of the porn discussion, there's obviously a big issue with porn being uploaded to like Pornhub and these other websites where people haven't consented, and that's what people should be attacking. That's what she's talking about. That there's a lot of videos on Pornhub. A lot have been scrubbed now, but a lot of people get recorded, like revenge porn, She
Yeah, I
was
agree.
talking about that. She's saying that's what we should focus on because these people haven't consented to have themselves on camera.
I disagree. I don't think you should all like focus. No, all of it's bad, regardless. Like she, again, like your sister, I'm going to guess she thinks there's nothing wrong with it. As
Oh,
long
she
as you
thinks there's
consent.
stuff wrong with porn. She definitely thinks there's something wrong with porn. She doesn't.
No,
She's against people watching it as well. She knows what it does to people.
wait. So is her argument as long as they consent, the porn's fine?
No, she's saying that it's a massive issue to be on a porn website and not have even given consent. So that's the first thing we should focus on. That there's a lot of children and there's a lot of women predominantly who have had revenge porn made of them and put up. And obviously it
Okay, yeah.
happens to men as well. And that's where she's saying the focus should be.
Okay, I disagree with that, but like, okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, so for her, if someone was 18 and up, the porn on all the site was all 18 and up, and everyone consented and everything was good, would she then be fine with it?
No, I don't think she'd be fine with it across the board. I think there's areas where you could probably talk to her and be like, yeah, leave her alone. She's doing her own thing. But there's probably porn's very vast. So
Okay, yeah, no,
putting
that's
a
fair.
blanket statement on porn is very difficult. But if it was like, I'm sure if she said, oh, there's an OnlyFans girl doing her thing, she's not going to go after the OnlyFans girl. But she'll probably tell the guy, probably shouldn't be buying that stuff. So she's going to go to the guy feeding her. She ain't going to go to the girl.
No, and you know what? I understand what you're saying. Yeah, obviously there's like extreme porn that even though everyone consents, you're like, ugh, no. But like, but still, even what she's saying, I still disagree with that. Even the random OF chick who's just making content, that's still wrong. It's still fundamentally wrong and evil. And and is she a Christian? Does she consider herself to be a Christian?
She's from a Christian, like obviously it's from a Christian family, but she is agnostic, I'd say.
Okay, because I was going to say, because it's like you can't have that opinion and be Christian. You can't. It's just like that's a fundamental like you can't be okay with that. You can't be okay, even if it's just the OF chick or it's the completely vanilla scene where there's nothing crazy going on. It's all bad. Of course, the ones without consent are even worse, but they're all bad. All of it are bad. And to just again, you're only blaming one side of the argument. And
She's
I even
not.
go, yes, she is. She's really only blaming the guys here. Why are you watching it? She's not
Well, 'cause
shitting on the other people too who are making it.
We're predominantly the ones that consume porn. I think we all
Correct.
know that. I'm not saying women don't, and I'm not saying there's not large numbers either, but it's obviously men. That's why OnlyFans girls are getting stinking rich. They're providing the service and dudes are paying for it. What she's saying is that yes, you're correct. Porn has a lot of different problems, but you can't focus on every single problem. You literally can't. So you can take one problem, you can hyper focus on that and fix it and then move on. She's saying this is the issue we have to hyper focus on. Revenge porn, underage children, people not consenting to being on these websites. They should be protected first. Maybe she's wrong, maybe that's not the biggest issue.
Yeah,
But
it's
she's
not.
just saying you have to hyper focus on this problem and then move on to another. If you said to me, that's not the biggest problem, this is, and we should focus on that, I'd say to you, okay, cool, but you can't solve every single problem in the porn industry at the same time. So her highlighting one doesn't really devalue her argument.
And I see where you're coming from, but what I'm reading into what she's saying that when because I get it, people are saying let's hyper focus on this and then let's deal with the other stuff. But to me, it's just like, oh, let's just hyper focus on this and only this and don't touch the other stuff. And I feel like she's on the latter when she's saying that, because even by your admission, she says she probably wouldn't mind an OF chick doing her thing, you know. But I have a problem with that. I do. Even if the chick is getting barely any viewers, I have a problem with that. Get rid of that.
But okay, have you ever successfully gotten rid of an OnlyFans girl?
I haven't,
You
I haven't
personally?
tried personally. I haven't tried personally, but again,
Okay.
this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, one person alone can't do it, but people come, united can get that fixed. But I feel like people like her are just constantly, you constantly like derail the conversation and you bring it to places where it doesn't need to be, and then it's. Or did you get to the part where but that video was the reason that I called you out for a debate. Like that was it.
I do want to go back to it because
Yeah,
I know I'm just trying to be mindful of people waiting to call in, but we will go back to it. I do just want to say that, and I don't mean this as a put down to you at all, Tope, so don't take it that way. But the way I am an action person, like if I say something, I normally want to partake in it. I want to do something. And what you're talking about, I understand it, but if you haven't if you're talking about that and you're very like you're very firm on that stance, then in my opinion, you have to do something about it. So if you're saying, oh, I rally, we should rally together and we should stop an OnlyFans girl from doing it, then I would say to you, have you done that? And if your answer is no, then for me, who is someone that has gotten a guy off of OnlyFans, that has helped a guy that's overweight wake up at 4 a.m. and go to the gym, that has helped a guy from killing himself, I would say, well, I've done this. So I've actually helped these people. You're just telling me what to do, but you don't have any proof of it.
And this is where I disagree too, where it's like, you sound like the people who, when someone who's like anti-abortion, and they'll yell at you and they'll say, oh, have you adopted a kid? Have you adopted a kid yet? Well, if you haven't adopted a kid, you can't speak on it. That kind of thing. And it's like, but we're talking about ideas here. And I'm right wing. The people who I vote for, the people who are explicitly going to ban this stuff, that's a big reason why I'm voting them in. It's like, no disrespect to you, but what you did is just a drop in the bucket. It's not going to actually change the problem. I'm thinking about fundamental societal change, and that is what we need. Just helping one or a few people, that's not really going to do anything. In fact, I feel like it will put you in the thing where you think you did something when you really didn't really. And again, but I'm not even saying you didn't do literally anything. I wish you the best with that. Like, great job. But I don't know anyone who's watching OF. I don't. If I knew someone who was, I'd be like, bro, stop that shit. But all the people I know, I don't know if they're doing that, so I can't say that. Okay, I see a comment here where it says, oh, why does you bring politics? Because I believe that politics is overarching debate. I think people like you think that politics is just Republican, Democrat. To me, all that politics is just using the power of the majority to influence everyone. So the government, free speech, like even the DOA thing you're talking about, that is a political debate where what are the limits of freedom of expression? Because in some governments, like the US, it's allowed, but in the Saudi Arabia and other places in the world, that shit's not allowed. And that's a purely political statement. I think it's overarching universal. It's like a great example of this is the Ludovic situation. That's a perfect example where it's like someone like that should have been deported over 20 years ago, but yet he's still here. Why is he here? He should be gone. But people are going to make all the excuses in the world, but the other side will be like, well, he's a good guy and he should be here, even though he had a removal order almost 20 years ago. Let's keep him here. And to do so, to deport him, that'd be racist, and he's gay, and in Cameroon, he'd be killed, so you can't send him back. Is that not a political statement? Like, do you agree with Cameroon and their laws on homosexuality? Do you agree on that? Like, the stuff that the government does, you think it doesn't affect you, but it does. I just care before it's catastrophic. You only care when it directly affects you, but by that time, it's too fucking late. And I don't want to wait until it's too fucking late.
You talking to me or the chat?
That guy in general, and just in general.
Okay. Yeah,
like, I'm just saying,
I hear what you're saying. Like, you vote for the people that you think is going to make change. I don't trust the government. I don't trust the government here. I don't trust your government. I'm not saying you shouldn't vote. If you've got the right to vote and you feel like something is going to happen, that's cool. But I can only do, like, I can vote like you, and I can vote someone in and hope for the best. Or I can do that and additionally look at the people around me and see where I can help them. I don't think it's a nothing burger. I think that if you help one person, they might help somebody, and they might help somebody, or it might go nowhere. I don't think there's any. I think there's merit in helping your everyday man.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that, like, I understand, of course, real change starts with yourself. Of course, I agree with that. But like society, but a single person cannot change society. Well, maybe they can. It depends. But like, we need to do more than just help single people, because the overarching problem still exists, and just helping single people isn't enough. And with politics is not just voting in people. It's giving money to PACs and all this other stuff. Like, I'm not just voting in people. There's a lot more stuff that people like I do in the background that I won't go into detail about. But politics is not just, oh, put your ballot in for that. It's way more complicated than that. So
Yeah, no, I hear that. If you're donating to like to whatever PACs or whatever it is, Turning Point, whatever these organizations are, then I understand that. I would never send my money to things like that, not because it's right wing or left wing. I just don't trust big corporations or the government. So for me, my thing would be, if I knew a family run charity and they were trying to like build houses for people that live in like in very poor areas, I'm more likely to give my money there. I would rather give my money to people that I can see or I can physically touch, or I'm like, these are real people. They're not some corporation where I don't know what the hell's going on with my money. They're just going to tell me it's going somewhere, and then 10 years later I'm going to find out that someone did something, there was embezzlement, X, Y, and Z. I'd rather know that I'm more involved. I'm more interested in like the village rather than sending my money off to the king or whatever. Like, if I don't know where that shit's going, I don't trust them. If you trust them and they actually do make change, then fair enough. I'm happy to be wrong on that, but
it's not even about trust. It's not even about trust. I totally get what you're saying, that you're just giving money to the system and it just like it's just eating your money and just whatnot. But it's like, the thing is though, you have to maybe like build an organization by yourself from the ground up, or help support organizations like that, and then they, through collectivism, using all your power together, you can then maybe make a dent in the system, versus you just only focusing on your little, like, I'm just sorry, your little local, like, I'm not saying local politics doesn't matter, but locally alone isn't. People are just saying, I do not trust the government. I don't, like, that's not even about trust, but it's like, you have to try and influence the government. You have to, and you alone cannot do anything unless you're a billionaire like Peter Thiel. No, you're not no one's listening to you. Like, but a million people who donate money could match someone like a Peter Thiel, like a Les Wexner, people like that. These are like really rich people.
No, I hear it. I think I won't continue this too much longer so you can get to the video. The last thing I'll say on it is that after everything that has come out about government officials this year and all the documents that have come out about what they do in their private time, they can do one. I do not trust them as far as I can throw them, not in the slightest. So if that means I'm withholding money from people that might make a change, I'll take that bet, because there ain't no way I'm giving my money to somebody that fucking goes to. Well, you guys know what I'm talking about.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Chat, you guys can still hear me?
Mike, can you talk?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What the? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, hello?
I'm gonna
restart.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll wait for him to get back. Whilst we're waiting for him to get back. Yeah, I don't want anyone. Oh, that was quick. Never mind.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
What the? Why can't I hear you?
Maybe your settings have gone back to default.
Hello?
Hello?
Hold on, let me. Okay, that's my mic. Speakers. What the? Hold on. Yeah, speakers. Okay, about this system. Can you speak now?
Hello?
Yeah. Okay, I can hear you now. I don't know what that was. Sorry, I think my thing is weird. What were you saying? I'm so sorry.
No, it's cool. I was just making the point that I don't trust politicians. But
yeah, and I totally understand. But it's like and this is the last thing I'll say. How I see it is that I don't trust them. However, like, and that's why you shouldn't just blindly vote for people. It's why I didn't vote for Trump. Like, I had a feeling that we were going to go to war in Iran and all that, and we did. I had a feeling, and that's exactly why I didn't vote for him. But and what's the last thing I want to say? With these people, they'll sing all this song and dance to you, but they won't listen to you unless you make them listen. And a big way to do it is to hurt their pocket. Fund opposition, or that's what you need to do, and that's what I'm trying to do.
That's fair enough.
to make them listen to us, because they're not gonna listen unless you funny like Bandai Namco. These niggas are not gonna listen to any of you people unless you make it hurt. That's the only way they're gonna listen to you.
All right, we'll jump back into the video.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. What do you mean that's what I thought? I haven't even responded to you. Do you not go outside? That's not how conversations go. First, I would have to back down, and then
This is just being autistic. For someone who claims that
That is not being autistic. And if you say something to me on Twitter, and then in your same paragraph say that's what I thought implies that I had nothing to say or I backed down. You can't say that's what I thought after I haven't even said anything yet.
Well, but Twitter is different. Like I get it. Yeah, you wouldn't say that in real life, but come on, Mike. Twitter stuff is very different. People do talk, as you do say, people talk very differently. There's a different mannerism. So I just think it is just being.
I don't think we should. We shouldn't excuse terminally online behavior, because and I know in the real world that's not how conversation goes. If you said to me X, Y, and Z, Mike, and I stood there and I put my head down, and then you said that's what I thought, that makes sense. But if you're talking and I don't even get a word in, and you say that's what I thought, I'm looking at that, bro. Are you hearing voices? I haven't even spoken yet.
I'm just gonna say that online is a bit different. I just think it's just a different realm, and see if you're gonna have to treat it like it's differently. Like maybe I should choose a different term, but it's just like, okay, it's just like nitpicky. Fine, I won't say autistic. It's just being like, oh, okay, but you're kind of being very nitpicky here.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
other people don't understand social cues, other stuff. It's like, hey, buddy, conversations work a little bit different online than they work offline.
People call a Smash player calling people autistic, bro. I know Mike I'm a Smash player. I'm not that kind of Smash player, dude. Like, let me just tell you that right now. I'm not that. I fucking hate these people. Let me tell you that. Or Mike?
I was just zooming in when you said that.
Yeah, so I fucking hate these people. Trust me, I hate them way more than you'd ever know. So trust me, I don't like any of these people. I hate them. So we are not in the same category at all. Oh,
no, I'm joking. Tope's never had an allegation against him like that. I'm just playing. He's never had an allegation.
Oh, wow.
No, crazy idea.
you would say that's what I thought. Nobody's watching your garbage show, really. That's interesting, Punisher. Now, I don't like doing this. I really don't like doing this. But I went over to your Twitch page, and it's very funny for you to say nobody's watching my stuff, okay? I would think twice if I were you. Don't let the numbers of the subscribers or the followers inflate your ego. And by the way, you have less than me anyway, so I don't even know why you went down there. I don't want to go down the route of numbers, okay? There's absolutely no reason to do that. But
I do think it's funny that he's saying, "Oh, I don't usually do this. You're making me do this." He's saying, "Oh, well, my numbers are larger than yours." It's like,
well, just to be clear, he didn't make me do anything, but he did mention it. So I said, this isn't something I usually do. But since you want to go down that road, let's go down that road.
Yeah, that was just a phrase I know. I was just saying that oh, you made me do I get it though. Yeah, I know. Smashers are universally. Duh, I know. Yeah.
Fails to mention here is that unlike Mike, Punisher, from what I'm seeing here, and I looked at his YouTube as well, his last video, him even streaming, was 6 months ago. So unlike you, he's not constantly popping out slop content 24/7. Well, of course he doesn't have a bigger platform.
Well, that was unnecessary.
Hold on, I explained a little further. Hold on. Give me a shot.
If he pumped out slop like you did, consistently like that, yeah, he would have a bigger fan base. He used to.
Now then, I'm glad you said
I'm
that.
not finished.
I know this isn't a slight on you, but this is to make the point against Punisher. Now you're saying that I pump out slop content. That's fine. If you think my content is slop, I'm perfectly okay with that. But I do find it funny when Punisher's in the conversation, because the only place that Punisher has more followers or subscribers than me is Twitter. And what does Punisher post almost exclusively? Nothing but half-naked women. Now, I don't know about you, but on Twitter, that gets you a lot of followers. Punisher, the content creator, he's not posting his own stuff. He's reposting half-naked women. There's a lot of gooners and a lot of people that go, hey, do you know what? I like naked girls. I'm going to follow that. So in terms of just posting slop, yeah, okay, if people think I post slop on YouTube, no problem. But at least I create that slop. He don't. He just reposts half-naked women. Now, if I need to make the point, we can scroll down his Twitter page. But you being a Christian and us not really wanting to get thrown off YouTube, you already know what's on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm a Christian, but I'm not I'm not a monk. I'm not gonna. I know how the world is. Like you go. I already saw your video too. Yeah, but
Yeah, and
Yeah,
listen,
I
Punisher,
know,
he's
I'm
not
just-
here to he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to drag his Twitter page through the mud. But he did start that. I did not talk about his Twitter following, and I didn't pull apart how he got it. But he started that, so
fair enough. Fair enough.
He used to pump out content more, but he doesn't do it now. And before people, I say it's slop because one, you can tell like for this video in particular, you can tell that he like immediately rushed in making this video because it was a few hours when I saw this entire conversation happening. I think like for me because I'm in EST, I'm in America. When they were having their little debate, it was like around.
I'm sorry.
around
It
six-
smells
let
like
me actually
smoke
get
in
the
my
exact-
area. Give me just a sec. I'm sorry.
no, it's fine, no problem.
What the?
Damn you, jeez. So after you talk shit, hopefully nothing's gone wrong in his house. Hope he's okay. Sorry, chat. I know that you guys want to call in. I promise we will do call-ins. I just really want to address some of the points in the video.
I'm sorry. I don't know why. It just like smells like smoke. Nothing here is burning. So.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I think so. Like I don't. Just
Okay.
ignore it. I'll let you know if anything happens. But like,
All right, cool.
Give me one. Okay. So yeah, Mike made his first response at like 8 a.m. the next day. Onishir makes his first response I would say the conversation really started at like 3:10 p.m. on the 18th, and then the last comment that was made, it was this one where it ended at 4:34 p.m. So they were having their debate for a little over an hour, right? And then literally, bro makes his video, and when was this video made? The 18th, and I remember it was around like 10 o'clock. So bro made this video in like little less than 6 hours. He had to pump that shit out.
Okay, so he's muted. Let me just clear this up. So, is everything good, Tope? If you need to take a moment, just tell me.
I guess I will. I'm sorry. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm sorry. Give me a
No,
second.
go sort your stuff, but we'll get back to it in a bit.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll address this when he gets back because this is obviously was misrepresenting what actually happened. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation in the chat. I've been enjoying it. What about you guys? I know C4 is somewhere right now. He's chomping at the bit. He wants to get in here. I haven't been neglecting chat. I've been reading chat, reading what you guys are saying. This house is on fire. Look, I get it, man. I live in a dangerous area as well. I hear the smallest sound, and I'm like, oh shit, something might be going on. I mean, you guys have seen me before get up and have to leave the stream for a second because the police are here or something. So it's fine. It's a very interesting, slightly surprising one. Well, bro, are you surprised at this point? Are you surprised at the things that happen on my channel?
Sorry about that. It seems to be gone now.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. Sorry. I don't know.
This is fine. This is fine. No problem. All right. So I wanted to address what you were saying here because you were talking about time frames, and I rushed to get this out. And you do mention it in the video, I remember. So we'll skip over it because I'm going to mention it now. But my camera being dark is simply because the lighting in my room is shit, and the only reason that it's not dark right now is that the screen that I'm looking at is white because we're on StreamYards. You said that I pumped that out in 6 hours. I actually got it out within an hour. It was very easy to get out because all I was doing was looking into a camera and talking. There's not much editing in this video. It's just me talking into a camera. Not really that different from what we're doing now. Thirdly, you mentioned that you used the fact that you can see all my borders and tabs and that's why I rushed. The only reason you can see that is because I did it on OBS and I didn't do it on StreamYards. You can't see it on StreamYards right now because StreamYards cuts it out. So yeah, that type of content is extremely easy to do. I press record, I talk, I upload. That's it. I didn't rush though. I sat there, I had my tea. I was like, right, this guy doesn't want to talk to me on live stream. I guess I'm going to call him out on YouTube. That was it.
Okay, I was kind of joking there a little bit. I'll be 100% honest there. Because I know you do make content like this, but I'll admit that was quick because I literally remember seeing the whole thing happen, and then 3 hours later, and I just see the video. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, I don't know.
So, yeah.
I think you got the time zones a little bit wrong though, because this was happening in the evening.
It wasn't the
Yeah,
morning.
yeah. For me, it was in the morning or in the afternoon, but for you, it was like late. Yeah, so
Yeah. I was literally laying in bed and I was reading the tweets and I was like, and I kept on saying jump on live stream or whatever. He wouldn't do it, and I was like, well, I wasn't going to stream anything today, but he's gotten under my skin enough. I'll just go and make a YouTube video about it and we'll see what happens. That's all it was. Like I wasn't like someone I was like I got to rush to get some views or whatever. It was just like you're talking shit to me on Twitter, so now I'm going to talk shit to you on YouTube where you can look at my face because he's basically trying to make out like I'm afraid to speak to him or something or that he's above me. And I've made it clear to him 100 times that at any time Punisher ever calls me out and wants to jump on a live stream, whether it's 3 a.m. or 3 p.m., no matter what I'm doing, I'll drop it and we'll jump on that live stream. I'm prepared and I'll cook him. I just wanted him to know that. And I also wanted to make it clear that I don't like him at all. Not in the single bit. So I would make it very clear to him. The way I'm speaking to you, I don't dislike you, Tope. I know we've had our differences, but if I don't like someone, I let them know beforehand. We can have the conversation, but if he steps out of line, I'm going to let him know immediately. And there's not going to be any snaky behavior. He keeps on posting on people's YouTube videos. I think he posted it on your one. Oh, Mike's a snake. I'm not a snake. I tell you straight up and down. If he comes on my platform and he chats shit to me, I'm going to chat shit back to him. I dislike him. I don't like the guy. I don't dislike you. We just have a difference of opinions.
fair enough. That is between you and him. All right, one thing before we start. I get this criticism all the time. Bro, I don't even like everyone says everyone's taskbar is so not filled. I don't get it, man. I use like all this shit in the regular, man. So much of this shit you see. Like 2 browsers, my task manager, torrent, a lot of emulator stuff, Signal chatting app, my music app, OBS, my stream chat, music apps, Telegram, bunch of emulator stuff. It's easy to fill a taskbar. Everyone's like, oh, it's so filled up. Like, I get this criticism so much, and I'm just seeing it like, bruh, I don't know how your stuff isn't filled up. I use a lot of shit. I use a lot of stuff.
No, my boy's always got a billion tabs open. For me, I just don't like it. I like space. Like, even if you come to like my new place, I've got a lot of space everywhere. I don't like clutter, which is one thing I hate about my current bedroom, which is why I'm throwing so much shit out. It's very cluttered. So that's the same with my PC. If you look at my PC, it's dead. There's nothing on it. Like I don't like having bare shit everywhere. But it gets too cluttered, I delete stuff. I don't even look sometimes. Sometimes I delete important things. I just don't like having shit everywhere. So that if I was on your PC, Tope, that would drive me mad. But I don't think it's weird. I know loads of people that have loads of
I
apps.
know. I'm just I just get that criticism so much. I'm like, bro, how is your stuff not filled up? How is it not filled? Like I use a lot of this stuff on the regular. So, but yeah,
That's fair enough.
Continue.
He really had to pump that out. You can even tell here, it's dark as hell in this area because you have to remember too, he's like 5 hours ahead.
All right, we covered all this.
And bro didn't even bother putting lights on his face. Bro just looks like a black spirit over there.
That was an LTG reference. All right.
Okay. When you said that, I was like, what?
That was a ghost of black spirit. I was just joking. That was just a joke.
Yeah, my stream setup, my YouTube setup is very basic. It's just it's centered around me talking to people. So for me, like, I don't put lights up. I don't do anything fancy. There's not much editing. It's just conversations.
Interesting. Well, you can
No light, no natural light, no nothing. He didn't even bother doing that. He had to pump that out immediately. That's why I'm calling it SlotCon.
You do watch it because there's a tweet on your page that is reflecting what we spoke about, not a day later. The post is here. It says, I'll get to my proper response later on, but this is just a quick point. This is why they thought they can overcome this by making the game more erotic and milk you loyal players out of all of your money with erotic DLC. So that was a quote from Itagaki from some time ago. But if you draw your attention just over here, so the statement that Mike is using is false. He put this tweet up on March 11, 2026, right? I put up this YouTube video on the 10th of March. Now, I wasn't rude to anybody in this video. I offered suggestions.
Guys, calling them gooners and dedicating half the video to him, he was being respectful.
But wait, they call themselves gooners. I don't understand how gooners an insult to them. They literally call themselves gooners, and I didn't insult Punisher in this entire video. You said you watched it. Could you point to me at what time I insulted him?
I think you did. I think it was just calling him Gooner, the Gooner. But if I didn't know they call themselves Gooners unironically. I did not. If that is the case, then I guess then. I didn't think people were calling themselves. I just thought like Gooner like incel now, where it's like people will, people will like say it like unironically, like as funny, but like, or just because like I remember when incel was just an insult, and gooner, like that's just like, who wants to be called a gooner? It just sounds so slimy. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, well, in the UK, gooner was like, if you called someone a goon, that was like you're basically saying they're a thug.
Yeah,
I don't know where it changed over time. I also do want to point out the fact that if you look at my face here, it's very bright. That's because I'm on a white page. Just so everyone knows, I don't really tamper with my lighting. My lighting is very shit in here. But if you are concerned about my lighting in the new place, it's very good. The walls are white, so we're good. The light, I won't look like a dark spirit on camera.
Fair enough.
Respectful.
All I did was offer suggestions, and this guy got his
You only offered suggestions.
knickers in a twist about it. But if I post this on 10th of March and you don't watch the stuff, very convenient that you post on the 11th. That is very convenient.
God forbid he responds to a video
you can
that over half the video.
But just to be clear, it's not that he's responding to me. That's fine. It's that he has stated, I don't watch your clown shit before. I don't watch your stuff. And he even stated it recently. I don't watch your stuff. But I know he's watching right now because I know he's going to reference stuff later on. I've seen him reference me before without talking about me. We're all smart enough to know when someone's talking about you, but they ain't saying your name. He could play dumb with me if he wants. But my point here is that he does watch the content. That's why he's responding to me. Not that he's responding. You can respond to me if you want. I ain't got no problem with that.
But how do you know he's just actively watching? Couldn't someone like send that shit to him? Like there are people who I don't watch. Like I'll be okay. Here's another example. Like for a while I didn't watch your streams for quite a while, right? But people in my chat, in my funny remember that YouTube video where you were talking about that Smash tournament guy and like the first like 7 minutes you like shat on me for a sec for those like because someone sent the screenshots to you. Like I remember,
I don't remember, but
it was a while ago. But like, what happens is that people like DFF, people like that, literally would like send me clips when I would be referenced on your stream multiple times, and I remember like Prime people would send that to me, and that's how I know you.
Isn't that you still watching it?
No, but I'm not actively watching. Someone's bringing it to my attention. That's different from me. Like, it's not like someone like LTG where I'm like, I watch their streams somewhat regularly. Like, I purposefully click on their streams and I watch it to have a good time, or your stuff. I wasn't watching your streams. Someone brought a clip to me and then said, oh, bro's talking shit. And I watched the clip. And I think that's what happens here. Well, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I just feel like in this situation, was he constantly responding to you for everything you were saying, or did he only respond when you were making a video that was directed towards him?
He's made comments about competitive players and how they're going to destroy his DOA, and a lot of the framing of his tweets is very clear that they've come from my streams where I've had people like Tom Brady on or Ponton. He's even name dropped Tom Brady before. So I know he's watching. To what capacity, I don't know. I'll grant you that it might be clips. But then I would say, you're a grown man. Why are you giving into clip culture? Why don't you come get the full context? If you are watching clips of me and then getting angry, I actually have more grounds to sit there and come at you. Because we all know clip culture is extremely toxic and it can start fights over nothing.
Yeah, and I see that, but I just think that with this situation, people might have like, maybe when you referenced him or something, people like said clips to him. And then with this, it's like everyone knows that you're talking about him here. Like half the video was about him in a way. So I think that's why, to me, it's like, it's kind of plausible deniability. But I honestly, I get what you're saying. I do. But I was just, because it's the other way. It's like, maybe he doesn't watch your content. He could just be like what I was doing before but now I do watch your content. Like, bro, I was there for more than half of that last live stream. Something else. I will admit that full-heartedly. But other than that, I wasn't watching your stuff for quite a while.
Yeah, I appreciate you watching that. Thank you. But that's fine. If he watched out of context, then he needs to do better.
It was directed at him. Wow, how he doesn't watch. He claims he doesn't watch my content, but when I made this particular content that attacked him directly, he responded to it. That proves he's a routine watcher of my content. Like, buddy, this is not the W you think it is.
I was having a back and forth with him about DOA because, again, he was getting his knickers in a twist about stuff, and he goes content.
And I love how he didn't even. And the crazy part is too.
You can
punish here. He addresses that comment.
Or actually, no. I thought it was just me, just like saying the same thing I was saying before. I think this one actually is a little important. You can.
Okay.
that Itagaki made, right? And because Punishier's disagreement, he disagrees with Itagaki, and he explains his criticism, but Mike won't even engage with that. Funny enough, because Mike always was talking about that, the interview that he was talking about. Punisher has a response to that interview, but Mike won't even give that the time of day, and then just uses that as an excuse. Oh, well, he's constantly watching my content. Like, to me, that just shows that he's not serious. He's not actually.
So I did engage with it. You might have missed the video or the live stream, but we spoke about it on live stream, and I actually spoke about it on a non-DOA live stream after that as well. So I looked at what he said about Itagaki, the gambling, the sex, and how characters are perceived, and I gave my pushback on it. So that's you. If you missed it, that's fine, but that's not true. Anything Punisher's put up that I've found contestable, I've spoken about it. And if Punisher wants to come on here and make that point again, I will contest it again. There's been no time where Punisher said something, I've dismissed it. And again, he's very welcome to come on here and try to make out like I didn't, and then receipts will get pulled up.
All right, I guess I didn't know that, so I guess I can. But yeah, I was more so, in the. But I mean, you don't necessarily have to respond to it directly in this video. And I get it, your video you were referencing, now knowing that context that you added, so that's fair enough. Mm-hmm. But like, if let's say if you never did address it, then I would feel like, yeah, you kind of would address it, but you said you did, so
a conversation. Because if he was serious, he would actually have engaged his point directly there, or at least given it some time. But he didn't even bother to do that. But yet he thinks that we're supposed to think that he's serious about it. And he clearly is not.
2026, right? I put up this YouTube video on got his forth with him about DOA because again he was getting his knickers in a twist about stuff, and he goes, content vultures continue mental gymnastics for the sake of keeping up the drama. There was no drama in that video that I posted. I encourage all of you guys to go and watch it. If you're below 18, it's age restricted, so I can't help you there. But I didn't start any drama with the DOA community. I simply offered suggestions. That's what this guy sees as drama. That's what I mean when I say, when you challenge this guy's virtual boobs, he gets his knickers in a twist. There was no drama. There was none whatsoever. I disagree with his takes heavily. I find some of his takes really bizarre. But there was no drama between us. He goes, is it because Tekken isn't generating enough revenue for you, Mike? That's not my problem. Like, there was no need to go down the road of taking shots. I mean, everyone that's been coming to the channel has seen Emery Reigns on here, has seen Master, has seen Tom Brady, has seen Ponton, has seen Swoozy. There's so many people that have got Hoodless, and I think Ninjutsu, I think it was. There's loads of them that come to this page, and I have civil conversations with them, and there might be disagreements, but...
He's hiding behind a bunch of people who have nothing to do with this conversation and using that as an argument. We're not talking about it.
Why do you think I'm hiding behind them?
Well, what I was saying there, because I explained this a little further, where it was like, because what it seemed to me was that Punisher was just really, he was just saying his stuff. He was saying, I'm this, and here are my beliefs. And then it felt like when you were saying your stuff, you even admitted because you weren't like as knowledgeable, but you were referencing other people. So it kind of just felt like you were hiding behind them in that way.
So with regards to this, where he's saying, is it because Tekken isn't generating enough revenue? The reason that I mentioned their names is that I've brought on other people years ago, a year ago. Swoozy was on here, Tom Brady, Ponton, Hoodless, Ninjutsu, Master. Like, these guys are all from the DOA scene, and they were here months to a year ago. So he was trying to make out like I'm jumping on a bandwagon. And by the way, no offense to DOA at all, but there's no wheels on your wagon right now. Like, you've got a brand new game, but if I wanted to make money on culture or on content and I was a vulture, I would be over on Street Fighter. You can count on one hand how many Street Fighter videos I've made. If that was really true, if I was really a content vulture and I'm in the fighting game community, Street Fighter is the one that I'm going to, because they are getting stupid amounts of views. I'm sure you've seen how YouTubers on Street Fighter YouTubers, how their channels have blown up because of Street Fighter 6. Right? I'm sure you've seen it, right?
Yeah, I've seen that.
If I was truly a grifter like Punisher makes out, why would I go to DOA that has no wheels on its wagon when I could go to Street Fighter that has all the wheels? It doesn't make any sense. And I got invested in DOA before DOA 7's announcement even came about. I've got proof on my channel of me playing DOA 5 unprompted by anybody. I just told my stream, do you know what? I want to give DOA a try. And at that point, there was really no conversation around DOA 7. I asked Master, who works with Koei Tecmo, to come onto my platform because I got interested in the franchise, to ask him, will we ever see DOA 7 and talk about Ninja Gaiden? So him saying, has the money dried up on Tekken doesn't make any sense. Like you said, I play loads of fighting games. I make loads of different fighting game content.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a bit more information. Where, okay, that makes sense. That does.
Yeah, I don't know why he would say that. Like, if I wanted to make money, why would I go to? I mean, I like DOA. I don't mean this is an insult, but if I wanted to make money, why the hell would I go to DOA? That makes no sense. If I really want to make money, I'm doing Mortal Kombat and I'm doing Street Fighter. I just talk about things that I enjoy, and I enjoy playing DOA. I don't know, this guy. This is why I said to you. This is why I said to you, Tope, that I think that this guy is just mad that I challenged his viewpoints, because something like this don't even make any sense. Is the Tekken money drying up? Like, what an idiotic thing to say.
I guess yeah, because you're not a primarily Tekken player. You play everything, so yeah.
He wasn't referencing them in that video. He referenced Momochi, that guy, and then he referenced Punisher. That's who he referenced. So he's bringing up these other DOA players. Like, as someone who says that, stay on topic, that has nothing to do with what's going on. Take your own advice.
God forbid I make a comment about a digital thigh. That's somehow starting drama. How old are you, dude? Then he said it's just a powwow of ex-pros that cry because they want handouts from major companies. None of these guys want major handouts. I mean, the one that appears on my podcast the most to talk about DOA is Tom Brady, who obviously had a big impact on the competitive side of it. Tom is very, very well off. I mean, I'm not going to disclose how much money the man.
He did it again. Punisher is making a general statement about his show.
This is the general, yeah. Like, you can skip that. It's whatever. We were talking about this before.
Yeah, we covered this.
I'm honestly so glad, because I could have trimmed this video way less. I'm glad I didn't. I mean, I'm glad I did. So
no, that's fine. That's fine. If we've covered it, it's all good.
Yeah, we covered all this shit.
Relying on someone else. It's like his brain turned on.
And look at the boobs bouncing. You're allowed to do that. You paid money for the game, right?
Once again, another jab right there. Oh, you just want to go to training mode and watch the boobs bounce. Totally not being personal or, disrespectful there. No.
I ain't gonna hate you for it, but...
And just to be clear to Punisher, in case he does see this, because he decided to be disrespectful, yeah, the lashings will not stop until morale improves. I'm sorry, but you decided to be disrespectful to me. Now you can hold that shit now. If you get into a war of words with me, Punisher, you're gonna lose that. So if you just stop being like that, then I won't be like that. But if you continue talking to me like you have some authority over me, then yeah, this is going to continue.
These guys that are looking for handouts, I mean, Ponton, for example, he's run like massive forums and Discord groups and whatever. He's not looking for a handout. He loves the series. He just doesn't love the series the way you love the series. And that upsets you. It upsets you that these players can play professionally and appreciate the game in a way that you can't.
You're just like, oh, you're upset that someone like. He can't even say, oh, it's disagreement. He doesn't like what they're saying. No. He's just upset that someone thinks a little bit different than me. This is going to sound crazy, Mike. As someone like you who portrays himself as the, as a centrist, who, wants to be the reasonable one.
I do not portray myself as a centrist. I would think it's fair to say that you portray me that way and other people. I think my takes, I understand why you see that, but I don't call myself a centrist or a fencer. Sometimes I think...
Well, I said portray. I said not even like, you didn't say it. But I think you give the air of to portray.
Well, I just don't like... that's fair, but I don't like taking sides. Like, I feel like if you've got two extreme sides and they're completely in disagreement with each other, I think sitting in the middle and listening to both and try to find a reasonable middle ground is the better thing to do. I don't like taking a harsh side on something if I don't feel like it needs to be done. I feel like everybody's playing for a team these days.
I don't know. To me, I have no issue with that. I feel like that a lot of like our society is just so, how do I say this? Things are crazy, man. It's getting crazy out there. And it's like, in order to solve the problem or stuff like this, to really solve problems, you kind of have to take a radical stance. I feel like radical problems require radical solutions in that sense. So that's why I just feel like so many times, many of the issues that like the porn thing, as we talked about before, it's like, I feel like I understand where you're coming from, but I just don't think it's good enough. It's maybe a step in the right direction, but it's not. We need to kind of cross the Overton. Cross the Rubicon. That's what I meant, the Rubicon. We need to cross it. You can't just stay at the precipice.
Do you know what I think the problem is? And I spoke to somebody. I think I finally know what the issue is and why we don't agree on so many of these things. It's because you're in America. And when I talk to Americans, I understand why you guys take radical stances, because I don't know. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but when I look at what's going on in America, it feels like I'm watching a new season on Netflix or some TV show. American politics seems so wild that I kind of understand why you guys have become so radicalized. But I'm not an American. I'm British, so I'm not
Yes,
gonna
it's
have the
even worse.
same.
It's really bad out there too.
It is bad out here, but our culture's different. It's very different to yours. So the reason I don't have the same outlook on things as you guys, and I have a lot of my audience is American, which is why I think this happens a lot. I'm not from America, so I don't have the same outlook on things as you guys. Maybe if I was out there, you could convince me into your way of thinking, but I'm not from there. So that's probably why there's a disconnect between how we see things.
I just don't understand. Even if I was in Britain, I would literally be the exact same way as I am right now. Because in some ways in Britain, it's even worse. People are literally getting arrested for mean tweets, bro. Like, to me, that's like a level of America has its problems. Like, trust me, but like, it's not even, well, in a way, America will jail you for stuff for speech too. But like, that's just so, to me, that's just so egregious. Where it's like, how are you not just angry? How are you not just,
I am angry at what's happening. I think it's wrong to jail people for tweets, but you're right. There's plenty of views out here. There's plenty of radicals out here. Plenty. Like, we just had a march in central London that Tommy Robinson was doing, and we've had counter marches to that. There are plenty of people on both sides, especially when it comes to the discussion of immigration and whatnot, that are very radical in their stances. But it's not as many of us as it is as you guys. And obviously, you're in a much bigger place, so there's going to be more. But there's plenty of me's as well out here. So it's what my position on things is not that radical to a British person. Oh, sorry, it's not that alien. It's not that alien for someone to think like me. So when you say it to me, before you used to say it to me, I used to be like, what the hell is this guy on about? But then I realized it's a cultural difference. When I watch American politics, it really does look like a battlefield. And if that's what you guys are experiencing state to state, then I understand why you think the way you do. But I don't live in that world. I live in Britain. It's different out here.
I do see where you're coming from. Even though like crazy things happen, the culture is different. You guys have a different temperament, so you handle it differently. And I feel, I will admit, America, is the culture capital of the world, where like everything that happens here just spreads out everywhere. It's very just flamboyant. It's extremely flamboyant, and I think partly due to that is because of freedom of speech, that type of thing. Because so much of the stuff that most people say, if we just say it in Britain, people are getting jailed for calling politicians fat, bro.
Yeah.
if that was the case, half the country would be in jail. Because you know how much shit people talk about like Trump and everyone on the daily, like, holy.
Yeah. Well, it'd be much harder to do it out there because of how many states you've got versus us. We're on a much smaller island, so it's probably just not even feasible. Well, I guess you could do it state to state, but yeah, no, I agree with you. Jailing people for tweets and criticizing politicians is crazy. I just want to read out this super chat. Chikamara, thank you for the $5. I know Mike well enough to know he isn't dumb enough to go down that pipeline. He has learned firsthand some people are doing too much. Good on Mike. Yeah, but also I acknowledge it's a cultural difference. I'm sure if I spoke to somebody that's from like a communist country, maybe the way we see things, they're going to be like, how can you think like that? We just live different lives.
I mean, I guess I don't even know the guy to say anything, so I guess
Most people have more hardline beliefs or more extreme beliefs, and they will fight for those beliefs, and they will become more aggressive or maybe a little more emotional about those beliefs. Most people aren't just centrists who just want to find middle ground all the time. No, crazy. That's a crazy concept.
You just care about one thing, and it's not like I'm making up that you only care about one thing. I mean, listen, this might get the video demonetized,
Oh, guys, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this one.
but I need to make the point here. It's not that I'm just saying that you only care about one thing. It's that you do only care about one thing.
Oh no, he retweeted a picture.
And it's very evident what you care about. And that's okay.
Oh wow, he's making a joke based on that whole debacle with NVIDIA DLSS.
There's no joke there. There's just reposting a picture, and it's because he's like, yeah, that's my speed.
Are you sure? I think I think it was literally because, like, don't you remember that thing that happened with NVIDIA? How everyone was criticizing how slop the AI upscaling was. That's what I saw it as.
I don't think he sees it as a slop. If he thinks differently, then he can defend himself on that. I am of the belief that he's like, yeah, fuck yeah, man, give me some of that. That's why I think he reposted it. That's my belief. But if he thinks that I'm wrong, then he can let me know.
This is just one of those things. I can't say you're wrong, but you can't say I can't.
Just based on what he posted on his page, I feel like I might win that one, but I can't say definitively.
All right,
Guys,
Because, like I said, it's okay to have the sex appeal in DOA, but we're arguing two different
oh my gosh, how dare he play an emote thing from that game? Wow. What a gooner.
things, buddy. I'm not saying take away your sex appeal. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that you're interested in something that I'm not interested in. I'm interested in the game having rollback and Jesus Christ.
What an Orthodox Christian over there. That's not blasphemous, what he said at all. And I love how he overreacts about that. Okay, like, genuine question here.
Not interested. I'm interested in the game having rollback and
Genuine question here. What is the real difference between this and a regular bikini? Like,
You can't, Tope. Listen, bro, you cannot be serious right now.
Yes, I can be. No, genuinely. Okay, I understand there's a difference. I know that, but is there that much of a difference? Not
Yes,
really.
yes, there is. I'll tell you what the difference is.
Oh, okay.
Like I went swimming with my girl about like I think like 3 weeks ago, and she wore a bikini. That is perfectly normal to wear in a swimming pool, a bikini. This is something you would find in a sex shop. That is sex shop clothing. If my girl came out of the bedroom wearing that, I'd know she's calling me to come back into the bedroom. That is not something that a girl is going to wear at the beach unless she's trying to signal something, or she's going to wear outside. That is not swimwear. That's not underwear. It's underwear. It's not the type of thing that you would wear to a swimming pool or to the beach. That is sex wear.
Okay, what is the difference between, like, literally I've noticed this, like, regular bikini and just underwear. They're both literally shaped exactly the same. They cover the exact same parts of the body. Just like an underwear versus, I know they have different materials to stop water, but what is the difference between wearing boxers and then wearing those like swim trunks to a pool? I mean, of course, material notwithstanding, they cover the same exact parts of the body. What is the difference? What's the actual difference?
The difference is the
Connotative demeaning?
yes, there's that. The intention behind them. Like, you don't go into Ann Summers and buy a regular bikini. This is something that my girl would buy for me if she's trying to, like, catch me by surprise and spice shit up. If my girl wore this outside, we would be in church the next day. She would have a coming to Jesus meeting immediately. That would be completely unacceptable. But if my girl wears a bikini at the beach, it's not looked at as this is Night Rider life wear. Sorry, this is stuff that you would catch somebody wearing in a very well lit room that is red. This is not the wear of somebody that goes to the beach.
You see, I feel like this is purely a connotative thing where I think, like, again, it's like bikini and underwear. It's literally covering the same exact parts of the body. It functions the same way, but because one is for underwear and one is a bikini, one's fine and one isn't. I think that's just completely, because there used to be a time where the bikini was seen as very risque before, but then it changed and now this became the standard. But to me, I think a regular bikini is already very revealing, very, to me, there's not much of a difference. I'm just sorry.
This is basically a thong.
A regular bikini is damn near a thong.
No, the way that this is the costume that Xiao Yu's wearing is not something that you're gonna see in the daytime on a beach. This is something you're gonna see at nighttime if you're in the wrong area.
No,
This
the
is
people
not.
on the beach who dress like this. There
No,
are.
they don't.
Yes,
Like
they
this.
do.
Dude,
Yeah.
this
Oh,
is a
well-
sex shop outfit. That's
Okay.
why he reposted it.
Wait. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll reiterate. I don't mean literally like this, but they'll wear more revealing outfits than a regular bikini. That's what I mean.
Sorry, say
They'll
that
wear like a
again.
G-string or something more revealing. That's what I mean. And I feel like
Okay,
this is
wait,
like closer
can
to
I
a
ask you a
G-string.
question?
Sure.
If your girl wore a bikini to the beach on one day, and then wore this to the beach on the next day, would your reaction to both of them be the same?
No, but
Why?
I wouldn't like either.
Okay, but why wouldn't your reaction be the same?
Well, because the different connotation. I understand. I understand there's a difference, a connotative difference, and even just a difference in fabric, like the amount of what's covered. I understand that, but I also am saying that both of the outfits it's been normalized, but both of them are very revealing. Both of them are, but just one is universally accepted, one is not.
I'm trying to explain this, and it's very hard to explain. But as a man, I know what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I can say it properly. Xiao Yu in this costume, you know, she's got what are they? What do you call these thigh highs, these leggings, whatever they're called. It's all sort of connected and up into the choker, right? Like it's all very suggestive. This costume is very, very suggestive. It's not like the swimsuits in Tekken, the regular bikini swimsuits. This costume suggests to me that she wants to take me to bed if she's walking around like that next to me. But if she's in a regular bikini, if I'm at the swimming pool and I'm at a bikini and I see a girl in a bikini, I'm like, well, it's a bikini. This is bedtime wear. There's a big difference there. Even if you yourself are like, well, I can still see her bum in the bikini. The suggestion behind a woman wearing this is very, very different. Which is why when I saw it, I was like, what the hell?
Okay, I want to make this clear again. I'm not saying that there isn't a difference. I'm not saying that. I just think the difference is way overstated, and I think people do that just because they do it. What's the word? They do it inadvertently. It just comes to them naturally, where they're like, "Oh, bikini? Oh, I have nothing wrong with that." Or in the underwear? Oh, I'm naked. Get out, right? But it's to me again. It literally looks exactly the same versus like the underwear that I'm gonna guess like for these girls going out to a beach wearing a bikini, their underwear they wear is exactly the same. It's exactly the same shape, and exactly for their bra too, it's the same thing. I'm saying it's the same. It's literally it's covering the same exact stuff, and the only reason you see it that way is because culturally it was put in your head for in society that one is fine, but one isn't. Yeah, that's the only thing.
Tope, we live in a society.
Yeah, but society's not always right. Society can be nonsensical.
I don't think this is nonsensical. This is lingerie. This is suggestive wear.
When I say nonsensical, I think both the bikini and this are suggestive wear. Both of them are.
No, the bikini suggests that I'm going to the beach. I'm going to the swimming pool. That's what it suggests to me.
Is the bikini sexually suggestive?
No, the bikini itself is not necessarily sexually suggestive. What the girl's doing in it, because her skin's exposed, could lead that way. But like when I went to the swimming pool the other day with my girl, she wasn't sexually suggesting to anyone.
Oh, okay, hold on. How am I sounding real goonery? It's not, bro. I'm saying that both outfits are sexually suggestive. And if I had a girlfriend, I personally wouldn't want my girlfriend dressing like either.
Okay, I'll give you an example, Tope. Yeah. I'll give you an example. So, bikinis themselves, I would not say are sexually suggestive, right? Just a regular old bikini. However, if a girl went to the beach wearing this, I would say you may be suggesting something. Can we see the difference between this kind of bikini, if you can even call this a bikini, and a regular bikini, or are we saying they're the same thing?
I never said they're the same thing. I just said they're way more similar than people want to admit. But we're talking about suggestion. Yeah. Okay. Obviously, this is more sexually suggestive, but the bikini already is like if a regular bikini was like a 7, that's like a 9. I get that, but they're both sexually suggestive, both of them.
Okay,
I just think it's been normalized because like the bikini, but it's like it is like bikini by itself is very sexually suggestive, and I'll be honest, like I wouldn't want my girl dressing like that in public. I wouldn't be.
I don't think a regular bikini itself is sexually suggestive. I think a girl can. I think the actions of the girl wearing the bikini can turn it that way because obviously she's got more skin exposed. But I don't think a regular swimwear is sexually suggestive. I think someone can make it that way if they start behaving in sexual ways. Whereas this costume that was shown with Xiao Yu, that is its intention. That is lingerie. That is bedtime wear. That is what it is.
Well, the bikini, if you don't know, the bikini originally, literally, the guy who made the bikini couldn't get any regular women to get it. He only could get like a prostitute to wear it because it was seen as that type of wear, originally speaking.
I don't know about that. I can't even fact check that.
No, that is true, and I can actually pull that up I can actually pull it up really quickly. I can.
But wouldn't that just be the society at the time? We don't live in that society anymore.
No, but like, yeah, I understand, but I'm right though. That originally, like in the early 1900s, that when the bikini was made, it was seen as sexually explicit because like people weren't dressing nearly like that. Nearly as, explicitly as that before. But then he literally had to get a prostitute to wear it. And then she helped normalize it. And now it's seen as that. But I mean, and I guess it is subjective, but.
So do the bikinis that you've seen have zippers on the. Just out of curiosity. I might need to get my girlfriend one. Have you seen that? Like, I don't know many bikinis that are designed that way. There's literally a zipper here. If I saw my girlfriend at the beach with a zipper on her underwear, I'm out.
Come on, bro. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I admit I'm not saying that isn't more sexually explicit than a regular bikini. I'm just saying that they both are more similar than people would like to admit. That's my point. That's my only point.
And also, just to clarify for the chat, I didn't notice there was a zipper there either. Someone said it in chat, and I was like, hold on a minute, there is a zipper there. That's crazy that Punisher even reposted. I mean, it's even worse to post it about Xiao Yu because it's just not who her character is. It just doesn't fall in line with her character. I wouldn't want a costume like this in Tekken. It's just like, why is she wearing this? This is something she would wear to bed with Jin that we're never going to see.
Fuck you, man. I am not Mr. Girl. Fuck off with that. C4 calling me Mr. Girl. I know who that is. You can fuck off with that. I am nothing like that weirdo. Okay? Fuck off.
I don't know who that is, or maybe I do. I don't know the name. But let's move on from this anyway. Yeah. Let's get to the next point.
But yeah, but bro, how am I like? I even said I wouldn't want my girl dressing in a regular like bikini when she swim in like out. So how am I a gooner? How am I being a gooner here? How? Just pointing out that. Come on, man. This is some bullshit.
Well, I didn't say gooner.
I know. I'm just saying it. Like, come on, bro. Like, how am I the gooner? Because you can call me a prude. Fine, call me a prude. I disagree with you, but that makes more sense than calling me a gooner.
Mr. Moss, thank you for the $5. What the fuck did I just come back to? You came back at the best part, Mr. Moss. Thank you for the donation. All right, let's move on from underwear, shall you?
I am so sick and tired of people acting like bikinis aren't already extremely risque. Like, have we all not seen what Street Fighter and Tekken, like the swimsuits that they do for every character, all the beach swimsuits? It's like I've never seen this guy, soy face over those, and that like he's like, oh, that's so crazy. What is the real difference between this and a regular bathing suit? Right? Like a two-piece bathing suit. What's the difference? This has just some like ropes, but it's the same. It's literally the same shit.
And a zipper.
Ropes, like, are very suggestive. Okay, let's not be silly here. And the zipper is about as suggestive as you can get.
Virtually, it's basically just as revealing. The way he acted like is like it was a nude mod and her actual like nipples or boobs were out. It's like, give me a break, bro. He had to overplay it to make himself look like he had a point when he really doesn't.
Jesus Christ. Enough. We don't need to see anymore.
Enough. Oh, again, he's acting like he saw a dick on stream or something. Like that. That's not true at all.
Do you now see why I said enough? Like, we don't need to look at this anymore. Do you at least see my point?
Yeah. No. I get it. I know it is okay, and I will understand. Yeah, like if you wear a bikini, like you're gonna probably get demonetized if you're like showing like that lingerie wear versus a bikini. I get that. Like I'm not trying to be like, there's like literally no difference. Like obviously not. Like, but yeah, okay. I get it. I get it.
In having generally a good netcode, good infrastructure, support for the battle mechanics. I'm not saying take away your boobs. I'm not saying that.
Again, see how he frames that? See me, I'm the impartial guy. What I
You can-
I care about
skip
all of this
this.
stuff. Rollback
Yeah, we covered this.
Yeah.
is about because that's what he said. Like once you just see this shit, it's so hard to unsee. But so many people they just like don't see these little snide jabs that he does all the time. It's so annoying. He will do this to you the entire time, but then when you clap back at him, it's now suddenly a problem. You're getting your knickers in a twist. You're being vitriolic. Like he wasn't doing that the entire time.
Me saying the game should be like DOA 3, that's not me saying take away the boobies. That's not me saying that. And again here, he says, FGC wants to win money in tournaments. I'm not a tournament player. Who's talking about tournaments? But you're talking to me, bro. Stay on topic.
Okay, this is him being autistic again. Again, Mike. Someone can be talking to you
You
directly
kids.
and like focusing on
I
you,
already said
but then
this.
also
Yeah, we already covered this.
Yes.
And to be, he said FGC and tournaments. I think it's fair for me to be like, we're not talking about tournaments. At no point
part
do
of
I
the
mention it.
conversation. It's part of the conversation, though. It is.
No, because he categorizes me as a tournament player. Yeah, and every time I talk, he's like, "Oh, you just want to see at tournaments." This isn't our first interaction. Obviously, as I showed you, we've spoken since November. He's always like, "Oh, you esports guys, I'm not a tournament player. I might go to a local. If you want to categorize me as a tournament player like that, then fine. I guess whatever. But I'm not out here traveling. I don't care that much about the tournaments. I don't really foresee myself watching too many DOA tournaments unless I guess the scene is really hype and it's exciting like it was in Tekken 7. So I don't his arguments, he keeps on bringing up stuff, but he's talking to me. He's not talking to the whole FGC. If you're going to have a back and forth with someone, argue their points. Don't pull in points from other people that you think is going to win you the argument. That's how I see it.
Fair enough. Honestly, give me a second.
so as they're doing that, then talk about a general topic as well that is maybe related to you, but it's not directly aimed at you.
Honestly, you can
Well,
skip
people-
to like
people-
56. You can skip to like minute 56. Honestly, that is more, I think, stuff that we didn't talk about. But
Okay.
No one takes you seriously.
He features
Anything we want. Only way they're gonna make the thing more
I already talked about that.
whatever.
like having the regular costumes on the characters and not bikinis, probably is a fair middle ground. I mean, you don't have a problem with like Kasumi's regular outfit, right? I mean, the one they showed in the trailer, it didn't seem like that would like rub you the wrong way. But we're not talking about tournaments. I'm talking about the general player and content creators. If you want to come at me for the content creation side of it and my concerns with that, then we can talk about that. But dude, you're so brain rot and deluded that you don't seem to understand. Even when I say it in plain English, even when I type it out in plain English, I don't care about the tournament side. I'm not going to tournaments. I haven't competed in a big tournament since Soul Calibur 6. Okay, so just chill on that subject. If you want to talk about other things, I'll talk to you about other things. So he said all of that, like, where am I going? I've bitten off more than I can chew. And as you can see, I said to him, I ain't going anywhere. I told him to give me his Discord now. This video shouldn't even be here. It should be a live stream right now, to be honest with you, with him sitting here. Because he's
And he would love that. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to bait you to go on. Yeah. Hold on. What happened to you having a private conversation or anything else? No. He should be on my podcast. Gee, I wonder why. It totally wouldn't be that that your audience is going to shit on him the entire time and send money, and then you're going to laugh and make all these. You totally wouldn't do that. No.
talking all this shit as if I can't hold my own conversation. I said to him, mic up, turn your camera on. We'll have a discussion now. It doesn't have to be vitriolic or anything, as long as you don't turn it that way. And we'll go from there. I don't like really having this out on Twitter because I know people can sit there and think about their responses and, maybe I'll delete this, I'll delete that. I don't need to do that. I can jump on a live stream with you at any moment. You can call me.
He's not deleting anything. Like I can delete this, delete that. He's not deleting anything, dude.
That's not what I meant by it. What I meant by delete stuff is that people will type something out, they'll read it, and they'll be like, oh, actually, I'm not sending that. Let me rephrase it. The reason I'm saying that is that I feel
I
like,
can see that. Mhm.
yeah, I feel like he's someone that sounds smart behind the keyboard, but if I got him here, he would crumble immediately. I'm fairly confident that would happen. And so the reason I want to talk to him on a live stream is that behind the keyboard, he wags his finger at me. He says, oh, did you bite off more than you can chew? I don't think Punisher wants to have a conversation with me because I think, honestly, he's going to come on here and talk to me disrespectfully. He's going to walk away looking like a clown.
I just assumed that you meant like deleting tweets. Yeah, but yeah.
No,
yeah.
I don't think Punisher's deleting tweets. I don't even think he's deleted the tweets that wouldn't load. I think it just wouldn't load. But I gave you the time frames anyway of when that happened. But yeah,
That's what I thought. That's what I thought you meant. But yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, I wasn't trying to bait him onto my podcast. And yeah, fair enough. Like my community can sometimes shit on people when they come on here. I hear that, but I wasn't trying to bait him for the sake of like farming him for content. He's talking to me on Twitter, but we're not really having a proper conversation. Even the way where like you said that I was being autistic earlier, it's because the conversations don't flow properly on Twitter. So all I wanted to do was do what we're doing now and have a conversation, clear things up. and then go on from there. I mean, it would be up to him if things got cleared up anyway, because I'm not going to have him come on here and talk to me like a child. But if he came on here and spoke to me with a level of respect, it would be the same as this. That's all I was trying to do.
Well, that's up to him. It's up to him at that point. But yeah, I get that.
What's the problem?
Me at 3 in the morning, I'll jump on the live stream. I'll still win the debate against you. I know you don't have any legs to stand on. I know that's why you didn't want to do this, which I'll now show you guys. So he said to me that I'm baiting him on my podcast to make some YouTube dollars. I said to him, okay. I read it. I was like, okay. He said the best way to get rid of content vultures like yourself is by not giving them content. Well, you failed there, mate.
See, exactly. He was gonna make content regardless, but you know what's gonna like. You know the thing is though, if let's just say Punisher did take the bait and then go on a show, he would have made this. He would have made this. Then had a whole 8-hour stream, and then from that 8-hour stream, he would then make more videos based on that. So yeah, regardless, he's gonna make content from it regardless. So don't let him optimize. That's smart.
Gave me saying, yeah, I'm not really interested.
Well, him calling me a content vulture, I don't really understand it because I'm a content creator. I talk about things in the fighting game community. With or without Punisher, I'm going to have discussions. They're going to go on. There's no shortage of things to talk about. I just found his talking points interesting. It's just a scapegoat for him to call me a content vulture. He's saying that I'm jumping on things at random. And again, I would say he's not. No one here particularly cares about Punisher. Like, if I don't mention him again, no one's going to care. I would tell you, Tope, for free. Like, people would much rather have you here than Punisher. I've had people request to have you on here before. Like, when's Tope coming back? No one cares about Punisher. I mean that respectfully. He thinks that I'm going to make loads of money off of his name. I just want to have a conversation with him, get from point A to point B, and then move on. He's talking like he's some big name in the FGC. He's known for beating LTG, and that's it. No one knows him for anything other than that. I don't know why he's acting. I'm a content creator. I make content. We have discussions here. I don't know why he's calling me a content vulture.
Are you?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to.
Oh,
I don't know if you like, because I think at this point you agree with him. So I just wanted to hear it from you.
I did, but then it's like you are having me on here, so I think things are a bit different now. So
yeah, but like I don't think I'm a vulture. Like the wording used there is like I just jump on something and I'm like quick views. But that's a lot of nonsense.
Well, okay. What was the DSP video for? What was that for?
The DSP video was it was sent over to me, and I told DSP about this as well. I said to him, I made a video on you, by the way, so he's well aware. It's because I saw him basically begging his community for money, and I saw that. And as someone that like I received donations from the community, I think it's a privilege, and I found it, if I'm being completely honest, quite disgusting to see a grown man sitting there telling people support my stream. I'm not playing this game. And so I wanted to get my thoughts out there. If that makes me a vulture, fine. But as a streamer,
I just think like, to me, that's like making content LTG. It's like everyone knows that when if you talk shit about DSP or LTG or some of these other people, you're gonna get views. And it's like everyone knows he begs for content. Everyone knows that.
But you could see my reaction on the video. I do not watch DSP content. I know who DSP is. I've heard the controversies. Yeah. There's one video on my channel with him. Now, yes, you're right. I could farm DSP for content 100% because there was just literally clips that came up today of him playing Street Fighter 6 and flaming people for not supporting the stream. I could make videos on that all day and I could make money off it. But I made that one video because it was sent over to me. I watched it and I was like, what the fuck is this guy going on about? So I gave my thoughts on camera. But if DSP and LTG, there's 2 videos on my channel about LTG, and they're both when Tekken 8 came out because he was rage quitting. So I'm not. It's not like I'm farming these people for views. I could if I wanted to. I know if I speak about LTG, I'm getting 50 to 100K easily in views, but I don't. If LTG does something that I find relevant to speak about, then I'll speak about it. But he's it's the same thing with LTG. I would literally be farming him for no reason. That was my first real watch of a DSP stream. And I was like, well, what the fuck am I hearing right now? And I made a video on it. That was it.
You never really watched his content until then, basically.
No, I'd seen clips of him crashing out, like calling games shit or whatever. But I didn't know about the whole donation thing of him like begging for money. I wasn't really aware of that. I knew that like he used to crash out on Street Fighter, but I never watched DSP content. I couldn't even find his channel. I typed in DSP into YouTube, and a bunch of other channels came up like ripping into him. So I had to search for his channel. Then I found his Twitter. Then I messaged him and I asked him, "Do you want to come on my podcast? Because I find you interesting." And he was asking me a bunch of questions. I said to him, "By the way, I made a video on you. So just so you're not like, hey man, you asked me to come on and you're talking shit about me." So he's well aware. Like there's no like snaking going on. It's just
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I just, to me, it was just because I will give you the benefit of the doubt. I just didn't think that you didn't know that the dude like will quote unquote beg for money on his stream. Like, isn't that what he's known for? That to me, it just sounds kind of like, wow, you didn't know that?
Honestly, I did not know. I've never. You can go through my streams. I'm sure you've been watching them recently. LTG gets brought up because he's part of the fighting game community. Like we all know LTG, but DSP, even though he plays fighting games, he's kind of outside. So I didn't interact with his content. I was completely unaware that was what was going on. And maybe there was years ago where I might have heard of it, but I certainly didn't remember it. So when that clip was shown to me, you can see my reaction on camera. I'm like, what am I hearing right now? For me to hear a streamer doing that, I was like, well, I've got to say something about this because I'm a streamer and I receive donations as well. I think what he's doing is pretty abhorrent. So I'm not farming anyone. Punisher putting himself in the same breath as these people is insane to me.
Okay, I will take your word for that on there. I will. But I will push back not on you, but I see people saying, it's just repetitive. It's like, but the thing is though, to me, I don't really like when everyone just yells, "Oh, this is just repetitive." It's like, I mean, isn't in a way almost everyone kind of repetitive? Like I'm repetitive with my content in the way Mike is. Everyone is to a degree. It's like not everyone's at a certain point. How many things are you gonna do on your stream like that? I think it's like it's one thing saying it's boring. Saying it's repetitive, it's like okay, but like okay, and I don't know. That's just my thing. But,
yeah, I mean, I try my best to not be repetitive. I try to come up with new ideas, but there's going to be an element of repetition every now and then. But there's loads of content creators, bro. Trust me. There's loads where I hear them saying stuff and I could make a video on them, but I don't. So, him calling me a content vulture, he's got no grounds to do that. And if he came here and he said that, I'd tell him, show me where I'm a content vulture. But he won't. There's none of that on my channel. I just talk about the things that I find interesting. So much so that people in the fighting game community actually get annoyed at me because sometimes I completely deviate. Like you were asking who M2 Dave is. He came on here and told me, why are you talking to streamers that go to Japan and disrespect the culture? I said to him, because I want to. Like you might see fighting game on here predominantly, but I just talk about whatever I want. When the Johnny Somali stuff was going on, I made about 10 videos about it because that's what I found interesting. I felt like he was setting black people back 500 years in Japan. And I was like, I should probably say something about this. It's something that I cared about, especially because I was going to Japan at the time. So him calling me a content vulture, he's talking out of his ass.
I guess you could say that, yeah. But
And I'm more interested in this. This is what I want to talk about when it comes to DOA. No, we have to talk about the boobs and the bum. Sorry, bro, it don't work like that. Just a bunch of panhandlers hoping tournaments are going to become mainstream. He's going to roast you, blah, blah, blah. Cool. You think I'm going to siphon money from you? I said to him, I'll come to your backyard. You turn on your stream. I will not take the stream and put it on my channel. You can delete it afterwards. You can keep it there. You can even edit. You can take me out of context. You can do whatever you want. But in the moment, let's do it.
yeah, because if he took you out of context, like this is, bro, like, oh yeah, he's going to be the only one to record it, and you're not going to record it. Okay, but if that's the case, then how could you prove that he's taking you out of context very well? How could you? Unless you had the evidence yourself. Because if he didn't do it, then there would be no definitive proof. So it's just like, you just know he's full of shit here.
Do a live stream. Let's have a...
No, when I was saying that, maybe I said it too fast. When I said you can take me out of context, I was basically alluding to the fact that he came on here and then took me out of context.
Yeah, I know, but like, yeah, that he would take you out of context also with the recording too.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair. Maybe I didn't put it in correct order, so I understand how that could be.
Yeah, because to me it sounded like you're like, oh, well, you can record it, and when you record it, you go ahead, post your clips, and if you do take me out of context, oh, who cares, right? But I'm like, okay, but no one likes being taken out of context, and I'd like to prove that, but how are you going to prove that if you don't record it yourself?
No, that's fair. That's fair. I should have worded that better.
A conversation. I gave him every single concession possible to make it feel like he's okay to do it. I'm not interested in the money. I'm interested in the conversation. I don't think you seem to understand that. I mean, listen, Punisher, I could invite you to my live stream. I can turn off donations. I can turn off monetization. I won't even turn off monetization for that particular stream. As a matter of fact, I'll delete after it's done. The point here is to have the conversation away from the keyboard, which I don't think you can do. I even said to him, if you're so scared of a verbal lashing, just call me on Discord. But we don't have to do this on Twitter constantly. You don't have to keep on attacking the Tekken community in the way that you're doing. Those stupid excuses don't work with me. You and anybody else on Twitter that has a problem with what I'm saying, you might not get a response from me on Twitter, but if you come to my YouTube page or you message me on Discord, you send me a voice note, you're going to get a response from me. 100%. Now, I ain't got a problem going to anybody's stream. I won't even tell my community. I'll just go there on my own, unannounced, and have the conversation with you. But what I'm not going to do, or I have done a little bit today, is spend too much time on Twitter arguing back and forth when you're behind a keyboard. Because this kind of attitude that you've got is not going to translate to YouTube or Twitch. It's just not going to happen. Because first of all, your points don't even make any sense. They're not in line with what I'm talking about. So he said all that, like calls me out, says that, oh, you want to have a big man conversation, or have you bitten off more than you can chew? Look at this stupid response. Let's be frank. I don't trust you, Mike. That's fine. You don't know me. I don't trust you either. But I wouldn't. Like, I'm not going to say something in 4K or 1080p or whatever, and then go back on my word. It's on Twitter. I don't need to.
You know what? You want to know something that's very funny? What he's saying here, I don't trust you, Mike. I have the bigger base here, right? And how Mike said that's a stupid comment. And why would you say that? I'm only in here for the debate. I don't care about,
Is this what we spoke about earlier with the DMs?
Yes. This is.
All right, cool. Yeah, we can skip over this part because we were here for a while.
I think I do show it again a little later.
You do it
to, when,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but when Punisher does it to you, that's bullshit. He's running away. He's a coward. But when you do it to me, someone who's a smaller platform than you, and you call them out directly, oh, you don't want to do it. Isn't that funny? How funny. So when I saw this, I kind of burst out laughing. I'm just like, oh my God, like that's exactly what you said to me. I guess you don't like it when the shoe's on the other foot. How convenient.
The point of this conversation was to get you on a live stream, whether it be mine or yours, and end your stupid talking points and pull you up for being vitriolic towards the Tekken community and also just randomly throwing jabs at me when we were having a conversation online. Maybe you read my tweets in an angry voice and that's how it translated to you, but I wasn't pissed off when I was reading it. I wasn't high energy. I was just disagreeing with you. So he says to me, I have the bigger base here. Well, I'm not telling you to stay on Twitter. I told you to jump off of YouTube. Jump onto YouTube. I told you jump off of Twitter, away from the keyboard, and jump onto YouTube. Now,
that's so. You see, Mike doesn't like it. He doesn't really like Twitter because his platform is smaller on there, and even people who have a smaller platform can ratio him. I have ratioed him a bunch of times when we're having our conversations. I've ratioed him a bunch, even though I basically don't have a platform, and he does. Because on Twitter you can do that. On YouTube, he clearly has a bigger platform. It's his domain. He can do whatever he wants. Someone like me, I can't fight against him there. On Twitter, I have a shot. On here, he doesn't. He doesn't like it when someone else has an advantage over him, or they're on equal level. They're on an equal, level playing field. He always wants to be the one with the advantage, and that's why he always wants you to go on his channel in particular. Because on his channel, he gets to make money off of you, and he can kick you anytime he wants, which he did to me. Because I said some stuff to him.
So just to clarify here, and Tope's been in one of them, so I don't know why you said this, but I go into Twitter spaces where I'm the only person with the opinion against everybody else. And I did say in this video, which I know I'm going to say in a bit, that obviously I know you paused it and reacted a bit too soon, but I said to Punisher, Punisher's got 29K on Twitter. So the idea is that I'm scared to stay on Twitter because I'm going to get ratioed or I'm going to get dogpiled. And I said, make a Twitch space, a Twitter space, and invite me there. Do it there. Have people talk for you. I'll talk to every single person that wants to take your back. So this is not a case of I need to take the high ground. I gave Punisher every single way to speak to me from away from a keyboard, and he said he doesn't want to. So I have no issue going to anyone's platform and talking to them. I went to Hypnotic's page, who has 100,000 subscribers, when me and him weren't friends, and we're friends now, but we weren't friends at the time. There was at least 1,000 people watching, and not a single one of them wants to hear a word I had to say. The chat was going mad at me. I just sat there and I had the conversation with Hypnotic. So this whole idea that I need to take a high ground, that is a gross misrepresentation of who I am.
So what you're saying, I will say one thing though. To be fair, what was I about to say? It was like, to be fair with your, bro, I literally forgot what I was about to say. I'm so sorry.
That's cool.
Oh
No, it's cool. It's cool.
Maybe I'll remember it later, but I literally forgot.
No, it's all good. But yeah, Punisher's just he's just this whole thing where it says you follow my demands. This guy think that he's Dr. Eggman or something. Who talks to people like that? You follow my demands. That's a mad thing to say to someone. Don't you think? You follow my demands. What the hell are we doing here? Why? Because he's got a bigger follower base on Twitter. I have to follow his demands. You know how crazy that is?
I think he was just talking shit, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from, though. I can.
Him that he didn't like, he then kicked me, which he usually doesn't do at all. He did kick me. So,
You did
God
kick
forbid
me.
someone doesn't want to.
You did kick me, though. I do remember.
I
that.
did kick Tope. It was from Sophie's stream, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I kicked you is because I felt like you were derailing from what we were trying to accomplish, and I know that you were trying. You had Sophie's best interest at heart, but what you were suggesting to her was going against what I had told her to do. And the reason that I said no, we're not doing this, is because Sophie was going through a lot of mental anguish at the time, and she came to me and asked me what should I do. So I didn't want to derail from that. I respect that you got your own opinions and your own ways of dealing with it. But I was looking out for Sophie. That's why I kicked you. Otherwise, I've only ever kicked one other person, and that was Fate. And that's because I was being super petty and we'd argued for 5 hours. But other than that, I don't kick people. And I apologize to Fate.
It's only me and him. Wow. Ooh, wow. I'm shocked.
Yeah, you're in an exclusive club. I don't kick people.
To be fair, right? I was trying to stay on topic, but C4 literally kept on going off topic, and I was forced to engage. And then when I would be following along, then you'd be like, "Oh, let's go back." It's like, but he kept doing it. If he was not there, I would have been able to get my thoughts out clearly about this, and you wouldn't have even had to need to kick me. I'm just being 100% honest, bro.
Maybe that's true. Maybe C4 was prodding you and you were getting annoyed.
I was forced to respond. Like he would like ask me these unrelated questions, and I had to go along, and then he's asking me more, and then out of randomly you just say, you need to stop, and then I'd be like, well, I'm trying to, but he keeps, and then you just like, I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you. So it just felt like I was the only one getting penalized here, and that's why I called him your co-host and the dick rider thing, and then you kicked me. So
No, I hear it. Listen, yeah, even C4 hears it. He said you might be right, but the reason I kicked you is not necessarily because you didn't piss me off. I wasn't annoyed at you. The reason I kicked you is because I wanted the focus to stay on Sophie, and it was turning into a C4 versus Tope stream, and I had to choose who I was going to kick. Now, obviously, I mean, I don't mean this as any disrespect to you whatsoever, but C4 is my boy. So if I have to kick somebody, it's going to be the other person. It just happened to be you that time.
Fair enough, but it's just like, not even gonna lie, anytime I'm on this stream talking, this nigga always just finds his way on. He couldn't even help himself the last time. I'm over here talking, this nigga comes in, derails it again. It's like this dude, it's like, again, just the sound of my voice, it just attracts him here. It's actually kind of hilarious. And again, I actually do want to talk. I'm fine with talking with him on this one because we've had a long time to talk, you and me.
Yeah.
But it's like every time it's just been like you, me, and him. And then I can't even like get my words out because he's always like talking about something else and I have to engage with that. So
yeah, that's fair enough. Like I said, I did kick you from that. It wasn't necessarily because of you. It's because I wanted to keep the focus on Sophie and it was getting derailed. So I had to make a choice. So I apologize for that. You are one of 2 people that I've kicked from however many live streams I've done.
Hold on, though. Alexis, I'm saying this right. I'm not saying he's not always there. But literally whenever I do come, he's there. He will literally just pop in. Like, he will, again, it's so crazy. I'll be talking and he'll just pop in. So, and that's a fact. You can fact check that shit. That's true.
He's spawn camping.
He literally spawn camps me.
I'm just going to read out these super chats quickly. Duke of Nala, thank you for the $10. Back from playing Deadlock. Is Tope just backtracking like usual? Keep the same energy you had on your original video, bro. If not, we have a word for that. Bro, you want to respond to that?
I don't know what to tell you, man. Do you want, so if I act like exactly the same way, you people will just call me crazy and unhinged. That's the thing. It's like, people over here be like, people, oh, he's like just crazy, unhinged, blah, blah. If I act the exact same way there, then you call me that. But because I'm a lot calmer and I'm talking here, I'm now bitching out. Like, make up your fucking mind, man. What do you want me to do? It's like, bro, people like this, they just want me to be a caricature. They can just be like, oh, he's just crazy. It's just like, dude. if you being respectful to me and you're talking out, we can have a conversation. I'm not gonna jump down your throat, even if we have a fundamental disagreement, which we do. So like, I don't know. And it's like both of us have said things that we did and things have changed too. It's like, again, look at someone like Fate. They were enemies, but they made up. I guess Spider Medusa and you commented on his stuff. Good job with that. What you were saying with his stuff. Again,
Yeah, I deleted that comment. I deleted it because I had Planet Medusa's video on in the background, and I was kind of listening to it, but I was doing housework, so I missed the part where he went on a tangent about I don't know if it was about Jewish people or something, or BlackRock. He started talking about Jewish and BlackRock, and I said people in this community were asking me like, why are you commenting, blah blah blah, and I said to them, I missed that because I said to him straight up, I didn't hear him say that. I must have gone downstairs when he started talking about BlackRock. So I removed my comment because I was like, I thought this was a Tekken video, but it's turned into something else. So I was like, yeah, not. And it's not. I ain't got no beef with Planet Medusa. He kept his side of the bargain. When I had a conversation with him and I told him, leave my community alone, we'll leave you alone. He kept his side of the bargain, so I ain't got no beef with him. But I retracted my comment because my comment was based on like the first couple of minutes that I heard, which was stupid of me. I should have listened to the whole thing. But I didn't anticipate going downstairs to like clean something, missing the whole Jewish thing that he started talking about, and then coming upstairs. I thought maybe I just missed him talking about something about Tekken. It's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Before we do continue, I'm just seeing that someone said, Mike already did this thing as a man and you derailed it. It's like, no, he didn't.
I did.
If you watched, huh?
What did I do?
No, not you. No, I'm Mike ATL. Someone saying it in chat, right? And it's like, are we like not seeing the same thing? Bro crashed out on that guy, even though we all know it was a complete misunderstanding. Said he didn't want to hear it. Then after over three people were gone, then he finally apologized. But then he was like, but all this other shit, that's not I'm sorry. I don't know. Maybe you're from a different place, but where I come from, that's not an apology. That's an ass cover. That's what that is. Honestly, I'd rather just no apology than a shitty apology. So.
But my only pushback to that is that it wasn't the apology to you. So like if he did it to you and then he said that to you, then I would have been like, okay, cool. Well, this is just how Tope takes that. But he spoke to the other guy, and then you came in and you were like, did you say that he's rogging out?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not gonna have that. Like, that's
no, but I said that later on. And I stand by that. He was like, bro over here threatening violence, all this. That's like, bro, it's not that serious. It's like you're fulfilling the stereotype. Hey, call me crazy. I'm gonna call that shit out. Like, to me, there's no difference between that and what Johnny Somali does, or that black football player in Japan does. It's like, if we want black people to have a better reputation, we gotta nip that shit in the bud. You can't be acting like that. You can't be. I'm just sorry.
But if you said from your neck of the woods where you come from, we don't act like that. But if Mike is from an era or a neck of the woods where they do act like that, and he's talking to someone else, is it your place to get involved with that thing when we were talking about Tekken?
If it's in public, like if he was doing it privately, that's one thing. He did it publicly in a stream with hundreds of people watching, and it's like, everyone's gonna see that shit. It's a bad look. That's a horrible look. And all the people who were defending him, that's a horrible look too. It's like, if the guy just apologized, if he didn't all the other debut and all this, I wouldn't have had an issue. Literally, it's just a horrible look.
What's wrong with him just letting people know his stance? Like, I'm sorry for how I acted, but if you talk crazy to me in person, then it is what it is. What's wrong with that?
Because that's not how apologies work. You're supposed to just apologize, move, and then maybe way later on, you can do, or maybe you should have said that before. It's like, you don't apologize and then say that. It's just like, dude, everyone already knows your stance. Like, whoa. So we didn't know his stance that if you talk crazy, he's gonna try and hit you. We didn't know that beforehand. He added that there specifically to cover his ass. That's why he did it, and I don't like that. You acted out. He acted out. And he was in the wrong. He was told he was in the wrong, and he still didn't apologize, but then waited later and then covered his ass. Sorry, no, fuck that. No.
I disagree, but we'll come back to that.
Fair enough.
Grey Manga Art, thank you for the 10 months. Stuff and Things, appreciate you for subscribing for so long, bro. Appreciate you big time. Tom, thank you for the $5. Mike, show them what I showed you in Discord about this idiot Punisher. The dude is a Guna version of LTG. Well, I don't think I should do that. Listen, there's loads of things that have been sent about Punisher. Loads. And if the time calls for it, I'm sure somebody else is going to show it. Someone literally just said something absolutely insane about Punisher on Twitter. They said, I have content that could get this guy in serious trouble. And I saw that and I was like, and they sent it to me and I said to them, that's not my fight. I'm not gonna, unless he's here and then we can go over it together, then maybe like, I'll show certain things if it's not completely out of line, but there's no need for that. He can defend himself in front of me or he can sit behind the keyboard, whatever he wants. I am C4. Oh, C4. Sorry. I'm so used to him being here. When I see a donation, I get jumps. Thanks for the £5, bro. Last time I jumped in, I saved you from looking like a muppet. You tone policed and called Mike ATL a rog, and I got you calmly talking about Tekken.
And I'll say it again. He was rogging out. But first off, you didn't save shit. All right. What do you mean tone police? That's not tone policing. That was a fake ass apology. That's not even like tone policing, bro. That's like I'm criticizing the content of what he's saying, not how he said it. That's not tone policing. Do you not know what tone policing means?
God, C4 will be here soon.
Yeah, please. No problem. But like, that's not tone policing. I'm literally criticizing the content of what he said. That's not tone policing.
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes left of this video, so we'll get cool in soon.
Go on your stream where you have all the power and all the stuff and you can do whatever you want. Well, that makes him a coward. Just a coward. Just keyboard warrior.
I need to do this, Punisher. It's not something that I do. Because as you can probably tell from my podcast and the style that I do them in, it doesn't matter to me if someone has 0 subscribers or 8 million, which is the biggest.
Which is just a complete lie, which I just showed. Oh, yes. But and I don't trust you, a majority of the people in that space.
Yeah. I mean, that is true, though. I do have anyone on. I don't mind. I mean, there's some guys. There's one guy in particular I've rejected every single time. So there are people that I say no to, but in general,
Can you say who?
I don't remember what his name is. He uses 2 different names, but he did something extremely illegal, and I was like, you just can't be here. Like, just go about your business.
I think I know. I remember you did a video about something. Yeah, you wouldn't let him. It was like something like pedo or that stuff.
Yeah, I like my line.
I know exactly who you're talking about. That yeah, the sex offender. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, like I don't mind having most people on, but I do draw lines, and if you've done something where I feel like you crossed the line, then I'm just not gonna let you on. No amount of like tagging me on Twitter or saying, see, he doesn't let anybody on, he's gonna change anything. Like I don't get peer pressured like that, which
it was with Jason Elbow. Yeah. See, that was the stream I remember I watched. That shit was hilarious. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember that now. But well, you are having me on and you are doing a 1v1. So I guess I can. Before you didn't, but now you did. So I guess I will rescind that because things have changed. So you can, whatever.
He actually has something to offer, which is fine. But just don't portray yourself. Don't portray yourself any other way. And again, I just noticed, he basically is the Piers Morgan of the FGC. His style of show, this like portrayal. Oh, he's a centrist. He's a liberal. He's a centrist. He's just trying to find common ground. He's trying to be, full with decorum and all of this. Them being British. When in reality, he only really cares. He primarily cares about the views and clicks. That's what he's in for. That's all he really cares about. He doesn't actually care. He doesn't actually care about the topics he's covering. He's only going to cover them because he knows it'll get him views. Because his channel is clearly stagnant, and that's why he's going to talk about anything he can to get more views.
Because it doesn't matter.
Why do you think my channel's stagnant?
It was. I do remember for like a span of it was like 4 or 5 months. You were like at 24K, like literally at the same exact 24.3K. Again, you know what? Looking back more now, it does sound kind of but I remember I would just periodically check in and it would literally be at the same exact thing I know obviously it changes in the background, but I was just seeing that and I was like, oh, okay. It was around the time that you started covering other stuff. And I
What
was just
other
like, oh,
stuff?
okay.
What
Like,
was that covering?
I forgot. Like, this has been quite a while ago. That I'm referencing. I actually remember bringing up the Social Blade, but then like it wasn't showing the stuff I wanted to show, and it just. Oh, I remember. It was with the It was around the Mewtwo King thing. Yeah. Now I remember. Now it was around that time. It was that time, like around that era where you were interviewing, Mewtwo King and that, and I had an issue with that because it's like. Again, we had conversations where, again, I understand. I hate Smash. I hate the Smash community too. I understand that. But you're over here saying that Smash isn't even a real fighting game. You said that, not me. And if you like,
It is a real fighting game.
you said it wasn't.
Yeah, I probably said it to wind you up because you're a Smash player. It's not a traditional fighting game. It's a platform fight.
Oh, so you were okay.
I probably said it to. I'm not saying that I don't try to wind people up sometimes. If someone gets on my nerves, I know what.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't even sound like you were riling me up to troll. It just sounded like that's your opinion. You were saying it just like. And again, it's not that I can like read your tone, but in the context of what we were talking about, it didn't even sound like you were trolling. It just sounded like something you just said.
That's good rage bait, though.
Oh, okay, sure.
Smash is a fighting game. I've played it on my channel. I believe Smash is a fighting game.
You know what? Oh, fine. You did say it, but I guess it was rage bait. But whatever. Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
But it works, right?
Oh, okay. See, this is just Schrodinger's. Oh, you just said. I don't believe you on that. I'm sorry. No,
that's fine. But even Yaya knows. Like I've played in Smash tournaments. I know Smash.
Yeah, you said that. You did say that. You said you were like a top in Britain, but like, it's not a real fighting game. Blah, 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 blah. So,
no,
like,
I wasn't top in Britain. My brother was, and because he was, I was able to go to tournaments and get top 8 sometimes. But I was inconsistent, so I wasn't a top player. Don't want anyone to think I was. I did get top 8. And I did beat a couple of players in big tournaments, but I wasn't no top player in Smash.
I could pull up the tweet. I remember it was, but whatever. But as you said, it was rage bait. So that's why I was like, again, you didn't tell me that now, but like to me, it was just like, oh, you don't even think Smash is a real fighting game, yet you're gonna interview this guy, knowing you're gonna, because it's like. Even with Jason, like I don't hate him, but I just think he's a bit of a pussy. I'm just being honest, bro. Mewtwo King.
Oh, well, no,
Yeah.
Jason reached out to me, and I said to him, "Yeah, sure, we can do it." Like, because I did the video long before the initial arc that you were talking about, where I was not in contact with Mewtwo King at all. There was no conversation between us, and I did a video basically expressing my concern for the bullying going on.
Yeah.
So to me, it wasn't about Smash Brothers. To me, it was about the person. So Jason could have been playing Street Fighter. It wouldn't have mattered. The point was that he was being bullied by a community. And given what happened to Hacks, I thought, you know what? I've got a platform. I don't really like bullies. Let me say something. I don't feel like I need to belong to a community or I need to play a game to speak about that person.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that yet, but when you even say yourself, it's not a real fighting game. Again, you see where I'm coming from here? Like,
yeah, but even if I didn't think that Smash was a real fighting game, if Jason is being bullied on the timeline and I don't think Smash is a real fighting game, does that stop me from saying something?
It was more the interview. It was more the interview that I was like, oh, he's just milking, bro. Like, okay. And when I say milking, it's like, obviously, I think you do care somewhat. But the primary thing was but again, you're saying that you genuinely think Smash is a real, because that was the biggest thing. Because it's like, to him, like Smash is everything. Like that is his life, right? So to him, it's like the guy you're interviewing doesn't even think it's a real fighting. It's not even like a real like game like that. Yeah, it's like that'd be kind of brutal. But back to what I was saying about Jason, I don't hate him. I just think he's a bit of a pussy because it's like this dude. He'll say stuff criticizing the community. Of course, the community is gonna clap back, but he's like shocked. And again, I'm not condoning so much of this. They do so much bullshit to him, so much. It's insane. But it's like, should I say this? Fuck it, I'll say it. I'm making a video a bit about the hack situation. I've been very busy with life, so I haven't got it down. But I want to get it out before his birth. Because I think it was, what's today? Yeah, today's the day he passed. a year ago. I wanted to get it out by this time, but I couldn't. That's my fault. But I want to get it out by his birthday. By that, the birthday. This is bringing back some old memories, I'm not going to lie, with art and them and that, right? But in there, right, he was given he was given a sum of, like, he was given a substantial, like, contract with, like a esports contract. And and the only reason he didn't take it was because he asked, "Oh, is Mech involved?" And Tenryu was like, "Yeah." And he said no. He basically just ghosted him. So it's like, when I see this dude yelling about not having much money, I'm like, bro, what the fuck? You were literally given an option to have, like, legit, like, money per month, but you rejected it because you didn't want to be associated with Mech. But it's like, dude, these people fucking hate you. They hate you. Like this, you're trying your best to disassociate from, but he's the one actually helping you. He's the one who's advocated. He actually likes you. These people hate you, but you're trying to appeal to them. He's like, I remember on that stream, he was like, I don't even know what these words mean. I'm not political. It's like, bro, you're fucking 40. Like, how do you not know what these basic words mean? Like, come on, man. I know you are autistic. I'm not even saying it's an insult. I know he's autistic, but come on, dude.
But he probably still has, like, a value system where he does need help monetarily, but he doesn't want to be associated with certain people.
Fine. But it's like, but again, the one side, you might not love everything they do, but they're actually helping you and they're actually advocating for you. And the other side, they, honestly, if you committed suicide, they would treat you like hacks. Oh man. And then when they're playing their tournament and it's your memorial, they'll play a Domino's ad over you, and that'll be your end. It's like, dude, come on. Like, you have nothing to lose. You have nothing to lose. Why would you not give it a shot? Even if it doesn't work out, at least you tried. He didn't even try. So it's like, to me, it's just like, when I see this dude yelling about, oh, I need money, guys. It's like, bro. Like, come on, dude. Come on.
Well, I mean,
also,
that aside, though, like, just to give you some, I'm sure Mewtwo King won't mind me saying this, but if I was farming Mewtwo King for views, I would have done it a long time ago, because Mewtwo King and me were trying to set up an interview for ages, and Mewtwo King would message me and go, I'm free now. And I was sitting around doing stuff. I could have stopped, but, like, I was either streaming or whatever, and I was playing a game or sitting with my girlfriend. And I'd say to him, sorry, man, I'm busy. Like, there was no rush for me to get that interview done. I wanted to get it done properly. But if I wanted to farm Mewtwo King for views, if I was dying for viewership, I actually would have done the interview closer to the time when I made the original video, because the original video got like 60,000 views, and the topic on Twitter had like close to 1 million. So I would have spoken about it then. But he would message me at times that I found inconvenient, and I'd say to him, look, I'll continue talking about you when it's relevant, but I can't do the interview right now. But if I was really desperate for Mewtwo King's views, I would have done the interview there and then. Jason's got the DMs, okay? It's not like I'm lying. If you ever want to ask him for the DMs, I ain't got no problem with him showing them to you. He messaged me multiple times, and I said to him, I'm busy. So it was never like that.
If that's the case, I can't prove that, but I'll take your word for it. I will. But I'm seeing in chat here, it's like, oh, just betray your values and be... What the... We don't hate him. We're not the ones who hate him. We're not the ones who doxed him. We're not the ones who deleted all his videos. We don't hate him. Well, I don't get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like people who hate you. We don't hate him. In fact, he probably doesn't like us. He's whatever. Man.
But that's probably why I didn't want to take the money, because he doesn't like you guys.
Okay, and you know what? Fine, do that. But then you don't get to yell and bitch and moan that you don't have money. Again, it's like with DSP, where it's like he was given a lot of money, and it's like, okay, that's his right to reject it. But then don't be yelling about money when you were literally given the easiest paycheck of your life, and there was basically no strings attached. Again, and the thing is, though, it's not like we were telling him to sign up to the KKK sponsored tournament, sponsored esports. It was a reputable, legitimate company.
Who was in charge of it?
ESTV. You can look it up. ESTV. It's literally like the largest. It's the largest esports thing in South Korea. It's a big thing. It's legitimate. It's like it's not like it's apolitical. So it's not even like, oh, he did it. He'd be like, So it's like he literally he was given an actual bag, no strings attached. He wasn't going to be forced to say or do anything. Just play the game. But he still just rejected it just because mech was somewhat related to it. And that's where I'm like, yeah, okay. Like, you're being a bitch.
I can't speak to that. I can only speak about what you were talking about here. I can't speak for Mewtwo King or any of that.
And I will reveal that, like, and anyone thinks I'm lying, when I do make that video, hopefully it's coming out by that time in May, early May, I'll have it there. It was true. Like, everything I'm saying here is true.
Yeah, I can only speak to what you're talking about. I mean, I don't want to speak for Mewtwo King, but just to be clear to everyone, I did not milk Mewtwo King for views, because that's another situation where you make a video about Mewtwo King and you get loads of views. The shorts that came from the video have 1 million views now, and they're not even on my channel. I didn't even make any shorts out of it because I don't like short form content. Other channels made those shorts, and I said to them that it's okay to have it on your channel. I don't mind. All you got to do is basically tag me in the creator link so people know where it came from, and I'm fine with it. So if I really wanted to milk people for views, there would be shorts on my channel like crazy. I would have monetized all of that. I told them, and like I've told you, and like I've told the stream chat, when I do live streams, part of the fun of the live streams is that everybody's taking part. So the original live stream will be on my channel, but if you want to clip it and put it on your channel, or like segments of it, or make shorts, I've never had a problem with that. So this whole thing where I'm milking people for views is absolutely absurd. Like, if I really wanted to milk people for views, Tope, there's parts of this podcast where I could probably clip you, and it would make you look bad, and I'd get tons of views for it, and it would get put on Twitter, and I'd get tons of views for it. But I don't do that to anyone.
So you're not working with Urban Boy. That's not you. That's just someone completely different.
I am not working with Urban Boy. He makes those videos independently. I messaged him and I said to him, when you make a short that I really like, do you mind if I put it on my channel? He said to me, yeah. He even said to me, I'll take the watermark off of it for you. And I said to him, no, I keep the watermark on there so people know where it came from. I can't put all of his videos on my channel because some of them are really like, they're too explicit. But the ones that I can, I do. Urban Boy will tell you that himself. I never worked with him before like that. He was kind enough to say to me, yeah, you can use the edits. And that was it.
Well, then, before we continue, then I have to genuinely ask you, then, why now? Why have me on and do this now? Then why?
I tried to get you on before, Tope. You said no. I'm going to farm you for content.
No, I always said that I wanted a 1v1 debate. And I remember specifically after we talked about this, but specifically after you kicked me from that stream, right? And everyone was just shitting on me and all this, right? I'm crazy, all this. You then, C4 and you, message me and then are like, oh, let's do a 2v2 debate. And it's just like, are you serious? Like, I've already told you multiple times, this is what I want. But you didn't do that specifically. And that's what pissed me off. And that's why I was like, yeah, fuck you. So why now? Why now?
I'll tell you why now. Because there's a reason for us to talk on live stream. Like, you guys are talking about me farming people for content. If I had you on before, I would literally be farming you for content because I had nothing to say. Literally nothing. And that's why when I messaged you and I said, hey, do you want to do a 2v2? In that message, you still got the DMs. I said, I don't even know what we'll be talking about, but C4 really wants to do it and I trust him. So he'll probably come up with a topic and we'll just go from there.
Really?
But I said that to you.
And you didn't. I knew you did, but I just thought you were just playing dumb because it's like, really, you had no idea what we talk about. We have the Dalton video with the women engaged. That alone that's enough of a debate. That alone. So it's like we do have a lot. So you're saying, oh, what would we even talk about? It's like, really? So I was just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah,
but
that isn't serious.
But I'm just telling you from my perspective, like, when I do podcasts, it's because I want to sit here for hours and talk about that particular thing. So people have messaged me before saying, hey, can I be on your podcast? Hey, can you talk about this? And sometimes I say no, because if I'm to sit here for 5 to 10 hours talking about something, I have to genuinely be interested. People forget, even though I have loads of people on this podcast, it's still my podcast. So I still have to construct it in a way where I am going to want to sit here for that long. And if it's a topic that I don't want to talk about, then I'm just going to tell the person I don't want to do it. But C4, I know I know that he would have come up with something that I would have found interesting because I talked to C4 in private. So I left that to him, and I messaged you, and I told you I don't know what the hell we're going to talk about, but C4 has an idea in his head, and I was honest with you. It's not like I was trying to bait you into anything. I told you I don't know what's going to happen, but C4 has something planned, and you said no. So I could have had you
Well,
on
I
here
didn't say
before
no. I
to
just
farm
left you
it.
on red. I just left you on red because I was just like, bro is not being serious. Because
Yeah, you left me on red. But that's what I'm saying, that this whole farming people for content, I could have had you on for that Dalton stuff, and I could have made content out of it.
Yeah, and
I could have
why
gotten
not?
views.
Why didn't you have me on? I asked specifically, and you said, no, I don't trust you. But then literally like almost like a few days later, you had me on for that. And you saw the entire time I wasn't like saying anything TOS or nothing.
But I didn't have you on for a debate. I had you on to join in on the Sophie situation.
Yeah, but then, no, but even before that, the first time I was on,
What was you on for before that?
it was that guy who like said that stuff about the gay people. The King J, he was having when he was initially shitting on Planet Medusa in his group, that Lucan guy.
Oh yeah. No, you're right. I do remember. Yeah,
That's when I was on for 6 hours. I remember,
Yeah.
and everyone was just like, again, the dumbest art. Like, that McLovin dude. Oh my god, just hearing that name.
Yeah,
Just-
but
it just
you
makes
have
me
to
mad.
remember. Let's not leave out context here. You weren't planned to be there. You popped up
Yeah.
in chat, and I think it was C4 or someone. They were like, eventually, I was convinced, and I was like, okay, cool. And I'm pretty sure when you came on, I was like, I'm pretty sure I said something to you like, please don't use any slurs or anything like that. So I was always apprehensive about it, but they convinced me. And I was like, okay, cool, we'll put him on the podcast. And to be fair to you, you've never done anything that would get my channel in trouble. But I was apprehensive because of the crowd that you were moving at the time.
Okay, like,
I think it's
first,
fair for me to be apprehensive to look at somebody that's moving in a
because
crowd.
because I told you that I didn't, and you had again you had the stream. You could have because again I'm not saying that there weren't slurs being said, but I didn't say any of them, and
That's
told you
not what I
that.
said. I said that you were in a crowd of those people that were doing that stuff, and you were associated to them. So I looked at it and I was like, I don't know about this guy. And the thing is, Tope, is I didn't know you like that. Like, this was over a year ago now. That was my first interaction with you. That was my first interaction with a lot of you. I obviously, like, I'm not a trusting person. I don't just meet somebody and they tell me something. I'm like, okay, I trust you. Trust is built over time. Now, if you ask me, can I say something? Like, you messaged me the other day and you're like, can I chime in on this Tekken thing? Did I say no?
Yeah, no, but it was already past the point when it mattered. That's the point. And that's my point, because you judged me, and you judged me for a bullshit reason. That's my point, because I didn't say... I don't even think it's in my opinion, because you said, oh, because I roll with them. But it's like, but I didn't. I told you I didn't say anything remotely TOS. And you had the video, and you could have checked. You could have checked, but you chose not to. And fair enough, that's your right. But please, anyone who's ever on the stream, have I said anything to you? Other people have said things TOS. I never have. For that specific reason. I'm not trying to blow up your spot. Not even more than that. I don't want to get clipped and then someone use that for the rest of my life. Like, I have shit to lose. So I don't want to say anything too edgy or anything like that. So, like,
I understand where you're coming from, Sope. I'll take that. I misjudged you. I saw you moving in that crowd, and I said, no fucking way. That's just how I said it. Because I had Manalord on here as well. And I know I haven't heard Manalord say any slurs, but I know that he's like ostracized from the Smash community because they see him a certain type of way. And we had a conversation on here. He said a bunch of things I don't agree with. So it's not like I was hesitant of everyone. I guess that maybe at the time there was a vibe that I got from you, and I was like, I don't know about this guy.
what? What vibe, bro?
Tope, just let it go, bro. You're here now. I ain't got to be with you.
No, dude, no. But like, you need to understand why I thought so much of this shit about you. Like, it's for a reason. I didn't just pull this out of my ass. And again, it's
Okay,
like
that's fine. I agree. I understand. I get why you thought that about me, but I'm just explaining to you my mindset at the time. You popped up and I saw your name and I was like, I don't know about this guy. But I've done that. It's not just you. I haven't just isolated you. I've done that to loads of people where I'm like, I don't know if I'll have you on. I'm not too sure yet. Jason Elba was another one. I never had an issue with Jason. But when Jason was coming on, I had to talk to him for a long time, and it still didn't work. He still said the F slur on here. But
Well, D all the way G did all that shit too. So
D all the way did it as well. They did it as well. That stream was demonetized immediately. I didn't even ask for monetization. I just turned it off. I turned everything off on that video. But there are loads of people I've been very wary to bring them on, or I've just said no, I'm not entertaining that. So it's not like I isolated you, but I will say I misjudged you. I thought you were going to do something and you didn't do it. So that's on me.
Okay, and I get that you misunderstood me, but I just think it was just for even the reason that you're giving. Oh, well, because like Jason Elbow, everyone knows like he has actively been very edgy online, said TOS slurs constantly, right? That's what he's known as, right? And I can get why you'd feel that way. You didn't even know me. Like, what did you have on me that was like, oh, that I have that reputation? What was it? Oh, because I talked with other people who I guess said things. Like, to me, it's just like
the reason that I got that vibe from you is that when we were talking about like hitting somebody in public for talking shit to you, you seemed like really annoyed by that. And maybe I read into it too much, but I got the vibe that if I said something that annoyed you too much, that you would say something mad on here. Now, like I said to you, I'm willing to concede that I was wrong, but I'm not Professor Xavier. I can't read minds. I'm not saying that I get things right all the time. With regards to Jason Elbow, I'd known Jason Elbow for a long time. Like, I'd spoken to him before, plenty of times. I know that Jason has a level of respect for me, and I know that even though he fucked up and he did it anyway, I know that he's not coming here to try and hurt my channel. I think it's fair to say that you probably didn't have much respect for me and you didn't like me very much. And I was just trying to put two and two together and think, maybe I should protect my channel rather than just, like you said, farming content. If I was really about farming content, Tope, this conversation would have happened a long, long time ago.
Maybe not. I don't think so, because I just feel like that in a conversation, a more political conversation, I don't think it'd go the way you'd want it to go, but whatever.
But that's fine. I'm not saying I'd beat you in a political conversation. I'm saying that if I wanted to farm you for views, I would have just taken up your offer.
But that's my point, because it wouldn't go the way that you want to go. It wouldn't give you the views that you'd want, so that's why you wouldn't even want to do it. That's how I see it.
I'm happy to do that on my channel. Like, if there's a topic that you feel like you will school me on, and we set a date, not derail from something like what we're doing here.
Yeah,
I'm happy to do it. I don't mind being proven wrong. I don't mind someone knowing more than me.
Well, that was my thought process. But then you're doing this now, so I guess things. I'm not saying that, like, I'm not trying to like hold a grudge, but that's just what happened, and it just needs to be said. But I guess I can see where you were coming from. I still think it was just bullshit, and I already said why. Just because, like, again, just because I was hanging out with them, I didn't say anything remotely. What am I? I'm just reiterating what just was happening.
Yeah, it was just a misunderstanding. I ain't got no problem with someone coming on here and schooling me on a topic. And people have done it before. I'm not all knowing. I don't claim to be. I know some people, like, they read my tweets or something, they perceive it that way, but I ain't got no issue with it. It's fine to be wrong. I don't think there's I think maybe because we live in a culture where nobody wants to be proven wrong on their platform. I don't care, dude. Like, you prove me wrong, I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to go get in bed with my girl. Have a good time. Like, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Okay, then. Well, I guess we can continue and finish it.
To me, I will talk to you in the same way with a level of respect, and I'll have you on. If your YouTube channel disappears like that, you ain't making no YouTube money, no one even knows who you are. You're someone from 30 years ago that people haven't even heard of. I'll still have you on if I feel that the conversation is going to be good enough. So
and see, I love that end caveat. Which is, a fair caveat, right? So he probably would say to someone like me, oh, well, we're not going to have a good conversation or anything, right? And what I have to say to that is that right after the second, so what happened was when I referenced Sophie, that stream.
Yeah, we went over this.
Yep. Yeah, honestly, it's the end of the video, honestly, because at the end I just basically reiterate what I said. So honestly, the video is over. I'm just being honest with you.
No, that's fine. So I wanted us to cover that video because, like I said to you in DMs, I don't blame you for getting the information wrong in there, because the thing between me and Punish had been going on for a long time. But I wanted to have you on here, to kind of bury the hatchet between us. I'm not saying that we have to be friends. I'm not saying we've got to sing Kumbaya, any of that, but I don't dislike you at all. I'm very open with who I dislike in this community. It's not a secret to anyone. I'm not saying that you have to like me back or anything like that, but I wanted to have you on here because you made the video and you've made other videos about me, and we've had back and forth on Twitter, and I probably sound way more aggressive on there than I do on here. But this is genuinely my temperament 99% of the time. I am not shouting at people. I'm not like acting crazy. I'm not on crash out time. Like that's just not who I am.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. Well, is there anything you want to say to me before we bring people on here? Because now this is the part that could get crazy. I don't know what people are going to say.
No, I'm fine. Yeah, like honestly, the stuff I would want to say, that would be for a later debate. Like this is about the video, so let's stick with that. I think that's to wrap it up in a bow. I think that's fine.
Okay.
But
cool.
yeah, I'm totally fine with engaging with other people and.
Right. So, you guys want to jump on now, so you know how this works. Send me a DM on Discord or on Twitter, and I will add you to the call. You're not short on time, are you?
Not really. I mean, I might have to like go out to pray for like 10, 30 minutes, but then I'll be back. But other than that, I'm not short on time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so the instructions are at the bottom of the screen. I always see people in chat saying this. What do I do? It's literally scrolling here, guys. Send me a DM on Discord or X. That's my at right there, Real Mike Hollow. Discord is Midnight Rubbish Mike. You can send it on there, and then I'll add you to the call, and you can talk to Tope. Let's see. What do we have here? Okay, you've already got a couple people messaging.
All I'm gonna say is I'm gonna match the energy that someone gives me. I'm not gonna be like, so I'm just gonna be honest with you. No, not trying to shit on her, but it's like if someone comes at me a certain way.
Yeah, you can respond however you want. I just always ask people. I know I don't have to say this to you. I know you're not gonna do it, but if you come on here, don't use slurs. You can talk however you want. Just don't use slurs because I'll kick you off. All right, and if you get added to the stream and it says there's too many people in the room, just wait. A lot of people were messaging me last time on the Tekken Talk saying you couldn't get in. It's because I can only hold max 15 people.
Yikes,
so
that's a lot of people.
Yeah, if there's 15 people in here, it's not going to let you in. It will just say wait until someone leaves, and then you try again. So,
okay.
But I guess whilst we're waiting for people to come in here, I hope that I hope there's nothing that we're going to walk away from this and I haven't made clear. If there's anything that we went over in the video and you're still a bit iffy on it, then you might as well tell me now, because I don't really want to get back into a Twitter back and forth with you. It's not. I don't feel like it's productive.
Yeah, same. I think the only really thing would just be like the whole King J situation. That's the thing that really was just like, I was gonna make a video about it, but I was just like, what's even the point? There's no point. But it's just like, to me, that was just really, really fucking egregious, because again, King J was accusing the guy of a lot of shit, like, implying homosexuality a bit, and or like not even homosexual, sleeping with underage, and then also threatening to kill him. And then you just were completely on board, and you were like, yeah, I'm behind my boy. And then it just completely I'm just like, bro, what? And I remember you were saying that you saw the evidence that he had. I remember you said that too. So I was just like, and then just completely felt like, bro, what the fuck?
Yeah,
what happened?
Well, yeah, I explained the situation. I have seen things that were still never posted, and I said to Jay that you should really post what you've shown me, and he said no. So I said to Jay, well, we've kind of said what we said now, and there's no proof, so we're gonna get cooked, and we got cooked, and that was my fault for talking about it before anything was posted. He did. I don't think he spoke about anything homosexual or underage. I think he said that the person he was with was a prostitute.
Yeah, but I think he was implying just because because they were in Thailand, and that the person he was with, I think there's an implication that because that whole stuff. But
yeah, that's how the situation played out. I jumped the gun. I had to apologize for it. The receipts that I thought were going to be posted were never posted, so it just looked mad. And I messaged Ty and I said to him, sorry, like this is my fuck up. And I said to him, what do you like? Do you want me to donate to your stream? Do you want me to do something? Like, what do you want me to do to say sorry? Because I'm just saying sorry doesn't feel like enough. And he said, you don't have to do anything. The sorry's enough. I came on YouTube. I owned up to it. Didn't make any excuses. I said sorry to people on Twitter. People messaged me privately. I said sorry to them. Like, there's not really much else that I can do about that situation. I stuck my foot in my mouth. Well, none of us are perfect. But if people made videos about it, I wouldn't have been mad at it because I did fuck up.
Yeah, just because it's just like I just feel like that's the type of shit where it's just like that's. I don't even want to be that guy. It's just like I think everyone has moved on a bit. I'm not gonna be that guy, but it's just like, bruh, like that was something. But again, I think it's just more of a stain on King J because I can even understand where you're coming from. You're helping your friend out, and your friend just completely just leaves your ass out to dry. Honestly, I'm like, how do you still even stay friends? It's like, to me, like, if I had a friend who then they made an accusation to someone, a serious one, not even like a little one, a serious one, and they had the evidence, and then they said, oh, well, I'm not going to show it, and I'll be like, bro, what the... And I probably would, maybe they'd still be their friend, but we would not be close like that anymore. Again, I'm not saying that's why you have to do it, but that's just me. To me, it's just like how... That's just me, man.
I hear it, but me and Jay have been friends for a long time. And the heat that I was getting, I didn't want him to have to deal with that. So for me, I was like, I'll just take the bullets for this situation. It's not a big deal. Like I'll clear it. At the time, like Jay was involved in loads of different controversies, and I was just like, it's fine. Like I'm not Twitter dragging me or people in the FGC calling me names and making tweets about me. It honestly didn't faze me. Mrs. Playstuff reached out to me and she asked me if I was okay and how my mental state was doing. I said, so I'm fine. Like, it's okay. I've been through much worse in real life away from the keyboard than what they were doing on Twitter. So I didn't want Jay to go through that. I didn't want him to have to deal with it. He already had other stuff going on, like other private stuff. And I was just like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. It is what it is. But if people drag me for it, then I'd say to them, it's deserved. You know, I put information out there about somebody. It wasn't verified. It could have caused a lot of chaos, which it did. And they dragged me for it. So if you made a video about it, I wouldn't even be mad at you. Probably wouldn't even say anything. I'd just be like,
I'm just like, I'm going to be honest. Like, and again, I think he should be banned. I think that's a bannable offense to make such a serious allegation, but then not show the evidence.
You think Jay should be banned?
Yeah, I think that's ban worthy. At least for a time, at least. Because, like, again, it's not like he accused him of something just a small little... No, he accused him of literally threatening to kill him. And he didn't bring any evidence. To me, that's a... If I was Ty, I'd be calling for his ban. I'm just being honest.
But I'm the one that put the information out there.
Yeah, but, like, no, but you amplified it. King Jay's the one with the information, but you amplified it. You were part of it, but you're not, that's not, you didn't make the allegation. He did. You just amplified it.
Yeah, well, Ty didn't want to do anything. But I amplified it to the nth degree. Like Jay's video got a little bit of traction, but my tweet went viral. Like it even reached people that are not part of the FGC. So if they were going to ban anyone, it would be me. But I guess I don't compete, so it doesn't really matter.
Wait, I'm seeing people say that ban Jay from what? Isn't Jay part of the... Doesn't he go to tournaments and stuff like... Wasn't that whole... I remember, because I was in Planet Medusa's camp, the whole allegation of him stealing... Like, doesn't he go to tournaments? So I'm like, how can you make the allegation if he doesn't go to tournaments and stuff?
But no, I think at the time he was, but then Jay started focusing on just content creation. So...
Or, is he a Twitch ambassador and stuff like that, I think? Yeah.
Yeah, he's... Yeah.
See, I honestly, again, like... And I'd say this to his face. I would. I think he should lose. He should lose something. Just like how someone like Esam, like for a bunch of allegations he did. Again, like Esam, what happened was he said the N-word years ago, and then he was exposed, and then he lost that. He lost like Nintendo ambassador. I think that's fair. At least he loses that. I think that's fair. It's like it's that serious enough. And if you know me, I'm not the guy to say stuff like that. But it's like, to me, there's a level between just like saying stuff and like making like actual allegations to someone. Hold on, Jace. You're saying that I'm scared to say Mike. What is he going to get banned from? He doesn't go to tournaments. What? Like, I know he doesn't go to tournaments like that. I thought.
I mean, I think if that situation did occur, I'd be happy to take the consequences for it. Like whatever the consequences might be, I wouldn't want Jay's career affected by it. Jay made a mistake as well, but at the end of the day, Ty didn't want to like press the situation forward. So like calling for his ban after the person that he was involved with hasn't said anything. I think that's a little bit unfair.
Okay, two things. One, I am all about people saying what they want to say, but that wasn't just saying. That's an allegation. That's different. One. Two, I'm not saying because this is the C4. I'm not saying because Esam lost this thing for that. He should. Honestly, fuck Esam, but I don't think he should have lost it. He only said words. King J didn't just say words. He made an actual allegation. So that's my point. I get how you can maybe see that, but that's not my point. But whatever.
All right. Well, we'll get the first person on here. So the first person is. Hey, bro, can you hear us?
Oh, my fault. My mic was muted.
No, it's all good, man.
Hey. No, first things first, I just want to say thank you for hosting. You know what I mean? Your platform is awesome, bro. You give everybody an opportunity to come on and say what's good, say what's up. That's awesome, you know?
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
But Tope, bro, like, you can see from my heading, right? I'll say everything in balance, right? Like, just hearing you talk, bro, it made my cortisol level spike up my N-word. Like,
you watch Clav? You watch Clav
like,
over here? Clavicular
bro,
watcher?
It's just like, look, just chill, right? Everything's good. We on the internet, right? We're on the internet, and you're talking about King J losing his, like, a part of his livelihood, bro. And that's not that cool, bro. Like,
well,
at the end of the day, like, what happens, right? But it's like, bro, like, nobody's out here getting hurt, dude. Like, the world still spins, bro. 365 days are still in a year. Is it that serious? Do people really need to start getting banned for stuff? Like, it's a whole world out here, bro. Like,
okay, like, bro, hold on. If the allegation that what King J said about him was true, what do you think would happen to Ty? What do you think would happen to him?
What would happen? You tell me. I don't think anything will happen.
Art, you really don't think he might, like, I don't lose a sponsor, get banned from
No.
tournaments,
No.
for literally threatening to kill someone, and there's evidence? What?
No.
Mike,
No.
come on, man.
No, if
No.
what I amplified could have cost Ty a lot, because we basically, like, Jade made those accusations, and then I amplified it. And if someone is threatening violence, sponsors and TOs are going to look at that, and they're basically just going to kick you out. So
All right.
we got to be honest there, that he could have gotten in a lot of trouble for it.
And if it was if it was proven to be, he could go to jail.
But like, all right, he threatened to kill me. Like, I don't think anybody's really. I'm in America, honestly. Maybe it's different how you guys do it in the UK, but if I go to the police and tell somebody, bro, if I go to the police and tell them, yo, this guy threatened to kill me, if I don't have any, like, concrete, even if I have concrete proof, bro, chances are nothing's gonna happen, bro. That's just how it is, bro.
Really?
Like, yes, bro.
I highly.
Well, unless you got beat or touched in real life, if you go to the police with evidence of somebody talking shit online, kill yourself, bro. Whatever, bro. You, like, bro.
But that's different. Saying KYS, that's not the same thing as saying someone said, "I'ma stab you," like genuinely stab you.
Did he actually say that?
Wasn't that the allegation? That was part of the allegation where he was like, he basically, like, said that he threatened to stab him. That was part of it.
I can't obviously talk about what I saw in private because Jay decided to not release it.
I mean publicly.
Yeah. The public stuff, it's all hearsay. It's like he said, she said. So, like, Jay put that out, and then I amplified it. And some people didn't, like, read beyond that. You got to consider the people that just scroll Twitter and they see it and they're like, damn, that guy really threatened to stab King J, and then they go about their day. They've got that lasting image. So I had to take responsibility for it. It was a stupid thing for me to do, and that's why I apologize for that.
All right.
And honestly, I'm not trying to. I'm just saying it just because that was part of it.
I just like King J seemed cool, man. I don't want to see him get banned off nothing, bro.
Oh my god.
That's all I was saying. You know what I'm saying? That's all. But hey, bro, if I was wrong and I misinterpreted the situation, then it is what it is.
Look, I'm basing it off of evidence, like the evidence here. And again, it's just if King J showed, it'd be one thing if he made the allegation, showed evidence, maybe it couldn't be proven. That's one thing, but it's like he didn't even show. He didn't show anything,
bro.
And it's just like, come on. I just feel like it's not. We need to set a standard. You can't make false, like unprovable allegations, serious allegations. Like again, okay. What do you think should happen to a woman who lies that they were sexually assaulted? Can I say the R word on here? Oh, Mike.
What did you say?
Can I say the R word on here?
More retarded.
No, the other one.
Nah, you can't, bro. You can just say, don't say it.
Just say great.
Come on,
just say great.
I'll just say sexual assault. Is that fine? Or SA?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, because I'm asking because like I'm not I know I stream, but like I'm not, I get it. But people say that I don't want to say grape or EPAR or anything like that. I'll just say sexual assault. If a girl accused someone of sexual assault and there was like literally what do you think should happen to that person?
Right,
I think
to me that's different, bro.
How is that different than this?
That's just I felt like.
How is that different?
In my book, I think that's worse than threatening to kill somebody. I'm gonna be honest. Like a lot of people say dastardly things online and make threats. You've gamed. I was using Xiao just the other night, and I had a Brian Fury man tell me to go kill myself, bro. And he's gonna pull up and stab, and he's gonna stab or kill me. That's what he said. He said, "I'm gonna go kill you and your family." I don't care. I'm whooping your ass, nigga.
Okay,
bro, who cares? But great, that's a little different, bro.
I see where you're coming from here. Where it's okay if you're online and someone says, "Is it dumb? Is it stupid?" And honestly, could you report them? Yeah, but you have to remember. It's different because what Jay alleged was that they were in the hotel together. They had the same room. And in that room, when Ty was in the bathroom and Jay was outside, Ty yelled, "I'ma stab you." So they were like literally like in close vicinity, and they didn't really know each other that well. It'd be one thing if I'm talking with my sister and she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill you," right? It's like, I know she's joking. I know that. But if it's someone I don't know and they're in close vicinity with me and they say something like that, "Oh, I'm gonna stab you," I'm getting the fuck out of there. Like, no, valid, yeah. That's not a joke valid. To me.
That's valid. You know what?
That's what he said. So,
hey, I think at the end of the day, bro, maybe I'm just not cut out too much for the internet for real. But I just like, and also I wanted to address what you had said about Mike ATL and him rocking out too. And not to say like the other night, Mike was tripping. Honestly, he was. But I think, as Mike also said, people exist in different dimensions, right? Like a lot of people don't differentiate the internet and what's said on the internet versus real life, right? There's like levels of respect. So you can get away with saying a lot on the internet. You can't get away with saying that in real life. I feel like what Mike ATL's point is, brother, like you could not say this to me face to face, and I would not let you get away with it face to face. So I won't let you get away with it behind the screen. That's why he started like rogging out, as you called it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm keeping it TOS, but
yeah.
But you know what? I want to make it clear. I'm not over here advocating that everyone's just going around shitting on people, disrespecting them. Obviously, I'm a respectful guy. I can totally be respectful, cordial. Obviously, that should be the standard. However, though, we live in the real world. People do get heated. Sometimes stuff are said. I feel like sometimes it's like, to me, I don't want to use a subjective standard to then dish out an objective solution, aka disrespect is the standard and the solution is violence. Because again, disrespect can be viewed by anyone as anything. It's such a subjective standard. If you look at someone weird or too long, they can take that as disrespect. And of course, I understand that people will see that differently versus someone like, you know, shit talking you in your face, right? But it's still like that stuff happens, and it's like we need to have a consistent standard where we can say this is okay and this is not okay. So that's all I'm saying, and it's just that I'm just trying to be consistent, and also it's just one and me, and like, of course, if I were to ever meet Mike in person, right? Honestly, I don't really want to right now, but like, he just
you're like Mike ATL. Sorry,
yeah,
I was like, what the fuck?
Sorry, I'm sorry. I keep on. I wish you guys didn't have a name that sounded the same. I'm sorry. I kind of really wouldn't want to meet Mike right now, especially, you know. I don't.
Why not?
I'm just sorry. He kind of seems unhinged. I'm just not gonna lie, especially what he did. I'm
that
not
dude,
gonna lie.
You know what? Mike is like an electrician, right? Or something. I remember vaguely he said he was an electrician. That man coming home after working, he works, bro. So he might be a little on edge. I bet you he a cool dude. You know what I mean? He might look at you crazy for what you were saying on the internet, though. But I bet you he's cool, though. I mean, come on, let's be real.
Mike's a very, very cool dude. You know what it is?
He seems chill.
People in the Tekken community have been talking shit to him for months now because he has kind of like what we perceive to be out there takes for Tekken, but it's a video game, and like people have been talking to him with mad disrespect. And I think after a while, he's just like, man, fuck this. Like it's not on. Like when you get dogpiled constantly, it's not uncommon to like lash out, and someone has to deal with you lashing out. It's not justifying lashing out on that particular person. But you can understand as a human, like you're cussing me out over a game. It happens every day. Someone's gonna get it.
Yeah, I understand that. I truly do. Again, it was just like if he just said everything but the but, I would have had nothing to say. I get it. People have their moments. Okay, and I'll admit I said the ROG because he was like, oh, disrespect. I was like, okay, you want to see disrespect? I'll show you disrespect. So that's why I use that term, because I know it's TOS. I know it's not TOS, but it portrays what I'm trying to say, you know. So,
well, I'm not gonna lie. You saying like it wasn't TOS. I'm not even in the mind frame to understand what you were trying to say while abiding by TOS. I don't even get the whole ROG out thing. Like, I'm assuming it's got to do with being black, and because he's black, he sounds like an angry black man. I don't know. I can't. Is that it? Is that what it is? Is there more to it?
Well, I think ROG more so. It's like ROG stands for ratchet or ghetto. Like he was acting very ghetto at that moment. Like it was just like, because again, it was just, to me, it was just so unneeded. It was, and again, like I even gave the example. It's not even like he was actually being disrespectful. Like he genuinely couldn't hear him. He couldn't hear him. He was literally talking to them. He couldn't hear him. So, and then, but we were trying to tell him that, but he wasn't trying to listen. So I'm just like, whatever. It's just.
I think his whole thing, though, like as a man, people say a lot of shit on the internet that they would never dare say to you in person. And you guys were talking about this before as well, in terms of, you know what I mean, talking shit and getting hit for it. I still fall under that philosophy. Now, is that because I'm black? No. I mean, you might call me a ROG because I follow that. But if somebody's talking shit to me in person and it's uncalled for, you might get hit. Talk shit, get hit. Bro, that's just what it is. A lot of people abide by those rules, brother. That's just what it is.
Is that worth ruining your life?
I'm not finna ruin my life.
they can press assault charges on you and ruin your life. What?
Don't talk shit.
Okay, like I don't get okay.
Talk shit, get hit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is gonna be 100% honest. I feel like a lot of black people subscribe to this notion because a lot of the times they don't really have a lot to lose.
I got plenty to lose.
A lot to lose, because most people, I would never beat someone up like that because they said some shit to me. Because it's like I have a life, I have a degree, I have shit that I could lose. These people, many of them, they're like working a dead end job. They're just like doing their shit. If they lose something, who cares?
Shit talk, as in, of course, there's levels to it, right? Like I'm not gonna be tripping if somebody makes fun of the fact that I bleach my hair. I don't know. Or you got a nose piercing, or you I don't know, you too skinny, whatever you make fun of me for. But if I'm with my girl, right? Let's say you with your girl, Tope, y'all, or if you have a girl, whatever. or you with your woman, your mujeres, you know what I'm saying? You walking through the street, whatever, and somebody comments on your girl, disrespects you and your girl, calls you I could say the B word on here, right, Mike?
Yeah, you can
curse.
swear. You can swear.
All right, I think I already did, so it's too late. My fault, man. But
There's just certain words. You have certain words you can't say.
Somebody in the street calls your girl a bitch. Are you gonna do something about it?
Yeah, I'll call them whatever slur I got in my.
You're not. They run up. They go up to you, Tope, in your face, and talk to you like they're over the internet. They say, "Hey." No, they keep their distance. They're not about to fight you, but they say, "Hey, you and your girl, your girl's a bitch, and you look like you can't do shit. What's up, bitch? I want your girl right now."
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take my girl and I'm gonna walk away.
Really? See, I'm not cut from that cloth, bro. If a man comes up and steps up to me and my girl and disrespects my woman, I'm on that ass. I'm beating the fuck out of him.
If a guy walks up to your girl, Tope, calls her a bitch, and you walk away,
you ain't finna do nothing. You gonna walk away?
You're gonna walk away.
No, I'm taking her with me. I'm walking away because it's just not worth it.
And you're not gonna lose your whole life for hitting somebody in the mouth, bro.
You don't know that. Like, dude, there are literally
cases when
you punch someone once, they fall on they crack their head and they're dead. And then what? You have a charge.
That happens when you stomp somebody out.
No, just a single punch.
If I'm I hit you with a clean one and you go down, you're not gonna come on, bro.
Okay, you could die. There was a case of someone getting punched and they fell down and died.
It's such a small chance though. I mean, hey, look, you gotta take a chance sometimes, bro.
I hear what Tope is saying. Like, violence is the last resort, but as a man, I can't have you disrespecting my woman. A, because she's my woman, and B, if I don't defend her honor, like I think it's unbecoming of a man. You're not gonna walk up to me and talk shit. What I will say is that if a man walks up to me and he's got a knife or a gun,
that's different,
and he's talking shit, I'm gonna take my girl away. I'm gonna walk away because I don't want us to get shot. But if it was like you, Tope, and you walked up to me and you said your girl's a bitch, you're looking for
you get your ass laid out, Tope. Like, no offense, like,
bro,
you get your ass laid out.
I'm just saying. I'm not over here doing that, man. It's just, to me, it's just okay. And it's just like, I'm a big guy. I'm 6'1". But it's just like, to me, it's just like, it's not even just because. To me, it's just not worth it. There's so much in life that's worth it. I am not gonna, like, again, it's like that Boondock skit where
I don't think it has anything to do with being black, though. That was my next point. I feel like majority of men would just, you talking shit in my face, I'm gonna hit you. I think it's a very new age thing that we allow people to get away with talking crazy because of, like you said, the fear of what may happen after. My life might be ruined. My livelihood may be affected. I might lose sponsors, whatever, right? And that's valid. And I respect your stance on that too. That's like, I understand that. But at the end of the day, hey, it's human nature, bro. You're not going to disrespect me. That's something I hold very highly, is my respect for you as a man and you respecting me in return as a man. Because of that, I don't get into shit. I'm not out here trying to fight in the hood. I'm not like that anyways. You know what I mean? And like you said, I'm a big guy too. I don't have to really worry about, you know what I'm saying, people trying to buck up to me or whatever, because I'm chill. I keep it chill. I keep it classy. But sometimes people cross that line. And I feel like with Mike ATL, he feels like people have been crossing that line. So I don't think that's really rogging out. I think that's just a natural human response of people talking crazy in a space where they can talk crazy.
But he wasn't even talking crazy. That's the point. It was a complete misunderstanding. That's what makes it even worse.
The dude last night was talking a little crazy. Just I'm gonna say Mike was out of line, but he was talking a little crazy. That dude last night who came on, Mike.
I was in the toilet. I didn't even hear.
But I think
he was talking a little crazy to where if he said that in person, it'd be okay, bro.
But like, I think he escalated because he couldn't hear anyone else responding. That's the point too. Where it's just that's an important context. He literally could not hear them talking because he was focused.
Let's shelf this conversation because there's bare people in line now. So I need to get the next person.
Oh no!
All right, bet. Hey,
who's up? Who's up next? Who's up next?
Hey, Balance. Hey, thank you for letting me on here. Hey, y'all have a great rest of your streaming day. Hey, I'll be in the chat vibing. Peace out.
All right, man.
Nice poster.
Take care. Thanks.
Yeah, you got quite a few people in here. C4
Oh,
is
no.
here before you ask.
Of course. Of
He's
course.
lurking in the back. He's not. There's one person in front of him. Then he's after.
Uh-oh.
All
Must
right,
have it.
hello, gentlemen.
How you
Good
doing?
to see you. Oh, good to see
Hello.
you again, Mike. Nice. I've been pretty vocal in chat. There's many things I would like to go into, but I'm gonna just start this off with 3 questions. Sadly, I'm gonna hold on one second. I'm gonna put this. I had to put the PS5 in sleep mode because this is gonna take a bit.
Oh,
So it's
no.
my first question. For you, Tope. How many DUA games have you played?
I'm sorry, what?
How many DUA games have you played?
Oh, I haven't played any. I've never played a
Okay.
game.
Next question. Do you acknowledge do you agree that the words tourist and visitor are synonyms?
Yeah, but they have different connotations.
Thank you. Nope. Thank you. That's it.
What?
All right. Next question.
Okay.
Next question.
All right.
Because I know how you like to try to do this. You try to weasel out of things and try to be like, well, actually, boy, come on.
Okay.
You sound like that one dude from Billy and Mandy. Knock it off.
Just
Anyways.
continue. Just continue.
Okay, thank you. All right. So my next question.
Thank you.
Outside of Smash, how many other fighters have you actually played?
Okay, I've dabbled into Virtua Fighter,
Okay.
Tekken a bit now. Those are really the two. Oh yeah, Fatal Fury. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Fatal. I bought Tekken, played a little bit of that. Fatal Fury and Virtua Fighter. I'm trying to get into those. I've just been so busy with life. But,
Yeah, it happens. Same
those
here.
are the
That's why
games.
I'm very selective with my fighters. I haven't even bought some because these are a commitment. I'm a teacher for God's sakes now, so I actually had to really plan things out of how I want to play and trade. I'm just been grinding too at while you've been listening to you guys. So let me jump to this thing. When I said that super chat out, I said what I said, and I'm not gonna back down from it. You're a fucking terrorist. Here's the thing, buddy. You cannot sit up here and try to talk about DOA and try to say you did research this and that and try to talk about what the game is or how the game is when you clearly do not understand it and have not played any games in it. You're being a fucking tourist and saying, well, I'm a visitor. Motherfucker, you just told your damn self. That's what the fuck it is. You're just being a fucking tourist. Now, what Mike's saying, like, if you just want to make comments like, hey, Goodyear had a great patch, that's fine. That's fine. But when you start trying to get into nitty gritty and try to dictate and say things about a series that you haven't even fucking engaged with, I'm sorry. That's like a DOA player saying that there's no mechanics in a Smash game. That's
what?
ignorant. That's ignorant. That's ignorant. What you're saying is also ignorant. So
wait. I'm sorry. There's no what in a Smash game?
There's no mechanics in a Smash game. It's like a DOA player saying there's no mechanics in a Smash game.
Oh, mechanics.
Oh, yeah, I heard you actually say that shit before. Trust me, it's that stupid. Trust me, it's that stupid. Your face, your expression is what I was doing when someone said that shit to me, and I'm like, what?
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying a bit. Could you repeat that? It's like it's all melding together. I'm sorry.
Sure. So it's like a DUA player saying that there's no mechanics in a Smash game when obviously there is, and I'm comparing that to what you've been saying about DUA, and that's why I've been calling you a tourist because like you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What did I say in particular that's comparable to that?
Sure. You first of all didn't really make any mention of the mechanics, showing that you didn't really know anything. Second of all, you're saying that DUA is known for the. Still speaking here. DUA is known for the super sexy costume, but what you didn't seem to understand, what Michael's trying to compare here is that, hey, I want more things like DUA 1 through 4, which do have sexy costumes, but you're trying to be like, oh, well, look at these games. They have made money. You clearly have not done the research and the homework on the series to know what the hell you're fucking talking about. And it's clear to me that you don't do very good research when I had to fact check you on that slavery comment, on how many people own slaves. You don't really do very good research, and it's very clear that you don't. So, yeah. I'll let you jump in there.
Okay. So first off, so you're saying that my claim about the money thing was wrong? Like, okay, yes. Then what DOA games have made the most money then?
DOA 30 million copies.
That's not money though, it's copies.
Oh my god, yes the fuck it is, you fucking idiot. What the fuck? Are you stupid?
What the
Yes, it sold 30 million copies. That did make money.
I'm gonna let this nigga finish. Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude! You know how this works? Oh my god!
I don't.
Can we Call Cabo
You can-
Cruz, man, because you are a fucking tourist. That does make money. Tell me, DOA3 did not make money? You're stupid.
I didn't say it didn't make
You
money,
just
but
did.
what?
That didn't, you,
No,
you said, what do you make money? I said DOA3. You said, well, I didn't make, and I said 3 million copies. Well, I didn't make money, though. Do you pay
I didn't
attention to
say
the things you
no.
say?
I said what made the most money.
I said
Which-
DOA3.
But it didn't, though. Even though it sold the most copies, does not mean it
That
netted
does
them
make
the most.
money. Yes, it does. What source do you have to back that up?
Wait. Hold on. I'm not saying because it didn't sell copies, it didn't make money. That's not what I'm
did make the
saying.
most. It's still one of the highest gross. It's the highest grossing DOA game of all time, buddy. Even DOA4
Okay,
didn't
give me-
eclipse it.
Didn't DOA 5 make the most money?
Yeah, it was DOA
Also
5, DOA 6, and then DOA
DLC. I'm just talking about like overall copies sold, money sold. We have always heard. I don't know if there's any hard data that really backs up how much money Team Ninja made off of DOA 5 DLC, which to this day I still haven't found any. All I just heard from the community and everybody when I was around there always said that, oh, they make a lot of money off the DLC. We don't know how much money they have made, but I just said, all right, sure, why not? We don't know how much though.
I just think like copies sold doesn't necessarily mean the game made the most money though.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I'm like,
Okay,
like,
but I disagree with that because we don't have anything to really back up DOA 5's DLC, which everybody just says, hey, DOA 5 made the most money, but we don't really have anything substantial to really go off of that. We just say, well, it must have because it has all these DLC costumes, but I go off of copies sold more so than DLC because it's really not fair to you compare older games to newer games. DOA 3 didn't have DLC while DOA 5 did have DLC. Like, come on now, guys.
hold on. What do you mean we can't compare it? They did it with Tekken all the time, where Tekken 3 for the longest time had the most sales until like Tekken 7. They
Okay,
did that
sure.
then, did they not? So why can't I do the same thing here?
Sure, because one game didn't have content updates while the other one did. Simple as that.
So just to jump in here, it says here while I've gone into Google and I've asked what is the most profitable Dead or Alive game. It says Dead or Alive Dead or Alive 5 is widely considered the most profitable entry in the franchise, largely driven by an extreme volume of downloadable content. Sales performance wise, Dead or Alive 3 is cited as the top seller,
Yeah.
but profitability driver, Dead or Alive 5 and Dead or Alive 6 utilized a heavy monetization strategy, which ultimately made them the most profitable Dead or Alive games.
I'm not disagreeing with the amount of being sold, and I'm not saying it's completely apples to apples. I'm seeing, Tekken 7 was on PC, PS4, was only on one platform. Yeah, of course. Like, I'm not trying to act, but it still does matter here. Like, I don't
Actually,
and
it
you're just
does.
yelling at me for like no reason.
Actually, it does, yes, because it's infuriating. You try to talk about a situation you just don't know anything about, though, bro. And I really, really take issue with people try to come onto my turf and are like saying all these things that are just not remotely true. And
So wait, it wasn't DOA 5 that sold the most money, DOA 5 or DOA 6. It wasn't that. So you're saying that definitively? That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that I go by off the copy sold because it's not really fair to DOA 3 because DOA 3 didn't have DLC. Come on, DOA 3 didn't have DLC. So how's that really fair? Like DOA 3, the most he got was like DOA 3.1 and maybe 3.2. That's it.
But you understand, I'm not like denigrating the game's quality. I'm not like saying.
I know you're not denigrating the game's quality. I never.
But
said
that's the way
you
you're
were.
acting. The way you're.
No, that's a
acting,
straw man. No. That's a straw man. That's a straw man.
How is that a straw man? I'm
Because
not,
I never said it. I never said you called DOA 3 bad or anything like that.
I didn't say.
You're putting words in my mouth, brother.
I'm
not-
not putting words in your. Okay, bro,
You
calm down.
are.
I'm not putting words.
Look,
I'm
just
just saying
you
the
got
way
a degree
you're.
and wear glasses not make you smart. So please sit down. I also have 2 degrees too, so get on my level. Anyways, here, so please, please stop that. Like I don't really
Dude,
understand.
What is going on here? Am I being trolled?
Nothing's going
Like,
on
what the-
here.
These are prescription glasses. I need them to see properly. I'm not trying to pretend to be. Dude.
It's just a joke, Max.
No, but like you're just like spazzing out. It's just like, bro, calm down.
That's just how I talk, bro. It's not me trying to be mean or anything.
Oh, okay. I said that DOA 5, 6, and then DOA XX made the most. And of course, yes, it didn't sell the most copies. But of course, yes, obviously, the DOA 5, 6, and that, how they made their money was through their skins and all the extra stuff. Yes, of course. But that still is valid. That's still the money they made. Again, that's not speaking on the quality of the game or anything. It's just... So
No one brought
what
up
even
game
is your
quality
argument
besides
here?
you, by the way. Just keeping that a buck here. No one brought up game quality besides you. Did I even bring
No
up game
one brought
quality?
up. No one brought up game what?
Game quality besides you, by the way.
No, but like I'm just the way you're acting like. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but the way you were acting, like as I was saying, oh, because DOA 5 made more money, therefore it's better. It's like, but I'm not even saying that.
No, man, that's a logical reach. I never said that,
I
bro.
literally
How
said you
old
didn't
are
say
you
that.
if you argue like this? I used to do a debate in high school, homie. This is not how you debate. You're making straw mans. You're making logical reaches of what someone has never said. Like you can say
didn't.
I like baseball, but then I can be like, whoa, so that means you think baseball is bad? No, please. You're
What?
putting words in someone's mouth. I'm giving you an example of like what you're doing.
You just were okay. Whatever.
No, don't even bring up contradiction because you've been contradicting yourself too. So don't even try that.
Okay, can you like enunciate your words properly? It's just literally just flowing together. It's like a constant run-on sentence. Again, not even a shit on you, bro. But it's hard to even understand half the words you're saying, man. Please.
I am enunciating just fine, and okay then. But I have been enunciating, and I'm just gonna slow it down then, since I got to do it for people like yourself. But all right then. So my if I can get to my next issue here, my next issue with you is that I feel like you're you're kind of like a racial enabler, and the Sophie situation. I really hate to go back to that. The only thing I really don't like about that,
It's good.
I really don't. What I really don't like about that situation is just how she handled it and how she was acting. While I don't find that word offensive personally, it's really about how people act, and that's what I really focused on. That's what I had an issue with was how she was carrying herself and how she was acting. Like you can't just be like that. I've had people say I've had try to say hey look man don't say that around me, but then you're just being rude about it. I have more issue with your reaction than the word. So okay, if you think it was funny, whatever. But like, I feel like you're just coming up as a big time enabler. We can talk about simp white not as much as you like, but I just think you're just a big time enabler, if anything.
How is it an enabler if I'm 100? Like, because when enabling, it's like you don't like it, but you're letting it go. Like when I think of enabler,
What
right?
is the synonym to the word enable?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm giving you an example.
No, I'm asking you a question. What is this? What is the
Let
synonym
me
to the word
finish my
enable?
point, and I'll ask.
Go ahead.
I'll answer anything. It's like when I think of enabling, it's like, oh, your mom is like very lethargic. She doesn't like walking, and and she always is asking you to get her stuff. And instead of telling her, Mom, please, can you go get it yourself? You keep on getting her stuff, and in that way, you are enabling her to stay on the couch and become more lethargic. You don't want that to happen, but you're doing it. So it's like for me, you're calling me an enabler, but I 100%, I have no issue with what she did, period. So I supported her. I'm not enabling her. You can call me a supporter but an enabler. Just being honest.
Okay, so what is it a synonym to the word enable?
To allow?
No, I said a synonym, not definition. But someone told me to slow down and enunciate.
No,
You do not know what a synonym and definition means.
But
that's kind of bad.
Allow is a word, though. It would.
Yeah, allowed is a word, but do you know what a synonym is? Words that are similar.
I can. That works as a synonym.
Come on, buddy, you have a degree here. It should be easy.
It works as a synonym. Allow. It works as a synonym.
Okay, thank you. Good job. So
what?
Basically, you're allowing her to just kind of act like that.
You agree with me? Then why the fuck did you even like grill me? Allow is a synonym.
No, who said I agree with you? Slow down a second.
You just said that you said allow is fine as a synonym. I said that initially, but you're like, do you know what a synonym is?
No, you're trying to change it. Don't pivot. Nice try, buddy. We're not here on Fox News.
Who's pivoting?
You are,
pivoting, dude.
You are. Oh, you are. Anyways,
just continue, bro. Please.
No, please, because this is belt to ass right now. But all right. Anyways, so what I mean by
I know what you are. Oh, brother.
What am I? You want to say that? You want to finish that? You want to finish that?
Just continue what you're saying.
Okay. I thought so. Anyways.
Oh my God.
Yeah. No, man. No, you're gonna be saying things like that. Say it with your fucking chest.
The yap is real, bro. Just continue.
I will. So basically, basically enable means to allow. You are allowing her to be like that and acting like that. And showing support is basically a form of enabling. And that's what I have an issue with people, not only like yourself, but other people who are doing that. When you do that, all you're doing is making things worse for minorities in this country. When you
Oh,
allow
brother.
when you allow slurs, when you allow all these things, it just makes things get worse and worse. And as long as it doesn't affect you, it's fine. That's what I mean by enabling.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, you. Oh, you're. Oh, I didn't know you finished. Okay. Well, I don't think it's making things worse. I think people say mean words or words in a joking way all the time, and like, so you're telling me that her saying "nigga" is making your life noticeably worse? Is that your argument here?
Strawman, no. Her acting, the way she was acting, is what I had an issue with. People
And
like
why
you
is
showing
that?
support. I'm asking the question. I'm answering the question. People like you showing support for that is what I have an issue with. I actually fuck with Sophie, and I actually like how she handled the situation, how she went about. Like, all right, hey,
What?
my bad. How she pushed off. Yeah, that's ironic. I don't actually hate the
You said
hate the.
I'm enabling her and all this, but then you like how she went with what? You
Oh
initially
my
said
god!
that you
Oh my!
didn't like
I'm
what she
talking about
did.
after the fact, homie. After the fact. Come on now. Do I
Okay.
need to write out a map here for you or something? Because it seems like I
I
have to.
didn't know what word he just said. Like what, dude?
Do I
Come
have to
All right,
on.
write out a
let's
map
wait.
here or
Hold on,
something?
guys. Let's make this the last point now, so we can get the next
Yeah,
person on.
please. I
Yeah. Yeah, this guy's been kind of a jackass, anyways, Mike. I love you, but this guy's just a jackass.
You've been the one being disrespectful the whole time, but whatever.
Homeboy, don't try that. Anyways, my
What?
my my last thing is to go on that. I don't want to get personal here, but I'm gonna. I don't want to be mean here, but I actually want
Go
to be straight
ahead,
with you.
dude.
Have you been in a fight before?
No.
Yep, that your response to that social question tells me everything now. You haven't
So
been in a
what?
fight
You're
before.
a big man, so you got because you got your
No,
your skull shaken. Does
actually,
that make you
no.
a big guy
I
or
have been
what?
I have been in a fight before, but I'm an advocate for self defense. And what I didn't like about your response is that as someone who actually has went through those types of avenues where people have tried to make threats to me and all that other stuff, I'm sorry, but the eternal dude was right. Nothing really fucking happens, and it really fucking sucks. I've had people threaten to jump me at a convention before, my man, and it's like,
People threaten to throw bricks at me. You're not the only one who's been threatened, dude. Okay.
yeah, and I reported it and reported it, and nothing really comes of it. So for you, seeing your
But
response to
this
me
is
like
Britain,
that,
though. You're in America. Their situation is Britain,
I'm
so it's
just,
different.
I'm talking about the other guy in question, not Mike. I'm talking about what the other guy was talking about.
No, but like King J is in Britain. The
Yeah.
laws are different there.
Oh yeah, very different. And I acknowledge. I'm just talking about what we're talking about. I'm talking about the American side of this. And
Okay.
would I like to see something happen? As I don't think you're fully wrong about this. Like, yeah, you hit somebody, it could be game over for you life wise. But here's the reality of it: police ain't coming after you get hit with a punch. So you got to learn how to block and learn how to throw hands back. Because if your only response is "I'm gonna go to the police," then well, you're not gonna get far in life with that. And that's just
What
something
the?
I'm
No,
gonna
no,
tell
I'm not over here. No, I'm just trying to get away from the situation. But if they're gonna follow me, I'm gonna solve it. But that's never gonna be
if your
my
idea of
initial
solving is
response.
more running, then that ain't really solving it now, is it?
I'm. What do you mean? I'm getting out. Most people they're not gonna follow you. But if they do,
Mm,
that's a different story. I don't. I don't.
Yeah,
Okay.
to be
yeah,
fair
yeah.
to Tope,
That's
most like seasoned martial artists will tell you the best defense in a fight is to run away.
Look at
Like
yeah,
Mighty Mouse over here. Literally, I remember there's an interview where we was talking with Rampage, and some guy told his wife, "Nice tits," right? And did Mighty Mouse beat the shit out of the guy? No, because it wasn't worth it. Even though he could tear him to shreds, what's the
yeah.
point? At a certain degree, it's
Well,
like
I don't fully disagree with you, but where I disagree is that you can't always think other forces are gonna forces and just think sometimes walking away. You
no
need to
one
know
ever. I
what
didn't
self
say
defense
that.
is. You need to know what self defense is, and I think you don't know that. And admitting that you've never been in a fight before tells me a lot about you because you really have never been in it. So you just think, all right, man, I can just walk away. Things gonna be a okay. You're very
Yeah,
that's kind of
bro.
naive to be
Is
able to
the
do.
fight why you can't like say your words properly? Is that why? Because like,
No,
damn.
but that's a very funny of you to say. But I was able to
Someone
block
give you a
shot.
TBI, bro?
Alright,
Because like, holy shit, man.
We need to move on to the next person.
Yeah.
But since you're here, Master Havoc, there is a super chat that came in for you. So I just want you to address it before you go.
Sure thing.
It says, Tom said with the $5, this dude is talking about fighting but not showing his face with a thirsty skullgirl profile picture. E-thugging in 2026 is wild.
Well, let me say a few things here. I have never been arrested. I have two. I have 3
Congratulations.
degrees. I make over $90,000 a year.
Then what you fighting for, bro? What you fighting for?
Motherfucker, you ever heard of self-defense? Can I please finish and address the
You look,
question?
you're,
I'm
you
addressing
look like
him.
you're looking for a fight, bro. That's what you.
I ain't looking for no damn fight, man.
That's what you sound like. Damn, a fight.
finished
this,
fight. No,
this,
no,
bitch.
I finished. No,
Okay.
I finished fights, bro. I used to play rugby in high school, man. Come on now. This is I've had taken my lumps before, so it's just like I finished fights. But anyways, to explain the picture, it was just what I had immediately to pick from, and that's it. I didn't really want to pick anything else, and also it's really dark in my room, so I don't think people want to look at a black ass screen of nothing. So yeah, so if people want to say shit like that, let them say, because as you say, let them talk. But Mike, love you. Toby, thank you. Fuck you. Bye.
Take care, man.
Oh, all right. Same to you.
Same to you as well.
That's not how that. Oh, that's not, bro. Someone says something to you. You say, "Same
Sir,
to
shut
you."
the
They
fuck
don't
up.
say,
Your voice is
"Same
annoying
to
me
you
right
as
now.
well."
You
That's
sound
not how
like
that
Irwin from Billy and Mandy. Please, just shut the fuck up, because you.
What?
Just,
I didn't understand what you just said. Could you repeat
you
that?
sound
please?
like the black dude from Billy and Mandy. So please, just shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you sound like Billy.
Okay, thanks. I actually think that's a compliment, because he's actually a funny ass character. Everyone was like a wannabe try hard, wanted like I was thought he was cool and shit.
No, nigga, you sound retarded. That's my point.
Yeah, this retard has more degrees than your ass, so I must be doing something right.
That
So
just tells
was
you
that supposed to be an insult? Because it wasn't. I really didn't see that. So,
clear TV.
you can try a little bit harder. You can try a little bit harder.
Like, come on, man. Like that just.
All right, guys. This has been a good talk.
No, it's been a fantastic talk, man. Mike loves having me, and I always appreciate him bringing me on. So I love my man Mike here. I disagree with some of the things that Mike does, but we still homies at the end of the day. He knows
nigga
me
makes
very well.
$100K a year, e-thugging online. Like I don't believe you, bro. I don't believe.
Well, no, I don't. I'm a fucking teacher. What the fuck?
How would your students feel about when you're talking like this, man?
I don't think they would really care, honestly, because they say.
Oh, bro, I don't know, bro.
No, I appreciate the question.
Teacher over here e-thugging.
I'm not really e-thugging. Imagine saying self-defense is e-thugging, but okay,
no,
sure.
that's not what I'm saying. This
I said self-defense is okay. I'm just telling you, buddy. Let me just make this clear. When that person throws a punch, it is go time. Stop it with all this other. I'm gonna walk away. Hey, he's not gonna find me. Like, just know what's up.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm just curious because I've seen some teachers whooping some kids in American schools after the kids have thrown a punch. If one of your students threw a haymaker at you, would you punch him back?
No, I would catch the punch and I have to restrain the student. I gotta follow school rules, Mike.
I was just curious. I've just seen a bunch of teachers whooping some.
Oh, I've seen that, and I think that is a terrible thing to do, and that's an easy way to make sure you don't ever get fucking hired again in America. So,
wait, what? Hold on. Why? It's self-defense, bro.
Okay, sure, but school rules are school rules, and
it's school rules or school rules.
We're in school property, motherfucker. Do you not know the difference between on the streets and being in a school? No, okay.
So on the streets now we're just like animals, and that's
no straw man. Again, you love straw man a lot. That's not.
All right, we need to get the next person here, bro.
Well, yeah, we should, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Take care, man.
Bye, man.
Well,
you did that on purpose. You did that on purpose.
I didn't know where the conversation was gonna go. I honestly had no idea.
You said you were gonna let him go, but he kept him on for like 5 extra minutes.
I got curious. Todd, thank you for the $5. And then everyone clapped in the end. And the one piece is the friends we made along the way. Yeah, 90K a year, BS. I can't afford to turn on his light.
No one asked for his job. Like, bro, why did he bring up his dude? I don't even. Why did I bring up my degree? I forgot. I don't know why I did, but I know it was relevant. He just randomly brought up. Hold on. How are you doing 2 degrees but making 90K? You should be making like twice that. What?
I don't know how payment works in America, but
Not like that, bro.
The next person in the queue is C4. C4, I know you can hear me. I can see you. Just nod if you want to be next or if you want to be last. Sorry, that was 4 instructions. Nod if you want to be next. Don't do anything if you want to be last. Okay, he wants to be last.
Okay, I enjoy a challenge. I do.
Let's get the next person in. We got Jack. Jack, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'm sorry. For some reason,
right.
my stream is not allowing me to like play what's. I don't even know why it's not. But you can. I'm sorry. Please continue. I don't want to stop you.
Okay. Well, I'm not really gonna talk about anything. I was mostly like interested about like your political views, I guess. I don't want to like turn this into like a political slop or anything, but I was like, I see a lot of things you say. I know like a lot of people in chat are gonna like probably fucking flame me for like saying, I kind of agree with most of the stuff you say. I do see myself in most of like the examples you give. That was not what I meant. I mean like I do like see myself agreeing with most of the stuff you say. And I wanted to like ask you, like, I guess, do you like think that? Oh god, I'm not really a great English speaker. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay. Okay. So I want to ask you, like, you think like if somebody were like, to immigrate to another country, but like. That person just is willing to adapt to that country's like lifestyle and culture. Would you call that person a okay? Let me just I can't even see. Would you call that person
Are you looking for the word, or are you scared to say it?
Yeah.
It's like. I'm looking for the word. I don't know what exactly it's called.
Okay.
An immigrant?
Well, I guess yeah, but it's.
We can maybe.
I think there's like
we can maybe help you. A native, or like what's the first initial of the word? Maybe we can help you to figure it out.
Well, it's not really it's not really a word. It's more like a way of thinking, I guess. Like it's like a person who brings along his way of thinking and I guess his culture in a way.
Like,
I don't know if there's. Like,
are you asking me that if an immigrant comes to the country and then assimilates, are they now a native? Like, are they now native? Like the natives? Is that what you're saying? Or?
I guess yeah. Like, would you have a problem with somebody who would like do that, or like would you like just be fine?
I mean, I don't have a problem with it fundamentally. You're looking at someone like that. My family is Nigerian, and I was born here, but like. I would say I'm very assimilated. I am Nigerian, whatever, but like this is my home. Nigeria is not my home. This is my home to me, right? And I truly love the nation, the people, the culture, the history, all of that. Like I truly do adore it. I do. Like many people just say they do, but then when the going goes rough, they'll shit in the place. But I truly do love it in a way that most people would never know, and. I just see what's going on with the nation, the legal immigration. Like again, the Ludovic situation is perfect for me. Someone like that should not be here. He's not a citizen. Two, he's not an American. Because to him, an American is diversity. That's all America is, diversity, and that's not America. It's like stop. It's just like he's not supposed to be here. Like someone like that. But the problem is most immigrants who come here. They're not like me. They're like him. And I don't want people like him here. I'm just being 100% honest. I was going to I think I recorded a video, like really just like detailing my thoughts, but it never really materialized. But like just every day that dude is able to breathe the same air I am on America, it's an affront to not even just people who are immigrants, but just the natives, the people here. To me, it's just an insult. Why is he here? He shouldn't be here. He doesn't deserve to be here. I'm just being 100% honest.
Okay, well, I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Like, I don't know like the specifics of the situation.
Oh, okay. I can be quick. So
can't really-
Ludovic he's a top Street Fighter player. He played Chun-Li, and he was recently caught by ICE, and he was like in Maryland and ICE sent him to Georgia, and they were going to deport him, but I guess his lawyers got involved and everything, and now his hearing has been moved way further, right? And when this initially happened, a bunch of people, FemShep is one of the people included, who helped push this bullshit narrative, right? Saying all this shit about, oh, he did nothing wrong. He was just an innocent, good old boy who did nothing wrong. They just deported him for no reason. And of course, the facts come out later. Oh, he had a 20-year leave order. The mother, like, think about it too. This
Hold
dude,
on.
when he got
I think I know what you're talking about.
yeah.
Is it the guy who was like had like a fucking that's not restraining order. What am I saying? Yeah, like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
he needs to pay like his
Ankle.
he needed to
ankle
pay his
mark.
green card. Yeah, okay. He needs to pay like his green card like in 2002, but like he didn't do it or like something along.
Well,
I don't
what
remember
happened was, yeah, his mom got divorced, and that made him lose his citizenship. And he was given a leave order in 2005, but he didn't leave. And then it's like people were saying he's an innocent, good old boy who did nothing. It's like, one, he has not been paying his rent. He has a big thing with that, and also it's like, to me, like again, it's just like, oh, he presses buttons good, so he should stay. Oh, he's gay, and because Cameroon is not nice to gay people, he should stay. It's like, again, it's emotional blackmail. Why should he be here? Why? I don't know why. Because he presses buttons good?
Okay, well, maybe okay. I don't know like exactly entire like you. I guess you explained it to me, but like I still like I'm not really sure if I can say this. But like if he's like not hurting anybody, I guess. I mean, I think he should still like do like his due diligence, like go pay it. No, I think he should still like I don't know, get like his I don't know if you have passports. I live in Europe. I don't know exactly how America works.
Yeah, we're very liberal.
should probably
like yeah. Someone like him on most other places, he should have been gone by now. But in America, it's a joke where someone like that can abuse the legal system to stay here longer. And to me, it's just disgusting because, again, someone like him should have been gone. Again, he got here when he was 16, got the deportation order when he was 19, and he's like 40. The dude's been here for that, and he's an Uber driver. Because he's an Uber driver, like what is he bringing to, like, he's an Uber driver, like just working like menial jobs. He doesn't bring much value to America or anything.
Okay,
not even that too. So it's just
okay. Maybe maybe it's because I don't know if I don't know the stuff you like just said right now, like it's like, oh, he's an Uber driver, who cares about him, like, okay, maybe like maybe it's because I don't really like saying that type of stuff, but like I don't really like if you have a job and you're not really doing anything like malicious. I don't think it should like be brought up. Like, to be honest, it's just like a means to an end for him. So I don't think it's that insane. Like to say, oh, he works this job, so his importance is like relegated to that job.
I just think that with him, there is no argument that anyone could give me to why he should stay. It's not like, one, he didn't even come here first, like really legally. Like, I mean, well, he did, but then like he lost his thing. He didn't do that. One, he does have dude couldn't even pay his rent. Like, again, you're telling me he was a profitable member of society, but he couldn't pay his $1,300 rent, and that's why he's being sued for that. You're telling me but he can't do that?
Okay.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
Okay. Okay.
And then also, it's just like his argument. Oh, he plays buttons good on. It's like, how have you been playing this game for like a decade like this, and again, still can't pay rent? So it's like, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm sorry, my dad's calling me.
No, that's cool. It's all good. Jack, did you have any other questions, or was it just about immigration?
Not really. I'm not really. Yeah, I didn't really have any questions about. I actually did have more, but it's more like on the same topic, I guess.
Oh, okay. I'll probably save that for another stream. I don't want to drag it too much into politics.
All right. Sorry, I do have to go pray. Hopefully, I'll be back after like 30 or so minutes, but I'm sorry. I guess you guys can
30 minutes.
or
No, that's cool. I was just surprised.
I'm sorry
That's
because
fine.
I remember last time we talked, you didn't do, but like I guess, but sorry. I
No,
will
that's
do
good.
my best to be.
That is all good. We'll find something to do for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll try to be back as quick as possible, but yeah.
All right, man.
All right.
No problem.
Be right back.
I guess whilst we're waiting, Jack, I appreciate you being on, bro. I'm gonna switch you out for somebody.
Sure.
Man, take
It's been an
care.
honor, man.
Appreciate you, bro. All right. Well, I guess while we're waiting, what's going on, bro? You're just vibing. You're muted. There's no sound. Zero. This man was just vibing in the back. Yeah, I don't know what's happened to your sound.
1 2 1 2.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I was listening to Tope on BGM, innit?
Oh, okay. The soundtrack everyone hates.
Bro, that Spider-Man theme is sick. If you don't like it, I just don't think your ears are correctly functioning. But
no, I agree with you. I like Tope on soundtrack. I think it's sick. When Tope comes back, I'm gonna remove you quickly because I know you're waiting to be lost. We'll give you the most time.
Thank you. I mean, I'm hoping most of the things get spoken about with other people. I've got like 7 things written down. I've got like a whiteboard. I wonder if I can bring it over. I'll show you.
Oh dear. Gonna be here for a while, goddamn. We're almost at 7 hours already. Time has flown by. Also, I need to ask C4 if he's free tomorrow. Damn. Oh my lord. Are you able to wait? Can you do you have like when teachers would whack the board and be like, talk about this? Are you able to like bring the whiteboard over when you're talking to Tope, like hit the board, tell them to address a certain point?
Stay on topic. I could do that. Hold on.
Bro, that'd be cinema. That I would clip that 100%.
I haven't got it prepped. I need to sort it out. I need to get it higher or get my desk lower so you can see the whole thing.
What do you think of the stream so far?
I think Tope has been pretty fair. I didn't think he would make as many concessions as he did, to be fair.
Yeah.
I don't know why he went after Jay. It was pretty good until he went after Jay for like zero reason. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, I think you and him did have a good combo.
Yeah, maybe they'll prompt Punisher to stop being so silly on Twitter and actually have a conversation with somebody.
True. I don't know why. I thought Tope played a bit of DOA. This just feels like he's sweeping for Punisher. I don't know what he's paying him.
I think it was because like me and Tope had beef previously, like we didn't see eye to eye. So when when he saw that situation, he probably just thought, oh, you know what? Here goes Mike again. I'm gonna get involved. Right. I don't think DOA really comes into it, to be honest. DOA is just happens to be the game that me and Punisher are arguing over.
Maybe.
No, he didn't. When I pulled him up on things, to be fair to him, he ceded most of the points.
Yeah, I can't. What did he not? There was like 1 or 2 things he was like, nah, I just disagree. I can't actually remember what they were. I was too busy being a fucking chat monster, just chatting shit.
What did he disagree with me on? I think the lingerie thing. That I don't know if he actually ended up agreeing with me, but I strongly hope that I'm getting that wrong and he did, because there's obviously a clear difference.
He's a virgin. If he's allowed to call people rogues, I'm allowed to call him a virgin. He's a virgin. Respectfully. There's nothing wrong with being a virgin, by the way. But his understanding is at a fucking kindergarten level. To not know the difference between a bikini and lingerie, if you've never got box, just say you never got box. It's fine.
Yeah, for any American viewers that don't know, wait, do they know what box is?
They should do.
Oh, did it come from
I've
them?
heard Americans say it.
I thought it came from the UK. Yeah, no, I was perplexed myself, but I don't remember. I don't know if he seeded that point. I can't actually remember. I'm trying to remember what were the other points that he didn't seed. Shit, I actually can't remember. I am looking forward to watching you two have a back and forth because I don't think that's going to be as cordial as my back and forth with him.
I'm gonna trigger him. I'm gonna be cordial. You know, I'm always cordial. The only person I get mad about is Yaya and Sikanda. I thought about it. They're the only two people I generally get like a little bit unhinged about.
But Yaya's such a nice guy.
I know. I don't know why I do it to Yaya. I actually don't. Since the last one though, it's never been that level. It's never been that level. If anything, I agree with him more. Like when he spoke to Noah Black, that's when I was like, you know what? Yaya's not that bad, bro.
No, he's a good guy, man. He's a good guy with questionable takes. Like yesterday or the day before, he said he mentioned that Alyssa has an install rather than a stance, and everyone, bro, people voice messaged me. I had 5 voice messages afterwards. People fuming about that. 5 different people messaged me. I was like, nah, people are actually pissed about it. I didn't think it was a big deal. I kind of chalked it up to it being very late and he just misspoke. Like, if I'm being charitable, if I'm not, then it's like, okay, well, he's not really a Tekken head, so maybe he just got it wrong.
I was more mad at King J because he was talking to Mike and Mike was like, King J's so fucking slimy. He shouldn't get banned, but he is super slimy, right? He would not answer the question when Mike said, okay, name a character that doesn't have name a character that's not a stance character. And he would not answer. Super slimy.
What did I ask him that?
Oh, sorry, ATL. Mike ATL.
Oh, Mike ATL asked Jay, name a character that isn't a stance character.
Yeah, because he kept saying, Jay was saying, everyone's got a stance now. And then Mike said, okay, cool. It doesn't make him a stance character. And Jay was doing the whole theatrical, like, blah, 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 right? And then Mike ATL was saying, well, by that standard, you think King is a stance character because King has a stance. Are you going to say King's a stance character, not a grappler? And Jay would not answer.
Yeah. I don't think King's a stance character. I think his stance is a lot more powerful than it should be, but I wouldn't class him as a stance character. And Claudio hasn't got a stance either.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Claudio's not got a stance at all. He's just got an install. This is gonna sound really weird because I main the character. But would you class? I'm asking chat because I don't know if you will know this, but would you class Feng Wei as a stance character? Like I know he's got shifting clouds, but I don't. Feng Wei doesn't feel like the same kind of stance character like Xiao Yu, where Xiao Yu's got a whole moveset in a stance. Like Feng's got like he's got a couple moves. He's not a stance character. He's not a stance focused character. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's got a stance, but you wouldn't categorize Feng Wei as a stance character, right? You would categorize him. People just call him like a poke heavy character.
Yeah, from like a 2D lens, Lei's a stance character. He's got drunken stance and he's got like a whole like different kit. Yeah, but I think the closest, the one that's in the middle, is probably Steve Fox. He seems like technically he is, but I don't think his whole kit would revolve around it. He just goes into stance to do different things, but I don't know how he is now. But before, I would be like, oh, he's got peekaboo. Is peekaboo really or flicker stance? Flicker stance is a stance, but in Cross Tekken, he could only do like one move, like Ed from Street Fighter 6.
I would categorize Steve as a stance character. He's got so many moves out of different. Like I would actually say he's probably one of the heavier stance characters. Maybe Cross Tekken bowled his moveset down to one move per thing, but in Tekken, he's got so many moves out of everything. So I would class him as a like quite a heavy stance character.
Yeah, in Cross Tekken, he's got like max. He's got flicker. He's got flicker stance, and he does 3 different flickers. He's got peekaboo, which has like 2 attacks. He's got Albatross Spin, and he's got Backsway. And Backsway's only got 1 move out of it. So you have to use his stances to do combos. But I don't think anyone would class him as a stance character in Cross Tekken because Lei's in Cross Tekken. And Lei's literally got like 11 stances. So that's what I think. I think in Tekken's a little bit different. But that made it worse that Jay was avoiding because Jay plays other games. I think Jay should know better.
I might have not like been fully checked. I was so tired at that point. Like I was struggling. At one point, I actually just fell asleep on the stream, and everyone just kept talking. So there was definitely parts that I missed.
Yeah, you've what was it? Sleep debt. You've got a lot of sleep debt.
Yeah, well, I slept a lot. I slept for 8 hours, and I woke up, said good morning to my missus, and then I went back to sleep for another 2 hours. So I'm feeling all right. I'm okay, but I've got to work again in the morning, and it's already 2 a.m. and Tope's not back yet, so we're going straight back to square one. But oh yeah, I was going to ask you. Tomorrow's going to be my last stream at home, like, and then I'm leaving this location, going elsewhere.
Okay.
I was going to ask you and Finn if you guys wanted to do that part 2 of the BlazBlue files.
Oh shit. I can let you know tomorrow morning.
Yeah, just text me and then we'll figure out. If not, then we can just, because I know you're busy this week, so we can wait until next week if not.
Yeah, cool. It might depend on what time. I just got to find out. Yeah, I want to do it because I've purposely avoided it. I didn't want any spoilers.
Yeah, I've avoided it. So I'm just hoping and praying they don't delete it. Because if they delete it, then it's fucked. We've lost it. I'm not going to screenshot 46 pages. That's just long.
40, bro.
Yeah,
that
we're going to be there for a while. So if you think that you're not going to have time, just let me know. I'll understand.
40, bro. That is a manifesto. What did they
Literally.
do?
Yeah, they apparently it's a complete revision, added context, like director's cut, Spiderman 2.1. It's a whole thing.
The director's cut is fucked up.
Yeah, I read the opening, and then I was like, okay, I'm not going to read anymore because there's a lot of context that's been added. But there was other situations as well that had popped up. So yeah, if you're free, let me know. And then Friday, I'm going to be spending with the missus. I might release a video, and then Saturday and Sunday I'll be like moving everything else, and then next Mondays when I'll probably stream again, and I'll be in the new place.
Sick. Have you got everything sorted, like internet and whatnot?
Yeah, everything is sorted. It's literally just I got some things here. Like I packed up all my trading cards. I packed up all the remainder of my like old school games like Famicom and all that stuff today, and I've put it in a bag. I've got a couple of things here. Like, I don't know if you can see that. I've got my meal prep stuff here.
Okay.
I've got a Scorpion figurine. Don't know if you can see up here, but I've taken all my figurines and posters down. But my Booker T, I found my old WCW Booker T figurine in my cupboard, unopened. Literally purchased that in '99.
Is that the one on the shelf?
Yeah, that big like figurine there.
That looks like it looks like Godzilla taking a squat, but now
He
you
is-
said Booker T, I can make it out.
Yeah, he is squatting, but yeah, it's a weird looking figurine, but it's from like a WCW run that they did ages ago, and I found it, and the box was all like mashed up, but the figurine was in perfect condition.
Sick.
What else? Yeah, I've cleared everything out. Like, everything's basically. I've got a couple of my Pokemon plushies that I'm gonna take because my girl likes them. So I've got I'm gonna take my Gengar one, my favorite one. That's it, really. To be honest with you, everything's done. Like, there's not really like I don't know if it sounds echoey on stream because of the mic, but I can hear the echo in my room.
I couldn't hear an echo, but I did have something Pokemon related. Now that you've brought up Pokemon, my plushies are down there. You can't really see it with my camera. I can bring them up. I got my 2 Toxtricity ones.
Oh yeah, is that one of the new Pokemon?
Yeah, it's the from Sword and Shield. But I got this poster today, bro. Well, I got the frame today. Gassed. Oh, the glare. Hold on, there you go.
Oh, that is sick. Where did you get that from?
Some people were selling on Etsy. It was only like £10.
Yeah, I need to. I actually found my, those canvases I had of like DC and Marvel.
Yeah.
I found like the rest of them. I had some sick ones. I didn't even realize I didn't put them up. I had a really cool Spider-Man one, a sick Magneto one. So I'm gonna chat to the missus and be like, listen, got some stuff I want to put up, because she's very anime focused. Like she's all like, you want to put up Demon Slayer, JoJo's, whatever. She don't care. But DC and Marvel, I don't think she's feeling it. So I'm gonna be like, listen, let's compromise a bit. At least Spider-Man, we can all get behind Spider-Man.
Need to educate her, bro.
Yeah.
Superheroes are just peak fiction. Don't worry about the cinematic. Like the cinematic universe, that's just like 10% of what comics are like.
Did you see the Spider-Man trailer?
No, because apparently there's bare spoilers in there. So all I know is I know one character from Netflix. I don't know if chat knows. So,
bro, the Spider-Man trailer, I wish I never saw it. I wish I was going into that film blind, because it looks really, really good. But the trailer is just, I saw it and I was like, great. Like, because I've read the comic, I know where this is going. I was just like, man, I wish I could have just gone into the cinema and just watched this and been like, oh shit, they're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's going to be really good. So I've got my hopes up for it. I hope that they actually do a proper Spider-Man, like a more like friendly neighborhood story, and no more like space level Avengers threat stuff for a while.
Yeah, I mean, from the things that I've seen and heard, he's doing a lot, bro. Like he's got like 5 villains.
Bro, it's the trailer. I was watching, I was like, how long is this film gonna be? There's like 10 different things you can cover in this trailer.
Yep.
I ain't gonna spoil it for anyone. There's a lot. There's a lot of people that show up in this. There's a part of it where I was like, I saw it and I was like, you've already like shown us 10 different people and then a whole thing that he's going through himself. And then right at the end, they show more villains. And I was like, it feels like an Avengers level film, like, but on the ground.
Bro, if I didn't know there was a film and I saw the trailer, I would have sworn it was a Netflix series, because it feels like they've got so much stuff in there. Like, it's not even Sinister Six. It looks bigger than Sinister Six.
Yeah.
I guess they did do the Sinister Six, to be fair. They had Sinister Six and 3 Spider-Man. So maybe this isn't that big compared to that. Maybe.
I don't know. I hope that they spread this over several films, because if they're trying to pack all of these villains and plot lines into one film, it might get a bit bloated.
Yeah, it's Spider-Man's got like the craziest rogues gallery. I guess he's like the equivalent of Batman. Like he's got so many villains. I'd say only like 15% of them are good though.
Yeah, there's a lot of throwaway ones, but I think that characters like Shocker. I've never been like a big Shocker guy. Like in the games, he's always funny to come across, but they could make Shocker a better villain than what he is.
They'd have to change his name, first of all.
Yeah, well, yeah. But in the games, he always gets clowned. Never has a game where like Shocker's like, put some respect on his name. He's always a clown.
Yeah, that's one of the throwaway ones, isn't it? He's not that good. But the film, I don't even really care about Spider-Man, but the film does look good. I can't lie. The film looks pretty good. I like the angle they're going through.
Do you know what I watched the other day? I watched for the first time. People are gonna flame me for this, but I just didn't get around to it. I watched Godzilla -1 over the weekend.
I've not seen that either. Don't worry,
bro. It was so sick.
Really?
Such a sick film. Like, I love Godzilla films. I love like kaiju stuff, and I went into it thinking, how much better could it possibly be like than everything else I've seen? Like I've seen so much Godzilla stuff. I watched it and I was like, whoever was watching this, he definitely watches Dragon Ball Z.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, there's one part in it where I was like, I don't ever feel like they really portray how powerful Godzilla is, even when he fought like that beefed up version of King Kong.
Yeah.
Even though he won the fight, I still felt like but you had to bring Godzilla down a bit to make it look believable that King Kong could even land a punch. But in this film, I was like, this version of Godzilla, I wouldn't even send the Avengers after him.
Yeah,
that would be a big problem.
It's a wrap. Godzilla's broken. He's silly broken.
Didn't he fight the Hulk? Wasn't there a crossover where he fought the Hulk? And he won.
Well, Godzilla.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Godzilla fought Hulk in like a crossover comic, and Godzilla won.
I can see it. You'll have to one shot him though. If the fight went on like more than 3 pages, I'm not buying it. You'd have to one shot him.
I don't know, man. The Godzilla and Godzilla -1. If you give him 10 pages, Hulk's gonna have a long, long day. He was so busted. I was just like, how are you even gonna beat this guy?
I have to watch
let me fact check that. I might be chatting shit. Godzilla definitely be a really prominent superhero.
Probably it's got to be either Hulk or Superman in it. That's normally like the powerhouse fights.
Which superhero did Godzilla beat? Yeah, I'm asking Google AI like I'm fucking King J.
It's only a matter of time.
Oh, it wasn't the Hulk. Sorry, my mistake. Godzilla notably defeated Superman in the crossover comic Justice League vs. Godzilla vs. Kong. Utilizing his atomic breath, Godzilla severely injures Superman, leaving him without a pulse and equaling one of Clark Kent's worst ever defeats, creating a major challenge for the Justice League. Yeah, Godzilla beat Superman.
That sounds like rage bait. I believe you, but if someone said that on Twitter, I'll say it's rage bait. But
it says, okay, so this is from IMDb. It says Godzilla didn't just beat Superman, he equaled Clark's biggest ever defeat. And basically it was his atomic breath. So essentially what you're saying is right. Godzilla, they had a fight. From what I can see here in these images, Superman looked like he might have had the upper hand, and Godzilla like powered up and shot the atomic thing in his face, and Superman was just out of it. Maybe he caught him off guard. In Godzilla -1, there was a part where like they were shooting at him when he's in the city, and the spikes on his back start going up, and they're like same colors like Super Saiyan Blue, and it gets the last spike goes up, and he shoots this blast at it. It's literally a nuclear explosion. He destroyed everything. Whole city gone.
Isn't Superman like super indestructible? I don't know about against atomic breaths and shit, but
I think Superman's lost to Doomsday before, so I think he can be beat. I think if you catch him off guard, like I think Doomsday was strong enough to beat him to a pulp and not allow him to get to the point where he's gonna fuck him up. It'd probably be a situation where if Superman was locked in from the beginning with the intention to kill, because he's always holding back, he probably could just beat Godzilla. But if it's a thing where he's like, oh, it's a big lizard, let me try to like suplex him, and then he gets hit with a nuclear explosion, I could see him being knocked out for a bit.
Yeah, like because Darkseid's like I think he's a demigod, so Superman not being able to beat a god kind of makes sense. And I think he's flown into the sun, so an atomic breath shouldn't really do that much. But like you said, he might have got caught off guard. But when you can fly into the sun and not melt, I'm thinking you're basically indestructible.
I think it's plausible you could get caught off guard because Goku's been shot by a little plasma ray and fallen out of Super Saiyan before, so he even got a rock thrown at his head and it hurt him. So I think if you catch these guys off guard, you could probably hurt them.
You know what? That's why Spider Sense is one of the most OP powers you can have, bro.
Yeah, no, for real.
Bro, when they did the Spider Sense with Doctor Strange, and he done the astral projection thing and knocked him out of his body.
Yeah,
and his actual body still held onto the one of the cubes.
Yeah.
Taken from him when Peter was like watching his body. That was sick.
Yeah,
Spider-Sense is broken.
Spider-Man's broke. People underestimate how powerful Spider-Man is. Yeah. He's a formidable enemy for a lot of people. But people are saying like Godzilla's a brainless monster. Bro, Godzilla's not. Godzilla no brainless monster. That's probably Superman's mistake. Actually, he probably walked into that fight thinking, "Look at this stupid dinosaur," and then got one shot. Look at look at when Kong tries to fight him. Kong probably looked at him as well, thinking, "Look at this stupid lizard," and then got his shit rocked.
I mean, Kong. I don't know if Kong's meant to be that strong. I think he's just meant to be like an oversized gorilla. I don't think he's meant to be like smart or anything. I think he's just a big gorilla in it. Yeah,
I think Godzilla's actually smart. Kong is smart, but he just doesn't have the brawn to back it up against Godzilla. Like they had to make King Kong like 10 times bigger than what he actually is, first of all, to even fight Godzilla, because Godzilla could just step on him. And then they gave him an axe as well, and they gave him a robotic arm. So basically, when he swings the axe, he's got 10 times more power, and he still lost. So
yeah, crazy buffs. Season 3, Tekken buffs, and he still couldn't win.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, so I'll read out the super chats when Tope comes back, because I know some of them are for him. I'll read the ones now that are not for Tope. Let's see. Oh no, the first one is Mr. Musk. Thank you for the $5. Bro was ready. He had the red lights on, the hoodie on, and the whiteboard.
I was going for a different ambiance. I heard what Tope said about Mike's lighting, so I had to try and make an effort.
Yeah, no, people get onto my lighting all the time, but I can't help it. Like, if you could see my light, then you would know. Which whoever lived here before me, whoever the idiot builder that did this wall, they literally put the light. It's not in the middle of the room. It's almost above me, and I always look at it, I'm like, which moron did this? And it's too much to fix it. I was like, fuck it, whatever, man. Just gotta live with this, whatever. Yukimori, thank you for the $5. Weird question, but what color aura would you have if you were in the Yakuza universe? That is a very strange question.
You've got an answer, haven't you?
I would say purple.
Ah, fuck's sake.
I'd go with purple. I associate purple with royalty, so I would go with purple. Also, a lot of my favorite things in like fiction, they have like a purple theme. Like Kazuya was my favorite character of one, and then Jinpachi, they got purple aura. Vegeta turns Ultra Ego, he's got purple aura.
Ultra Ego is the best transformation.
Yeah, it's so cool. It fits him so perfectly.
Yeah,
I choose purple. Purple. What was it? I think there was something I saw? It was purple associated with royalty.
Yeah, it's purple and gold. Purple and gold's the royal colors.
Yeah, purple is historically known as a royal color. Yeah, even I think Algo as well. Algo's got like a tinge of purple in him. Like I've always just liked that color. So yeah, I'd go for purple. Also,
it's Kinga's birthday today.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it was.
I shouldn't know that.
I was getting Pokepedia information because my girl's playing Pokepedia, and she always sends me stuff. Yeah, she's on it, man. That game's like crack.
Serious. I haven't got a Switch 2, but my little girl plays Animal Crossing, and she likes Pokemon, so I was thinking about getting it. And then I saw the Switch 2s are like £500. I was like, nah, you know what? You can stick to Horizon, bro. Animal Crossing, New Horizon, you can stay in that. Yeah,
bro, the Switch is ridiculous. I bought my girl a Switch 2 for Christmas, and then I bought her a bunch of games with it. And I didn't realize how expensive it was. So I walked up to the counter. I was like, "Yeah, can I get a Switch?" And they hit me at the price tag, and I was like, "Well, I can't back out now."
Oh, you just went, okay.
Yeah, I did it. I was like, "No, it's okay." Like, I wanted her to have a Switch too. Like, I wanted to see her open the present, but I was just shocked when they told me the price. I was like, "What? This is a whole holiday. This is mad." Because I bought her the Switch 2, and then I bought her a Snoopy game. I bought a bunch of like Switch games that I'd never heard of, but looked pretty cutesy, so I thought she might like them. And then they hit me with a bill, and I was like, okay, that's how Nintendo's moving, yeah.
I can't do it. There's too many places I want to go this year for tournaments. I couldn't get the Switch, bro. Couldn't do it. I probably would have got it if Pokemon Champions was only on it. But you can get Pokemon Champions on Switch 1, I guess, and mobile.
Are you gonna be playing that?
I'm gonna bang that shit out, bro.
Yeah, I saw the trailer and I was like, yeah, I might pivot. It might be a hard pivot into Pokemon. Everyone might just have to put up with that for a while.
I do it. Pokemon's sick, man. Like Pokemon's always had that problem where it was always on cartridge, or you played on Showdown, and Showdown is like awful for spectators. It just looks crap.
Yeah.
But it's the most like efficient way to play. Now with Champions, I never need to buy another like Pokemon game. I don't really I play the game for Pokemon. I couldn't tell you any of the stories other than the fucking Kanto one, like the original. I don't know anything about Sword and Shield. All I know is based in London. Couldn't tell the story.
Yeah, so am I wrong in saying that the Pokemon Championships requires you to have your own Pokemon transferred in there, or you can just go in there and rent or catch Pokemon from that game?
I think they're going to allow you to do both. So you got the Pokemon Home Way, where you can get Pokemon from other games, and you can get it from Pokemon Go. Apparently, you can use Pokemon Go.
Oh, yes, you can. Yeah.
And put it in Champions, which is kind of sick. But I don't play Go, so it doesn't bother me. But apparently, there's like a gacha system where every day you can roll for Pokemon. But I don't know how many. Like, I don't know how many Pokemon there are anymore. But
there's over 1,000.
Yeah, so that's a crazy gacha system, and then you can pay to keep it. So each time you roll, you can only have it for 7 days, and then you pay in-game currency to keep it forever.
Yeah, I saw that. And the only thing that I was concerned about is like, I usually do EV and IV training, but if the game takes all of that out or takes it away and it only boils it down to your Pokemon's level 50 and everyone's got baseline stats, I wasn't clear on that. I wasn't sure if I can actually use my like Alakazam or my Gengar with the EV and IV stats.
I think when you put into Champion, it basically makes it like Showdown, so you get a clean slate. So you'll put it in there with the EVs and IVs you have, but you can change it for in-game currency. You can change everything. You can change its nature, IV, EVs, and your ability. You can get hidden abilities just like that. You don't have to breed to get the hidden abilities no more.
I feel like all the work I've done though is like just been shitted away. Like I could just go in there and do what I want.
I didn't do any work, bro. I just went straight to Twitch. I found out, I don't know if they still got them. They must do. The Twitch channels that would just give you codes to get the ones you want. I used to do that, bro. Breeding is so. I hate bicycles because of Pokemon, bro. I can't stand cycling around in circles for 500 steps. I can't do it.
It's way more than 500. I was trying to hatch a Bulbasaur egg the other day, bro. 8,000 steps. I was fucking fuming. I went to Caladian City, and they've got like a strip you could just go down. And I was just going up and down while I was sitting there talking to my girl. Like, and I was like, oh my god! I kept on saying to her, babe, when is this fucking Pokemon gonna hatch? Like, I'm so close to completing the Pokedex, but they vary. Like, Kangaskhan's egg was like 2,000 steps. I think the starter Pokemon are more. But like, I've caught 149 out of 150 Pokemon in the Kanto region. The only one I can't catch is Magmar because he's in Leaf Green. So she caught him for me today. So when I go on the weekend, I'll have a transfer, and then I think they give you a certificate when you complete the Pokedex. And then I'm going to start. I think it's Brilliant Diamond. I'm going to start that one. But it just feels like, should I even start if Pokemon Championships coming out? Because they're just going to fucking give me all the Pokemon anyway.
It depends. How serious are you about Smogon or VGC? I play VGC. I think Chad plays Smogon when I spoke to him.
I want to get involved in the VGC. Like I was thinking about it, and I was like, I've completed so many Pokemon games, and now I've restarted my journey, and I'm completing the Pokedexes. I'm learning about what's the best like teams for 2-on-2. I think I want to go to tournaments. Like I legitimately would like to go to Pokemon tournaments and actually compete.
I wanted to go last year. There's do you know Alucard? Alucard NYC.
Yeah, he's come to the streams a couple of times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, I played Bleach with him.
Wait, Marvel Alucard from New York?
Yeah, Alucard, yeah. He's been there a couple of times. He played Sparking Zero with us. I think he got involved in Bleach. Maybe it was just Sparking Zero as one of them. But yeah, he's been there a few times.
I was talking to him randomly. I can't remember why I messaged him, but he basically said, "Oh, by the way, I'm in the UK." And I was like, "What are you doing in the UK?" He said, "You went to Pokemon. You went to the Pokemon tournament." Yeah, because he used to stream the card game. He's like really good in the card game. And I remember he was telling me, he was like, "Bro, I got top 64 and I got like 10K."
What?
Yeah, the money in Pokemon TCG is crazy high.
Do you know what? I would love to get involved, but I would be lying if I said I had any interest. When I was clearing up my room today, I looked next to my bed, and there's Pokemon cards everywhere, like old Pokemon cards that I just dropped and I left them there. Like I just don't care about Pokemon like that. I care about Pokemon, but not the TCG. If I did it, I would literally be doing it for the money. Like there's no love of the game there, and I couldn't. But the VGC, yeah, I'm gonna get involved in it. I don't know if there's any money involved in it, but it just looks
mad
fun.
money, more money. There's more VGC's. I think VGC is more popular than TCG. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because TCG, I play TCG, but only on the app. I don't get the actual cards because it's too much money. I've got cards, but they're all Toxtricity cards. I just have them for a collection. I haven't made a deck. But I play the TCG, but the VGC, huge, bruv. Wolfie Glick's got he's like the most famous. He's basically like the Justin Wong of VGC. Yeah, him, Cybertron. If you want to learn the game, just watch them. It's way easier to learn, I would say, than most other things. It just looks complicated. It's actually very similar to Tekken. There's a lot of knowledge checks. There's way more knowledge checks than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, even when I got back into playing Fire Red, I would come up against a certain Pokemon. I'd be like, shit, what was the type that works on this again? And then they'd say not very effective. I'm like, oh, fuck's sake, I'm cooked.
But so many knowledge checks. Like, I was when Sword and Shield came out, that's when I learned VGC. And then you kind of learn while you play. I'm pretty sure Tekken's like that as well. You learn as you play because you go like, oh, that Pokemon is faster than my Pokemon. So like every Charizard is faster than, I don't know, a Kangaskhan. But that's when you do the EV stuff and you're like, okay, what's my max speed to beat like min speed Charizards and shit? It's super fun. It's a lot of it's boring at the beginning because you have to find a viable strategy and you can't really just play the Pokemon you want to play. That bit sucks.
Yeah, that's the only thing, because there's certain Pokemon where I know they're very powerful, but I'm like, bro, I don't want to play the fucking Clefairy. Like,
Incin, you have to play Incin, bro. Incin he's like, I think he's considered like the most powerful Pokemon, because they do regulations. So they'll do like the first regulation will be certain Pokemon, then the next one they might let you pick legendaries. Then the next one you can pick mythicals, and then they basically just cycle through that. And Incin is like a basic Pokemon, so you can have everything. He's got Fake Out, U-Turn, the fucking Darkest Lariat. He's got everything. He's got Burn. I think it's Burn in Jealousy, Insta Burn. His toolkit is broken, and he's tanky as fuck. Such a broken.
Do you know what I will probably do? Because I don't want to play everyone else's Pokemon. I will probably look at who the top tiers are and then who's just below the top tiers, who can compete with the top tiers, but they're not top tiers. I'd probably go for those Pokemon, because some of the ones that I've seen being played in tournament, I'm like, bro, I can't be seen playing this Pokemon. Mike Hollow playing this little rat. Like, absolutely not, bro. I need a dragon or some Sharpedo shit.
I'm not gonna lie to you. You're gonna have to play a fucking corny Pokemon, because you're gonna need a support Pokemon, and most of the support Pokemon are corny. The ones
just
that
to
give
get
you
top
like
64, like top 64, I get 10k. I'm out. Cool. I got to play my Sharpedo. I'm good.
Bro, these guys are sweaty. They've got notebooks. All of them have got notebooks when you start getting good, because what they do in VGC at the tournaments, there's different rules, but I think they've stuck to you. I think your opponent's Pokemon, but you don't know their moves.
Yeah. And
obviously, when you're playing, you'll see them write down the moves of their opponent's Pokemon, because it's like best of 2. I think it's best of 2 still. So yeah, they get mad sweaty, but they can also. It got mad deep. People, if you train on like Smogon, they will have people that will scout your Smogon matches, so they have an idea of what Pokemon and what moves you have on your Mon when you come to Worlds BGC. It's a crazy economy, bruv.
That is mad. I'm looking forward to it. I'm very excited to jump back in. Joel, thank you for the $5. No one can beat Silver Age Superman, strongest comic book character ever made. He's the reason DC rebooted with Crisis on. Was that Crisis on Infinite Earths?
Yep.
Yeah, Silver Age Superman was just ridiculous. It made no sense whatsoever. And Mr. Jamie, thank you for the $2. Godzilla destroyed hell, beaten Soups didn't shock. He destroyed hell. Didn't even know that, but I'm not surprised, to be honest with you. Bro, the atomic blast in Godzilla -1, he did it, and even I went, whoa. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. But Tope's come back, so what I'll do is I'll put you back in the back room, and then when these guys have all finished talking to him, then I'll bring you back.
All right, cool. In a bit.
In a bit.
Hey, sorry.
Nah, it's all good, bro. It's all good. Everything good?
Yeah, good. Just prayer. Yeah. Just sorry, but my mom and dad, they took a while to start. But I was just doing a little research, right? That stat that guy was telling me about the slavery thing, right? He's right, but inaccurate, right? Because he was saying 2632, that only accounts for the southern slave states, right? And of course, in some states, it was a little higher, right? It was maybe like 40% of the families, and that's families, not specific people. And when you actually factor in the North, because the North didn't have slaves, the number is like 7.4 to 8. So it's not nearly as drastic as, of course, I'm not saying that there was no issue, but like him saying it was 23, 60, the way he was saying it was like the entire population, quarter of the population owned slaves. Not true. It was like 8%.
All right, cool. Well, I'm going to bring in the next person. There was only one super chat that came in from you, which was from Shikamaru. He said, for Tope's information, I'm from Chicago. Idiot.
I never, huh?
I don't know what that reference is, but
I never asked for. Was that the same guy
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Oh, when did I ever ask him for his location? I never did.
I don't remember, but I might have missed it. Nicodamus, thank you for being a member for 16 months, bro. I really appreciate that. Right, let's bring in the next person, which is okay. So the order, just so people waiting knows, is Mr. Nylon, Kenjamin after Mr. Nylon, and then Jafar, then Saiyan Energy, then Man of Tomorrow, and then C4. Okay, let's see.
Sure.
All right, can you hear me?
Hey, what's going on, bro?
That's chilling. Tope, yeah, funny. I just want to ask him a question. Then, depending on that question, we'll make another follow-up. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Are you streaming this too as well? It's not just Mike.
Oh yeah, I am. But I've been having technical difficulties, so honestly, at this point, I guess I'm not.
Okay, since you are streaming it, I have to take back my. I was the one that said, keep the same energy. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh,
so that was me. But since you are making an addendum, I'll take it back. My bad. That was it. I just wanted to show, because some people, they act tough in their own channel, but when they come to the podcast, they're a bit different and they don't make that addendum if they retract stuff. Clearly, you and Mike have some differences and you retracted some ideas, but since you are making that addendum, I am sorry for that harsh super chat. So
thank you.
No problem. And I do agree. Go ahead.
Right,
Sorry.
go ahead. I'm not trying to again. It was. I'll admit. Yeah, I was more harsh just because one, the history that we had, right? So it was just, to me, it was just coming back. But I guess he did bring me on his stream, and it was 1-on-1 for that whole time. So I don't see any reason to be angry. And he did treat me with respect.
He did.
Why am I don't like, I'm not going to be that guy who's just going to be shitting. I don't want to be the unhinged guy who's just shitting on someone who is being nice. So.
And I respect that. And the reason I came in, because I don't want to be that guy that talks in chat, says nothing, hides behind the chat. So I came here in Cam. This is my first time in Cam. I chat. And so, yeah, I do appreciate that you making that addendum. And that's basically it. And I do agree with a lot of your points. It's not like I don't hate you and everything, but I do appreciate that. And that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you.
No problem. Have a nice day. Thank you, Mike.
Appreciate you, bro. Take care, man.
Take care.
Okay. Yeah, Kenjamin here. Nice, short and sweet. All right. Kenjamin, can you hear us, bro?
Howdy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fellow Smash player, I see. Okay.
It's been a minute. I'm not gonna lie, I had a kickback at my house this weekend, and I haven't played Smash in a minute, but I missed it. There's no other fighting game you can plug in 8 controllers and have people beat each other's asses.
Yeah.
But I'll make this short and sweet. We got other people, and it's getting late. But Tope, I feel like I've heard you now multiple streams and heard your ideals, especially towards stereotyping and the fact that some of them are based on reality. But I only ever really hear you say them about people of color, primarily black people. So I'm just curious, what is the negative stereotype of white people?
Okay, well, some negative stereotypes, I would say they have, what's the word I'm looking for? They have suicidal empathy. That's a big thing. They have like a very like where they're like very passive, very timid. In our society, right? When you think of cool masculine person, you think of a black guy. You think, like, and I think it's partly because of rap, hip hop, right? That's what they look up to. Why do you think the people, like kids now, they use lots of more black slang? Like they think of like Kai Cenat, people like that, right? And that's an example. I would say, they're kind of weak, timid, suicidal empathy. That's a big one. And before I continue, right, I'll just say, right, people ask me this a lot. They say this, oh, why you're only talking shit about this group, but you don't ever talk about the other group. It's like, the reason is, it's like, because everyone talks shit about white people. It's okay to shit on white people. I see it all the time. People will say the utmost, just wildest, and not even just wild, just completely just false shit about them. And no one goes to bat for them. And no one does. And I feel like I have a duty that I need to push back. And again, I'm not like saying, oh, I just hate blacks or brown people. Of course not, right? But I think that these are valid criticisms that even most white people, they feel in their heart, but they won't say it because they'll just be yelled at and called racist and whatnot. And so I feel like it needs to be said because black people do have a very negative stereotype about them. And people will say, oh, well, that's racism. And it's like, dude, at a certain point, it is your action. It's what you're doing. And that needs to be fixed. Once we fix that, maybe then you can say, oh, well, that's racism, and that you can make that argument, but it's like, there's a reason that people don't want to be around you, and it's not because they just hate black people. It's because of this like stereotype that if you offend them in some way, and they'll take offense. Like, again, the stereotype is, ashamed of nothing, offended by everything. Again, like a Johnny Somali and people like that. Like, again, I know that there's people like Vitali and other people who do it, right? White guy, well, he's Jewish, right? But in that case, right? But proportionality matters. Proportionality matters, and there's a particular black people in particular have a big issue with this. And I feel like it does no one any service if we're just doing this, oh, well, everyone has this problem, so we can't focus on anyone in particular. To me, it just feels lazy. It feels lazy. Like, whenever people have a problem with white people, no one over here is like saying, oh, well, what about other groups? But whenever you talk about other groups, they're like, oh, well, what about white people? It's like, I don't know. My God, I'm watching the chat. Like, yeah, I know not every single black person's like Johnny Somali. Wow.
I know, and realistically,
dude.
realistically, you can, as much as you can say Jolly Somali, we can go Jack Doherty for white people and just be like, there are examples on both sides. Do you ever think that it might be your exposure, kind of like what Mike brought up, to where he has the left-leaning Twitter and the right-leaning Twitter, and both have different influences? Do you ever think that the influences that you've been taking in might be pushing you a little bit too hard in one singular direction? Or do you think that you've been well-versed enough in multiple channels to kind of take everything in, if you will?
I think I'm well-versed in multiple channels. I don't just watch right-wing content. I also watch left-wing content as well. I read left-wing sources, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and even maybe I even watch some streamers, sometimes. I know I do watch some Destiny sometimes. Yeah, I know, but like, and other people, I watch lots of debates of people on both left and right arguing their points. So I feel like your average right winger understands the left wing more than vice versa. So it's like, and a big thing too that I would say is that I've experienced it because I lived in Atlanta for like 5 years. I went to GSU. Every single negative stereotype you can think of, I saw it. I'm not joking. When I was in college, I'm not kidding. Like, by my second day, some guy who was harassing me. He said he had HIV/AIDS. Hey, bro, can you help me get some food? There was a Walgreens near, and bro, because he's smaller than me, but like no one's ever like come to me like that in person and just like, And to me, I was just like, ugh. So I kind of felt pressured to walk with him to the Walgreens. I was signaling like, hey, I need help. But like no one was hearing me. And I basically was able to get out. And it's like, I see that. I see on the MARTA train. Oh my God. If you wanted to go racist, go on MARTA. They'll turn you racist real quick, man. Like every time that someone was blaring their music out or talking loud with the utmost not caring for anyone,
Okay.
it's always a black person. Like always. And I know it's not always, but it's like it's not always, but it's just like the stereotype exists for a reason. It's not just, oh, I just have these anecdotes. One, I've lived it in real life, and two, I see the statistics. And they line up together perfectly. To me, it's just like, yeah, this is a problem. It's such a, when I see, again, it's constant videos I see of black people stealing, not even just stealing, recording themselves stealing and enjoying it, whether it's stealing government services or it's stealing just food, hibachi food. It's just, I know other races do it, but what group comes to your mind? What group is most prevalent that does that? I'm sorry, I don't want to be the guy who won't, but I'll say it is black people. And until we address I don't think we can fully solve the problem until we accurately address the problem. And then,
Can I just
then
ask a question, Tope? Because I'm not in America. So, yeah, I was just curious. You said GSU, and you were in Atlanta and all that.
Yeah.
Are those predominantly black places?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah,
So wouldn't you if you go on the train or travel around in ATL or GSU or whatever, and you see people doing stupid shit, if it's a predominantly black place, wouldn't it be predominantly black people doing the stupid shit?
And I understand that. That's true, right? But it was so disproportionate. That's the point. Yeah, like, of course, in a place where it's majority black people are going to majority commit any of the crimes. But it shouldn't be to the point where it's like, again, it's like in America, right? White people make up like 60% of the population, right? But they like commit like 40, I don't know the exact number, but it's like 30 to 40, like don't like kid me on this, but I think it's like 30 to 40% of the violent crime. That seems like a lot. Or what?
Can we at least cover, because just to kind of piggyback off what Mike was saying, and I don't mean to cut you off just because you made this point earlier, I do feel like I have the opportunity to, if you're cool with it, or unless you have something else.
Yeah, sorry. One second. I'm seeing someone say it was disproportionate. Well, okay, like Alexis, not to be disrespectful, but do you not know what disproportionate means in that context? Because yes, I know that if this is a large portion of the population, most of them are black. Again, like, so let's think about it this way. If the place was like 70% black, I would expect black people to commit 70% of the violent murders, robberies, rapes, basically every crime, right? But if they commit 80 or 90%, that would be disproportionate. That's my point. That's what I mean by disproportionate. But you continue.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up because last time, earlier in the stream, when you started this explanation, you did, after you made that statement about the statistics of how many violent crimes are committed by black people in America, you then went, and I know there's social stigmas, but I don't want to talk about that part. Do you believe that some of those social stigmas might play a part in that? Because that has been proven. Hell, in the city that I'm in, just to kind of counter your point to where everywhere you saw it was black people being stereotypes. From my neck of the woods, I'm from Texas, and I'm Hispanic. So my main experience has been white people snapping their fingers at me going, hey, do you speak any the English, boy? Just because of the color of my skin. And then I go about my day. I have multiple stories that could be branches off of that type of stigma. And I'll be honest, I'm an Osabo kid. So I've also been on the other side that you've experienced to where I've been around the Hispanic community and I'm not brown enough because I don't speak Spanish. I don't really hold a grudge towards either, or I don't really think those statistics should really play a part of my development in seeing these, because I also know kind white people, I know kind Hispanic people. People are people. They all have flaws in every single race. Now, I get your point to where this is your experience, this is what you've seen, and you've probably had people bully you and pick on you for a similar reason that I did. But do you think that's worth holding on to where you can look at these stereotypes, which you're saying that no one goes to bat for white people? They do. I've seen it multiple times.
It? Like who?
just random people on the internet, man. The same way that you're bringing up random videos of seeing black people recording themselves as they're stealing and robbing, but not giving me a name. It's along the same line. It's the internet, man. It's everywhere.
there's no institutional backing. Like the media isn't going around defending or promoting or like running water for white people. It's for virtually every other group. Again, like the BLM riots is a great example of this, where literally in the background the city is burning, but the guy is saying it's mostly peaceful. Like, are you like it's shit like that where it's like, yeah, I understand. Recently, there's been a massive uprising of anonymous people, a lot of them white, who are going to bat for their race. They're being more edgy. I think that's honestly expected. To agree, I'm not surprised that they're going to do that. It's like, and then.
But then,
what?
Go ahead.
No,
you first.
Or I was finished.
Oh, okay. I was just going to lead back into that. Just still leads back into the original points of the internet's going to funnel you down those tubes to where you're going to see if you watch one person.
But then the statistics then line up with that. If it was like just the videos and the stats showed something completely different, then I would be like, oh, okay, it's just rage bait. It's like, but the stats line up with it, and people will say, oh, it's poor. Right? It's because they're poor. That's why they're, the crime, right? I disagree with that. I don't think poverty causes crime. I think crime causes poverty. That's what I think. It's the opposite. But think about it this way, right? Many of these societies, the reason that they're successful, right? Because they have the concept of like, let's say like the West, like America is far more successful and vibrant than say countries in Africa. A big reason is just the instability and the crime. Because in like Nigeria, right, the concept of like personal property that's being like that, the government protecting that, it's not nearly as ironclad as it is in America. So in Nigeria, your property can literally be taken just like that. Include then political instability and all this stuff. No one wants to go there and build businesses. That doesn't give people jobs, and then it leaves people poor. So I'm saying that it's not poverty that commits crime. It's crime that creates poverty. Would you as a business owner, would you want to work in a place where people are constantly shooting at each other? No, obviously not. You'd want to go somewhere that's more peaceful, right? And this poverty thing, it's the poverty causes crime thing is so dumb. And like, oh, the reason that black people are not doing well is because of poverty and stuff like that. Then okay, if that's the reason, then why is it that rich blacks do just as well on the SAT as poor whites? Why is that the case then?
What does that have to do with anything?
Your SAT score, that's a... Really?
It's a gauge of intelligence. Yes, that's very true. I understand.
I'm not even just saying gauge of intelligence. It allows you to get to schools. Like having a high SAT score, that's how you get to certain schools. If you don't have that in the level of education. And I can actually show that statistic. Like I can show where it shows that even poor blacks or rich blacks have a lower SAT score than poor whites.
I'm sure that could go vice versa for the race as well. That just sounds like a buzzword headline. That's just people being smart or not smart, man. Like, or testing well. Like, we even know that school's not a fundamental way to gauge someone's intelligence.
But it's rich blacks, aka people who have all the resources in the world. And by rich blacks, they even broke it down. We're saying like by number, they have like over $100,000. So they have more than enough money to go to a better school and do all that stuff. But then they still performed at just the same level as the poor whites.
So you've never met a rich white person who hasn't succeeded because they had all of a rich white person who did have all the resources that they squandered for whatever reason, whatever it may be with their life, and just didn't really succeed. Like, that just doesn't make sense. That can apply to anybody of any race. That's a person thing.
We're talking about groups of people, not individuals. That's the thing.
My main point
there's obviously
is individuals
outliers.
matter more.
No, well, in a society, the individual by themselves, that's not relevant. It's the group. We're talking about large, like, you cannot run a society if everyone's just an atomized individual. You have to generalize. You have to make things into groups. You have to. Like, you can't not do that.
Hold on, but then you were advocating for or I could have misheard you. Let me make sure because it's been a long stream. But earlier you mentioned that you try not to look at it as Republican versus Democrat. You like looking at the gray. Because right now it sounds like you're saying we need to go black and white. Sounds like you're advocating for we need the Republican versus Democrat structure. That way we can find out the majority. But I thought earlier you were saying, long story short, you're saying that we need to put people into specific groups. That's how this society will work. Or am I mishearing you?
Well, I'm not sure what you're talking. What?
We were talking about race. I mentioned the fact that the SAT score to me doesn't really matter. It sounds like a buzzword headline to be like, I forgot, what was it? The rich black person has a higher, as eyes have an SAT. Oh my God, I fucked all that up.
Yeah, a rich black person has the same SAT score as a poor white person.
Which to me, I rebutted with, I don't think the race should really matter. That sounds like people. I'm sure you could find the opposite headline as well.
What opposite headline? What's the opposite headline?
Switch black and white.
But that's just not true. You're not going to find an opposite headline because that's just no.
So you're saying, just switch the headline for me really quick, just to make sure I'm getting it right. So
no, you can't switch the headline because one is true, one is not. It's not the opposite. Like it's not. Poor whites do not perform. It's like that headline wouldn't. Even if you made that headline, it's not true. It's not true. So
can I just jump in and just quickly say that I understand that there's a problem. There are issues in our communities, whether it's the US or the UK. But saying that poverty doesn't really matter is, I would say,
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but like people poverty causes crime. It's like, no, it's the opposite. Crime causes poverty because no one wants to build businesses, make jobs, have that in a place where it's just full of crime. Or again, like think about this. Like a good example of this is food deserts, right? You guys know what a food desert is, right?
Elaborate. Actually, no. I imagine a place that doesn't have a lot of food sources.
Yeah, I'm not too sure of the phrase.
Okay, a food desert is just basically where you cannot, in an area where you cannot get fresh food and water, like fresh food and vegetables. I'm sorry, not water, right? Okay. So, like for an example, if there's like no Walmart, no supermarkets near you, and you can't get fresh food like that, it would be a food desert where you only go to bodegas. You can get like really processed foods, stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. Why do you think that these food deserts are disproportionately in like black neighborhoods or minority? Why? Why do you think that's the case?
Honestly, it sounds like. Go ahead, Mike.
I don't know. I'm taking a shot in the dark here because I'm not an American, but just observing what I see in some places in the UK, I think that some places have poor funding. They got poor infrastructure, and I'm not saying that businesses don't leave areas because of crime. But I think that's a twofold problem where that cannot be happening, but also poverty breeds desperation. And when people are desperate, they are more likely to do something that's criminal. So if you have to feed your family, there's not a justification for it. It's just an observation. If you have to feed your family and there's somewhere that you can take from, that person's probably more likely to do it because they're desperate. Again, I'm not saying it's okay to do that. It's not a justification. I'm just pointing out that that's probably what happens.
I disagree with the whole notion. People, they're not going around stealing bread and eggs and milk. No, they're stealing expensive shoes. They're stealing expensive jewelry and stuff like that. That's what they're stealing. They're not stealing food and no. And also the
resale value.
Huh?
Resale value. Why would you steal something that would last you a short time when you could steal something that could get you profit later in the future?
But Mike's argument was that they're literally they're stealing food for their family. That's not true. They're not stealing food for their family.
Well, they're stealing to provide food for their family.
Oh, really?
That's what he said.
That's what they're doing? They're not, I don't know, using that to then buy really gaudy watches and other stuff like that. They're not,
I feel like you're going back in stereotypes. That could go towards anybody who robs.
Stereotype, no.
I know plenty of white men, who robbed people and came in with fresh drip. I'm not gonna say no names. They are all good now. But
what group do you think robs far more people, or what's more disproportionately robs people? What whites? I know. Blacks?
Hey, bro. To be fair, I think everybody rob everybody, man. I'm not gonna lie. Because I grew up with experience and I know multiple people who have. And I'm not going off of random statistics. I'm going off of my life experience. I know plenty of people who robbed and it's been multiple colors, bro. I'm not trying to be sassy. I'm not trying to be like a gotcha or nothing like that. No, I understand. I'm just trying to make sure to emphasize, like, I'm only telling you this from my life experience. And even you bring up the poverty doesn't make actual criminals. And honestly, would a business want to move into a place that has a lot of poverty or has a lot of crime in it? That really does also depend on who is in charge of the city or the village, if you will, to make that. Because my hometown, it's well known that the east side of the railroad tracks, after, what was the year? I don't know the year, but earlier, our town was actually segregated for the east side of the track being for people of color, and the other side was for the whites. The whites was way more taken care of and was way more profitable and way more easy to live in.
Why do you think that they were taken care of more? Why?
Because I'm in Texas, and in the South, they tend to look down on people of color.
You don't think it's because they pay more taxes, so they're able to fund their stuff better?
How are you going to pay more taxes if you can't get a job because the only other job you had on your resume was picking grapes for 9 cents an hour?
I'm talking
and I'm not
about,
even talking about the black community. I'm talking about Hispanics at that point.
Are they illegals?
No, not always.
No, well, I think if a lot of the illegals were gone, those legal Hispanics could then do that job for a way higher wage.
No, because we've been judged. And again, I've had it happen to me in real life. If you want to go off, like, don't say what, when I just gave you an example of a dude snapping his fingers at me, asking if I speak English, when all I do is speak English. Racism exists, and white people do it too. We can't ignore that part. So you saying if all the illegals were gone, would they pay the Hispanics better? No, there was still racism that existed. They weren't looking for good, hard-working brown people. They didn't like any of them. Unless the good ones, unless you were Samuel L. Jackson and Django, then you get to hang out with us and you cool.
Okay, I think your concept of history is warped by movies. Like,
no,
sorry,
I just figured
bro,
that'd be the
Django,
easiest reference,
like,
bro.
Yeah, I know, but like,
so you're saying
it's like this is like the Marvel movie shit. Oh, like you're sorry for like, bro, Django was not like real. I hope you understand that, right?
No, what? I gotta call my mom, bro.
Like,
hold on, you
like,
telling
again,
me Django didn't kill all them white people? Save that woman.
Django didn't exist. Like dude.
Bro, I know. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I know, but like,
I knew Roots wasn't real too.
Really? Well,
that's such a weird argument.
A lot of black people don't know that Roots is largely mythical. They don't know that. They don't know that the guy was sued. They don't. But this is besides the point. What I was saying initially was that the reason that there are food deserts is because many of these people they are robbing the place. They are, stealing like candies and stuff like that. And over time, the company can't make the losses, and so they have to leave. That, or like a Walmart, these people, they constantly steal the clothes, really cheap clothing and stuff like, and they resell it. That's what they do. Many of these Venezuelans, like I remember, like they'll go to Walgreens, they'll get the stuff. It's literally something that's actually happened where like recent Venezuelan migrants came. They would loot these Walgreens or CVS's, and they would literally be on the sidewalk selling this stuff. And that happened so much to places they had to leave. I'm sorry. It's like the reason it's a food desert is not because of racism. It's because they're getting robbed so much they can't afford it. That's the reason. And people don't want to talk about this. They want to say it's racism. Oh, they just hate black people. They see money. That's what these people are seeing, money. That's what they want to be paid. If you pay them, they'll serve you. Okay? This notion that you're saying, again, I could give you examples of maybe people being edgy to me, or random people not being nice to me, but that's not indicative. That's not indicative of the group. It's not. We need to use both real life experiences. That's one thing, but also use statistics. That's a big thing as well. And the statistics show that black people by far outstrip everyone when it comes to violent, robberies and stuff. That's again, who did the Chase Bank fraud and all this stuff? It's like, again, I'm sorry, man. It's just you're giving all these anecdotes, but I have the statistics with this stuff.
I'm just saying, when you have all these statistics, bro, you got to look deeper into it, because earlier, even then, it still feels like you're brushing off systemic racism, which does exist. Of course, there's going to be a higher level of arrest for people of color, especially black people, and try to put it on them. Along with that, yes, the layout of these towns do matter, because the east side of my town was the poverty side until it started popping off in the city. And it was even proven that a lot more white people moved into that side of town. And then a lot of gentrification happened. So I'm not going to say you're fully wrong, but I do think the surface level that you're given could be elaborated on more.
I don't think that's accurate because like one, right, if it was just racism, why is it that then recent African people like my family, they came here with almost nothing, and now someone like my father is he makes a lot, he's a doctor, he makes lots of money, and this is very common for many immigrants who come here recently. I understand that there was systemic I'm not going to sit here and act like black people were not given a fair hand, but it's like things have changed, and like also other groups of people have been oppressed, but they're performing just fine. Look at the Japanese, look at the Koreans, look at also Nigerians. It's a big example where people who are non-white, he came here with not much and they made something great out of themselves. I don't think black people have much of an excuse at this point. In fact, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I don't think it's a good excuse to just yell racism 24/7. It's like maybe you could have made that argument, but like 100 years ago, you can't really make that argument right now. You really can't. Again, literally, like in this country, right? Look at someone like Kai Cenat. That dude's a millionaire and he can't read properly. That should tell you everything you need to know. It's like if someone like
Kai Cenat is a fucking example every single time, bro.
What do you mean?
Why can't we bring up Ryan Coogler then at this point? I know you think Sanders was racist, but you gonna say that man ain't black excellence, a person succeeding?
Wait. I'm not saying what. No, I was just
keep bringing up. Go ahead.
No, I was just giving an example, but like of like because like you're saying, oh, black people are just being held back by their skin color, like the system hates us. You're blah blah blah, but it's like
that's not fully what I'm saying. No, that's a reductive way of what I'm saying. But no,
what are you saying then? I thought that's what you're saying.
Let's make final points so that we can move it on.
I guess my big thing right now, and my final statement for it would be, I do think, I don't know if it's the content or your life experience or a mix of both. I think you're smart enough to see a lot of this and you're well versed and you've done a lot of research, but you do have a bias against people of color, primarily black people. Now, that's your experience and that's your deal. I just wanted to point this out, and that's why my first question was, can you at least say something negative about white people, or at least say a stereotype about them? Because I've never heard you do that after dogging on other races. So, that being said, man, if you got anything for me, I'm here for it. If not, I'll get out of y'all's hair.
I just think it's such a reductive. You criticize these people. Now why do I have to criticize groups equally? Why do I criticize blacks, now I must criticize whites, or it's not fair. Why does that matter? I don't think it's just that I'm going where the problems are. That's where I'm going. And white people have their problems, of course. I'm not saying they don't have their problems, but it's not nearly as bad as blacks and other groups of people. So I just this notion that I must do this, or I'm not being fair. Again, like when white people are being criticized, does anyone then ask, oh, well, you now must criticize the black people? They don't do that. But I'm being forced to do that the other way, or I'm not really black enough. I'm sorry. That's just bullshit.
I was more curious if you're racist or not. And basically it kind of sounds like you are, and that's cool, but I feel like I should get out of here before we keep going.
Hold on. Why am I racist? Like, what do you even mean by racist? What do you even mean by that?
You're prejudiced against black people.
Prejudice? How is it prejudice if this stuff's based on factual stuff? How's it prejudice?
Because even when... Okay, we're going to get into another tangent. I will...
Just
last statement.
Yeah.
You even mentioned that other races have their problems and you can bring them up a little bit, but you're just over here trying to be like, hey, I want to point out the black people's problems. And honestly, when you speak about those problems, you tend to have way more examples than the others.
Because they just exist more. Like this last thing I'll say, you see two houses. One has a small fire, the other is raging a raging fire. Should I focus on both of them at the same time? Or should I focus on one more and then the other?
And I will counter you with this. One, just try to put out both the fires, figure it out. Mine is, why is it that Tupac, very prominent rapper, wasn't able to get as much radio play, but Eminem makes a song about beating his mom, and everybody loved it, and everybody enjoyed it. It got on the radio and all the other fun stuff. If there was any rapper to say something about domestic violence, that shit would not get played. But because a white man did it, that's fine.
What do you
right now.
mean? Someone
That's you at
like
the moment. I gotta
Black-
go. I feel bad. I see Mike's face. I gotta get out of here. Next time, bro. I got you. I'll be back.
Okay.
Later,
Appreciate
man.
you, bro.
Night,
Take
Mike.
care, man.
Like, what are you saying? There are black rappers who literally have rapped about robbing Asian people's houses directly, like like giving step-by-step instructions on how to rob an Asian person's house. But guys, it's like, oh, okay.
So I'm gonna quickly bring in King J because he requested to speak
Ooh.
to Tope.
All right.
He hasn't got much time, so he's just gonna make a few quick points, and then we'll get back to the queue.
No problem. No problem.
Is that cool with you?
Yeah, it's cool. I want to talk to him. I actually did.
All right, cool. What up? What up, fam?
What's going on? What's going on?
How you doing?
I'm all right. You know, I was listening to this before I was like gonna go to bed. I was just editing some stuff, and there was like some concerning stuff that I was hearing from Tope, which it's kind of sad because I'm hearing these things that he's saying about black people this, black people that, and people of poverty. You don't think that people of poverty are not robbing to like try and make a change or might try and like better their lives. They're in situations where they can't get jobs. They're in situations where they're not trying to provide for their family. Like, I want to ask you a question. Have you ever been like robbed from a black person or something like that? Because it honestly feels like you really don't like your own people.
That's
You're
just
black
not
yourself.
an argument.
I'm
That's
asking you a
not-
simple question.
That argument is just begging that question. That's just begging the question. That's not an argument.
That's not
Even
begging
if
the
I was,
question.
I haven't been. But that doesn't matter. Even if it wouldn't matter regardless.
But it's a question. How can I beg a question when I'm just asking you a simple
No, because your
question directly?
implication is that my judgment is tainted because particular black people hurt me in my life, so that's why I hate them or hate them. I don't have any like legitimate criticism against them. It's just because they hurt me and I can't get past that. That's why I'm saying it. You're begging the question there.
Mike, am I going crazy here? I don't know what he means. I'm just asking. Have you been?
What is that question supposed to imply?
Have you been? It's a simple question. Have you been robbed by a black person? It's just a simple question.
No.
I think when he's saying does it beg the question, usually what that means is that you're asking something that might be obvious, like the answer's obvious to get to further the conversation in the direction you might want it to go. So it maybe Tope feels like you're trying to trap him or
It's
something.
not even trapping.
I'm not trying to trap
not
him.
even
I'm just asking a
trapping. It's
simple
just the question. You know what? I'll answer your questions. Whatever. No.
When did this start? Where you just kind of like had your views about black people? Like, when did this actually start? Has this been over the like many years? Recent?
Bro, why are you talking to me like this? Can't you just engage with my points? Like, what is this like? Like you're my therapist or you're like my dad? Like the way you're talking to me, I don't appreciate that actually.
Bro,
Like the
what's
way
wrong
you're
with this
talking.
guy,
Like,
bro? I'm asking you a simple question. I'm asking you when did your views like this? Like I'm not trying to talk to you like your dad. Like when
no,
did you
like
ever-
these.
what?
When did the way you're saying? Okay, like even though, fine, go ahead. Fine. You know, I will engage.
I'm
with
trying
this.
to understand. Remember, I don't know you. You're not my
Yeah.
friend. I'm asking you a simple question. You're speaking on the internet about black people. I'm asking you, when did your views get like this? I'm not trying to be your therapist. If this is your views, this is your views. I'm just asking, when did your views get like this? Like, when did you start to be like, all right, cool, but you thought negatively towards black people? Bro, I'm not trying to change your mind there. I'm just asking a simple question.
Yeah.
And you're right now, I feel like you're just deflecting. You're saying I'm trying to be like a therapist. I don't care to even try to sound like a therapist. It's a simple question.
Okay. Sure. Whatever. It was around, I'd say, 2016. It's when I had my political awakening. Around that time, 2016 onward. Mhm.
Is that when Trump came into office?
Around that time. Mhm. I didn't really do anything about politics or anything, but then I really kind of did a deep dive into that, and I learned so much information, and yeah, I came to my ideas, and that's who I am. And of course, over time, you know, my ideas became, because I started out as more just like a libertarian more so, but you know, I'm not that anymore. So
I don't really have anything more to say. I think that I just went
see
to
what
ask
I'm
those
see what I'm
questions.
saying. See, like,
What?
like you're just proving my point. Like you're you're not saying anything, but I know what you're trying to do here. You're saying, oh, because he went down the white supremacist bandwagon, that's why he believes what he believes. Can you actually give me an actual argument for what I'm saying?
Hey, listen. There's a reason why Mike said I'm having a quick one. I was asking Mike. You knew I said I'm doing a quick one, and he he even explained it to you. I'm not here to argue for hours.
Oh yeah. Trust me, I don't need to argue for hours with you. I don't.
I definitely don't. It's wasting my time.
Yeah, 100% over here. Trust me.
1,000,000% over here. Trust me.
Oh, brother.
Because what you got going on is yeah. That's why I had to ask you: have you been robbed by someone of like a person of color? Like, I'm just trying to understand.
Have you
like,
been robbed by a black person?
No. So like that.
You've been robbed by a white person?
No.
Great, just wonderful.
But when you say, oh yeah, like it's mainly blacks, it's like I come from a black area and everyone, black, white people, like, everyone robs. It's like I'm just confused when you say these things. It's just like
statistically speaking, black people disproportionately rob other people. Not saying that that white people and other people don't rob, but black people do it disproportionately. I don't know how much clearer I have to fucking be.
I got robbed by Turkish people.
Swear.
That doesn't disprove what I'm saying.
I'm just throwing it out there.
I know, but that doesn't disprove anything. That what you are saying is the equivalent of, oh, this person has 3 arms, therefore humans generally speaking have 3 arms. The exception does not make the rule.
It's not because I'm half Greek, by the way. It's not a racial thing. I don't think they knew that.
LOL. I didn't even think about that. Like,
yeah,
but still, it's just like, again, I just think that I think that honestly, I think that many of you people, you know that I'm right, but you just don't want to admit it. And it's just like, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. You don't want to be like me. You don't want people to hate you or anything like that. But hey, whatever. I don't mind being hated. I truly do. I truly do.
To be fair, I can't talk about what goes on over in America because I'm not from America. So there's probably things that I don't even know about, so I can't speak about that. But when it comes to like the UK, like there is a lot of people. I know you're saying statistically, and I'm probably sure those numbers are towards America, right?
Yeah,
but
I think, but in Britain, I think it's actually pretty similar in Britain too. That black Brits also commit a massive majority of the crime too. I haven't looked 100% into it, but I remember seeing that it was like almost 1-to-1. It's kind of shocking.
1-to-1 is crazy, but nah.
But
okay,
don't quote me on that. But I at least know it's very disproportionate.
It says that while white people form the largest number of total arrests due to the population size, black people in England and Wales have the highest arrest rates per capita.
Yeah.
Say that one again.
It says what? This is Google. I'm just reading out. I typed in which ethnic group commits the most crime in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. It says whilst white people form the largest number of total arrests due to their population size, black people in England and Wales have the highest arrest rates per capita, being over twice as likely to be arrested as white people. And this is according to gov.uk statistics in 2023. The arrest rate for black individuals was 19 per 1,000 compared to 10 per 1,000 for white individuals and 9 per 1,000 for Asian individuals. Stop and search is also drastically higher amongst black people. Prison population is 71.8% is white, whilst 12.1% is black.
So wait, is it more white people are in jail than black people?
Yeah, but I think it's because they overrepresent the population. But to be fair, like I'm not going to go through the whole Gov website. I don't know what crimes are being committed here. I don't know what areas they're referring to. Like there's a lot of different nuances that you can go over with these sort of things. But these stats are on gov.uk, so there's a lot of different things that you can go over with this.
Yeah, well, if it's gov.uk, then yeah, I guess that's kind of like a legit source. But obviously, I'd say arrests are more different than convictions, right? And people being in jail, right?
Yeah, arrest rates are different. Like, I mean, I got stopped by the police the other day.
Yeah.
I've been stopped by the police this year. No, this year I've been stopped once. Last year I got stopped by the police like 5-6 times. I was just like, something. I was like, bro, are we being for fucking real right now? Like,
that same
one of them.
Like, I've been stopped and searched. I've been like arrested on like they basically thought I was someone else. Like,
bro. I got that as well. They stopped me and they said you match the description, and I was in my vest, and I was like, you're telling me there's another guy that's around here that's committed a crime that looks like me and has my tattoos, and they were like, you giving me lip, and I was like, bro.
That's the same thing they said to me. They like you respond back and it's like, oh, are you giving me attitude? And I'm like,
yeah, I was respectful the whole time. I called them sir. I got out of the car. I said, you know what, like fine. But I just said to him, is there really another dude around here that looks like me committing crimes? One time they stopped me, and I think maybe I looked like I was up to no good because I was driving very, very slowly down a residential road, but I was trying to look for a house. And then they pulled up and they're like, what are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, come on, man. It's like, it's so late right now. I'm not. It happens, but it is what it is. I don't know, like arrest to crime rate. I don't know. You'd have to look into that. I just did a quick search and that's what came up.
Yeah, well, like I said, I can't talk for America. The UK, like there is a lot of like crime happening right now. A lot of crime. But again, I feel like being arrested is pretty much different than being actually convicted and people being in jail, in my opinion.
100%. It says that stop and search is disproportionately higher with black people. We're 9 times more likely to be stopped and searched, which, you know, I kind of plays into what I was talking about. I've been stopped multiple times for doing literally not committed a crime. And
I could be standing on the street. I could just be standing on the street talking to friends.
Bro, one time, not to derail you, this was the most fucked up thing. This was so fucked up that I was like, there's no way the cops just did this to me. No word of my lie. I swear on my life this happened. I hold my cross to the stream. I promise you this is not a lie. I was walking home with my mate, right? He's a white guy. And we were walking through this area and the whole area stunk of weed really badly. So the police pulling up on us made sense to me. Because it was like 4 a.m. We were at my boy's house playing Street Fighter until very late. We're walking back. It's 4 a.m. Whole area stinks of weed. My boy has got a backpack on. I got nothing on. My boy's got a backpack on. Yeah, keep in mind he's white. He's Greek. Yeah.
Yeah.
The police stop us. 6 men and this big woman get out of the van. They come over with their searchlights, and I'm thinking in my mind I was like, you know what? This is a gang-infested area. It stinks of weed. I get why they stopped us. I wasn't even pressed about it. I was just like, I'll follow orders. What do I see? These I couldn't believe it. They didn't search my boy's bag. They didn't search his bag. He had it on his back. I was watching him. The man's sitting there talking to him about Street Fighter. No search. They got me against the van. They had me against the van. They were searching me like crazy. They even put their hands through my head. I got violated that day, and they were so rude to me. And I didn't want to say, "Are you gonna search my boy?" Because then I'm a snake. But I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I was walking home with it. I was like, bro, did they search you? I was like, no, didn't check anything. He was high off of his face, bro. That was the worst thing. His eyes were red. This guy was blazing all night. I don't smoke. He was blazing all night while we were playing Street Fighter. They didn't search him. Nothing. I couldn't believe it. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to throw all cops under the bus. I'll maybe I just got a bad batch, but that was the maddest situation.
No, man, I've had a few stop and searches, man. Like I think my last one was like 2023, where like I bought some like trainers and stuff, and like the police came over, like they were in a van. Same thing, came over in a van. The area I'm in is like gang infested, like heavily, and I'm just there, and he's like, oh yeah, there was 3 of them. They were like, oh, can you where you going? I was like, going home. They're like, oh, like where's your home? I said, just down that road. Literally gonna turn right and go down the road. They're like, oh, but it smells of weed in it. I was like, bro, there's like a child seat in the back, bro. I'm not smoking no weed, bro. Like, weed, like, it doesn't smell like no weed. Like, plus my windows are open. Like, what? Like, he's like, oh, you step out of the car. It's like, okay. Stepped out of the car. I'm listening to him. I'm like, all right, cool. Put my that, they're searching through the car. Bro, they didn't find nothing, bro. They just ended up ripping up the bags my trainers were in, bro. They deliberately just wanted to piss me off, bro. I'm saying, look, I'm not doing anything. I'm going to my house. They're asking me just the most stupidest questions. Like, oh, you know that if we do find weed, you're gonna be in trouble. I'm like, bro, I don't have no weed in there. Like, the car did not smell of. I do not smoke no weed in my car, bro. Like, no weed ever in my car, ever. So it's just like,
smoke weed, period.
I mean, if I go overseas, if I go to if I go to Dam and I go to Thailand, I'm smoking weed.
Yeah, everyone's smoking in Thailand.
Yeah, like
in Thailand and Amsterdam, it's like you can't really turn.
Yeah, I know
a street
Amsterdam in
corner.
particular. Yeah,
So I don't. So my thing is, and I've made this very clear, when it's like in countries where it's banned, I don't do it. So like over here, I won't do it. But like if I'm in like a country like Amsterdam, it's like, oh, it's the whole experience. Like people go over there, they go to smoke weed and go and have like hot chocolate or coffee or whatever. Then in Thailand, it's the same thing. I'll go over there, I'll smoke weed, whatever. But like, I'm not going to do that over here. So there was no reason for them to even search my car and say it smelled of weed because there was no weed in my car. No one comes in my car and smokes weed. So it was just random. But this is what happens over the UK. So I don't know how it is in America, but in the UK, they do these random stop and search and they will just say stuff to kind of like try and stop it, like to actually search you. But it's like, it didn't make no sense. My car doesn't smell nothing. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah,
I am sorry about that, but I mean, but that's still, it's not really, that's an anecdote. It is. But
yeah, it is
I did pull up the statistics here, right? Mm-hmm. Of course, I referenced the official, I think the BJS and CDC, right? Mm-hmm. For the US, and then for ONS for Britain. ONS, is that what it's called? And it says that the homicide rate, and this is not arrest, this is homicide rate in particular, right? Mm-hmm. For Black Britons, it's 3.7 per 100,000, and for whites, it's 0.77 per 100,000. So that means that UK Brits murder at over 4 to 5 times the rate that that white Britons do. I can give the stats. I mean, like, I have the official stat, but I use ChatGPT and other stuff to like extract the data from it. But that's it translated the data. So
okay. I'll be real though, there is a lot of black people that do robbing in the UK, in London.
Really?
I would say there is a lot. I'll be honest. But it's not. Wait, hold on. It's not like
the sky is blue, water's wet. Wow.
No. Because like most of the time, like it is black people, but there is white people and there is other races that are doing this. And it all depends on different things. Because I heard you saying that people are not going to rob for bread. It depends on what type of people are robbing. I'll be honest.
Okay, I'm not saying no one ever robs for bread, but like, that's not what people usually are robbing for. They're robbing for things that they can resell and stuff. Like, obviously, I know. But again,
but the reason why I mentioned this to you is because obviously in the UK, I'd say the big stuff that you're talking about, like watches and stuff like that, that's usually like gang cultured stuff, or like these are like big organizations that are doing this. Because obviously in the UK, there's a lot of CCTV cameras. Do you understand what I mean? Like, isn't the UK like the most like cameras in the world?
Yeah, London in particular.
London in particular, like, bro, like no one's really like trying to just do stuff for like no reason. Like the whole bread and all that stuff, that's probably like people trying to feed their family, right? But then obviously, like I said, the people that are doing like organized crime and all that stuff, that's gang cultured stuff. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to, because it's almost 4 a.m. Jay. Was there anything you wanted to add?
That's cool. That's cool. I just wanted to ask those questions. I just wanted to see like if there was anything else. But like, obviously, I've said what I've said.
Yeah, and then black people are overrepresented in gangs too. So it's like, yeah, it makes logical. So even what you're saying, it still proves my point. Black people disproportionately murder, and they're also disproportionately involved in gangs. So
but there's a large part in the UK where the portion is not largely black.
No,
people.
In raw number, yes. Disproportionately, no. Per capita, no. Sorry.
Mike, like areas that are outside of London, would you honestly say that it's mainly black people that are doing the stuff? Like, like, I don't know, Essex, Kent, all of those places.
No,
Like, you
but to
couldn't
be
really-
fair, we don't really populate those kinds of areas. Like you normally find black people in Manchester, Birmingham, London.
Yeah. And even like Liverpool, you wouldn't even find mainly black people. That's what I'm saying. So there's certain areas. So put that what I'm trying to educate you on is London, Birmingham, Manchester. These areas are largely populated with black people. But then there's other areas where there's like big like crime and stuff like that happening in like Essex, Kent. Like I don't even know the other areas, but it's like that's mainly like white people.
But again, proportion. Okay,
I'm only trying to educate you. I'm not trying to.
I'm educating. It's per capita. Like you don't understand per capita. You just don't. It's very obvious.
Mike, I'm done talking. He's not understanding what I'm trying to tell him.
By him understand, accept everything he's saying. Like he doesn't understand per capita. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Let's all right. Let's not go in circles. You guys are.
I can't be bothered. But yeah, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it, man.
No, that's cool, bro. Appreciate having you here.
All right, cool, man.
Thanks for the waste of time there. I love that. Oh my God.
Come on, man. Let's be respectful.
Be respectful. This dude's talking down to me like I'm a child. Like he's gonna act like he's not doing that. It's so obvious that he's doing that. Oh, what happened in your life to make you think like this? This nigga didn't debunk anything I said. This dude, his head is so far up his own ass. And he can't even logically admit that black people are disproportionately in gangs and murder. He can't even do that. It's like talking to a fucking brick wall. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't.
All right, well, I'll bring in Man of Tomorrow now, and then I'll read out some super chats, and then we'll get the last two people, and then C4. Man of Tomorrow, can you hear us? Hello. All right. Well, let's move on to.
Yeah, bro was chatting so much over here. I see him on the side here.
Yeah, I know. Also, like, if I invite you to the stream, don't make demands of me, like what you're doing in the private chat here, because it's not going to speed up the process.
Like, what kind of demands are they making?
It's just saying, people saying, put me in now, this, that, and the other. Like, people private messaging me. Don't just ask to be on politely. I'll put you in. Don't make demands.
Bro, go to bed. All right. Like, I tried. LOL. Take your ass to bed, bro. Like, for real. Oh my God.
Jafar, can you hear us?
Yo, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Hey, Mike. Hey, Tope.
Hello,
I don't want to. Sorry?
Oh, say hello. I said hello. Hello.
Oh, my bad. I don't want to take the same road of conversation as the other guys. I feel like that's pretty done and played out. Tope, I kind of wanted to ask you more about your fighting game stuff, if that's okay.
Sure.
Would you say you're more of like a Street Fighter player, Smash player? What would you
Smash.
categorize yourself as?
Definitely Smash. Definitely Smash.
Would you say you go to like the tournaments? Do you engage with the community?
Oh, I did for quite a while. I don't go now just because my car has been having issues, so I can't go there. But I used to go there. I actually am a relatively top Ike in my area. Like, I'd say I'm the best Ike in the Southeast, possibly in the U.S.
Would you say how do I phrase this? Your stance politically kind of prevents you from playing in certain tournaments?
Oh, yeah, in a way, because I've been very outspoken. Like, not even more so politically, just like on my takes on the characters, and people don't like that I'm direct, right? But the politics, because I remember what I did was I was arguing with someone about drag queens, and I remember what I said was, I don't want that near my kids. That's what I said. Because I think it's sexual. I don't want that near my kids. And damn near almost the whole state was shitting on me, saying, "Oh, this person doesn't belong in the community." My TO told me, I didn't know, but he said I got banned from South Carolina. I can't verify that. I don't know. And then not even just that, just by being outspoken, right, against people who have been canceled, people like Rango. If you don't know, Rango was a top Ike in the region, and basically this girl accused him of like sexting her and like threatening her turns out it was she literally made it up. She literally made a fake account and posted all that stuff. But he still wasn't banned. He was still not unbanned, so I spoke out. People were constantly telling me, bro, you don't want to do that. That's going to hurt your reputation. I'm like, bro, this is about the truth, right? He didn't do anything, so why are you banning him, right? And I just know people, I guess I rub people the wrong way, so yeah, that's kind of where I am. It's like also a big thing was the vaccine. That vaccine was the biggest thing to my career because how it works is that you have a PR, it's like a ranking in every state. And I was just getting on the PR in Georgia. Georgia's one of the most competitive regions in the world. I didn't know this, but it is. And I got into PR. But then they were just randomly saying, oh, now you need a vaccine, the vaccine mandate. Now you need that. And I didn't have it because I thought it was weird. And so I didn't do that. And because of that, I've not been on the PR. And that screwed me over. I haven't been on the PR like 3 times, and I should have been. So you could say politics has ruined my career a bit in that way. Funny enough, though, they removed the restriction because of me. They told me you are the only player who's eligible for that who didn't fully take the vaccine. So I was the reason they removed it. So yeah, I could say politics really did kind of hurt my career, but I don't really care. Fuck those people anyway, to a degree. It's like there are people there who like me and I respect them, but lots of people will literally be in the group, the Georgia chat, just shitting on me just randomly for no reason. I'm like, fuck you. I don't even know these people at all. And it's like, why you like, okay, whatever. It's like, I don't want to be liked by people like that. I'm sorry. But yeah,
do you believe politics in general belong in tournaments or fighting games or just playing against like any competitive scene?
I don't even think it's a case of saying it belongs. It already exists because we as human beings are political beings. It's part of our nature. It's who we are. Politics is just an extension of us. You can't remove it just like you can't like remove your sexuality, I'd say, in that sense. It's just like, because politics is just your ideas, what you believe. And you want that to be the law of the land, to be on other people. It's like, it's impossible. Of course, you can do your best to restrict it a bit, like make it more neutral. But like people are going to say what they're going to say, right? And I don't think it's right to restrict one people from not saying other stuff, but everyone, because if you're right wing like me, saying just the most basic right wing tenets will get you banned. Funny enough, I'm not banned from my scene, right? But saying the most basic stuff will get you banned. But left wingers, people like I remember there was this transgender person who literally threatened to throw a brick at me, in the group chat in the tournament thing. I brought that to their attention. They did nothing. If I did the same thing, anything like that, I would be banned, and rightfully so. Like if you're left wing in Smash and even just the FGC, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can say whatever the fuck you want, and no one cares. Like nothing will happen to you. Look at what happened with Charlie Kirk. I'll even say first and foremost, I didn't like Charlie Kirk, but for like the opposite reasons that other people didn't like him. But even when I saw what happened, I teared up a bit because I've heard and seen this guy for a decade. It's like he's just always been there. And seeing him just brutally murdered like that, it really actually shocked me. And then when I talk to people in my life and left wingers and they're like, oh, he died, ha ha ha, funny, and other people saying that, it's like, bro, like,
So I wanted to ask that because, let's say hypothetically you're in the tournaments, Evo, let's say for example, and your opponent was someone who's trans. Would you extend the olive branch, respect them, just be courteous, even though you're on the opposite side of ideals and politics?
What do you mean by that? I'm courteous to everyone I meet. It's like, what I don't know what you mean by that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, everyone has a different definition of being courteous. So far from what I've heard on the stream, it really does sound like, I don't want to say you don't listen, but I do feel like you only listen to what you say, and everything else either has to be anecdotal or doesn't fit what you mean.
Like what? Give me an example.
For example, when Mike just brought up that he was searched, but his friend who was
King J,
clearly
yeah, King J, yeah. When did I say it didn't happen? Like what?
I don't mean that I'm saying that it didn't happen. I said that you said that it's anecdotal. I'm not trying to insult you. I don't believe in ad hominem and debates
Go
and stuff.
ahead.
I don't
mind. I don't mind.
I'm easy. I'm not insulting you. No worries.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that. Okay. I hope C4 has some bang because it's gonna be fun. Thanks, Mike.
No worries, bro.
Wait, what?
What?
What? Oh my! I'm losing my mind right now. Are you? This nigga like just stopped in the middle of his sentence. Bro.
We got one more person left to join, other than and then C4, and then after that we'll wrap it up. I know I've got more requests for people to want to join, but it is 4 a.m., so gotta be mindful of that. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $5. Texas baby.
So are they gonna come? Are they gonna come, or is it not too? It's too late. Is that your?
No, I'm gonna have one more person and then end on C4 because you two are probably gonna talk for a little bit longer. Yeah, and then end it there, just because I got work in.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
got work in 6 hours.
For me, it's like 11:44, so I can probably talk for like an hour or two more, and then I'll probably go to bed myself. But yeah. But I'm just saying, bro. He just like stopped. I didn't. What King J said was an anecdote. It's factually an anecdote. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but to say that alone means that's what black people go through, or that's statistically significant. That's just not true. I don't get it. Like, these people, they'll say the opposite. Like, if a black person says they were robbed by a white person, they would say, oh, well, that's anecdotal. That doesn't represent all the black people. But then you share that, and now that's representative of black people? Like, what the fuck? Like, okay.
Yeah. Also, Moton or Man of Tomorrow, you left the stream, so I can't add you to it. And also, you've just been in there going boring, next. Like, I've said it before. I don't mind having people on, but don't dictate what I'm doing on my podcast. I don't like it. So if you want to be on here, don't do it.
I guess it's my fault. I'm just so controversial that.
No, I mean, you're on the podcast. You can say what you want. Like, if someone thinks it's boring, change the channel. Like, stop telling me next. Like, bro, that's an easy way to get booted. Mr. Mars, thank you for the $5. That's my boy Kenjamin. Let's see. Kira, thank you for the $5. On the media point, mainstream media did try to paint that white person with Tourette's as a racist despite him having a disability. Yeah, I don't know if I spoke to Tope about this, but I agree. The way the media went about that, I think, was absolutely ridiculous, and it's very weird for me to see. It's very weird for me to see Hollywood doing that when they're meant to be the inclusive ones, especially to somebody that has a disability. I was quite perplexed at that.
Yeah, because he was white. That's why. What are you surprised about? And it's not even the media. It was black people that's who I have more of an issue with, what they were doing too. Like, many black people were doing that. Like, people like Jamie Foxx and many of these people were just saying the stupidest shit you could imagine. And it was just like, that's why that's that whole Mike Q thing, Mike ATL, it just felt like the same exact thing, where it's like, they don't want to hear it. They just believe what they want to believe, and it's racism. It's blah blah blah.
I wouldn't attribute that to Mike ATL. Mike ATL's situation was just a misunderstanding.
Oh no, I'm not saying it. I'm saying it was analogous, where it's like someone did something by accident. It wasn't their fault. I'm not trying to hear it though, and they're gonna just believe what they believe. That's what I mean by that.
Right.
And threatening violence. Yeah, but that's what I said.
TJ, thank you for the $2. How do you join the queue? The queue's closed now, bro. I can't have too many more people on, otherwise I'm in serious sleep debt after the 14-hour stream and then this stream and then working, and I'm in the process of moving. Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying, but I gotta be mindful of my health as well. So yeah, tomorrow we're gonna have a podcast if C4's free and Finty, and then people can join that. Who is Scats? Thank you for the 279. Statistically speaking, crime follows poverty.
This guy doesn't know what statistically speaking is. Like that's a reason. You can't like okay.
Saiyan Energy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. It's good to meet you, Tope, and Mike Hollow. I hope that you guys are having a good day so far.
Thanks, bro.
Hello to you as well.
Um, I don't really personally have like questions per se. It's just more like related thoughts, so to speak. Um, and this is just towards Tope because I think that people have been trying to gun for you the entire time.
I don't mind. It's fine
Yeah,
with me.
um, I wanted to speak from a place of, you know, being a person like that. Everybody, when you're somebody that's on the internet, some people tend to look at other people's point of views as it being invalid or not being factual and so forth. And this could be related to a bunch of different things like politics and racism and so forth. Um, I don't. I'm a firm believer that if I don't have a personal relationship with somebody, or if I'm not close friends with that person, I won't really talk about them. Because that's just rightfully wrong in that particular way. Um, in regards, because I watched it in the last stream. I don't know if it's the last stream or 2 days ago or whatever the case is, but with the Mike Tail situation, right? Um, I have been around Mike. I don't know him personally, but I can tell you for a fact that I think that was a very I think you called him at the wrong time, to be honest, Tope. Because I don't think like he necessarily acts like that. At least that's from my personal uh, point of view of it. Because normally, in certain circumstances, when you are around certain people, and it seems like we live in such a time to where people catch people at a bad moment, and that's their perception of them. And often at times it could be related to a number of different things. And to me, um, yeah, I mean, could the situation could be handled differently? And he could have never went off on that guy and whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that there were a bunch of different ways to solve it, right? Because obviously, we look at individuals and we see that when they respond in such a way after an apology, we're like, oh well, that wasn't necessary. But at the very same time, in life, right? It's like, you know, everybody has like a different way to respond and a different way to apologize. Not all apologies are always going to be the same. Of course, like we look at uh the difference between a genuine apology and somebody just apologizing and there's no empathy or sympathy behind it because they just want to get the apology out. I'm sure a lot of individuals would uh feel the need to do that. But you know, do I think that because I watched the whole stream, from that time that you were in there and then even in this stream, um, I don't really, I can't really grasp an opinion around somebody that I barely know. Like for example, Tope, I don't know you very well. You know what I mean? So it's like I can't definitively say that your point of views are right or your point of views are wrong. Because from the outside looking in, you know, um, people's beliefs in the subject matter are always going to be different. They're not necessarily going to coincide with other individuals' beliefs. So sometimes they sit there and they be like, "Oh, well, you know, this, that, and black people this, and um, crime rate that." I just think when we talk about these particular things, and we try to go in statistics, it just sometimes like I feel like some of these things are very elongated, because when we look at because we live in such dark times. Like we live in such dark times. There's a lot of shit going on in the world, and of course there's people that have a voice for things. There's people that have a voice for their culture and so forth. Um, but I don't know. I mean, Tope, like, let me ask you this, right? Um, do you do you, I'm not gonna say that you even care because that's just a that's ridiculous. But what I'm gonna ask you is that instead of asking you, what led you to being this way, like having those beliefs for black people, or whatever the case is, what I am gonna ask you is that uh when you say those things about African American culture and so forth, do you just hope to want to see things get better when you speak like that?
Yeah.
I mean, because there was a particular
Like, do you think
com
I'm saying controversial stuff like that so that things don't change?
no, I'm not saying that. I just think that because there's some people out there that when they do talk about those things, they might say it, but it's not like an internal feeling. Like they could probably just care less or whatever.
Yeah, so you're saying it for money. Basically, you're saying that, right?
Yeah,
But it's
yeah,
like, but I'm not making any money off of this. So it's like, yeah.
yeah. And I'm not coming from a place of disrespect or anything when I ask certain questions because I feel like again, people's point of views are always going to be different, and you know, I think sometimes again we often at times there's a big form of miscommunication and misunderstanding when somebody's trying to get their point across. Like I feel like especially with the for example with the Sophie situation, right? Like yeah, I get it that Sophie said those things, she used the N word or whatever the case may be, but at the end of the day, like I don't really believe that Sophie really deserve like a huge amount of backlash. But I mean, because if somebody is willing to take accountability and they apologize in the midst of taking responsibility for their actions and willing to change, I think they can come to peace with themselves. So that way, moving forward, they can prevent those things from occurring again. You know, it's better to have done it that way than rather less than just you know saying, "Oh, I apologize," and then do it again. On the low, of course. Um, But I have a question for Mike Paulo, and then I'll leave off on it because I know you want to get the other guy in here and stuff like that.
Mm.
When you said that you're a big fan of kaiju, does that mean that you also watch other films other than Godzilla? Because I know you mentioned Plus One,
Yeah,
and I believe Plus One
minus
is on
one.
Netflix. Minus one, minus one, minus one.
Yeah.
Um, but do you watch like other kaiju films other than Godzilla, particularly?
I've read a lot of kaiju comics. Like I've just finished packing up a bunch of kaiju stuff that I had. Movies, yeah. Like I've watched a lot of the old stop motion stuff. Um, I've watched a couple of the new Godzilla things. I don't know if I've seen all of them. I've seen a couple of kaiju films that I can't tell you the name of because I watched them. You know, when you're on Twitter scrolling sometimes and you'll randomly get like, you'll end up on Japanese Twitter and it's like a whole movie's been posted.
Yes.
I've come across stuff like that and then just sat there with it on while I'm working, watching it. I watched one the other day. It was a creature that looked like Mothra, but it wasn't. I can't remember what its name was. But yeah, no, I've watched. I like Godzilla kaiju based stuff, and I enjoy my other big love that I don't talk about enough on the channel. I probably will one day is Kamen Rider. I
Yes, I know what that is.
Tokusatsu and all that stuff. So
Mm.
yeah, I've watched quite a lot of stuff, but I am pretty bad with names. I will say that sometimes I forget the names of stuff. But I've been like that with anime forever. I've been watching. I play Bleach religiously, and I've watched the anime twice. I still forget the names of power systems, so I could probably point you to stuff rather than saying it.
Yeah. The only reason why I asked you that question is because they have a scene for Godzilla Save the Earth, which I don't know if you know anything about that game in particular. It was a PS2 game. It was I think Destroy All Monsters was a GameCube port as well too.
Yeah.
They actually have like a Godzilla Save the Earth competitive scene. And
What?
yes. And well, I would know this because I spent most of my time like playing retro games, but they actually have a Godzilla Save the Earth competitive scene and stuff. And if you are ever interested in that, I can slide that in your Discord. I don't know where to put it particularly, but if
Just
I
send
do
it to
come
me
across,
privately. Just
oh,
send
okay,
me that
yeah,
shit
yeah.
privately. I'll definitely check that out.
Yeah. These guys are very creative. They also made the Save the Earth mod. They did a lot of overhaul for the game and stuff like that, but it's for a lot of Godzilla fans. But the -1 Godzilla film is supposed to be like it's supposed to take us back to the 1954 Godzilla.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that he could do that though. The atomic
He's
breath or anything, it's outrageous.
bro, his regeneration factor in that film is mad.
Yeah.
Like that's the craziest version of Godzilla that I've seen. But it was super cool, man. I really liked it. Like they tried to fuck with him and he just wasn't having it.
Nah. And that whole thing with this would be my last one. I'll let but what I was gonna say, like on the topic of Superman and Godzilla, right? So I know a lot of people, they would sit there and say, oh well, how could he have beat Superman like that if Superman's only impervious to like kryptonite or whatever? But if you really think about it logically, the atomic breath is probably somewhat of the closest thing to kryptonite because it uses some form of I can't say toxic radiation, but I'd say nuclear radiation, so to speak.
Yeah.
So for him to
Gamma
cut
radiation?
Superman off, yeah. So so for him to hit Superman off guard like that, I mean, like I personally believe that I seen that comic, and he definitely clapped the entire Justice League. I'm not gonna lie, he clapped.
I think they
the entire fucking-
underestimated him though. Like, and you
Yeah.
can't underestimate Godzilla. He will wipe your favorite superheroes. People think, oh, he's just a big dumb lizard. Well, they don't know Godzilla. Like,
Yeah.
there's no. I watched. I think it was called Shin Godzilla. I watched it a long time ago.
Mhm.
I watched it and I was like, holy shit, man! Yeah. Anyway,
knew that
I'll
too.
maybe I'll do a kaiju stream one day. Not to do.
Yeah,
I know
that'd be
Simcoe's
cool.
waiting in the back.
But yeah, that was all I really wanted to talk about. I look forward to future streams and stuff like that. I hope you gentlemen have a very good night, man. Thanks for having me on.
No worries, man. Take care.
You too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the main event? In the red corner, we have our boy C4. You're muted.
He wasn't ready.
Oh yeah, that was hella anticlimactic. My bad.
It's all good, man. I'll leave the reins to you guys. I'm gonna read chat whilst you guys do your thing.
Where to start? What was the last thing that was said? Hold on. Oh, you said something about when you was talking to Jay.
Mm-hmm.
You said something about. Oh, that was it. Cool. I think you're lying. I think that's obvious. I've been making it pretty known in chat. Why do you care about the crime that black people commit?
What?
Why do you care about the crime that black people commit? I'm going somewhere. Just follow me.
I mean, I don't really care in particular for them. I care for everyone, but they just commit the most.
So, if you got a problem with crime, do you think it's like bad for society to have crime? Yeah, I'm assuming that's the case.
Is this gonna be like a thing about white collar crime or something? But okay, whatever.
No, Hugh, don't worry. I'm too many steps ahead of you. Don't worry.
All right, let's see it. Okay. Yes, crime is not. It's not good. It's not good.
And I'm assuming you're critiquing black people as they commit the most, and if
disproportionately, I would even say like disproportionately. Yeah.
Okay, disproportionately. What is the solution? What is your solution to stop that?
Well, I think a solution is one, you need to jail a lot of people. You need to be just harsher having harsher penalties on crime. You know, people do things multiple times. You know, arrest them, more policing, stuff like that. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So with your statistics, I can grant them. I actually don't care if they're incorrect or right or biased or whatever. But why would you not focus more on men? Why are you only focused on black people? Because men commit like 90% of the crime. So why don't you talk about men committing crime?
Well, I'm talking about racial groups here. That's why I was talking. I mean, yeah, I know that men do commit the most crimes, but I was talking about racial groups in particular.
I know, but I'm asking you right now, why don't you focus on men? Because if your issue with black people is that they're committing crime, if you're actually worried about crime being committed, why don't you focus on men?
I don't even understand I obviously do focus on men, but even with men, black men disproportionately commit the most crime out of even men in general. So what's your point here?
You've never said anything about men in general. You've only said black people.
What the? Well, I never said it in general, but it's true. Just because I didn't say it doesn't mean it's not true.
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said, did I not just say I'd grant you that everything is true? Why are you presenting that it's true like I said it's not true? Why are we doing this?
What do you... Whatever. Man.
I know it's hard to track. Bro, it's late for me. You should be okay with this.
I'm the one who's been here for hours, so what are you talking about? But whatever.
I think you're LARPing about what you care about. You don't care about the crime. You just want you want something to moan about with black people. Because if you really cared about crime, you would talk about men. Or how many black people will do school shootings? Do you think shooting kids is cool?
I love that you brought that up. I really do. Oh, this is going to be fun. So, in particular, what you're saying with that, okay, what's more prevalent? School shootings or gang murders?
Oh, you answered my question with a question. Is that what we're going to do? I can go back and forth.
Please.
Well, answer your question with a question.
Because in your... Okay, well, actually, no, I won't even answer your question with a question. I'm going to... Well, okay, let me... I guess I will, but
actually, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to answer for you. Everyone should go, you know what? Kids dying is pretty bad. Probably worse than... What was it? I can't remember what you said that the black people... the poor people were robbing. I'm sure whatever they're robbing is probably not as bad as kids going into school and shooting them up. And what's the percentage in terms of race for people doing school shootings? Let us know. Statman.
The percentage? The exact...
do you only know the stats when it's black people that are at the top? When another race is at the top, you don't know.
Well, that's not an argument, though.
I didn't say it was an argument. It was a
give the numbers.
And I'll ask, is my statement correct? That's not an argument.
My statement's not... That statement's not correct.
Oh, so you can tell me... Oh, quick. Is ChatGPT telling you the answer? I thought you might know off the top of your head like you do with the black ones.
yeah, dude.
Oh my god, the power
What's your
move.
point?
Fuck. Critical hit. Critical hit, bro.
I am tired, but whatever.
Didn't. Okay, sorry. Fair enough. You might be tired. But yeah. So what's the top race for school shooting? Because I don't know if chat would agree with me. Shooting people in schools, kids, is probably more of my priority than black people robbing fucking Tims and Rolexes. So you tell me if black people are at the top for school shootings, please.
They disproportionately commit school shootings. Yeah.
Really?
They don't commit it in raw number because when I commit, because like school shootings, that also will include gang shootings that do happen at school too. That includes that too. Yeah.
You want to pull the number up?
I don't have the exact number up.
So why should I believe you?
Why should I believe you? Bring up the number then.
Okay, cool.
Bring up your exact stats. Do that.
I will copy and link it to my.
Please.
Or do you think black people do most of the school shootings?
I said per capita. Per capita, yes.
Okay, sorry, per capita. Why do you think that?
What do you mean? Like, why do I like? Because black people commit murders in general per capita, but for that stat in particular, like, yes, white people in raw number, yes, they do commit the majority of school shootings, of course, right? But you have to But the thing is, though, with many of those statistics, they remove gang shootings and all. Because actually, I love that when you said school. Like, are we talking about just school only in school, or just mass shootings generally? I also include kids too.
I will happily go on to the next subject because all I wanted to prove is how the nuance comes out for white people. For black people, it's they bad.
No, that's an important nuance.
So,
because
one.
Far
where was the
more
nuance
people...
for all the other black people?
Okay.
Where was the nuance for all the other black stats?
what nuance would you want me to add?
And there you go. Your bias is showing. Perfect.
Oh,
okay, cool.
That's
next
not
one.
an argument. No. You're
I didn't
saying,
make an argument. I'm not here for arguments, bro.
No. You're saying You're saying your argument is that I'm biased towards black people because of some underlying issue.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with you. It's a statement.
See, he's just going to do this semantic game over and over again.
Yes,
you
want
are.
an argument?
You are.
We can do argument. No.
No, let's do because you're
got time
people
to
like you. People like you only like
Who's
to
me?
say just mass
People like
shootings,
what?
but you're
What
not.
like me?
But those people. Yeah, I would say
What
people
group am
like
I
you.
in? What group am I in?
Left wingers.
I'm not left, you moron.
Yes, you are.
Okay,
Yes,
cool.
that's the thing. You're so full
You
of
know
shit.
what's funny?
Yes,
you
you are.
hate when people labeled you something, but you're calling me
no.
left.
But the
What
label is not
ideologies do I have?
accurate.
Sorry, enter my brain. I'll put my head closer to the camera, enter my brain, and tell me what left ideals I have, please.
No. Let's pull up because I remember in DMs we were having this exact conversation.
Yes, and
when I
tell
was
me
asking
who.
you, I was asking
tell me
you
my
the
left ideals.
Shut
Tell me.
up and let me talk. Oh my god!
You're not telling me my left
and I was
ideals.
talking.
Enter my brain and tell me what left ideals I have to make me a leftist, please.
Oh my god. I don't know your exact beliefs, but I know they lean more to the left. I know that for a fact. Just
we
look
just
at
said
you. I can
did the
guess
fucking
that.
objectively, in
I
my
can
opinion.
guess
You
that.
said I don't know your opinions, but I know they're left leaning.
I can guess.
Are you
I
simple?
can guess that they're left wing. Yeah.
I can guess too. I can guess you're a virgin.
Yeah, I am. Okay, what's your point?
Good guess. So my guess was correct. Yours is incorrect.
So, okay, really, sure.
Yes, because I'm not left. I'm clearly not left. What left thing have I ever said?
This thing about like freedom of speech, that's one of the things I would say.
Wait.
Let me actually pull up. I remember when we were pulling up, when I was DMing you, I was asking you specific because you did this same exact line of reasoning. But then when I was asking you very particular questions to glean where you're coming from, then you were just dodging the questions.
I don't dodge questions.
Okay, what is your opinion on what's your opinion on the transgenderism? What's your opinion on that?
If anything, I can tell you my baseline, and then you can work with that. Please. I don't care what you do as long as it doesn't hurt other people. So if you want to be transgender and it doesn't affect me, you do you.
Leftist, liberal. That's what you are.
What you do you is left. Okay, cool. I'm
yes,
left.
this.
If you
yes,
do
this,
you is left, then
yes, no, like this laissez-faire. Do whatever you want with your body. That's literally
hold
clearly.
The fuck on. I did not say that. I did not say that. You dishonest piece of shit.
Dishonest.
I said, do what you want as long as you're not hurting someone else.
That's okay. Yeah, obviously that's included. Yeah.
Yes, obviously that's included because I'm a sane human being. Why do I care what you do with yourself if it doesn't hurt me? Why should I care? Tell me.
Because one, I would say also when people always say, "Oh, it's just my body. I'm not hurting anyone."
Why is he talking about bodies? I didn't say about bodies. Why is he? You're arguing with someone who's not here.
How am I
said, why should I care what you do if it doesn't affect me?
I don't know why you shouldn't care, but I can understand why I would care in general. Can I explain that? Because I think that question is a bad question. Because people will say, oh, it's just your body. Do what you want as long as it's not hurting anyone. The thing is, though, many of those situations, it does hurt people. One, it's a burden on the taxpayer. That's a big thing. Two, it's not even just the taxpayer, but it's hurting your families. And that's a big thing, especially with the trans thing, right? Seeing someone change themselves like that, mutilate themselves. I think that's pretty traumatic to people in your family. That's another thing too. You can say, assisted suicides and all this other stuff. There are so many hidden, there's so many hidden negatives that people like you, many liberals, I would say, and it's like, I don't know why you can't accept that you are a liberal. You are. I don't, everything about you just
I'm not a label.
that.
I don't pick these dumb sides.
Both
extremes are dumb. Both extremes are dumb. Left and right.
Okay.
Both
wow,
morons.
Dude. You saying that just makes you that. I love.
And you're like the
Christian.
That makes you a psychic. So you should have seen this coming. I don't know why you're so show-shocked.
You're like the Christian that says, "Oh, I don't follow the church. I just follow the Bible." It's like, yeah, you're fucking Protestant. Just with this. No, I'm giving an example. Oh my God. follow along for more than 2 fucking seconds. I'm giving an analogy. Just like how people say that, the same people who say, oh, I'm not political. I don't care. Both sides are dumb. Fuck them.
I didn't say I wasn't political. I said I don't pick a side.
Yeah, okay, fine. You don't pick a side.
Not listening.
Oh my,
Turn
stop
the volume
with
up in
the
your head.
bullshit.
I can be political and not pick a side. I can say your politics are wrong. I think mine are better.
Yeah, you're doing devil's advocate.
I don't need to label it with a side. Does that make sense?
But you are on that side, though.
No. Can you track what I just said? I can be political, but not okay. So
yeah, because it's not. You can play.
Not
You can
mutually
play
exclusive, right?
You can play devil's advocate and have an idea.
No. What? Can you repeat what I said? I don't know if that's difficult for you. I can be political and not pick
choose
a side.
a side. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Cool. So you can say that. Okay. Cool. I know you don't believe it. I just want you to say it. So
What do you
when you
mean? I
say that I'm
totally
left,
believe
I
it.
know
That's
you're being
separate.
dishonest.
I'm
know
not
you're being
dishonest. You're the one
You are,
being
because
dishonest.
You
are.
You literally said, I don't know what your position is.
I don't know your
guess
exact.
you're
I
left.
don't know your exact positions on these particular topics, but I can just guess by your mannerisms and how you carry yourself that I would assume that you are liberal.
You know what? That's cool. I don't know your middle name. I'm gonna guess it's Uncle Ruckus. How about that?
What? That's a okay.
Yeah, it's dumb, right? It's so stupid to not know something.
No,
and just
but my
guess
thing
and
is
then
right. What you
say,
just said,
correct.
what you just said that both extremes are dumb. I don't pick a side. That right there, the only people who say that are
smart people, apparently,
liberals.
because
Yeah.
extremes are bad, are they
No,
not? Do you think
there's
extremes are bad, or do you think extremes are good?
Extremes in and of themselves are not bad or good. I don't know what your point is. Like
I would say
just saying the extremes
Excess
like
in anything
extremes are bad.
is bad. Excess in anything is bad. Tell me
But that's
one
not-
thing in excess is good.
Being on the extreme does not necessarily mean you're in excess. It's again that thing is relative. Yeah, you do realize that people in today's day and age, to be an extremist, if you think very like, for me saying that the N word is just a word, who cares? That would make me a free speech extremist in that sense. People would call me that. You wouldn't call me that, but people would label you.
They're morons. They're extreme and dickheads.
Okay, but that's your opinion. That's the point.
Yep.
Saying extreme is
opinion's right.
relative. It's completely relative. Saying someone's extreme, that's
do you not
relative
think
to
you're
anything.
extreme? Do you think you're extreme? Right.
No, I don't.
What do you think you are? Far right?
People, you people in this like Overton window thing, yeah, they would label me that, but
I don't care about other people. Tope, it's me and you, baby. What do you think you are?
I think I'm just right wing.
So you don't think you're far right? Just
no,
average right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Sorry, go on. I don't care about what other people think. I'm just telling you.
But when you say the extremes, that is relative. It depends. It's like, that changes over time. Like, again, don't you understand that? Like, center left liberal in the '60s is completely different from a center left liberal now. You get that, right?
I'm a political moron. I don't know the history. I don't even know what most of the values left and right hold.
What?
I know.
Are you serious? Like,
Yes,
really? You don't understand the fundamental difference between a liberal and a conservative, or
Probably not the fundamental. Sorry, go on.
Can I just chime in? I just out of curiosity, it's just morbid curiosity. What on the transgenderism issue? What separates you as somebody that's right wing from somebody that's far right?
So the thing is right. Even like many right. I don't want to call, because like saying you're far right has a negative connotation. It does, and I don't want to be labeled like that. In that sense, I'm fine with labels, but I don't want like a horrible label being slapped onto me. Because when people think far right, they think, oh, you're a Nazi, you want to kill a bunch of people, blah blah blah. It's like, but I don't want to do anything like that. However, with the trans thing, you're right winger. Your right winger is like Trump, where it's like, oh well, I'm fine with it, just as long as the person's 18 and up. And if, or consent with their parents, and good on you, go ahead. That's the I guess the nominal right wing position. But the liberal more that it's like, do whatever you want. It's your body. Like as you said, do what you want as long as it's not hurting anyone else.
So okay, so C4 would have the I guess
left wing.
No,
yeah.
sorry. C4 said if it's not bothering, if you're not hurting anyone, do what you want. Mm-hmm. And if Trump is essentially, I'm assuming he's along the same lines. If you're not hurting anyone and you're over that age, do what you want.
Yeah.
So that would be more of a right-leaning view.
Yeah, I would say.
So,
yeah, sadly.
so
yeah.
would your view, because you disagreed at C4, does that put
Mm-hmm.
you in the far right category?
In this context, yeah, because I'm saying the extreme, it's relative. It's very relative. And yes, in this case, relatively speaking, I would be in the far right because I think that it's wrong in any situation, and there's no logical reason to ever do it, whether you're a kid or you're an adult. And consent has nothing to do with it. It's just wrong, period. And that is the quote unquote, I guess, far right position. Like someone even like Trump, the Republican Party doesn't even hold that position.
Sorry, you guys can go on. I just
yeah, that's fair. You
I'm trying to remember what Tope was saying. I can't remember.
The relative, like right wing, left wing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. It's too late. I will say I think you're again LARPing about your reasoning.
Okay.
I think your reasoning for most of your positions are either because of the team you're on or your religion. I don't think you believe in the reason of transgender people transitioning, harming as much as you think. If the family's okay with it, I think probably the only thing that would be an issue is like toilets and changing rooms, because that would be a harm to kids, or like the same way people that are doing stupid like OF stuff in locker rooms is a harm to everyone else in the locker room. That is you taking liberties and divulging your preference to other people. So when I say as long as it doesn't hurt someone else, I don't mean physically. You can mentally harm someone with your transgenderism. So would that still make me liberal?
Wait, I'm sorry. Like,
if I said you can I don't have a problem with you doing your your transition and being transgender, but I think there should be separate toilets. Would that still make me a liberal? I don't think it would, but you tell me, because you're the political head here.
I would say, I mean, yeah, you would. I would consider you to be a liberal on that.
Okay, I've never heard a liberal with that toilet, with the whole like toilet and changing room part.
Really? I mean, like, there's people like, I think Dave Rubin, who are liberals who say stuff like that.
Dave Rubin's a liberal.
Yes? What do you think he is?
Are you talking about the guy that came from the Young Turks?
Yeah.
He's a liberal. I thought he was right leaning.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, no, he's a Republican, but he's not right. That's the thing. He's a Republican, but he's not right wing. He's not. And that's a big difference. He still holds all his same fundamental beliefs. He's just on the spectrum, like, I don't mean like autistic, but like on the political spectrum. He just the Overton window.
I disagree with you. Not gonna lie.
It doesn't matter because
doesn't he label himself right wing though?
Yeah, that because it's trendy, but like his
my
core
god,
beliefs.
he's mind reading again. We've got fucking Professor X in the building.
Okay, this is what I'm talking about though. What is the fundamental?
You can't have any identity, gender, or political view. Tope is going to look into your soul and tell you what you are.
That's not an argument. Thanks, so. But okay, tell me what is the actual?
You know when you said begging the question, what the fuck is begging the question? Because you got it so wrong. You tried to bamboozle
I'm
Jay.
just not even no.
Oh,
you're answering. I asked my question.
By the way, he was
first.
wrong about begging the question. Jay was not begging the question.
I asked my question first. What is the actual difference between a conservative and a liberal? What's the difference?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I don't know. I told you I'm politically stupid. I'm illiterate. I do not know. But you still won't believe me that I don't do the whole political side thing.
Just because you don't know, doesn't mean you don't subscribe to those notions. You understand that, right?
I can't know the notions because I don't know what is what.
No, but the things you believe align with that. Even if you don't know, yes, it does.
Wait. Oh, no. I'm trying to think of a way to say it to you. I could have, if I have a far right ideal and a far left ideal, what does that make me?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
If I have a far right ideal and a far left ideal, and I hold both of them, what does that make me?
Well, I don't think you really can have that like that.
Really?
Like give me an example. I'd love to hear an example.
Well, I don't know left and right. So what would be a far right? Say some far right ideals, and I'll go, oh yeah, I agree with that one.
Okay. Maybe a far right one would be like really far right would be like me think of something. I don't want to say anything that's like they believe in racial.
Actually, you know what? Wait. You know what? Just so you don't get in trouble, I'll give you an extreme position I hold, and you can tell me if it goes to one of the sides.
Sure.
I think I told this to Mike today actually, or yesterday. I think if you're a smoker, you should be last in the priority for healthcare. I think you're self-inflicting harm, and especially in the UK with the NHS, you should be the dregs. Like, if anyone's got time, then maybe they should look at you.
Okay, that would make you more a left-leaning libertarian, though. I'd call you a libertarian there because you're about you do what you want, but
helping everyone. I feel that's not helping everyone. I feel a left person, again, I'm illiterate. I feel a left person would be like, no, everyone should get healthcare. I think the NHS is a very liberal thing where it's like, even if you're poor, the taxes we pay will help you out if you get hit by a car, for example. But I'm saying if you have self-inflicted harm, fuck you. I don't know how that's left. Am I wrong?
Well, having a like what you said there, having a strong universal government that gives healthcare, that's not necessarily liberal though. Many right-wing societies had stuff like that. So what makes that liberal in itself? A society helping itself for first and foremost. How is that necessarily left-wing though?
I'm asking you. This is your.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying it. People assume it is. I don't think it is. I don't see a reason why it has to be that. I think that's just normal to a society.
Okay, then it's not a left or right position.
Well,
so
but
it's interest. Right?
No. What you like that specific. What I'm saying is that both sides can have that. That's what I'm saying. Like
so that would make me centrist.
I'm saying like the NHS, like that healthcare, that can be on someone that's right wing or left wing, because like both right wingers and both even far right and far left can agree that society has like a social a abundant social safety net that's for its own citizens, right? So that's what I'm saying. But that specific thing that you said, that would be more libertarian. That's what I would say. Because like libertarians are like in this weird thing where they're, in some ways they can be a little bit more to the right, a little bit more like it's. Again,
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that makes him libertarian, because if he was a smoker and he said that,
I quit 2 weeks ago. Go me.
All right, congratulations.
Okay, man.
He would be libertarian on that issue if he was a smoker and said that, and he lived by that, because libertarians normally they advocate for like smaller government and self-ownership and all that stuff, right? I'm not getting that wrong. So, but he's saying it for society. I would say him saying it for society, I would put him more in the right-leaning side, because he might not necessarily believe that about himself. Sometimes people don't practice what they preach, so I wouldn't necessarily put him in libertarian for that.
I would, because libertarians they do function with, they do influence the government. They just think it should be smaller, but it should exist, right? But in the cases like what he's saying, that only people who are smoking, they should not be helped, or like extremely overweight people, put them last in the.
If it's self-inflicted.
I know. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Okay. How do I say this, man? I get it. Like I don't say that, but I'm assuming. What's the word? I'm implying that. I'm not trying to like misrepresent your points or anything. Okay.
That's fine. That's cool. Like, I'm not gonna give you heat because I asked for your opinion. I'm looking at chat and I'm seeing some people say it's kind of right leaning. So my point is, I don't look at it. I think what most people do, not just you, Tope, I think a lot of people see what team they're on and go, I have to hold this position. I think people have to do that in religion as well. I think people that are religious have to hold a position and then retroactively justify it. I don't want to do that. I want to be as reasonable as possible. Whether that makes me look distasteful to the left or to the right, I just don't care. I just don't care, because I want to be more reasonable in the nuance of the position. That's why I say I'm centrist. You cannot believe that. I'm just telling you my full process. You can say I'm lying the way I think you're lying about your positions. That's fine. I just want everyone else to know that as well. So,
I mean, but what's necessarily wrong with being linked to ideology? If the ideology is correct, what's the issue? Because I understand, because like, with the religion, right? People are being forced to support things that maybe they wouldn't support, but what is necessarily the issue with that if the stuff is still correct? Like, okay, can you give an example of something where it's like, let's even say for Christians or Muslims, what would you be like, oh, you only believe that because you're a Muslim?
I don't know about Muslim, but with religion, there's a concept. You get different concepts like, what's it? Something command theory?
Divine command.
Divine command theory. To me, that is illogical because you're not using logic. You're saying God deemed, so this is good and this is bad. To me, that's kind of frightening. That's very frightening because it's down to interpretation of the text for what you think is good or bad. I would say we all use subjective morals. We all do. Even if it comes from God's mind is a subject. But religious people will say, no, my morals are objective. Correct?
Yeah, because they come from an objective source, yes.
But it's a mind, which is a subject. So this is what I'm saying.
But God is perfect. That's the thing, though. That's different. He doesn't function like anyone else. So saying it's just a mind, but it's a perfect mind.
Yeah, but it's a subjective mind.
No, by that logic, it'd be perfect. Because
wait, real quick. I don't want to offend anyone in chat that's religious. To me, this is absurd because you're saying a mind is objective. And the definition of subjective is by mind. Objective is absent of mind. That's what objective means.
Well,
and you're telling me this mind is objective. That's literally a contradiction.
When I say mind, I'm saying God. I'm saying God is objective.
No, but he has a mind. So he has subjective.
Repeat that. I'm sorry. Repeat that.
God has a mind, right?
Yeah.
That means he's a subject. He has a subjective mind. God can say something that comes from God. That means he's a subject saying something. An object is mindless. That's literally definitions. I don't want to do the fucking grammar Nazi shit, but objective and subjective. I think I said this to Sophie. Objective means absent of a mind. Subjective means a mind. You get your morality or ethics or whatever you want to call it from a God. You say it's objective. Me, with my logic atheist brain, goes, well, that's a mind you're getting it from. But we can't even agree on that. So to me, you are dangerous. You are mentally dangerous because you're tapped, because you're telling me you're getting objective morals from a subjective mind. So the same way you use like people transitioning with their gender can cause a harm to people. I think people like you who don't know the difference between objective and subjective are dangerous to society. I could say that. I wouldn't. It's cool. We can, kumbaya and shit.
I mean, you can say that though, but the issue with atheism is also in that way, where it's 100% completely subjective.
Yeah, we all are subjective. Yes, I don't see a problem with that. You? Oh, well, I guess you do. Obviously, sorry. Yeah.
I guess I didn't really think of it. Like, I'll look into that more to respond to that in particular. I've not really, because saying that God has a mind, and it's like, okay, I guess he does have a mind per se, but God isn't himself, because it's like because like in Christianity, God is triune. He's triune in person, but not. It's very complex. It's logical, but it's not comprehensible because it doesn't.
I grant that. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I put you on the spot because religion is obviously a subject that you probably wasn't ready for. I just wanted to use it as an example of. You don't need to give me an answer. Like, it's very complex, and there's things that we can't grasp. If a God is true, we can't grasp their mind. 100%. I don't want you to try and logic brain me into your position of believing in God. What my point is that if God says something is good, you have to say it's good. Now, if there was a crazy revelation in the Bible, where some people do believe this, but that God said slavery is good, you would have to say slavery is good. Because it goes with God's nature. To me, that's scary. So I would rather have subjective morals. To go back to the political sides, it's the same thing. If you're on the right, you have to do right things. Because if you start having liberal or left ideas, they'll look at you like, what are you doing? So I feel you might hold like 9% of the right ideology, but there might be 10% where you're thinking, I don't really subscribe to that. but you have to defend it because you're on that team. That's why I don't.
I disagree. It's like politics is not it's not dogmatic like religion. There can be someone who is like right wing, but then maybe that they have maybe some like, but it's like, but they're not like core beliefs. Like with these what's the word with politics. In order for you to be right wing, like you need to have the core fundamental beliefs. Like you cannot be a conservative if you think that all people are equal in that sense. Like, and I don't mean like equal under God. I mean like equal because like liberals subscribe to like a blank slate theory that everyone is they're just empty. Everyone's just basically the same. It's just nature that nurture. That's like nurture that changes you. But like conservatives are more like people are kind of more so hardwired the way they are from birth, and nature is more dominant.
If I said to you, I think criminals are below normal civilians, would that make me left or right? I think criminals are deserve less rights.
In today's day and age, right now, I'd say you'd be a little bit right leaning. I would say a little bit more. But that's not. But the thing is, though, let me think about this. Like for criminals, do you have sympathy for them at all? Do you think that like what's your opinion? Like how should they be treated? Because like, you're saying that they should have less rights, but should they be maybe like cared for? You know, should they just be executed? Should they be put in prison?
Obviously, depending on the crime. If it's something like murder, I think Fate's not in the stream, right? Okay, I'm guessing Fate's not in the stream. The whole send him to Australia away from me is a good idea. I'm for it.
But you wouldn't kill them, though. You would not say.
No, I wouldn't kill them. No.
See, I feel like that. Like now, it's more like very like more right wing, where it's like the punishment for murder is death, right? But then there are far right people who are more like, oh, maybe. I personally am against. I'm not saying me, but like they would say, oh, maybe I'm against. Like I think criminals are scum, right? But even those who murder, instead of killing them, because the system is flawed, I think that they should just be imprisoned. We have the ability to imprison them for the rest of their life. Maybe it's not going to be nice, but other than killing them, but that would still make them right wing.
What do you think? Yeah, no, I get what you mean. What do you think? I want to see if I align with you.
Oh, what do I think? I used to always think that the death. I used to be like extremely pro death penalty, of course, right? Because I for those specific murder, rape, like specific crimes, like in the Bible, where it's like if you commit a murder, you'll be killed by the state. I am a little softer on that, just specifically. I mean, I feel like I don't know, in a perfect world, I would feel like the people who would be killed, right? But the only problem is our system isn't perfect. So there's some people who might be innocent who might be killed. So I would
in a perfect world. There was no mistakes in the court.
Yeah. I would err on the side of death penalty, but because of that, I'm a little more lenient. I think most people, even if you murder, I think generally speaking, most people should be just imprisoned. But I think in really heinous stuff, like like terrorism or like mass murder, like a serial killer, if there's like proof, off, like kill them, just straight up.
Okay, cool. So I hope you believe me when I say like, if someone is a murderer, I don't care if it's like due to fucking what's it,
negligence,
crime of passion or something like that. Even if it's a crime of passion, send them to the desert and let them work it out.
The Serengeti, in that.
Yeah, I just don't give a fuck. I think as soon as you show intent to take someone's life, I don't want you in my society. I just don't want you.
But they have to do it first, or is it like they have to try, or is it like Minority Report, that type of thing?
I mean, Minority Report to me is ideal, but we haven't got that technology. I'm not against. Well, I don't know. What would that make me? I'm not. If we had perfect technology, I'm cool with thought crimes. If you have visualized committing a crime and we've got perfect technology to decipher that, I want to prevent the crime. I don't care about punishment. I want to prevent the crime. I'm all for, bro. Big up hashtag Light was right, bro. Light Yagame, I'm down for it. If he was correct with the names he's writing down, I ain't got a problem with it.
Bro, I would have been cooked then. I thought about stealing Pokemon cards every day when I was a kid.
Well, that's not murder, though.
Yeah, you can take Pokemon cards, don't worry. They're a ripoff anyway. Because of the scalpers, it's justifiable. It's justifiable. But yes, my point, all of this is my point to show you, Tope. I think you thought you had a read on me. You don't have a read on me. I would like, not even trying to do like a big brain play. I'm way more complex than left and right. That's just not me.
Okay. I'm not, okay, I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that people just fit perfectly, neatly in one camp or not, but I think that, you know, we can generalize. And I think that's necessary. I don't think everyone's just, I know everyone's a special snowflake and all, but I think just to help society run, we can like make, you know, general markers to be like, oh, someone says they're this. Okay, I have a general idea of what they're saying. I'm not saying, oh, this is like a rigid dogma that you have to subscribe to every single notion or you're not really this. With religion, it's different because that's more dogmatic, but with politics, it's a lot more fluid. I would say that. So
okay, so
I'm just saying because like when I say I'm okay, like, and I'm not even saying that as an insult. Like people say, oh, cuck, you know, they'll say, oh, you're a left winger, and they'll say it as an insult or right. I mean, I think it's more so the other way where people will say, oh, you're right wing, and they're saying it as an insult. But it's like I don't think it's an insult in this case. I'm just trying to accurately like put you in a label just so I can, you know, move on a bit more better. And so I'm not even saying that because, oh, I'm trying to be like, oh, well, you know, obviously not all left-wingers are like you or liberals, obviously. I'm not trying to say that at all. And I'm not trying to even say that everything they do is on you. I'm not saying that at all.
That's fine. Clear. I think the labeling is fault terminating, and all it does is gives you like a permission to assume my next thought. That's why I think it's shit. That's why I'd rather ask you your position on something. Even if you was right-wing, I'd rather just ask you, what do you think about this? Because once I know you're on a side, I'm like, oh, well, if you believe this, you probably believe this too. And then you're not having a conversation with the person. That's what I'm saying. I don't think a lot of the positions you hold are due to your thoughts. They're influenced by the side or religion. That's what I'm saying. And I
can agree with the religion specifically part, but the other stuff, not so much. And I even feel like because it's very open. Even your most religions are still open to interpretation. A lot of them. Mm-hmm. So it's just even that he's saying it's not the core beliefs, yeah, but like even that's still very open to interpretations. I mean, look at Christianity, all the factionalism. Even though they all believe the same core, most at least believe the same core fundamental beliefs, they all have the differences, but they're still all Christian. Even with Muslims, Sunni, Shia, Wahhabists, you know, Salafists, right? They're all different, but they have the same core beliefs. And that's what I'm saying here with you. I think that the same, like, okay. Do you get what I'm saying here? I'm just trying to get a read on your, and I'm not saying, oh, just to slap on, just to forget about. I do think people are complex. I do. Even me. I have some complex beliefs but like, you know, I just think for ease of use, like, yeah, like there's red and then there's orange, but then there's burgundy and then there's blood red, there's blood orange. Still orange, but it's different. You know,
okay. That's fair.
That's been my core. I don't want to just like put you in a box per se. I get that.
That's fine. Okay, next.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, this is a funny tangent from the religion thing. I'm guessing you are against well, actually no. I'm gonna ask you with the whole DOA thing with the bikinis. I'm guessing you're against that, right? You don't want bikinis and people in fucking string thongs shoved in your face, right? That's got to be degenerate. Yeah, Jesus must not. Yeah, he doesn't approve of that, right?
Yeah.
So what's more important? The freedom. I'm guessing when you say freedom of speech, you also have like freedom of expression, right?
Yeah, to an extent, of course. Yeah.
So which one's more important, the freedom of expression or the degeneracy? Which one on your level? Because with DOA, you either go, I don't want this degeneracy in the world, or you're like, hey, you've got the freedom to put this crazy thong on this just over 18 girl.
I think I can try and find a middle ground, because if I were to buy the game, right, I wouldn't dress in those, very revealing costumes, right? And honestly, maybe I feel like this for the game, I just don't think it's gonna be a good. I don't know. It's like, because I want to change people fundamentally, because even if for that you get rid of all the costumes, you're just gonna go somewhere else. And I want those people to become like less goonery, and But
so
I'm sorry.
Wait,
what was your question?
Yeah, so I'll straighten it. What do you think about Punisher? Do you think he's a fucking freak? Do you think he's a freak, a freaky frog? Do you think he goes to freak offs?
I wish I could. I really don't know much about him.
We've all seen the timeline. Let's look. He might be your buddy. We've all seen the timeline.
Well, he's not my buddy. I just saw what happened. It was more of a. It wasn't even okay. And I don't like hater, but it was more of a fuck Mike than love Punisher. I'm just being 100% honest. Things have changed, of course, but that was honestly my initial, because to me, that's what it was.
That's fine. I told C4 that's what it was. Before you even said that, I was like, this is not because he likes Punisher, because he doesn't like me.
I mean, I don't hate Punisher. I don't know him. So and of course you say, oh, because all the stuff but just because he does I mean, does that mean that means in real life he's like that? Some people aren't. Some people are. Some people aren't. I don't think I can make an assumption like that without more information.
I think it says more about you. You are willing to side with someone who is clearly against your moral judgment. Your compass is going fucking haywire going next to Punisher. Absolutely haywire. You can probably feel the heat of hell touching your toes by just looking at Punisher's timeline. But because you want to get at Mike so much, you would side literally with the devil.
Bruh.
You, to me, are super compromised. That's why I can't take you seriously sometimes, because your fundamental belief in degeneracy being bad, you're willing to side with that to get at Mike.
Hold on, where in the video did I ever say, when did I say that? So
there was a lot of Punisher's got a point there, and you know what he stands for? Censorship. I don't want censorship. Wear that thong, Miss 19-year-old.
That's not what I said. Oh my goodness. Again, do I love that he retweets all this shit constantly? Obviously not. Obviously
Tope,
not.
I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian, and you went against me for this.
Sir, you're the one saying GD and all this, so get out of my face with that, sir. And just because I know you guys are trolling, yeah, just because I side with someone on a specific argument does not mean I subscribe to their beliefs, all right? So just please stop.
No, it's not fair. No. That's not fair. You don't know none of us, well, maybe not none of us. Most of us don't know what Punisher looks like, but we know his feed. His feed is basically his personality to us. And you know what he's fighting for. He is fighting for jiggle physics. Tope, you don't like porn, but you're okay with Punisher's timeline.
What do you mean? What did I say I was okay with it? What? I never said that once.
I thought you said porn was bad.
Well, no. I said, who said I was okay with it?
You're siding with it.
I'm siding with the argument on principle. That doesn't mean I'm okay with it, generally speaking.
So the principle's better than your morals. Which one's better? Which one do you want? Because you can't have both in this situation. You either go censorship, yeah, team right wing, or and you go to church and go, yeah, we need to get rid of these boobies.
Yeah, okay. I think in a perfect world with all this, no, but we don't live in a perfect world, obviously. So I'm operating, huh?
But yeah, I'm saying we don't.
I'm operating on that instance. Yes, generally speaking, I'm very free speech. However, though, I mean, I don't consider porn to be speech. I don't.
Isn't it freedom of expression?
It does fall under that.
Is it though? I don't think it is though.
Of course it is.
How? How so?
Principles, bro. This is. I don't want teams, bro, because you have to fucking. You have to contort to try and make everything work. You have to say porn is expression. What else would it fall under?
I think to me, porn is just like gore. It's just like real life gore or something. It's just for the sake of it. I think that's just what's the point of that? I don't see the point in that. I never said I was a free speech absolutist. I have my limits. So you're saying, oh, I'm not on a particular side here, or I don't think you're saying here.
Okay, so if you're a free speech to a degree, isn't that just normal? That doesn't even sound like a position. Yeah, you should be able to say some things. You can't say some things. It sounds like we're all on the same page here.
No, not well. I think for you guys, yeah, but for other people, no, right? Because I mean, I generally think that people should be able to say whatever words that they want. Like, and when I say free, I'm saying, you know, without government consequence, of course, right? In that sense, like you should be able to express your, like, you know, say what you need to say. But I think also with, like, I think a big thing too with freedom of speech, right? Because in a way, because, you know, the founding fathers, when they, you know, based that, you know, they based a lot of their stuff on the Bible and virtue, right? And so, you know,
and they're assholes.
Why are they assholes?
They pillaged. Actually, I'm not gonna argue this. This is not
like, okay, obviously they did bad things. I'm not like, but like,
okay,
just like blanket. I'm not like saying, oh, they were perfect, or, you know, obviously not.
Well, hold on. Let's not downplay. Let's not punish a sweep for them, right? They did pretty heinous things. No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like
okay,
slavery bad. Yes, obviously, and, you know, stuff like that. Yeah, okay, but the thing can be true for everyone. Okay, but I'm not even gonna do that.
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, I got triggered. My bad.
No,
I derailed. I derailed. Sorry.
It's fine. But what were you saying before? I'm sorry.
Before you was talking about the founding fathers, we was
I was saying with freedom of speech, right?
Yes, that's it.
Because I remember now. Yes, because, you know, people like John Adams and people they were saying that, like, that Constitution, like, it includes the freedom of speech. It only works for a people of free and moral good character. When he was saying that, he was talking about people with the Bible. So when you're saying stuff like freedom of speech, like, I don't think when they said freedom of speech, they literally meant any fucking thing under the sun. I don't think that.
Okay, so what do you think is off limits? Obviously, are the normal ones, like, don't go into a fucking cinema screaming, there's a fire. What do you think is the limit to what you can't say?
Even that's under free speech. They think that's allowed. You can do that.
No, it can't be.
I remember looking that up exactly, where they were like, that actually is protected.
Your country is tapped. Your country is fucked. You can say what you want about the UK, but if you're allowed to run into a cinema and scream fire, you people need rules, bro. This is fucking insanity.
You arrest people for tweets.
Yeah.
Right.
And you know what we do? We also rescue people when they get hit by cars. We don't have to pick up the phone and go, can I afford this bill? I would rather have that. I would rather have a restriction on having to say words. Me, I've got enough self-control. I don't need to say the N-word. I don't have to say slurs. I can live a perfectly peaceful life without saying slurs. And if I go to hospital, I don't have to look at my fucking paycheck. I'll take that.
Brother. Like, the way you're acting like it's like a package deal. No, the way you're saying is like, well,
it is. It is a package deal.
No.
For me to live here, I have to obey the rules, and I get the benefits.
Okay, that's what you're. No, but like that doesn't have to be the case. Like, you could have a society with free speech and also with a robust healthcare system that takes care of its own. So it's like the way you're saying, the way you framed it was like,
sorry, yes. They're not. It's not a combo meal. It isn't always the case that you have to have the kind of restriction on words and the free healthcare. But the opposite is America. You can say what the fuck you want, but you can't afford to fucking go to hospital. So I was only making the comparison like that.
No, I understand, like, you know, liberty versus restriction.
You can take away fucking half of the vocabulary that I have for the benefits that I get. I'm happy with that. Paying taxes and not saying slurs, to me, is fucking chump change. That is a good thing to have. So to me, your country's insanity. And okay, I have things like, yeah, we're going.
No, you go ahead. No, continue.
No, we're straying too far. I don't want to fucking cuss Americans because I'm gonna piss off 90% of Mike's chat.
America's trust me, bro. These niggas, most of them hate America anyway, bro. So what are you talking about? Go ahead.
Yeah, no. You've got good things. I just don't know what they are. I don't think guns are that great either. I don't hate America. Hey, I think it's a cosmic troll to be like, you can say whatever you want, and you could also kill someone from 1,000 yards away. Like, at least here, even if we had the free speech rule, we'd have to be really close to someone to get harmed. Knives ain't got that much of a reach.
No, it is mad.
Don't the police
Don't
the police
say
own
whatever
a
you
full-
want, but also I have a shotgun.
But don't the police already have their full array of weapons? Like they have rifles, they have all that stuff.
They in the UK.
In the UK,
I don't know.
no,
You
the
get hit
last
with
time I
beanbags.
saw, the last time I saw a police officer draw guns is when the London riots were going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, they don't use it. Like, I know, like most times they're just doing it. But like, if shit really goes down, they have an armory and they're gonna go get it, bro. I'm just saying.
You get them in airports. Airports is normally when they're like strapped up, but on the streets, they've got literally their bobbies on the beats, bro. They've got a baton, a gun with a beanbag in it. Like they're pretty pussy, bro. They won't even
even
they won't
Australia.
even chase you for more than 5 minutes. Like,
Well, yeah, but the only problem is though with it was so many of the terror attacks that happened, they would have been solved if someone had a gun. Someone had a gun, killed that nigga, it's done.
and respectively, a lot of our kids don't die because we don't have guns.
They just get stabbed. Yeah,
When's the last time you heard of a mass stabbing?
they're still getting. You know, mass shootings. Most people they aren't dying like that anyway. Too. The vast majority of mass shootings, no one's dead. They get hurt. I'm not saying it's okay, but like people say, oh, mass shootings, like they imply that so many people died. All it means is that they were shot. Again, I know how this sounds.
I'm so glad the awareness was there when those words left your mouth. The awareness hit you. I'm glad that happened.
But still, my point still stands. Like these people, they purposely inflate the mass shooting stuff. These people will consider someone doming themselves in their car a mass shooting, and that gets included. Or a gun went off in
Isn't a
someone's
mass
pocket.
shooting 3 or more people?
Oh no, sorry, school. Sorry, I keep mistaking. Yeah, those consider a school shooting. Mass shooting is 3 more people were shot, but it doesn't mean killed. Yeah, the vast majority of even school and mass shootings, most people aren't dying. It's the high profile events. Stillman Douglas. So that's why I was talking about where it's like people hyper focus on school shootings, right? And that's how you can get those like numbers where it's like, oh, it's like all white people. I remember your debate with Papa C, and I'm gonna admit this straight up. I was feeding him information. I was.
Papa C?
Who's
that?
Pokemon guy. White
I
Pokemon
remember
guy.
we had the Pokemon guy on here. The professional, he had the Pikachu hat, the MAGA hat. That's why he had the Pikachu, the MAGA hat. And he was
Was it
telling
your
us the
stream?
story. Yeah, it was on here.
He was on your
He was telling us a story about how he wore a MAGA hat to a Pokemon tournament and got banned or something like that.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. Oh, you speak good.
And
cool.
I was giving him because it's like what your argument that and you basically got him to admit that he's just a petty bitch. And he's like, oh well, yeah, I'm right. It's like, but bro, it's like,
and that makes sense why you got mad at Jay because that makes sense now because I also did the I get it now. Okay, cool.
I knew somebody was feeding him information because I was watching him. I was watching him and I was like, this guy won't look straight. Kept on going. I was like, he's still.
Because like you guys were saying, because like Pokemon, they donated like over $100,000 straight to BLM. So it's like people are saying, oh, where's the political? It's like there's been nothing like that in the right wing side. Period. So it's like
what donations to right wing groups?
Yeah, like people like FGC things or like video game. They're not donating to right wing groups. They're only donating to left wing groups. They gave 100,000 to BLM and another 100,000 to some other left wing organization, bro. That's just the start. And how many Street Fighter tournaments have been like? I remember looking at this right where Tekken, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear. So many of these tournaments are like for LGBTQ charities, Trevor Project. Are any of them for any like right wing things? No.
Do you feel
they're not.
like left out? Is that what it is?
Well, no, because people were saying, when people said, the FGC is ideologically compromised with the left, people will say, what are you talking about, bro? And it's like, I give you like, It's like, look at that. Is there anything like that in the right wing? No.
Yeah, but maybe you don't need it. Do you need it?
But like,
do you need handouts? Wait, if you're right wing, do you even believe in handouts?
Well, I have no issue with what do you mean by hand? It's a donation's not a handout. It's not the same.
Is that not by definition? Is a donation not a...
What do you mean?
What do you think a handout?
No,
handout is?
A handout's when you're getting something like you're asking for it and someone's giving it to you and
what's a donation? I feel you.
Donation is like it's like pay. They're paying you for your time. Like you're actually doing something for that donation, especially like on
that's work. No, you just described a job. If I give Mike a tenner, it could be classed as a handout or a donation. No,
but it's not this a handout. Literally, you did literally nothing, and you need that to survive. Generally speaking, with a donation, yeah, I get it. You're doing work, but you're not like you're not what's the word? You're not entitled as a streamer. You're not entitled to get paid for your work. People will give you donations regardless. It's not the same thing as a handout. I get what you're saying, but it's not the same, man.
This is. I get called a lot of things. This is
it's not
some
the same.
semantic bullshit, bro. This is some semantics.
Semantics
bullshit.
Matter.
Semantics do matter. Semantics do matter. I think this is a meaningless difference. If I give you a handout, that could be money, and I could donate money to you. To me, that would look exactly the same. But if you're saying there's a difference, that's fine. Either way, do you feel sad that the right are not getting donations / handouts? Do you think you need it?
No, it's not even about. I'm just pointing out that the left wing runs the FGC. That's my point.
Okay.
People will say,
that's whataboutism.
Both sides.
You're better than that, Tope. That's whataboutism.
No, it's not. How is it whataboutism?
You're saying, what about us? Again, literally, you're saying they get money. What about us?
No, I'm not saying what. I don't say we even need money, but people will say, both sides are dumb. Both sides are ideologically. And it's like, no, it's really just one side that's getting this shit, not the other. Not that they're asking for it, but that's just how it is.
You jumped somewhere. I can say that you're both sides are dumb mentally, and acknowledge that the left side get more money.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll reword that. By dumb, what I was saying is like, how do I word this? People will say that they're both just as annoying as each other. Like I remember Technicals when he was covering that whole situation with Mech and Art. He was like, oh well, they're both like. I wish I could pull up the video. There's a specific section of it where you know what? Can I share content with you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna send this to you where it was a part that I was gonna reference in my video, where it's just like where I think it explains what I'm saying perfectly.
Okay, after we see this, I'm gonna ask you about bikinis and lingerie.
Sure.
Oh god. Jack, thank you for the €5. Every time I open Third Strike on Fightcade, I see LGBT charity all the time. Tope has a point.
Possibly.
Also, I've just
possibly.
I don't play Fightcade that much. Not Third Strike.
Oh, but it's everywhere. It's everywhere, dude.
I've just been sent a tweet, a long thread that I was unaware of, that between Punisher and someone else. That's why I want to show you guys how slimy this guy is. Can I quickly show it, Tope, a bit while you're getting your stuff together?
Sure, I can't stop.
Look at this guy, bro. Why not? So you know that tweet he put out where he said, "Let's be frank, I don't trust Mike," all that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
This guy said, "Why not get someone you both trust to moderate this discussion and talk it out?" Now, before me and Tope agreed to do this stream, originally we were going to do a debate stream on somebody else's and moderate. So even Tope was willing to do that. And this guy, he put that forward. Look what this guy says. Because it still gives him content. He's just stirring up nonsense to try grow his channel. Everything was perfectly understood that he just wants to run fight games into the ground. Run fighting games into the ground. I want to run fighting games into the ground, apparently. The guy said to me, you could have hosted it only on a channel you create or the moderators if him having content is the problem for not having the discussion happen. He will still upload it to his channel even though he said he won't. Bro, when have I ever done something like that? There's no proof whatsoever. This guy is such a liar. That's literally what vultures do. Desperate upload content for YouTube dollars, no genuine opinion. This is a cop-out. This is a cop-out because he can't defend his stances against me. If he actually had ground to stand on, he would just stand on his ground and he'd make me look stupid. This is a cop-out.
I just sent you the link.
All right, I'll bring it up in a sec.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure on that. From what I've seen, he is a man of his word. If you guys come to a gentleman's agreement, he will agree with the terms. And for context, I just want to hear both sides talk it out. No hate to you or Mike, just want to throw it out there. And he said, I understand. I tried already with him before. He didn't try anything. But people warn me not to do it because he isn't trustworthy and I trust them over him. I'd love to know who these people are. He said, I can't force the conversation, so I'll leave it where it is. Thanks for answering. And then he shut. This guy's mad. I don't know if you read this guy's tweets.
Yeah, I've seen that guy. I've seen
Bro,
that guy.
this guy was going nuts. He was just saying, I even provided him proof. He said that I want more men in DOA than women. So I sent him the tweet saying, I literally don't mind if there's more women in DOA. And I said that long before this ever came out. And he just kept going. And he started calling me gay. I was like, bro, that's the guy you retweet. Then he said, sorry for the late response, but I'm confused about the boundaries thing. Was there any agreement to not make a video about this back and forth that happened in this thread? There was no agreement. He never told me in any of these. We went through it today. I went through it with Tope. Where did he say don't make a video? There was none. He's just lying to people now. I told him that he only wants my viewership and revenue for his channel. Told him not to make a video. No, you didn't, you liar. He instantly makes a video anyway. My peers were correct. You see what I mean about this guy?
So he never sent you on Twitter or even like Discord. So he's talking about the interaction you had, that first interaction, well, the latest one.
Yeah, this is in reference to the latest one. This is from March 19th. Oh. This is only 7 days removed. Like, he's just lying. There's nowhere where he said don't make a video on me. Literally nowhere. Like, and he came to your video. I read the comment that he left on your video where he called me slimy and snakish. Now, in your opinion, Tope, I don't know about you, but this seems pretty slimy to me.
This is one of those things where I can take what you're saying as benefit of doubt, but I have no definitive proof. But I'm willing to take your side here. I am, because I don't know if he didn't, you know. Again, I'm not even saying that to like curve favor. I don't know.
Disavow him, bro. It's okay. Disavow Punisher. You should do it.
Oh my god!
For your soul, for your own soul. Disavow Punisher.
That's goofy. I'm not disavowing people, even though I disagree with them. I'm not gonna disavow. Come on now. I'm just not even gonna do that. Like, come on.
Oh, you sent me the link. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Just for some reason, I was trying to just post it in chat, but like it was too big.
Okay, let me bring it up.
Because this was a clip from the hacks video he made, where I had just a big issue with, and I feel like I've said multiple times I like Technicals. I do respect his work, what he's done. However, it's just this like false comparison thing he does. I'm so sick of it. But you go ahead.
I don't remember this part. So yeah, let's.
You somehow make Mario punching Donkey Kong about hating trans people or sex reassignment surgeries. I think you're both obnoxious as fuck. Yeah, I check in with the Melee community for their nuanced take on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, hello? Yeah, I was just checking to see if anyone's asked Mango about his stance on abortion recently. No? He's still just playing Falco. Oh, okay. Because my...
It's like...
What did he say that was wrong there?
It's that part where in this tweet, he's not even hating trans people. He's just stating something he sees, that the group in the FGC, right, which are transgenders in FGC, that they are actively trying to screw over Mandalore, which is just true.
But Tope, there's a thing you've done a couple of times. What? You always say this can't be true because this allegation or statement can't be true because it's one thing and it's correct. You can be transphobic and correct at the same time. You could you could say the thing that's going on and be transphobic, right?
I don't think he's as someone who's talked with him personally, bro, he does not hate trans people at all. He doesn't.
Okay, so why don't you say that instead of saying he can't be transphobic? He's just saying what he sees.
I never even made that. No, all I just said is that nowhere in that post is he indicate it'd be one thing if he used a slur, you could be like, oh, okay. But there was nothing in that post he was saying that you could be like, oh, this guy's, whatever buzzword, right? But then could you pull up the video again? Because there's that, which he's just stating something. that he sees, right? That
Which
I
can
do
also be
think is,
transphobic, right?
I mean, yeah, logically yes, but he's.
Okay,
but I don't. But I
You
just
don't
hate
think
that
it
word.
is?
No,
By your
I-
interpretation, you don't think it is?
As someone as I've talked to him personally a lot, bro, he always was talking about, you know, he was always talking about how he loves trans people and all this stuff. Trust me, he is.
But
Why
we've
was he
also seen his
saying
public
all,
tweets.
yeah, why was he saying all that shit on the timeline and then he said sorry for it? What was all that about?
Honestly, man, I don't know. I really don't know.
You've
I
got
don't-
to know.
I don't even- I
To
don't
make
even
the
wanna
statement
speak-
he's not transphobic. You have to know about the public things he says and have a way to explain it away. You have to be able to do that.
I honestly don't know why he said that. No one told him to say that. No one like, people have this notion that like everything that Art or anyone posted in the alt scene, it was Tenryo who was just behind everything. It's like Tenryo specifically, he was
didn't
hands
believe that.
off. Well, I know, but like, I'm not saying you, but lots of people probably think this. But it's like Tenryo was completely hands off. What everyone did, me, you know, Art, Medusa, we were our own people. So no one made him, no one influenced him to do anything. So
I believe he's nuclear reactive and no one's going to touch him. But for you to say he's not transphobic because of what he said to you, but you see his public stuff, he has to be lying somewhere. Now he's either lying to the public or he's lying to you.
I just think he was just angry. He's just angry. He was angry. And he was just saying things to get people angry in that sense. But I
What
don't
about
think-
the other timeline where he's saying stuff to you like he's saying stuff to you to placate and to get in your good books with that group? Maybe he was lying to you guys. Maybe he doesn't love trans people, but for you to accept him, he thought he had to say that.
Wait, you're saying that he might have lied about hating trans people to get in our book? Is that what he's saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, we don't hate we don't hate trans people, but whatever. But I get what
I
you're
know
saying.
that's
but
why he said he didn't, but he actually does. He's lying to get into the group. How do you know that side isn't a lie?
Well, I think just because his relationship with like Ricky Ortiz and so many other people, he sent me so many. Like, I remember like he would send me stuff with like Ricky Ortiz and other people like that. I don't, and they seem to be good friends and other people. I don't think that I don't.
Do you know what happened with Ricky Tope? He doesn't know, does he? He doesn't know. He doesn't. Okay. No spoilers.
Let's not do this.
Shout out to Viscant. It's on the internet somewhere.
Let's not do this.
Yeah, don't worry. You actually don't want to know. It's
okay.
Yeah.
But in the video, it's like when he was saying that, right? He said, to me, that was just a factual statement. And then the other thing that someone was saying, could you want me
to play it?
Yeah. And just go, and I'll
show
tell
the
you when to
tweet.
stop. Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to
You
make a point.
somehow make Mario punching Donkey
Pausing
Kong
almost
about-
right. No,
Oh,
sorry.
you want me to bring up the tweet?
Yeah. Well, that I just think it's just a factual statement. I don't think that's like he's hating on any group of people. I think he's just pointing out that this group that is doing this to him. That doesn't seem hateful. But then the next person that's reading it, it's like he says they're both just as annoying. They're both. Like, you can skip like the next tweet that was said. Where this person, this is just like this like weird affirmation of their beliefs about transgenderism and that stuff. It's like one is a factual statement, I feel like, and sorry, no, I didn't say that. One is an observable statement, and the other one, it's not even like a statement. It's just like to me, it's like he's saying, oh, they're both the same. They're both just annoying. It's like, but both of them are not, like, we're not the ones sending him death threats. No one's like, we're not sending him death threats. We're not doing anything like that. But he always like does this thing where we're both exactly the same. I'm in the middle. It's like, that's not true.
I feel something happened there. I thought maybe it's late and my brain fucking rebooted. But I feel you said that Art's statement was true. And with this statement, it was what? Is it not true?
It's just like an affirmation of their. It's like they're just saying stuff. They're just like, this is like
Art doesn't do that. Have you not seen Art's Twitter? He's clearly just
No.
saying stuff.
I'm saying I'm just comparing those statements he put it. I'm not saying in general. I'm saying just those. That's why.
Can you go back to okay? No, you're talking about these tweets. Can you go back to Art's tweet when he says something about the trans Smash community can't handle any loss of power whatsoever? How is that not just his opinion?
Well, because the people who run the Smash scene, they are disproportionately, trans, LGBTQ, minorities, and anyone who disagrees with them, they get targeted and dogpiled and attacked. This has been a provable thing that's been happening.
Okay, but that's got nothing to do with losing power. You're just saying they'll do it if you disagree with them. That says can't handle losing power. What power did they lose? They can't always be winning.
They're losing market share. They're losing their market share. As in, because the big reason that people go to their tournaments, it's not because they agree with them or anything. It's because it's the only tournament that's there. But if another tournament it's there that is basically just as good, but you can be as free as and say whatever the fuck you want, people are gonna flock over there. And so what happens? Well, yeah, but no, because they were just slandered.
They were slandered. They didn't lose power then. They didn't lose power.
Yeah, because they were being attacked.
You just said this was a factual statement. Now we come to find out they didn't lose power. So how is he making the statement?
Okay.
They can't handle loss of power.
They didn't lose
much. You
much.
are compromised. You are tapped. The mana is tapped in your brain. What? You're too biased. You're too.
Well, no, they didn't lose. They didn't lose much power. Of course, they didn't lose much, but they did lose something. Because it wasn't just Mana Lords. A bunch of other people popped up with tournaments, other stuff, and their stuff is a little success. I mean, look at what happened with Mandalord. This is one of those things where it's like I wish that Technicals covered it, right? Did you guys with Mandalord's tournament? He hosted his what's the word? His in-person local, and the money they raised, it was more than a major that was happening at that same exact weekend, and I think that's a success.
Did you go to it? Did you go to it?
No, because I'm not a Melee player. It was only for people who played Melee. I don't play Melee. But it was, and it had a couple thousand people actually watching on Rumble. I know Rumble's thing is a bit weird, but it was actually legitimately impressive what they were able to do. And I think it was actually a really good, kind of expose a chink in their armor that someone can raise up money and someone can run a good event. And people eventually can go to that. That one was specifically an invitational, but there's nothing stopping him from doing more in the future. I think they did lose power. Not a ton. It wasn't literally like the smoking gun, but I do think that it was a pretty good blow. That's what I mean. Huh?
You lied to everyone. You said it was factual. It wasn't factual. But we can talk about the bikinis and lingerie.
They did
I'd rather talk about your virginity. Let's talk about your virginity. How can you not know the difference between a bikini and lingerie?
No one, obviously, I'm not saying that they're not different, but they're just not as different as people like to say they are. That's all I said. That's it. People are just putting words in my mouth.
So man, that zipper really separated them, I'd say.
Oh, brother.
Am
I crazy? What do you want to say about that? Huh? What?
Do you know kids? You can get kid bikinis. You know that, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's just weird that kids be wearing two pieces and weird stuff like that. I think it's weird.
Would you think it's more? Please say. If you don't say yes here, I'm going to have a log off.
What?
You do think that kids wearing lingerie is weird, right?
Of course. What?
Okay, so by your face, there is a big difference between a bikini and lingerie.
Yeah, but I'm going to say this again. Obviously, there's a difference. Lingerie is more sexually explicit, but I say that both of them are sexually explicit. One is just more sexually explicit. Get what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
There's a meaningful difference, though, right?
I don't think it's that meaningful. I don't want to talk about the kids again.
I don't want to talk about the kids.
Both are bad. Both are really fun. I think both are bad.
No, this is bad. The fact that you think bikinis are sexual makes me want to put you on a list. Because kids wear bikinis, bro. They wear two pieces. And if you can look at a bikini and go, that's sexual, when a kid's wearing it, I'm concerned. And the smash in you is coming out.
Wow, really, dude? Come on now.
You did it.
Like,
you did it to Strive.
No,
I can show the DMs. You did it to Strive.
Like with what exactly? Because yeah, I did shit on Strive. I did. Yeah, but like
there
what?
you go. Now
Yeah,
we're
what-
even. Now we're even. 1-for-1. We're even that.
Bro, yeah, like what do you mean? Stride has their pedo problem. Yeah, so does Smash. Oh, trust me, they're sexual. Oh, trust me. When have I ever?
There ain't been a
denied
Strive
that?
scandal for ages, and I can guarantee. Get Zulu in here? Zulu will tell me a bikini, lingerie, hella different. Hella different.
I don't think they're hella different.
I
They
think- I
are
think we-
different.
I think we can all agree that if we saw kids at the beach and there were girls in their bikinis, we wouldn't really bat an eye. You know, everyone would get on with their day. If you saw a young girl at the beach in lingerie, you would probably call the police, right? Like, with something that's gone wrong here.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that people aren't going to react differently, but just because people react differently does not mean that there are not more actually are fundamentally not very similar. That's my point. Like, obviously, like, something can be sexual, something can have a sexual undertone, but you have to respond to it. It's just like, that's just what it is. But I'm not like, you know what I mean? Something can be objectively, sensual or whatnot. In that, you get what I'm saying here? But just because
I can't get it. This is such a Mr. Girl take. I can't do it.
Bro,
this is just.
I'm
this
saying
is,
both
it's
are
cuties. They're just twerking. This is, bro. You're telling me bikinis have no meaningful difference to lingerie. You are Mr. Girl. You are Mr. Girl. You're Mr. Girl.
Mr. Girl doesn't think both of them are weird.
He has very weird positions, bro.
But that's not even remotely the same though. I'm on the side more of like modesty. So how can I be like Mr. Girl? That doesn't make any sense.
Because Mr. Girl watched cuties and went, it's not that sexual. He couldn't tell the difference. He is
it
blind.
Was sexual. What do you like? I can honestly say cuties is sexual. So I'm completely different.
This is what the public said. Mr. Girl didn't. And now you're saying bikini, lingerie, tomato, and we're saying, what do you mean tomato? This is tomato, fucking Empire State Building. They're hella different.
In this case, I'm saying both bad. One's worse, but both are bad. So this is just, bro.
What do you want people to swim in? Hold on. If bikinis are bad, what is it? Should it just be one?
Something more, yeah. I'd say something more like that, or closer to that, or like a burkini, or something like something more covering.
Oh, a Barney suit. What?
Huh? Oh, a burkini.
Barney suit? What do you mean?
No,
like
I said burkini.
What is
Well,
that?
like what Muslim women wear.
I don't even know what
burkini.
What is a
burkini.
burkini? I don't know what that is.
It's like
What are you saying? Burqa?
No, like burqa, but it's called a burkini.
So it's what Muslim women wear at the beach.
Yeah, burkini.
Bro, you're taking the piss, bro.
What do you like? Like I'm for modesty. So it's like when you're saying I'm like Mr. Girl, that doesn't work. Because I'm more okay. I'm not saying they should literally wear, but I'm fine with something similar to that. Maybe something in the middle. I'm just giving out.
What about for guys? What about for guys?
For guys, I kind of do think that swim trunks are kind of fine. I do like women don't see. It's not the same. They don't get aroused like men do. It's not the same.
Hey, bro, listen. Okay, I'm friends with a lot of different girls. I've been in girls' group chats. They don't talk that differently to us. They really don't. If you think women at the beach are not looking at dudes the same way dudes are looking at men, then I've got a bridge to sell you.
I mean, if that truly is the case, I don't think so. But let's say, then yeah, maybe they'd cover up a little more. I don't mind. But this argument that I'm like Mr. Girl, it doesn't work because
no. I'm not saying this subject you think the same as Mr. Girl, but Mr. Girl has an issue. He cannot separate twerking with little girls. That's why he said, "Oh, there's no problem."
Twerking is inherently sexual. What? Yeah.
Yes, you're on the right side here. But when we're talking about bikinis and lingerie, and you're going, they're very close to each other, I get concerned. I'm concerned.
Yeah, sure. This just sounds like concern. This sounds like concern trolling, bro. It just like it just
I
sounds
hope
like
you're
concern
trolling. I wish you were trolling, and you can tell the difference between a lingerie and a bikini. But
there's a difference.
It's a bit.
It's just not as. It's just not as big
No,
as
it is.
people.
It is. Maybe. No, I'm not gonna say it because it's gonna sound fucking horrible. So I'm not gonna say it.
Go
Okay.
on. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's
Go on.
because you're a
I know
virgin.
what he was
But
going
anyway.
to Oh, God.
Yeah, it's just 'cause you're a
Oh,
virgin.
it says okay. Never mind.
No troll. When you have a girl approach you in lingerie, you will know the difference between lingerie and a bikini.
And you know what time it is. You know what time it is.
Thank you. Yeah, it's like, but it feels like a low blow. I'm not saying it to troll. It's, you know what? It's cool that you're a virgin. You're saving yourself. That's actually, you've got more willpower than me and Mike probably combined. That's sick. Give Tope a Green Lantern ring. Give him a Green Lantern ring because I can wear it.
Fuck you,
Good
man.
shit. I'm not trolling. I promise you, I'm not even taking the piss, bro. Actually, not
But
taking the piss.
Tope, would it be fair to say that because of your lack of experience with women, maybe that is influencing your judgment here?
No, I genuinely think I think that both are sexually explicit. I think both are. Both of them are. And I think one, you just think that because it's been normalized for longer than you've been alive. So that to you, it's just normal. Like to me, it's like with more of the people in the hot climates that they're way more nude. But to them, it's not sexual or anything because them it's just normal.
So
you know what, Tope? When you do get with that special one, and she comes to the room with the lingerie, I want you to call me up. You know, they say, you know what the difference is now, right? You know what the difference is.
Bro, Mike, you've literally fucked you fucked up his first time because he's gonna see the lingerie and think of you instantly. You've literally fucked it up for him. I was gonna say, when you'll go for a part, like you'll get like with a girl, blah blah blah. You're gonna go to a beach and you're gonna see girls in bikinis, and you're gonna tell the difference between someone in a bikini just swimming and someone in a bikini trying to like flirt with you or turn you on or something. Then you're gonna understand that it's not the bikini, it's the actions. And lingerie is part of the action. It's part of like the play. That's why the lingerie is so much different to a bikini. You can be sexual in a bikini, yes, but the bikini itself isn't sexual. Lingerie is just straight sexual.
Why are bikinis
not
not sexual? Why are bikinis not sexual? Why?
Because it's optimal swimming gear. That's literally all it is.
Optimal swimming gear? Well,
yes.
Well, why are Olympic swimmers swimming in that? What do you mean optimal swim gear?
Olympic swimmers are not swimming in the sea.
No, but even like people who are like professional, like people who like swim I forgot this, like these people who are like long swimmers who swim. I forgot somewhere in like Britain where they swim across the whole river.
Channel.
Yeah, the English Channel. Yes.
Yeah.
They're not in two pieces.
No,
and
because they're swimming a long distance and it's freezing. When you're at a beach, you go into the sea and go, oh, it's a bit cold. I'll step out into the sun. Look, my skin's out. I can get a tan. Optimal.
I don't think a bikini wouldn't it be optimal to wear even less?
But then it'd be naked. Like,
yeah,
if you wear less than a bikini, you're naked.
Might be about to commit a crime. I don't know if it's optimal to wear it because
that's what I'm saying.
Optimal for swimming and sunbathing. Swimming and sunbathing. That's what I mean. It's optimal.
Yeah, I would say it's just comfortable. Like I've worn a one piece before, and I didn't like it. Like
I was gonna say you wore a bikini.
Excuse me, what?
No, like the male equivalent, like what they wear when you go out surfing. I've worn that before.
Oh, it's like a jumpsuit.
Oh,
yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not dirty, bro, but it feels
horrible.
Really?
Like
I've worn it while swimming. I've worn it while swimming, like what you're saying. And I preferred it better than when I was just wearing my trunks, honestly. But I guess that's
I don't like getting in the open water to begin with. I'm quite scared of like the open water because we just don't know what's in there. Like the amount of times where it's been like, oh, there's a shark in like on the shore of Cyprus, and everyone's like, what the fuck? So I just don't like getting in the water in general. But when I have, I'd rather not be wearing some like anything on my like upper body. I'd rather just wear trunks and that's it. It's so uncomfortable. I don't know if it's the optimal way to swim, but yeah, I think people do it for comfortability.
For clarification, when I said optimal, I didn't explain all of it. It's optimal for swimming and catch and raise. When someone wants to, you know, get tanned, you want as much skin showing as possible without, you know, being naked. That's what bikini
What
is.
if you're not trying to get tanned?
If you're not trying to get a tan, then it's not optimal. But most girls that go to the beach are swimming and trying to get a tan. The beach is kind of like optimal tan territory.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
But yeah,
Again, I want to reiterate. I think both are sexual and both would not. I think it's a little weird that both, and of course, it's worse if a child would wear lingerie. Of course. I'm not. It's just like, but I think both are sexual. That's
I've learned something from you today, Tope. I never knew what a burkini was, and now I have. I might get my missus one for a troll. That would be pretty funny. A burkini.
You have a girlfriend? You?
I have a wife, mate.
Damn, why did you say that? You though? What was all that about?
Hey, that's why I can tell you the difference between a bikini and lingerie, bro.
Oh, wow.
I see the difference. All right, last thing before we go. This one's a bit more serious. What you did to Mike ATL was fucked up, bro.
Let's hear it. Let's see it.
Super
Okay.
fucked up. You went in there to trigger him. That is it.
No, I didn't.
So you went in there and didn't say anything about Tekken, basically, until I asked you.
Literally, the first stuff I was talking about was Tekken.
Basically didn't, because you said about, I haven't played Tekken that much, I'm fairly new, but you know what, Mike ATL, you're out of order. That's actually, I was talking about the criticisms I had with Sophie and her, what she was saying. I said that, then I went into Mike ATL. You said something about the guy that was on before. You agreed with, I think it was, I told you season 3 would suck or something like that.
Yeah, I was behind.
You agreed with him.
Yeah, and I was elaborating myself, and then I went to attack him. I did talk about Tekken. I did, and it wasn't just like a small little thing. I did.
Okay, so
I'm gonna. I did.
We've got the clip. We've got the clip here.
Go ahead.
I mean, I can grant it because he just said, then I attacked him. I want to know
Hold
why
on.
he
When
attacked
did you
him.
wake up? When did you wake up when I was talking? You really, my voice woke you up? Is that what you I remember
Literally,
you said that?
I literally had my alarm clock go off. I hit snooze, and then I heard you because I left the stream on in the background. So you woke me up. I hit snooze. I was ready to go back to sleep. I heard your voice, and I stayed up. It was the greatest day. Greatest day.
You
What a
cannot,
surprise.
like that. That is too. That's no way, bro.
All right, let's check the tapes very quick because it was right at the beginning.
Check it.
I ain't gonna lie, Mike. I was trying to explain it to you that he couldn't hear none of us. That's so
I wasn't trying to hear it. That's what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to hear it.
Yeah. Like,
So I'll just apologize now.
Oh,
I'm sure it'll be fine with him. All right. Yeah. No, I'm gonna add Tope into
But
the pool.
before you start,
Yes,
literally, I was dead ass not gonna talk about it. Because when he was apologizing, I was like, oh, you know what? He's sorry. I'm not gonna. And then he added the but, blah, 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 and I'm like, oh, no, fuck this dude. Let's go. So that I'll be honest.
Real quick, can we talk about something real quick, Mike? You said, Tope, that you had a problem with Mike's apology.
Yeah.
What was wrong with his apology? I think you said because he said but. Right?
Yeah. Everything you said before but, I had no issue with. It was a good
What did he
apology.
say? What did he say after the but that bugged you?
He was saying, well, but if you disrespect me, you know, I'ma check you and blah, blah, you know, there might be hands thrown, something to that, you know, line. And I'm like.
And who is he talking to?
He was obviously referencing that guy. He was.
He definitely wasn't.
Yes,
he was referencing if anyone watching tries to do that. And then he went back to saying sorry to the guy. So he said sorry. He said, but if anyone does disrespect me, I'm going to act like this. But then
you
he
know
went
what,
back
Mike?
to
play that. Play his
get the
apology
clip.
too. Yeah,
check
please,
the
play
clip
his
I
apology.
sent you. Can you use the clip I sent you, Mike, on Discord? Because he apologizes. He says there must have been a misunderstanding in terms of like cross wires. He says, but if someone does disrespect me, I'm Mike 80 fucking L. I'm gonna let you know. And then he went back to apologizing to him.
To me, that felt like ass covering too. Just like, bro, like you didn't need to add that whole part. You didn't need to.
Did you send it to me as a clip?
Yes.
Like he finally had an idea that he was in the wrong, but then he was like, well, I can't just completely just apologize. I have to add this on to look tough. And that's why I was just like, yeah, dude, no.
It didn't come up as a clip. What's the timestamp?
It's literally like 20 seconds before the bit you just played. You could use that instead then.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You could just use
Yeah.
that. Just back up a little bit. Yeah, he's like, why you have to use his exact clip? But whatever.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want him to like search for it in the like 12-hour VOD. He might
LOL
go too far back.
Oh no, yeah, it's like it was literally. It's so hilarious. He literally apologized right before I got on.
Yeah.
Give you hits. All right. So I'm just.
Oh, back a bit. Who I watched. No, back more.
Yeah, sorry, this thing is so tiny. It's
just maybe
Can't you just use your keyboard?
I'm glad you're enjoying
Oh,
it.
you're right. Man,
Let's go.
all right, we're gonna.
Yeah.
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people left. We'll get Tope in next for some people coming after him.
Oh, damn.
Tope.
Yes, Tope's coming now. Everyone be.
Guy?
I don't know if
Does he
Tope
play-
plays second. What the fuck, Jay? Did you just fall out of your chair?
Bro, I moved forward. I forgot the chair was back, bro. Sorry, my bad. I need to. Sorry.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, my.
Hit me.
I'm gonna issue an apology to whoever that dude was. I don't know if he was trying to be malicious. It came off very malicious. Maybe things was crossed up and him not listening to me not listening to him. But I'm going to be better than I was and just say I will apologize for responding to you like that. But I will let it be known that anybody listening, like if you come to me disrespectfully, I will not be the person that y'all see giving tips. I'm the type of person who will give you hits. All right. So I'm just, I try to be as respectful as I can with everybody. So when people become disrespectful, I don't take very kindly to it. And maybe in this situation, I perceived it as disrespect. You say it wasn't.
Maybe.
I'd rather be calm and cool and collected and apologize than try to talk it out with them and be salty and continue to keep it up. So sorry about that. I don't even remember your name. So,
I ain't gonna lie, Mike. I was trying to explain it to you that he couldn't.
Well,
okay, so
that apology was fine in my opinion.
I think it was bullshit. And okay, I will give C4 this. He was right with that exact wording he said. However, though, there's a lot of other stuff that he was saying, well, maybe, I don't know if he was trying to be disrespectful. Like, bro, we know what happened. We know, and we were trying to tell you, but he wasn't trying to hear it. So that's why I'm like, it's clear that he's implying, yeah, he's talking to the audience, but he's also implying to him as well. That's why I was like, nah, bro, fuck this guy. Like, I'm going in.
Do you know Mike ATL?
No.
How do you feel so comfortable projecting your knowledge about him without knowing him? How do you know? Why can't you just take his words at face value? If you don't know?
Took his words. It was
no,
like
you didn't. You literally just said he didn't mean that apology. We've listened to it back. You wasn't quite sure about when he said but that he was referring to the guy. He was referring in general. If anyone does disrespect me, he does say I'll hit you. Granted,
yeah,
that is kind of a threat, I guess.
Kind of
a threat. Hit is such a weird phrasing online.
Yeah, it's not a threat. It's a warning. He gave people a warning. It's like, if you do that shit, here's your warning.
A warning can be a threat. That was a threat.
I just don't know how he's gonna hit someone in a.
No, but like he's giving like he's again. It'd be like someone saying, if you come up to me, I'm gonna kill you and that, and yeah, but they're not there. That's still a threat. Or I'm gonna hit you and that, or I'm gonna beat you up.
So if I said I'm gonna knock your block off, Tope, you're gonna say that's a threat.
No, because in that case, the context also does matter in that sense.
No. I just mean like, say I genuinely meant it, but with this far apart. Like, do you really think, oh my gosh, I might get hurt here?
No, but if I come to your place, if I do, it's like it is a threat in that he's saying, oh, if you do this, this is going to happen. Something violent's going to happen to you, and I'm going to be the one doing it. So if you let's say you took a flight to or if I took a flight to your area, I would. But again, that's not. I still think it is a threat. Is that as serious a threat as like other threats? No, but like I don't want to bring. I don't want to bring up the King J thing, but I think that's relevant because it's like, in that case, someone he was like right there, like they were in close vicinity, and he didn't know him. Versus this, where someone's saying that, but they're like a mile. Is it the same level? No.
You know what you're doing? You're doing the thing that you accuse people of with the racism word. You're saying everything's a threat. You're saying King J's thing's a threat, and Mike talking to someone that he's not. If someone in chat said, "Oh, Mike, shut the fuck up," he's not knowing their face. He doesn't know where they are. They're not going to see him, but you still call it a threat. So
who said shut the fuck up's a threat? Ooh.
No. If someone said shut the fuck up to Mike ATL after delivering the "I'm not going to be the nice guy if someone disrespects me," you would say that's a threat, even though he can't do anything because it's some fucking text in chat. But you'd call it as a threat in the same umbrella as what Mike did. What Jay did.
No. Yeah, they're both threats, but it's not the same. It's not the same though. It's under that umbrella.
We can call you racist then, right? It's just not the same as like a Nazi's racism.
What do you mean? I think racism is a lot more. Like what? I don't get what you're saying here. Like what?
I mean, it's clear that you're not the best. You're not the biggest fan of black people.
Why would I? What do we mean?
Do we need to VOD review this stream?
Everything I said, I was basing it off of statistics. That doesn't mean I hate black people.
You can be a correct racist. You did it again. I told you keep doing that.
I don't, but
you
I
keep
don't.
trying to dispute
hold
things.
on.
Going,
I
I'm
don't
correct.
hold, but a racist is someone who holds genuine hatred in their heart for other races. I don't.
No, see how you got really specific with the words. And
What do you mean?
You're not very specific with a threat. With a threat, you've got the King J example and the Mike ATO example. They're not very similar, are they? One is very in person, and one is not in person.
Yeah, I explained that. I said that they're not the same level, but I said they fit under the umbrella.
And I said I can call you a racist under the same umbrella as Nazi, but you just lower down. You're just less of a racist. You're still a racist, right?
No, but again, like what you're doing would be the equivalent because it's like a threat is a threat, even if it's not. But most people, like when they say threats, most people won't take it seriously, right? But it's still a threat.
Yeah, and when you go into a room to a stranger you don't know and go, "What are you gonna do, Rog?" Keep rogging out, and people like you, and you don't think that's racist when you go people like you to a stranger.
Yeah, because I was referencing his behavior. I wasn't just.
You're a fucking fuck off, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't play stupid. No one references someone by their behavior when you don't know him.
I was literally judging him on what he just did. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
There is no correlation by calling someone these people to behavior. That's not.
No. I was saying because he was acting violent over just simply words, and I was pointing out that black people in particular, other people do it, of course, but black people have a stereotype in that they get violent over nothing, over very small things. Again,
it wasn't about his behavior; it was about him being black and his behavior.
If
he was a white person, you wouldn't have said that, correct?
Yes, because white people don't have the stereotype.
Exactly. So it's nothing to do with the behavior. It's because he's black.
No, his behavior. If he what
you
you're
know what
saying,
a symmetry breaker is?
No. If I was just saying he was just black, if he was just doing nothing wrong, and I just called him, Rog or whatnot, yeah, that would be racist because he didn't do anything. But the guy was being black, and he was black, and he was being violent.
So let me explain to you what's going on. You would not say to a white person, "You people." You would not do that.
Because their people, because their people don't disproportionately do said violent crimes like that. Yeah.
Again, you can be racist and correct. You can keep throwing the stats at me, and yes,
no, but like you're
why
saying,
do you keep saying that? The stats, the numbers are not going to help you here. I said I grant you.
Yes,
them.
it is because I'm basing
99% of black people in America commit all the crimes. Cool, whatever, right? So when you talk to Mike, I don't care about the stats. I don't care. It's not going to help you here. When you talk to Mike, a black person, and we'll call him white. The white Mike, these two people have bad behavior, but you wouldn't say to the white version of Mike, "You people." You would only do it to the black version of Mike, which is Mike ATL. So the symmetry breaker is their color, not their behavior.
It's the behavior plus that. Yes.
Well, no, it's not. It's not plus because if it's white with bad behavior, you wouldn't say it.
No, because both are involved. Bro, are you being dense on purpose? You're acting like I'm saying it's only because of his race. No, it's not. It's not only because of his race. His race is part of what to do with it. If he was white, it wouldn't make sense for me to say to a white person, "Your people are known for."
Well, do white people not have people?
No, but white people as a group are not known for just tearing into someone because they just slightly disrespected them. They're not known for that. Same with Asians.
They'll tear into you without disrespect. Again, America,
Like what?
you're
Like
in
what?
the country where they did that. I don't know why you're.
Oh my! What the, dude? What are you?
Not a stereotype, by the way.
We're talking about modern history right now. We're not talking about
modern history.
hundreds
That
of.
sounds like an opinion, an objective opinion.
Are you
saying modern
dude,
history? Anyway, go on.
We're
whatever.
talking about recent history, dude. Like in the past, like within your lifetime, bro.
You are now, yeah, cool. I don't know why
Are
you're so
you
scared of being
kidding me?
racist. I thought right wing people were like hard. I don't know why you're so like.
It's not
so
about
soft.
that.
You get so upset about people calling you names, but you're so.
It's not
you're
about the
so
name. It's not-
blasé with saying you people and calling someone you don't know a rog.
Because
you'd never do that online.
Because of his actions.
Okay,
Because his people, and yes, specifically.
Do you call white people crackers because of their actions? Say a white person was like, being racist to a black person. Would you call him a cracker?
I mean,
you're racist.
It's
fuck
not
off,
the same.
Nah, I don't want to hear the answer. The fact you have to think about calling a white person a cracker like it was bad, but you're okay to call a stranger a rock on the internet. You are tapped, bro. I hope you play Magic the Gathering. All your manner is sideways. You've got no resources left. Zero resources left. You're tapped. There is no way you will go.
No, because
would I call a racist white person a cracker?
Wait. You didn't add that before. What?
I literally said, if a white person was being racist, would you call him a cracker?
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Okay, yeah. Genuinely.
Would you call a white person a cracker?
Yeah.
Why did he think earlier?
No, I thought you didn't say the racist part. I didn't hear that.
Okay, minus the racist part. Would you call a white person a cracker?
Out of nowhere, no. I'm only going to use a racial slur if someone's being like insulting to me or they're doing something that I think is just like shitty. I'm not just randomly around just calling just black people just mean names for nothing. Like what? Yeah, I don't get your point. I'm a respectful guy, but if someone's being disrespectful, I'm gonna be disrespectful back.
Okay,
What's your point?
I don't know if I believe you. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Wait, hold on. So you think I'm just going around calling
sorry.
black people rocks? Is that what you're saying?
I tuned out a little bit afterwards because when I said the first time, would you call a white racist person a cracker? You thought about it.
No,
then you said you didn't hear the cracker bit, and I don't know.
I didn't
if
hear
I believe
racist.
that.
I didn't hear racist. I didn't hear racist. I didn't hear that.
Okay. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I'll give you the benefit. Okay. I believe you. I mean,
I have no. Okay, I'll make it quite clear. If anyone is like, if I'm just minding my own business and some like, or Asian person or a white person or any person that's just like shitting on me for like, no, I didn't do anything, and they're just like calling me, black. Instead of coming there and fighting them, I'm just gonna call them whatever racial slur fits with their group, and then just be on my way. I'll do it with anyone.
Okay, again, you made a claim, and I'm disbelieving you less because this wasn't against you. This was against a stranger. You do not know the person that Mike was beefing with. You don't know them.
But I don't
know if you're a white knight or you're like the savior for. Maybe you know he's white. Maybe you can tell by his voice. I couldn't. But I don't know why you thought defending this random person from Mike when he technically couldn't even hear him. He couldn't hear us. So while he wasn't offended by anything.
Mike, no. But that's not that. Just because someone can't hear us doesn't mean it's not good or like what? Oh, because you don't remember or you didn't know it. It's fine. Is that your argument now?
No, my argument is why are you defending a stranger on the internet with such vitriol to call someone a rog?
Because what the person did was way worse. And I think it was past the point where if the guy didn't say anything violent, if he was just talking shit back, I wouldn't have cared. But it's the violence part that it's just like.
Why would you not have cared if they're both going at it? Why would you?
Yeah, but only one person. Yeah, only one person went violent though.
So you got, isn't it called like the white savior complex? Why have you got that?
What? How does that?
Because if it was both people talking shit, you'd be like, oh, I'll stand away. I don't need to do anything. But because one person didn't say anything aggressive, you felt like you had to defend them.
No, it was the violence that Mike was threatening.
What was the
That's
violence?
it.
Tell me the violence.
Like during when the guy was talking, Mike was threatening violence. I remember that too.
What did he say? If you remember, you can tell me.
Look, I remember he was. I just forgot the exact wording.
I don't need the exact wording. Just what threat? Did he
Just
say, I'm going to come
something
to your
like-
house and strangle you?
No,
Or...
like I'm a if you were talking like this, a person I'd smack you. Something to that line.
Would you like to put some money on that?
No, but I think that's the case.
It's okay.
I'm not like dying on that hill, but that's what I remember.
Okay. I mean, normally, you just say, stick some money on it, then I'd believe you. But because you don't want to stick any money on it, I don't believe you. So it's all right.
All right,
You don't have
that's
to-
fine.
Maybe the chat believes you. I mean, the chat can go back.
That's fine. It's completely fine. I don't.
Yeah. I don't know why you're so defensive of being racist.
Really, you don't know why someone doesn't want to be labeled that term? Really, you don't know why? Seriously?
Well, if you're right wing, no.
What do you know? Even as being right wing, I mean, okay, you don't care. Like okay, by it in and of itself, I don't really care what you call me. I really don't. Like I'm not like up at night. No, but it's the connotations of that word. It's because when someone says you're a racist, people think that that's just license to do whatever they want to you.
Yeah. Okay, but I'm not doing that, right?
I know, but
I only just did the Uncle Tom thing. I don't even think that's like. I don't really care about the racist thing. I don't think I treat someone worse. I think I did the same with Sophie. If you saw me in the stream the other day, I was defending Sophie a lot of the time.
Ooh, look at you.
Because of the points. I defend points, and she was
Mr.
giving
White,
good points,
Mr.
so I
White
defended it.
Knight. Oh well, I defended the points too.
No, but your point was terrible. You was telling her to lean into the racism. So, Mr. I'm
Lean
not racist.
into the
talking to a
racism.
girl,
I said, don't
apparently,
give a fuck about
being
these people.
racist. Is it
her saying nigga? Her saying
what? Zoom, you are.
Her saying nigga wasn't racist. It wasn't even said in a racist way. What are you talking about? She was singing a fucking song most of the time, and she was just what? And she was asking questions. That's not
okay.
right.
So you can't. Can you sing a song and be racist?
Oh my. Okay. Do you genuinely think when she was singing that she was like trying to be like fuck black
He
people?
did a question with a question. Bellissimo.
Okay, okay, sorry. Clearly, when she was singing her song, she wasn't like saying "fuck black people." That's why I'm saying it. She was doing it for a joke.
Why do you have to say? Why do you have to add the "fuck black people"?
No, dude.
You can be racist without saying "fuck black people." Do you agree?
Okay, yes, but I'm just making a point. Oh my,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
I
the point,
know.
the point is being disingenuous because you're trying to
No.
imply that I'm going. You're an extreme racist. You're lowercase racist.
Oh,
no
And then
capital
what
letters.
are you then? What are you?
I don't care. You can call me what the fuck you want. I don't. This is what I mean. I'm meant to be left, and I'm not as soft as you.
Oh, so
Why
you'd
are
be
you so
fine.
soft?
Oh no, so you would be fine if someone called you a pedo or something. You'd be fine with that. I don't care.
I don't care because I know I'm not.
Bro,
you want
that's
to
not
try?
how- that's
do
not
it.
how shit works.
Tope, do it. Tope, do it, and someone clip it. See how much I care.
I don't want to, dude. I
Well,
don't
then
want to
can't prove
lie
the point.
about someone.
Then I can't prove the point. But anyway,
my point is that
acknowledge
word
being
has
a pedo
meaning.
is way more extreme than being a racist. Like when you're a racist, you still have people that like you. When you're a pedo, nobody likes you.
Really? I think Vice likes you. Vice likes you. Vice did a whole story where they were talking about a pedophile who beats up Nazis. And they put him in the special camp. And he's a good guy.
We
That's
must need to
true.
go to bed. We need to go to sleep.
That's
you
true.
are saying
I
that
can pull it up.
You are saying that a pedophile and racist share or on the same level of friends that are being able to be acquired.
What? No, that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that no, in some ways, people can get it's fucked up, but people are willing to accept the pedo when they are accept the racist.
Go to bed. Go to fucking
Yes,
bed.
they
That
are.
is the most. You
There are people who have. There are
You
plenty
need
of
to touch
people.
grass. You
There are
need to
plenty
have
of
sex,
people.
you need to touch grass
No,
respectfully.
and I'll explain why. Because there's plenty of people in Hollywood who have pedophilia allegations, but they're still able to have.
How
their
much of the
careers.
population is in Hollywood? Fucking Tope.
No, but My point. I'm talking about being accepted in the higher rungs of society. That's what I'm talking about.
So you think if fucking your next door, actually no, your 10 next door neighbor down, if they were a pedo, they would be accepted into Hollywood.
No, I'm saying that's not what I'm saying. No, I'm saying that if said, let's say a Hollywood star had like pedophile allegations or like that stuff, they're willing to be more. Look at someone like Roman Polanski and many of these people.
We're not talking about famous people. We're talking about people. We're just talking about people. You think
I'm talking about
Mike?
fame.
Wake up! It's time to go. Mike, it's time to go. Tope is literally defending that pedos are as accepted friendship-wise as racist people.
That's not what I said.
Wait,
I said
what?
pedos.
Wait, hold on, wait.
No.
Okay, so I actually fell asleep, so I heard none of that. When I fell asleep before, I could hear you guys. I was gone. So wait, let me just get this straight. You said that pedos are as acceptable as what?
I said pedophilia is more accepted in like the higher rungs of society and just generally like that more than racism. That's what I'm saying. Because look at someone like people like Roman Polanski, many of these people, or someone like Nicki Minaj's husband. There are many people who have those allegations. They still have all their shit. People still like them.
Why are you picking individuals? I thought it was about the group. Wasn't that what you were saying earlier to Jay?
I'm talking about Hollywood. I gave specific examples, but it's a blanket thing for Hollywood.
Really?
And yes, there are. Okay. How many? Hold on. How many of these white racists are just out and about? Are just being able being beloved by
I wish I could live in your world.
Yeah.
Okay.
See. Yeah. Exactly. You don't have.
I mean, have you? Oh, okay. Do you want to pull stats? You got stats to pull up about how many pedophiles and racists? I would be so fascinated to see the statistics on how many pedophiles are in Hollywood. Show me.
What the? How are you gonna get a statistic on that?
Exactly. So I don't know why you're looking at me going, he's not talking about it because I don't have numbers. I don't see the point.
Okay.
But if
I can give you.
We can. If you want to defend, So this is how it started. Let's
defending
go back.
what? What am I defending?
I'm going to go back.
Please go.
I said I don't know why you're so soft about being called a racist. I thought white people were meant to be strong, tough, nothing can hurt me, free speech, blah blah blah. But you get called little names like lowercase racist, like I said, because you would favor black people over white people, because you weren't calling them crackers, but you call them niggers.
I would.
And you said, whatever. Oh, you don't mind being called names. I was like, no, I don't. So you said, oh, so if I called you a pedo, would you be bothered? I said, no. I said, and being a pedo is worse than being a racist. And you said, no, it's not.
That's a misrepresentation of what I said.
Get a clip. You want a receipt? Look, that's gonna be my new name, Mr. Fucking Receipt. Do you want me to get a receipt? That's what you said.
A receipt. And even if I did say that's obviously not what I meant.
You're a jerk off. Fuck off.
It's obviously in the context of what we're talking
get a
about.
Receipt, but even if you do get the receipt, don't worry about it.
No, honestly, I'd love to hear it. I'd love to see it though. I'd love to. Obviously, what I'm meaning here, obviously, a pedophile is worse than a racist. Obviously, or a rapist. Also
a bad thing.
Yeah, no shit. Obviously, duh. But I'm just
probably worse than being a racist. I would say.
What?
I'd say that is also worse than being a racist. I don't know why you're so.
Okay.
So,
but a lot of the sad thing is a lot of people don't think so.
Really, in Western society?
Yes, they do. Because a lot of the favorite people that they like have pedophilia allegations and all that stuff, but they're still able to just walk free and just there's no big issue. But if if they accuse you of being a racist, your life just gets ruined. Especially if you're white, your life just gets ruined. And I'm saying that's bullshit. I think, of course, like pedophilia, and that's obviously like way worse because one, that's an actual action, of course, duh. But like,
so you think the everyday person, generally speaking,
I think societally speaking, yes, at the top, Hollywood, like at the top rungs, like where influence and power matters, yes.
No, I said the everyday person.
Okay, the everyday person. Probably, I would say, okay, yeah, they would, view a pedo worse than but again, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about like the upper rungs of society, like people, how they make power, influence, like that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about your everyday guy. obviously.
But then generally speaking, people think that being a pedo is worse then because we make up the numbers.
But I think there's a necessary distinction there. I think there is in this context.
All the nuances for fucking white people and pedos, all the nuance. But for black people, wrong. Fucking insane, bro.
Okay, dude.
Actually insane. How are you fucking doing this?
You're just being disingenuous as fuck. Right?
Pedos and rapists are in the same tier list section as racist. You are literally
what?
insane.
Wait, because
Mike
I
is
think people. What?
Mike is saying it's obvious that people dislike racists and pedos more. Sorry, rapists and PDF files more than racist people, and we are still now after Mike has woken up. You're still going, well, actually, if you look at it like this, why can you not just say that those two things are worse than being a racist? It's so not that deep.
No, obviously, I think they're worse than being a racist. Obviously,
Why doesn't the sentence stop there? Why is there more words coming at your mouth? That is all we need to hear. No,
that's what I said from the beginning. What do you, dude? Okay, like this is what I'm making another claim. Obviously, like I said that a bunch of times. You're just being dense on purpose, dude. Come on now.
I think, generally speaking, people think that rapists and pedos are the worst kinds of criminals on the planet. I think they class them worse than murderers, because at least with murder, there's a bit of like, oh, did you break into my house and I had to shoot you? There's no being a pedo or a rapist. Just literally, you're just evil. There's no like nuance with that. So I think, generally speaking, society deems them as the worst.
Okay, why is someone like Mike Tyson popular then?
Was was it proven that he did it?
I'm not 100% sure, but he
wasn't it alleged that he was
mad? We're talking about allegations. That's crazy that you just
I was saying
that.
allegations too, and also that's part of it too.
Oh yeah, didn't they do that to Tupac as well? Didn't they allege that he did that on the dance floor?
I don't know. I have no idea with that. I don't follow Tupac or anything like that. So
yeah, I think allegations are a bit different. Like people are more willing to be sympathetic to a man who has been accused and not done anything wrong.
Well, a lot of people they don't know he didn't do anything wrong. They still believe he did it. That's what I'm saying, because like people with the allegation alone will stay in your record.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying.
But that's a lack of knowledge. Like with the knowledge, people will be more sympathetic to Mike, especially because your name has been dragged through the mud. If you got accused of doing that, Tope, all of us would defend you if you didn't do it, because it's a really fucked up thing. Yeah. I'd be much more sympathetic to a man who has been accused and didn't do anything. But if you did do it, then obviously we would never be allowed. We would never have you around here again. We couldn't be associated because it's the worst thing that you could do.
Yeah, I'd agree with and I would agree with that. Like, largely speaking, like I agree that you guys would do that. But I feel like there's also a large portion of the population that won't do their research, and they genuinely will think just because the accusation was labeled at you alone, they won't do any further research, and they will just think you did that. And they will just go around their life just thinking you did that.
That's a separate issue, though. That's absence of knowledge.
But there's a lot of people. More people want to admit that that's absence of knowledge. I get it's different. I get it's also a different issue. But even then there's like real examples of people who did I give an example like Roman Polanski, people like that, who it was basically proven that he did do it. But
yeah, but those are Hollywood elites. Like they get away with everything. Like there's been a whole bunch of files that have just come out, and there's not really much motion going on at the top.
Oh, not even just that, but also even maybe cases like in the UK and even the US, where people who have diddled kids and stuff, they get very, 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 very light sentences. In that sense, that's the thing that's happened too a lot. I remember there's this Twitter account I follow that she goes into detail about just listing many cases of people. They'll just be straight, trans, or what, all different groups of people, but they'll commit pedophilia or other heinous crimes like that, and then they'll get a slap in the wrist because the government is liberal, and but then that same government, if said person said a racial slur, they would get a harsher sentence. In that
Are you
way.
saying that liberals prefer pedophiles?
Liberals, I'd say like leftists like Vice. Yeah, I think someone like people in Vice would prefer working with a pedophile than they would with a racist. And I gave an example with that article. I can pull it up where they literally were glazing a guy who wasn't a convicted pedophile, but because he beat up Nazis in prison, they gave him a standing, a glowing review.
But back to what you were saying before, like the justice system is
think I'm
not
lying,
representative of the general public. Right?
I'm sorry, I aired out. Say that again.
The justice system is not the justice system's brokenness is not representative of the general public sentiment. So that's two different things. If a pedo gets a slap on the wrist, that still doesn't change the fact that we deem them the worst people in society.
And I would agree with you. I would agree with you on that. But I still think many of those people will still be able to. Again, I'm not saying it's not a negative. It's not a massively negative stigma. I'm not claiming that at all. Of course. But I've just seen many examples where, like people will literally they'll be punished harsher for saying an edgy slur or whatnot versus the other way around, and it's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, but that's because our justice system is broken and it's possibly run by incompetent people. I'm saying the general public, just generally speaking, the people that make up the numbers, we deem them as the worst in society. They're just evil. There's no real nuance with them. Those are evil people.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's no evil. Again, I'm not saying that. Yeah, they're obviously, but I think. I mean, I did say my piece on that. I'm not. Again, I'll make it clear. Obviously, I'm not saying that like pedophilia is not as bad as racism or something. I'm not saying that. Of course not. But yeah.
All right. Well, C4, did you have any other points that you wanted to go over?
One more. If the left is defending PDF files, you must really hate them, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah. Let me guess. Trump's a pedophile. That's your thing.
I have no idea, bro. We're gonna go full. So I don't know. I don't care. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't care?
Well, I'm gonna care about fucking Trump.
He's the leader of America, and America is like the strongest nation on the planet. I think you would care if the leader of America was a pedophile. I think that does matter.
I think you think that everything revolves around NA. It doesn't. I'm sorry to blow
it. I'm not saying
I know.
everything.
I know
but
you're the protag of this world. I know I know you've got main character syndrome.
How are we not, bro? We are the protagonists of the world, bro.
Me not caring. I've not seen your story. I don't care about the protag. I don't like Goku, and I don't care about America. I just don't. I don't care about your politics. The country's cool sometimes.
You're
but I don't care about your politics. You're all insane. You're all insane to me. So yeah, he might be. He might not be. I don't care. Doesn't seem like seems a bit like an arsehole, but I don't know enough. So yeah, I was just wondering why you would be so harsh in your views on the right. If you despise the left, that would make sense. But to me, again, that just means you're compromised. You're untrustworthy.
What do you mean? I despise both the far left and the mainstream right. Yeah, because they both have a lot. Like Trump, like MAGA.
Okay. Yep.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
You don't like MAGA.
Yeah, because I feel like he betrayed what he was there for.
So he lied to you, and
he lied. He lied about war in Iran.
Business.
He lied about war in Iran, and yeah, that's a fucking big one.
So before this, before he went to war with Iran, were you pro MAGA?
No. Before, I'd say I've kind of been against for quite a while, but like this was really just like, it was so egregious. I'm like, wow. Like, and the fact people are defending it, like I'll talk with people and people will defend it. I'm like, bro, like, am I taking crazy pills? Like that's what the guy was against from the start, and now he's doing it, and now all these people are like, "Oh, it's cool, it's based." I'm like, bro, like that's crazy.
Would you say MAGA's racist? I'm guessing you wouldn't, right?
No, they're not.
Yeah. And would you say sorry? I don't know what side it is that was against Trump.
Sorry?
Would you ever say sorry? You guys were right.
Oh, I'm voting Democrat, bro.
No, yeah, I know, but would you say sorry to the people that were saying don't vote for Trump? Would you go to them now and say, you know what, you guys were right, my bad?
I didn't vote for Trump 2024.
Was you? I thought you said you was MAGA.
Yeah, I didn't vote in. I voted like in the other two elections. Well, 2020, but I didn't vote in 2024. I did not. Nope.
Oh, did you vote for no one?
No, I just didn't go. Yeah, I didn't go.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah, I'm voting Democrat, bro. At this point, someone needs to stop this dude, bro. He needs to be stopped.
Are Democrats racist?
I guess so. I don't know. I'm just tired, bro.
Cool. When you vote and you're a Democrat, let me know. Then
trust me, I'll post the thing and everything. When I'm voting straight blue. Yep.
You just remember, Tope, you give me that call, but that lingerie situation. You let me know. I need updates.
Bro.
I'm telling you, when the time comes, you're gonna know. Trust me.
You.
I see. Before you go, there's a soup chat. It says, "I thought you was Yapinator, not Yappin." Yeah, you want it says Yapinator, right?
Yeah, it's commentator.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yapinator. Yeah.
And Magic user, thank you for the $10. Heading to sleep. Guess I'll find out next time on Tetherball Z. Love you, Mike and Yaps. Thank you for your work in the FGC community and your solidarity across the seas, brothers. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. All right, are there any closing statements from either of you?
You can go first.
Well, I would like to say that I hope, Tope, that if we ever do disagree on Twitter again, you know that I'm not talking down to you or being disrespectful. I'd like to think you would imagine how I spoke to you here today.
Fair enough. I just didn't again when we had our DMs when I was talking to you about all this stuff. You kind of were. I'm gonna be honest. You were very dismissive. You were.
No, back then, yeah, I will agree. The initial interactions, I was being very dismissive. I didn't want to talk, but ever since then, ever since you started appearing on the podcast, I have just been pretty chill about things. So anyway, like the past is the past. I'm not perfect. I'm not claiming to be, but I hope that the hatchet is buried now. There's probably going to be times where people that you're friends with or affiliated to that I get into an argument with, but I hope that it doesn't spiral into me and you arguing, and you can just message me, or you can even come here and just talk to me.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I do think it is a bit largely like I don't feel the same way I did, like a few months ago. I'll say that. So, honestly though, C4, I don't hate you. I don't. But again, how you always appear when I have my talks, when I go on stream, it is a bit like bro, come on, man. And even though your audience was constantly shitting on me, that I don't mind. Again, I do think it's kind of funny. I do think it's. And I was thinking for our second debate, like our more main, debating on that. I was thinking of talking to maybe Planet Medusa or some other people, maybe someone with like a large neutral, like a large platform that we could do that. I'll ask you.
Planet Medusa is not neutral, but I will accept.
Oh well, yeah. Sorry, you're not neutral, but because I can't really think of. I don't know that many people. I'm sorry. Like him, Fate.
No, it's fine.
I'm not sure.
I don't mind. Like I said to you in the DMs, whoever you want to, whichever platform you want to use, I will go there. That's not a problem. I will say though, that a while ago we did talk about doing a 2v2, me and C4 versus you and someone in a conversation. I still think that would be a lot of fun. Don't know what we talk about right now, but at some point that would probably be pretty funny.
Maybe. I'll think about it.
I would have fun.
Yeah.
Wait, Tope, was you not streaming?
I was. I have been, but
I'm sure people were shitting on me too, bro. I think
No one was shitting. People loved you, bro.
On your stream.
Oh, no one, damn near no one chatted on my stream, bro. I'm just being honest, man.
I'll check the comments. They'll flame me, and that's fine. That's cool. I like it.
Really? I've been looking. No
I
one
love
over here is shitting on you, but over here people are just giving coon emojis, like every single black clown imaginable. I do think it is kind of funny. Like again, I'm not even any of that stuff, so it's like bro.
Hey,
I'm not a black American like that. So when you say that to me, it's just like, oh, okay. Again, should I call you a Nigerian prince scammer or some other? It's like, but you're not that. So it's like whatever.
There you go.
This Jack is like the one.
No, Jack was insulting me. And I was
you're right. Okay. There were
insulting me. Yep.
There were particular people who were on my side, but most people were just like their eyes were literally popping out their head.
It's unfortunate because Jack couldn't string two words together, so I'd want someone better on my side. He was talking all caps in the chat against me, but when he was on here, I was waiting 5 minutes for half a sentence.
Wait, he was on here? Wait,
Yep, exactly. Your boy who's defending you was on here and you didn't know. That's how much of a nobody he is.
Wait, what?
He was the guy where we both said to him, "Are you scared to say it, or are you struggling to find the words?"
I didn't know his name. See, I didn't know the name, so I didn't know.
I would have forgot to.
Like if I connect names and face. I don't think he showed his face, and I didn't really see his thing. I'm so sorry I didn't see you, man. I really did.
I'm disappointed at this super chat. He super chatted in saying, "Can I defend Manalord? Punisher."
Where'd you get Manalord?
That said Lord, and I was that said Lord, and I was thinking about my conversation with him earlier. But he didn't come back. There wasn't a single Punisher defender. Sorry, I'm half asleep. That came in to defend him. So, figures. I mean, this is what happens. Like there were his defenders on Twitter were talking crazy to me. One guy was calling me a raging homosexual for some reason.
I don't know why that's so funny.
Bro, I think
you were saying something that I guess he saw as gay, and he was just like, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, let me find it here. Let me show you.
He didn't say raging homosexual, right? You said that. He never typed those words out, right?
He couldn't spell. He couldn't put those two words together. But he basically was saying that. He was talking about. So he was calling. So I was trying to explain to him about how like my views on DOA, and it just devolved to him calling me gay. Like,
the claw guy.
Yeah, this claw. You saw it, right, bro? This guy. He was just
unhinged near the end, bro.
He was so unhinged at the end. Wait, he kept on. He kept on saying something really mad.
I think you can control F and say if you said like raging in that sense.
Read this, bro. I'm not even gonna read that out. No, I'll zoom in.
Oh shit,
bro! Look at this.
Not my
thing, mate. Why were you even responding then, bro?
I was bored. I was really bored. It was I just woken up. I didn't really have anything to do. I was like, all right, let me see what he's saying. And yeah, he was just talking the most shit. So I wanted this clown to show up and talk this shit on here. Although I'm willing to bet this guy would have issues actually stringing a sentence together. I'm here to slap a bitch. Like, you ain't slapping anybody though. Anyway.
Oh my gosh, it's a white guy inciting violence. Tope. We found one.
Obviously, it's unacceptable. Duh.
Unacceptable behavior.
Yes.
But yeah, Mr. Claude, if you do want to come to the stream and talk that shit, you're more than welcome. All right, well, Seafood, do you have any closing statements?
Tope, like last time, good sport. Sorry, chat, I didn't get to all my points.
Wait, you didn't get to all your points?
Yeah,
of course
but bro,
he'd be here forever if he could get all of his points.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the
like
no benefit porn and shit like that.
Yeah, all his points, bro. It would literally be longer than 14 hours if it was just you and me and him. Yeah, like no.
Yeah, I got through most of them.
Oh well.
Oh, okay. Never mind. What's the best point that you didn't get to say?
Yeah, probably the sex has no benefit one.
Oh, well, you mean porn has no benefit?
Yeah, sorry, porn. Sex definitely has a benefit. Yes, my bad. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, the porn one.
Well, if we ever do that 2v2 debate, maybe we can carry that over into.
I
next
don't
time.
think I don't know. It doesn't seem like something that we bait like 2-on-2 for it. That's just something you do 1-on-1, but I don't really.
I think that'll be a 3-on-1. I think Mike agrees with you. I think I'm on my own.
Wait, what?
I think I'd be on my own. You don't think porn's got any benefits, do you?
The fact that he's thinking about that just tells
Exactly.
me you know.
I'm trying to think. Like, does it? Can't think of one. I'm willing to move my position, but I can't think of one right
How
now.
are you gonna? If you move your position, you're not Christian, then, bro.
Well, hold on now. Hold on.
You can't be fine with porn and then be.
I didn't say that I'm fine with it. Having benefits in it.
Okay, I was joking half.
Yeah, those are two different things.
I get it.
Those are two different things. I can still not be fine with it, but you might be able to convince me that there's a benefit.
Oh,
to it.
so I can't make jokes. I can't do that. Oh.
No, you can
it's
make
a funny
jokes.
joke, bro.
You can make jokes.
That's crazy.
That's fine. That's fine.
Wabba zoom.
Okay,
why do you keep on saying that? What the like? Is this like woo saw? Like I don't
No,
get
it's Sophie. I haven't got a voice changer properly. That's what Sophie says all the time.
You got a voice changer as well.
I'm gonna
Really?
be just like her.
I guess I don't watch her streams much. I didn't know that was her catchphrase or anything like that. But
It's a banger.
I guess would I plug my socials or whatnot? I don't know.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Well, yeah, Tope. But I am streaming. YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, all the same name. Soteria, Tope. But I understand. Yeah, I understand that my opinions are unpopular. I do understand that, but I'm willing to have a conversation with that. And even though Mike and I disagree, and even C4 and I disagree, I do still think it was relatively a fair conversation here. I'll give it that. But I didn't feel like I was being. It wasn't like before where I felt like I was just being like overwhelmed. I wanted this. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I got fucking animated. I tried to. If every time I call myself like shouting over you, I'd be like, I'm gonna give you 5 minutes where I just don't talk, and let you like balance. So yeah, my bad.
All right. Well, I guess everyone in the chat, if you want to shit on me now, feel free to at this point because I'm gonna. I guess we'll be. But.
I don't want to shit on you, but next time
No,
I talk
I'm
to
saying
you,
because like
I'm gonna convince you you're racist. That is my goal. I need you to admit that you're a little, just lowercase racist, just lowercase, and it's fine. Nothing wrong with it.
Are you lowercase racist?
Nah, I'm neutral on everything. I hate and love all races the same.
All right.
Okay, so that'll be a good conversation. All right, then. Well, I'm gonna go to bed because I got work in 3 hours. So,
guys, it's 2 o'clock over here. Yeah. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you
6
do it, man. I don't know how you do that, but
you just gotta power through, man. You just gotta power through. I'll enjoy my sleep on the weekend. But thanks to everyone that donated to the stream. I really appreciate it. Thanks to C4 Tope and everyone else that took part. It was a lot of fun. Didn't realize it's been 11 hours. But I might see you guys tomorrow, depending on what C4 lets me know in the morning. If not, then yeah, you'll see me when you see me. Peace out, everyone. Take care.
So